Chapter 1. The host died, but the time was too late. The host has died, the points are automatically exchanged, the host has enough points, the current world time has been paused for the host, please choose the next world. Choose, low risk, medium risk, high risk. I choose low risk, even if the points will be less, but at least I can still live. Uchiha Zenjian wanted to cry but had no tears. He was now in the state of a soul, and it was impossible for him to cry. Looking at the corpse on the ground, that was the proof that he had existed in this world for 8 years. Unfortunately, it was a wrong choice after all. Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. These bastards, after all, are all in the name of Uchiha. Why do you always attack your own family first? Does this surname make you so uncomfortable? As for Uchiha Sasuke, who is the same age. For now, Zenjian has no resentment except that he feels that the boy is a bit miserable. Because that boy is even worse than him, his identity is made by the system, he has no parents, and he does not need to face the desperate moment of his relatives dying in front of him. He is Uchiha Zenjian, but he is a time traveler, a host who is taken by the system to travel through time and space and do tasks to improve his strength. Now that he has been killed, the system finally gave him the opportunity to choose, he must never come to this high-risk world to play again. Host selects low-risk world, low-risk world is being extracted. Low-risk world selection completed, transmission started. Transmission completed, current world is Prince of Tennis, host's main quest in this world is started, side quests are started, daily quests are started, random quest generation is started. In just a blink of an eye, Uchiha Zenjian has come to a brand new world. Looking at the environment he is in, the big iron gate in front of him, and the car outside the iron gate, Zenjian's chubby face, who is only 3 years old, showed a smile. This time in modern society, he is finally safe. Dean, is this the child you mentioned? The voice came from outside the big iron gate. After Zenjian looked over, he made a simple judgment that it was a rich man who should be more rigorous. However, although this world is modern, people here have hair of various colors. Fortunately, there are cars and various modern facilities, even if the hair color is a little different, it doesn't matter. The main task has been updated, the host can check the progress of the task. The mechanical sound of the system came, successfully allowing Uchiha Zenjian to quickly concentrate his mind and open the task list to check. He already had the experience of tasks in the ninja world, and knew that the tasks after coming to the new world were very important. When he first arrived in the Naruto world, the system prompted him to look at the tasks, but he was distracted at that time and missed the opportunity to be adopted by the clan leader's family. He could only be an orphan in the clan who was regularly arranged by the clan leader to take care of him. Main Task 1, please choose an adopter within 3 hours, PS, if you are too poor, you will not be able to continue the subsequent tasks, because the main line of this world requires sufficient resources. The system is probably afraid that he will not be able to think about it and continue to be an orphan, so it deliberately marked him, letting him know that if he wants to do the subsequent tasks, he must find an adopter who can provide him with a financial foundation. There is no need to doubt that the man who appears next to him is the adopter that the system thinks can provide him with basic living needs. But he has not received the plot yet, and he is not sure what the result of the sudden choice at this time will be. Mr. Sakaki, the parents of this child died in a car accident a year ago. Although he is still young, he is familiar with Japanese. After adopting him, there will be no unnecessary trouble due to language barriers. The fat dean standing next to the visitor touched his big belly comparable to that of a 10-month-old, and nodded to Mr. Sakaki. He also emphasized again how convenient it would be to adopt Zenjian. Although he knew that he was looking for an adopter for an orphan, such a performance still made people feel a little awkward. The dean's eyes made Zenjian feel like he saw an enthusiastic seller in the pet market. Little one, come here. Mr. Sakaki looked at him again, then squatted not far away and stretched out his hand to Xinjian. He just wanted to adopt a child and bring it back to Japan, but he was uncertain about what kind of child he wanted. Well, Xinjian wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth, only to find that he is mute now? This system guy is definitely doing it on purpose. In the previous life, he was a baby who couldn't speak after traveling through time. Now he is finally 2 years older, but he can be mute directly. Is this really okay? Can a dumb little boy in a bad condition really find an adopter? Who would choose him when they come to the orphanage to raise a child? Maybe because of the different languages, this child is more afraid of people. It's a little difficult to teach him to speak, but he is definitely healthy. The fat dean hurriedly explained. In his memory, he had already told Xinjian this morning that he just had to smile when he saw people, and he must not speak. In this situation, he can only comfort himself, and the child will forget it after hearing it. Do you want to come with me? Sakaki Taro ignored the dean next to him this time, and locked his eyes with the child in front of him. He wanted to confirm whether the flash of light just now was an illusion. Xin Yan nodded, but still made a not-so-pleasant sound from his throat. Unable to speak, and unable to approach rashly, he could only look at the other person with a shining look of expectation. I hope this serious-looking man can understand, right? That's him. You go and handle the formalities. What's the name of this child? When Sakaki Taro saw the shining look of expectation again, he took the initiative to step forward and picked up the little guy. Even if he was really mute, he took him away. However, a child of this age should have a name, right? Mr. Sakaki, the children taken here are all renamed by their adoptive parents. The previous ones are considered non-existent. The fat dean was laughing beside him, and his flesh was shaking. He would get a lot of sponsorship fees to let this person choose the child and take him away. As for the child's name, he never thought that kind of thing was important. Uchiha Xinjian. Xinjian, who couldn't speak just now, suddenly spoke at this time, lying on Sakaki Taro's arm, and called out his name in his 3-year-old voice. Although this name belongs to the previous world, the host name marked in the system has been fixed. Who knows if some tasks will be stuck after the name is changed. The pit system has always been particularly unscrupulous. When he was stuck with task points before, there were often some reasons that he felt strange. Chapter 2. The two of them were very close. Your name is Uchiha Xinjian? So you can talk. Sakaki Taro looked down at the little one lying on his arm. He couldn't speak before, but now he not only spoke when he mentioned his name, but also looked very excited. It should be because it was too important, or because he was taught many times at some point, and he had a kind of obsession engraved in his heart at a young age. Anyway, he just wanted to take a child back, and it didn't matter what the name was. Mr. Sakaki, the name. You should choose the name. The child is still young, and he will get used to the new name in the future. The fat dean looked at Sakaki Taro's eyes drooping, thinking that it was because the kid made him angry. As for the fact that Xinjian could speak, the fat dean temporarily ignored it. When he wanted to emphasize that the name could be changed, Taro Sakaki glanced at him coldly, stopping him from saying anything else. Just use his previous name. Go and handle the formalities. We will arrange a flight back to Japan tonight. Taro Sakaki held the little Xinjian and turned to leave the gate of the orphanage. After asking his assistant to complete the subsequent formalities, he really took a flight back to Japan that night. During this period, Xinjian had been sleeping except for one meal. When he woke up again, he had already moved into Taro Sakaki's villa in Japan. The servants at home carefully served him when they saw him get up. Daily tasks have been updated, the host can view. When he woke up early in the morning, the system's daily reminders had appeared. Yesterday's task 1 had been completed, and the adopter was found. He got 100 points, as well as the updated Task 2. Main Quest 2, Tennis Beginner, get in touch with tennis, learn tennis rules, serve over the net, return over the net, win a formal match. This main quest has no time limit, and it can't be too fast. After all, the subsequent formal rules matches must at least be official matches for the junior group, right? However, are there junior groups in tennis matches in this world? Daily quests. 1 running, 5 kilometers equals 1 point, no upper limit. 2 swinging, 500 times equals 1 point, no upper limit. 3 grip practice, 500 times equals 1 point, no upper limit. 4 batting practice, 500 times equals 1 point, no upper limit. 5 wait for the host to upgrade before refreshing. Daily quests are all training, and from the looks of it, they are definitely only related to tennis. Thinking that he hadn't received the plot information of this world yet, Xin Yan called the system in his heart. System, where is the plot, information, content, and my personal information? After a nap, Xinjian called the system and asked it to hurry up and follow the necessary procedures. Host, please receive the current world information. The information will be updated after the protagonist's national competition ends. The subsequent plot will be updated based on the host's growth stage. The plot information is transmitted very quickly, but this transmission is not complete. Some of it is stuck by the system. Xinjian didn't know what was stuck at all, and he didn't bother about it. What he needed now was to first determine what the setting of the world he was in was. I thought I knew what tennis was. Xinjian felt that he was a little confused. After accepting the plot of this world and trying to understand the concept of tennis games, he felt that he needed to re-understand what tennis games were. That thing, flying around, circling a few circles, glowing, flashing. Really, tennis? This is not scientific. Even less scientific than chakra. What about the modern society, the technological society, and the safe world? Everything is the host's self-consolation. The system has never said that this world is not dangerous. Low risk, please note, it is low risk. The system's mechanical voice is anxious. Although it is not a human, the host really doesn't want to be a human anymore. I said low risk, a low-level dangerous world. The host's understanding ability needs to be improved. You are the system, you are right, I want to see my personal information. Xinjian felt that he was fooled by the system, but he couldn't refute it. It's better to take a look at his current data, so as not to say a few more words to the system and make himself angry. Host, Uchiha Xinjian. Age, 3 years old. Special, 1 Megatama Sharingan, not opened. 5 stats, Speed 1, Strength 1, Stamina 1, Spirit 5, Technology 1. Total 9. Ball skills, none. Points, 100. World, Prince of Tennis, in progress, Naruto, paused. Personal data looks relatively simple and easy to understand, only the mental strength is too strong, directly catching up with the plot character. He thinks this should be due to the soul. As for other aspects, he has never been exposed to tennis, and he can occupy 1 point of technology in the 5 aspects. Is this considered the basic score given by the system? Host, please do not doubt the judgment of the system. Hitting the ball over the net is the basis. If you can't even do this, the system doesn't mind sending you back to the night of genocide to die a few more times. It is obviously a mechanical system, but I don't know if Xinjian's thinking is always too weird, so that the system is about to develop a personality. You are right, I will go to say hello to the adoptive person. I didn't have a family in my last life, and I didn't have a family in the life before that. I can always experience it in this life, right? Xinjian, who grew up as an orphan in the primitive world, is still looking forward to the concept of family. However, when he walked to the luxurious restaurant with the servant, he looked at the future parent with a serious expression, and suddenly felt that it was not a problem to have no family. He was really used to it. He didn't want to stare at a serious face every morning to eat, which would affect the absorption of nutrition, and it was wrong to waste food. Come here, eat. Sakaki Taro had never been with children before. After seeing Xinjian, he waved and pointed to the chair next to him. Walking forward, Xinjian nodded, but stood beside the chair without moving. The dining table and chairs for adults, let him, a 3-year-old child, sit down to eat? What a joke! Have some common sense. He felt that he, as a parent, was a little stupid. Sir, the young master needs a children's dining table. The butler beside him reminded in a low voice. He wanted to say it just now, but the gentleman was reading all the time, so he had no chance at all. Prepare for him, you take him to eat, and when he grows up, we can eat together. Sakaki Taro paused with a strange look in his eyes. After realizing the problem, he kept a completely awkward state and handed the task of serving the little guy to the butler. Yes, young master, come with me. The butler lowered his head and tried not to laugh out loud. He bent down and took Xinjian's little hand and led him to the small dining table prepared separately next to him. The small table and chairs, and the small tableware that a child can hold, are finally suitable for a 3-year-old baby. In the cute eyes of the butler and the servants next to him, Xinjian picked up the small spoon himself and tasted all the breakfasts prepared for him. Eat the delicious ones a second time, and don't touch the ones you don't want to eat. Fortunately, the butler didn't prepare too much. When the servants here had memorized the young master's preferences, Xinjian's stomach was a little bloated. Chapter 3. The baby was so full, and the baby was so full. Why did he eat so much? After finishing his meal, Taro Sakaki was about to go out to the company when he saw the housekeeper asking the servants to prepare children's drinks that help digestion. Looking at the cute little guy next to him, Taro Sakaki squatted down and stretched out his hand to pinch his chubby little face. For the first time, he felt that it was a very happy thing to have a child at home. As for the matter of eating too much, the child would definitely not understand, and the housekeeper and the servants would need to supervise him more in the future. The young master eats very quickly, maybe. The housekeeper whispered to the side. He just watched the young master eating, and he was very fast, and he always seemed to eat as many bites as possible for the food he liked, which made him imagine a scene of fighting for food in an orphanage. I know, you should pay more attention in the future. Don't let him get a stomachache. He can eat more of the food he likes, but health is still the priority. Raising his hand and rubbing the hair on the little head, Sakaki Taro stood up and emphasized the requirements for taking care of Xinjian again. Health and safety, only on this basis can other arrangements be made. Young master, we will take you around the house. After resting for about half an hour after the meal, Xinjian took a slow tour of the villa of the Sakaki family under the guidance of the butler. Although it is not comparable to the adobe mansion in the plot, the interior of this villa is also luxurious and upscale, and there is a large open space under construction. According to the butler, this part is to build a leisure and entertainment area, with tennis courts, swimming pools and other arrangements. Sir, you will not be back until the evening. Have you arranged lunch for the young master? After accompanying Xinjian back to the restaurant, the butler watched Xinjian finish his lunch and sent him back to his room to rest before going to work. After returning to the room, Xinjian, who had nothing to do, took another nap. It was not strange for children to make up for their sleep. At least the servants thought it was quite normal. After waking up and going to dinner, Xinjian met Sakaki Taro again. For the parents whose identities and relationships were still uncertain, he did not get too close, but he would not distance himself. Xinjian, come here and let daddy hug you. Sakaki Taro was very busy today. He was delayed for a few days in the UK before. Some people in the company heard some rumors and caused him a lot of trouble. After a busy day, Sakaki Taro received a call from a friend on his way home. When he was asked when he could let everyone see his son, he finally realized that he had not explained the relationship between the two to the child. Although he had no difficulty speaking, Xinjian still didn't know what to say. Even though he knew from the beginning that the person who adopted him would be his adoptive father in a large sense, the title of dad. For someone who had never called him by this title, he really couldn't speak at this time. Xinjian, be good, call dad. Sakaki Taro looked at the little guy's big eyes and blinked, but didn't seem to speak, so he simply reached out and picked him up. Xinjian opened his mouth, but still didn't make a sound. He seemed to be too unfamiliar with this title, even if he didn't think there was any problem psychologically, it seemed like it was stuck in his throat. Don't worry, try again, Dad. Sakaki Taro learned the model of teaching children to speak that he had seen, held Xinjian a little higher, and taught him over and over again. After he repeated the title of Dad more than a dozen times, Xinjian finally spoke. Dad. Dad. Although he stumbled, at least he called out. Good son. Sakaki Taro has always been single, and when a little dumpling, who is already his adopted son, called him Dad, this moment made him forget the serious state he had always maintained. After turning around twice with the little dumpling in his arms, Sakaki Taro simply carried the little dumpling to the dining table and sat down under the tearful gaze of the housekeeper. It is true that children cannot sit at the dining table to eat together, but they can be held in the arms and fed. Don't hold me while eating. Xin Yan didn't know what stimulated this guy. How can you hold me while eating, even if it's a 3-year-old child? It's not that I don't know how to eat. Now I not only eat slowly, but I can't decide what to eat by myself. It's too much. Well, let someone prepare the table again tomorrow. Seeing that the little guy was really unwilling, Sakaki Taro had no choice but to give up. After putting him on the ground, he watched Xinjian running to the small dining table and sitting down. He had already thought about how to eat at the same table with his son tomorrow. After dinner, Sakaki Taro looked at various activities to enhance the father-son relationship and decided to take his son out for a walk. Xinjian was taken out with a confused look on his face. He watched his cheap father put him in the passenger seat and stepped on the accelerator without any common sense of taking care of children. He consciously grabbed the seat belt. He was such a small child, and he was put in the passenger seat. Even if the seat belt was fastened, his small body was still it's not something that a seat belt can protect. But he's still a child now, and he can't just ask the father next to him to get him a child seat. The car was relatively stable after it started, and after passing through a few blocks, it appeared at the door of an indoor tennis training ground without surprise. In this world, it's true that you have to play tennis at any time, even taking care of children, which is inseparable from tennis. Watching Taro Sakaki park the car, he didn't forget to go to the passenger seat to carry him down after getting off, and then entered the tennis training ground. Hehe, didn't you insist on being single? Is this child really just adopted? Because it was an appointment before departure, Taro Sakaki received a warm greeting from several friends when he arrived. They were teasing him that he was single, but secretly had an illegitimate child. But when they saw Xinjian's standard Uchiha appearance, some frizzy pure black short hair, big and bright black eyes. Several people looked carefully and finally had to confirm that this child must have no blood relationship with Taro Sakaki. The big and the small searched everywhere, but did not find any similarities, not even the so-called spirit resemblance. They now have some doubts. When Taro Sakaki went to adopt a child, how many places did he have to look before he found this child who had no similarities at all? My son, Xinjian, Uchiha Xinjian, is 3 years old. Taro Sakaki did not care about the expressions of these friends, and introduced them to them in a good mood. He knew that there was no need to explain what these guys thought was an illegitimate child. Chapter 4. The two of them were married. Uchiha? Is there such a surname? The tall man with long black hair looked at Sakaki Taro. He could understand that the child was not an illegitimate child, but it was a bit too much to adopt him without changing his surname, right? This is the only information left by his biological parents. It is Xinjian's identity. I want to keep it for him. Sakaki Taro looked down at the little guy, not knowing if he understood, but this was the little guy's own insistence, and he couldn't deprive him of it. I'm glad you're happy. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Play a game with me and let your son see how his dad was given a score of 0. The long-haired man took the racket next to him and shook it at Taro Sakaki, urging him to get down to business and stop gossiping about other people's children. Akutagawa, you go be the referee. I'll watch his baby son for Sakaki. The man with short red hair came over and took the child away from Taro Sakaki. Although he was quick, he knew better than Taro Sakaki how to hold a child comfortably. Xianghai, you go. I'll take the little guy to play tennis nearby. I taught Jiro a few days ago, but he stopped playing with me after he learned to swing the racket. Akutagawa, with curly hair, reached out to grab the child. He was sad that his son had left his father aside after learning to swing the racket. Now he finally caught another kid who has never played tennis and is younger than his son. This is another opportunity for him, who is useless at tennis, to show his skills. Don't lead my son astray. Xinjian, Dad is going to change clothes and play a game with Sato. This is your uncle Akutagawa, the red-haired one is your uncle Xianghai, and the one over there is Uncle Sato. Sakaki Taro looked at Xinjian's well-behaved appearance, who was not afraid of strangers at all, touched his head, introduced the 3 people, and then changed into tennis clothes after Xinjian nodded. Xinjian, little guy, Uncle will teach you to play tennis, okay? Akutagawa watched Sakaki Taro change clothes, picked up Xinjian and went to the training ground next to him, and asked someone to bring a racket that children can use. After handing the racket to Xinjian, he took out a tennis ball and started to play with the child. But swing like this. Yes, yes, that's the height, don't use too much force, swing gently. Worried that he might get hurt the first time he held a tennis racket, Akutagawa stared at Xinjian's arm and adjusted the angle and force for him little by little. After more than 10 minutes, the host completes the basic swing for the first time, and gets 10 points as a reward. The system judgment appears for the first time the swing is completed, which means that Xinjian's swing has reached the standard of a beginner. However, this reward is only unlocked at the primary level, and the subsequent 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, and so on, it is always a one-time point reward. He already knew about this system's point reward method when he was in the ninja world. The host completes the basic swing for the 10th time, and gets 10 points as a reward. Another 10 points are earned. Although these points are not used for the time being, it is good to earn some, and Xinjian has long been calm. Akutagawa, although you are terrible at playing tennis, you seem to be quite effective in teaching children the basics. I will send my kid to your house in a few days, and you can help me take care of him for 2 days. Xiang Ri, who was supposed to be the referee, came here and looked at Xing Yan who was swinging the racket in a very professional manner. He doubted whether some people were gifted, otherwise how could they teach one after another? Thinking of his son who had been getting more and more naughty recently, he decided to find an opportunity to send him to live at Akutagawa's house for a few days. Whether he could learn or not, at least the house would be quiet for a while, and maybe there would be a chance to have another kid next year. If you are willing, send him there. Jiro has been addicted to tennis recently, so they can have a companion to play with. Akutagawa looked at the little one who was already swinging the racket seriously beside him, and he was full of confidence. He felt that he could teach a few more. When Sakaki Taro, who had finished playing tennis and changed his clothes, came over, Xing Yan was holding the tennis racket and staring at Uncle Akutagawa with a wronged look. What's wrong? Sakaki Taro was originally quite confident in Akutagawa. This guy has always been liked by children and has experience in raising sons. But now, it seems that he is not what he thought. Dad, Uncle Akutagawa won't let me play. Seeing Sakaki Taro coming back, Xinjian put down his racket, ran over and grabbed his sleeves. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he was about to get the points again, but now he was told not to practice swinging the racket, which was really uncomfortable. Even if he was still young. Since he was a child, he could have a little temper. A 3-year-old child has swung the racket nearly 100 times. If I don't stop him, he will lose his hands. Akutagawa was so angry that he stared at him. He just chatted with Xiongri for a while, but he didn't expect to see this kid still swinging the racket when he turned around. It's even more brutal than his son. He just started learning, how can he be so addicted? Then, he went over to stop him. As a result, he was stared at by the kid's pitiful big eyes. He knew he was not wrong, but he still felt a little guilty. Xinjian, do you like this? Sakaki Taro didn't expect his son to be able to swing the racket so seriously so many times. Looking at Xinjian, who was still looking at the tennis racket eagerly, and touching his little head, Sakaki Taro decided to have someone make a training schedule for the child after returning home. Not to urge his son to train, but to let people watch him not to overtrain. Fun. Xinjian did not directly express his love for tennis, and tried to make himself look like a child who found a favorite toy. It would be wrong for him to take swinging the racket seriously now. It's okay, after we go home, Dad will ask someone to prepare something suitable for you, and then you can play all the time. Picked up the person, Sakaki Taro waved to several friends, and under their different looks, he carried the child out. If they hadn't brought the child out, they should have gone to the bar for a drink at this time. But it's different now, his son is going to bed. Being a father is different. This guy has never left so early before. The long-haired Satoshi took the drink beside him, drank half of it and put it down. He was full of emotion about how some people changed so much after becoming a father. They have been friends for many years and are sure that Taro Sakaki really doesn't want to be bound by family. So when they knew that he brought a child back from abroad, they thought that he was secretly given birth to by a woman at some point, and now that he came to their house, they must raise him. They made an appointment to get together tonight. In addition to wanting to see the child, they also wanted to see what Taro Sakaki thought. But the facts proved that they were actually overthinking. Not only is that guy not unhappy now, but he is enjoying this sudden father-son relationship. Chapter 5. Dad, I want to go out and play. Half a month after being brought home, Xinjian asked for the first time to go out and play. During this half-month, under the constant supervision of the servants, he has swung the tennis racket more than 1,000 times. Although the batting training is not much, it is more than 100 times. There are also the 4 daily trainings. Although the points earned are not much, he can earn more points with every extra practice. Although it is called a daily task, the system gives him a cumulative number. For example, 500 swings equal 1 point. He was too strict at the beginning. He had to swing the racket 4 times a day to swing it 100 times, which almost suffocated him to death. He can't swing the racket, so he can only practice holding the racket. He clenched the racket and then released it again and again. After being discovered, he was again limited in the number of times he could play under the horrified gaze of the housekeeper. The Akutagawa family has been quite lively recently. I'll send you there to play for a day later. Sakaki Taro used to be proud of his son for being so outstanding at such a young age, but now he feels that his son is too hardworking and may cause harm if he is not watched. This change in mentality took less than a week. Looking at Xinjian, who was so bored that he wanted to go out because of the restrictions on practice, he remembered Akutagawa, who said that his children at home were having a lot of fun. 1 is also a way to take care of, and 2 are also a way to watch, so let's send them together. Maybe because the boy from Xiongri's family is too noisy, Xinjian's attention can be diverted from tennis. Uncle Akutagawa told me that his brother is also practicing tennis. Can I play tennis with him? Xinjian sat on the sofa with a racket in his arms, looking at Taro Sakaki eagerly, and asked a good question that almost made Taro Sakaki drop his phone. Sure. Holding the phone tightly, Taro Sakaki nodded in agreement and turned to the side to make a phone call. He must make it clear to Akutagawa in advance that he can play anything after arriving at his house, but he is not allowed to take his son to play tennis. It's hard to let him go out for a day. If he continues to play tennis, what's the point of taking his child out? Let's go. After the call, he came back and picked up his son and went out. Xinjian was held in the child's chair in the car, but he was thinking in his heart, when he met Jiro Akutagawa and Takehito Mukai later, whether he could earn points by playing tennis with them. Although this is not the time to become a regular on the school team in the future, since he is a plot character, the system will not be so stingy, right? This is an achievement-based reward. If he earns a little more, he can draw a lottery if he gets enough points. Although he doesn't even have 200 points now, it's not that difficult to earn points as long as he keeps working hard. The car soon arrived at another villa. Xinjian sighed in his heart after seeing the layout. It's worthy of being the home of the regular members of the Hyote Tennis Club. They are all rich people. This also made him sure that the system really helped him a lot by asking him to find a rich family to be adopted at the beginning. Sakaki, let me hold your baby son. He is so well behaved. My kid doesn't want to pay attention to me more and more recently. As soon as he got off the car, Xinjian was taken away by Akutagawa, and he had to listen to this guy talking about how his son disliked him. However, Xinjian turned his sight and saw two children slightly older than him under a tree nearby. The one with soft brown-red short hair and staring at him with big eyes was Akutagawa Jiro. The one with the red bob, lying on Jiro Akutagawa's shoulder and looking over is Takehito Mukai. They are both infant versions, so they still look very cute, but the grass leaves on the two of them are making their presence felt, and it is obvious that they were actually playing on the grass next to them. Jiro, Takehito, come and say hello to little brother Xinjian. Akutagawa squatted down, put Xinjian on the ground, and waved to the two boys who looked over eagerly. Although it was a bit noisy, he believed that the two boys would welcome new friends. Wow, so cute! Jiro Akutagawa is now 5 years old, much taller than Xinjian, and ran over and gave him a warm hug. But after all, they are children, and they probably didn't have the opportunity to try before. The result of hugging them hard was that the two fell to the ground. Jiro, you are so stupid that you can't even hold a 3-year-old child. Watch me. Xiongri Yueran looked at the two people who fell down, and didn't realize whether they were injured. His first reaction was to prove that he was better than Jiro. So before Xinjian got up from the ground. When he climbed up, he was picked up again in an unsafe way. The scene of a 5-year-old child hugging a 3-year-old can be very warm, but also very scary. For example, now, Xinjian feels that there is no need for an arm around his neck, especially because he can't hold him up and tightens it again. Damn, is this a life-threatening move the first time they meet? Let go, Yueran, you will hurt Xinjian. Akutagawa felt that his head was about to explode. Why did these little guys not have the warmth and harmony he imagined after meeting, but had to have this murderous hug from the beginning? Xinjian. Sakaki Taro originally wanted to reach out and pull his son out of the predicament, but the next moment, he felt that he had to arrange some other courses for his son in the future. As the trapped Xinjian, although he was only 3 years old, he had practiced various common training for ninja children since he could walk in the 8 years in the ninja world. Even though there is no chakra in his body now, he was just strangled by a normal 5-year-old child. With only the natural reaction of the body, he just patted the elbow of Takehito Mukai and successfully gained freedom. Dad, the two brothers are too enthusiastic, can I play tennis with them? Although Xinjian looked cute and adorable, he was actually a person who liked to take revenge on the spot. One threw him to the ground, and the other locked his neck. How could he not bully him back? But he is a good boy, and his personality cannot be wrong in front of his parents, so let's decide the outcome with tennis. Since this is a world where everything can be solved with tennis, let's use tennis to teach these two guys a good lesson. That, Uncle's tennis court is under maintenance, yes, under maintenance. Akutagawa scratched his slightly curly short hair awkwardly under the cold gaze of Sakaki Taro, and found a reason to stop playing tennis. Can't play tennis? Dad, you are lying, you said I can play tennis with Akutagawa's brother. Not allowed to play tennis? How is it possible? Xingyan lowered his head and his chubby face fell in disappointment. You should make good use of the child's identity and status. I don't believe you are willing to be a parent who breaks your promise to a child. Chapter 6. The child was taken to the hospital, but the doctor said that he was not very good. It should be fine soon, Xingyan, don't cry, Uncle will take you to eat snacks first, and then we will go play tennis. Holding the child, Akutagawa did not forget to communicate with Sakaki Taro with his eyes while coaxing the child. In the end, the two of them said helplessly that children's hobbies still need to be cultivated. After Xingyan was taken to eat 2 small pieces of cake, Jilin and Yuerin were taken to take a bath and change clothes. In less than an hour, the tennis court of Akutagawa's house was tidy up. Standing on the standard tennis court, Xingyan held the small racket specially sent for him, his fingers naturally clenched, and he swung the racket continuously to find the feel. Yuerin, look at brother Xingyan swinging the racket. He really knows how to swing the racket. So amazing. Jilang watched from the side. When he found that the little guy's swinging method was similar to the tutorial, his eyes sparkled. It took him a long time to learn and barely reach the standard mode. Of course, this was also related to the fact that his father's teaching was not so standard. So, he later practiced by himself following the video teaching and never let his father teach him again. Tisk! What's so great about it? I can do it too. Jilang, wait, I'm going to beat him. Xiangri Yuren glared at him unhappily. He can also swing the racket and play tennis. Why didn't he see Jilang so excited? However, the kid was 3 years old, but he was more standard than him, who was 5 years old. If his father knew about it, he would definitely say that he didn't work hard. Xingyan, when playing tennis, the most important thing is to have fun and not feel pressured. Uncle Akutagawa was still admonishing Xingyan. He had said this to Jiro countless times, but his son didn't give him face at all, and later he was too lazy to listen. Now watching the little Xingyan swinging his racket, he once again had to find the presence of an elder from other people's sons. Dad, go away, I'm going to start a game with Xingyan. Jiro Akutagawa walked to the opposite side with his racket and waved at Xingyan across the net. Then, he pointed to the side with disdain, asking his father, whose tennis skills were almost zero, to stay away and not interfere with their game. I'll do it, I'll be the referee. Mukai Kakuto didn't get the chance to play, so he turned around and grabbed the ladder of the referee's seat and climbed up. You serve first. The two children stood on both sides of the tennis court, and Jiro generously said that as an older brother, he should give in to his younger brother. He is already 5 years old. If he tries to get ahead of a 3-year-old, his parents will laugh at him. Yet, Xingyan didn't hesitate and walked to the serving line with a racket and a tennis ball. However, no matter how much training he has, some natural conditions cannot be changed. For example, this chubby little hand can only hold a tennis ball, not hold it in his hand, and it is impossible to try to add tennis stunts such as rotation. Bang! Toss the ball, swing the racket, and the ball goes over the net. It's a very simple, but very standard serve over the net. Wow, it looks like what I saw on TV. Jiro Akutagawa looked at the tennis ball that was hit, ran a few steps with a smile, and hit the tennis ball that bounced off the ground. He learned by watching various videos, so his return was more regular at this time. Bang! It is true that Xinjian is a complete novice now, but the player opposite him is not a future tennis player. The two of them run back and forth in their respective half of the court, and at a young age, they can hit a ball more than a dozen times. Sakaki, who did your Xinjian learn tennis from? Isn't this standard a bit too high? Outside the court, Akutagawa stood next to Taro Sakaki and recognized the tennis talents of the two boys in the competition. I asked someone to find various basic tennis learning materials. I was busy before. When I saw him play this kind of tennis, he was already very familiar with it. Taro Sakaki was a little annoyed that he missed his child's learning stage, but this only shows that his child's learning ability is too strong. My Jiro also learned by himself by looking at materials and videos. Hearing that other people's children are excellent, Akutagawa also mentioned that his Jiro's learning is actually not bad. The two fathers stood outside the court, watching the 5-year-old and 3-year-old children running around on the court. Because there were no tricky skills, and every ball was played as legally as possible, no accidents happened. Only Xiang Ryuren, who was sitting in the referee's seat, pouted his lips, and the more he watched, the more he felt unhappy. You guys are so boring, Jiro, come out, I'll play with him. The game was just like watching a novice training video, and soon Xiang Ryuren couldn't stand it anymore. Ever since he started learning tennis, he didn't like this kind of tennis. He wanted to play the kind that was particularly flashy. No, our game isn't over yet, Yueren, wait a little longer. Jiro Akutagawa looked at Yueren unhappily. He didn't want to be robbed of his game that wasn't over yet. You're about to lose. Although he was unhappy about being rejected, Xiang Ryuren didn't really run onto the court. However, he didn't want to be a referee. Sitting in the rest area nearby, he waited for the two to finish playing before going on the court. At that time, he must let the little guy see the cool tennis he played. The game is over, Jiro won, 7:5. It was only a tiebreak, but it still made the two parents worried. Now it was finally over, Taro Sakaki walked up and picked up his son, worried that his little arms and legs would be exhausted. Uncle Sakaki, what about me? I haven't played yet. When Mukahito saw that the little one was about to be taken away, he was furious after waiting for so long without a chance to play. He couldn't bully others like this, he also wanted to play tennis with the little one. Let's play in the afternoon, they all need to rest now. Taro Sakaki looked down at his son who was about to fall asleep in his arms, and made a new appointment for them. It was only morning now, so he went back to take a bath and take a nap, and rest for a while after lunch. He could indeed play a game in the afternoon. However, he had achieved such results after just learning for such a short time, and he had some new understanding of Xinjian's endurance. On the way to rest, Xinjian closed his eyes and looked like he was asleep. But he was actually observing the changes in his tasks and personal information. This tennis match, because the tie-break was finally played, was judged by the system to have completed a formal match. But because it did not win, Task 2 was still missing the last step. Main Task 2, Tennis Beginner, get in touch with tennis, learn tennis rules, serve over the net, return over the net, win a formal match times. Host completes the first formal match, bonus points 100. Although the task of Main Task 2 was not completed, the bonus points for this achievement were directly given to 100 points, which still made him very happy. In addition to these, there are some slight changes in personal information. Host, Uchiha Xinjian. Age, 3 years old. Special, 1 Megatama Sharingan, waiting to be opened, 1/100. 5 Stats, Speed 1.1, Strength 1.1, Stamina 1.1, Spirit 5.1, Technique 1.1, Total 9.5. Skills, none. Scores, 291. World, Prince of Tennis, in progress, Naruto, paused. All 5 stats increased by 0.1, which is the result of recent training. Perhaps the reason why he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep to hide his mood is the opening mode of the Sharingan. Play 100 official standard games, and you can open the 1 Megatama Sharingan. The so-called official standard games have many ranges in the system judgment, anyway, those that are recognized by the plot of this world are fine. So, after 100 games, his familiar Sharingan should be back. But he now has an embarrassing question, not knowing whether to ask the system. If the Sharingan is back and activated, then, in a world without chakra, what does he use to maintain the use and consumption of the Sharingan? Chapter 7. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next game. I still lost. Lying on the bed and about to fall asleep, Xin Yan sighed silently. He thought he had mastered the basics of tennis and should be able to beat Jiro Akutagawa, who was also a beginner. But the fact proved that the 2-year age gap was really big at that time. However, if you lose, and you can win it back next time. In the afternoon, I have to play a game with Yuan Xiangri, and I don't know if I can finish it. If it takes too long, I will definitely be stopped halfway. Age is a very critical and helpless thing. There is really no other way except waiting to grow up slowly. I fell asleep in a daze, and was woken up at noon to eat. In the afternoon, Xin Yan played a game with Yuan Xiangri. Unlike the morning match, this one was not finished. Only 4 balls were played before the match was interrupted because Mukai Gakuto fell to the ground too many times. Stunt tennis is not that easy to play, let alone practice. It is common to fall and get injured during practice. Goodbye, Uncle Akutagawa, Jiro, Gakuto, goodbye. In the evening, Xinjian waved goodbye and got in the car, and the father and son returned home. Did you have fun today? Sakaki Taro accompanied him all day, and he was also very happy to see his bright smile when playing with his friends. However, playing is okay, but it is time to start preparing for some learning and training that he had thought about before. Happy? Xinjian nodded vigorously. He earned more than 100 points in one trip and saw the way to open the Sharingan. Isn't it very happy? Go take a shower and change clothes first, and let the housekeeper take care of you for dinner later. Dad has something to go out for. Sakaki Taro has a dinner appointment with someone tonight. Seeing that the time is almost up, he asked the housekeeper to take good care of Xinjian, and then he went out to keep the appointment with peace of mind. The following days returned to peace, and Xinjian's tennis training continued. Because of Sakaki Taro's instructions, the number of restrictions was slightly relaxed. Until more than a month later, Xinjian was taken out again. Dad, what is this for? Xinjian looked at the training ground in front of him. Are these half-grown children fighting? Well, in fact, he misunderstood at first. The name of this place is clearly written, Free Fighting Training Ground. So, bring a 3-year-old child to learn this? Are you kidding? Is he in the world of tennis? Children in this world learn to fight so early, even earlier than the ninja world. Does Xinjian like this? Sakaki Taro thought about it for a long time before he was sure. He saw Xinjian being choked by the kid from the Xiangri family, and his natural reaction solved the problem, so he thought his child seemed to be good at this type. But he also studied a lot later, and considered kendo, taekwondo, karate, and even ancient martial arts. After thinking a lot, he was still not sure, so after listening to the advice of a friend, he decided to let the little guy try it himself and learn whatever he likes. If you want to see which one you like or are good at, you can come here and observe. Fight? Can you fight? Xinjian did not forget that his previous identity was that he lived in an orphanage for a year. Although there was a system cheat, this information could not be found to be abnormal, but he still could not deviate too much from this setting. Looking at the fight without any routine, he has naturally expressed the cognition that fighting is not allowed. After all, there will be a lot of fights among the children in the orphanage, but it will never be allowed. Well, fighting in this kind of place is different from fighting when playing with other kids. Here, it's a competition of strength. Sakaki Taro probably also imagined that Xinjian had been told not to fight before. But they don't know when their children will get into trouble in the future. Even if they can avoid some criminals, they can't always go to their parents when they are bullied at school, right? So, in many cases, you still need to have a strong fist to better protect yourself. I want to learn. Xinjian did not hide his desire for strength. If he had the opportunity to contact him at this time, he would definitely improve his strength and improve his qualities. Don't worry, you have to learn the basics now. Seeing the light flashing in the little guy's eyes, Sakaki Taro knew that he had found a new hobby. This is good, it is better than just being obsessed with tennis. After all, his son does not need to be trained to be a professional tennis player in the future. Moreover, it is not so easy to be a professional tennis player. In the future, find more things that children are interested in, and let them develop in many aspects after diversification. With the new game, Xinjian is no longer obsessed with tennis in the future. In addition to the basic tennis practice twice a day in the morning and evening, the rest of the time is spent watching various learning materials. Tennis competitions, martial arts fighting and fighting competitions, of course, are also indispensable for various elementary learning guidance videos. Busy day by day, Xinjian has long forgotten the two friends he met. More than 3 years have passed. Xinjian, who is already 7 years old, is training in karate at home. Xinjian, you will go to school in a while. Have you decided which school to go to? Sakaki Taro came back with the information of several schools in Tokyo. Looking at his son who was studying hard, he felt again how correct his decision was. His son is 7 years old this year. Last year, the child thought he could go to school and prepared a lot, but when the time came, he found out that he had to adjust according to his birthday. So in the year when he didn't go to school, Xinjian won the championship in all the junior group events in Tokyo's multiple martial arts events. Whether it's karate, taekwondo, or free fighting, his son is the best. But his favorite is still tennis. His conventional playing style is also relatively famous in the junior group in Tokyo. In view of the accumulation of these reputations, Sakaki Taro has received invitations from several elementary schools. Hyote, I choose Hyote Early Childhood Education Department. Xinjian stopped and looked at the pile of information that Sakaki Taro brought back. Without considering anything else, he directly chose Hyote. His father will go to Hyote to be a music teacher and tennis club supervisor in the future. How could he choose other schools? Moreover, he still attaches great importance to the quality of his personal life, so it is impossible for him to give up a comfortable living environment. Chapter 8. The new game is coming. Main Quest 3, Tennis Genius, win 3 consecutive Tokyo Junior, 12-year-old, tennis championships, current score 0/3. System, you definitely did it on purpose. Standing in front of the mirror, Xing Yan checked his Ice Empire school uniform. He was somewhat unhappy that the system gave him Main Quest 3 2 years later. He lost to Jiro Akutagawa at the beginning, and later because he was busy improving his military power, he played the second game with them after half a year. That time, he won. But the system's main quest seemed to be stuck. After giving the points reward, it prompted that Quest 3 was not refreshed. Then there were only daily tasks and achievement rewards that were getting harder and harder to achieve. Host, Uchiha Xinjian. Age, 7 years old. Special, 1 Megatama Sharingan, waiting to be activated, 31/100. 5 stats, Speed 3.1, Strength 2.7, Stamina 2.8, Spirit 5.7, Technique 3.2, Total 17.5. Skills, 2 Sword Flow Max, Outer Spin Serve 2, Snake Ball Eye. Points, 2197. World, Prince of Tennis, in progress, Naruto, Paused. The data at the age of 7 is completely different from that at the age of 3. Except that the 5 stats were obtained through various methods, the outer spin serve and snake ball were obtained through lottery. As for the 2 sword flow that was shown as full level, this method of using the racket and ball skills interchangeably with both hands was the most basic training for weapons in the ninja world. So after seeing what the 2 sword flow was, he tried to use it a little bit, and it was directly shown as full level. Just looking at his current data, he was not weak in the plot period. But Xinjian knew that this did not mean that he could easily win 3 championships. In the next few years, there will be several masters in the junior tennis competition in Tokyo who are not so easy to deal with. Yukimura Seiichi, Tezuka Kunimitsu, Sanada Genikir. These 3 are frequent visitors to the junior tennis competition. Although he can wait until they are over 12 years old to win the next 2 sessions, this is not the result Xinjian wants. Not to mention how embarrassing it is to avoid fighting, he will always have a conflict with those people, because the task given by the system is 3 championships, 3 years. Xinjian, did you encounter any difficulties? During breakfast, Sakaki Taro looked at his son with a strange look, and couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Dad, please help me sign up for the junior group under 12 years old. Xinjian looked up and thought about it and decided to let his parents sign up. No need to wait for the future, there are not many opportunities, start playing this year. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can look forward to the appearance of Task 4. It's a little early to register now. The competition planning will start in 2 months. Dad will remember it and will definitely register you when the time comes. Sakaki Taro thought about the date. The competition will start in a long time, and the registration information is not open yet. I'm talking about tennis. Chewing the beef in his mouth fiercely, Xinjian stared at Sakaki Taro with his pure black eyes, suspecting that his father was teasing him on purpose. The tennis competition is about to start, and there are at most 2 days of registration time. As for the one that will start registration in 2 months, that is the free fighting junior group competition. He has basically no interest in that competition now. If it weren't for getting more trophies to be used as decorations in his father's study, he actually didn't want to participate. So it's tennis. After sending you to school, Dad will go to register for you. Sakaki Taro was stunned for a moment. He really forgot about it. Although he had participated in some tennis competitions in the past, he really felt that Xinjian's enthusiasm for tennis was not so high. Dad, you've worked hard. Let's go now. Today is the first day of school. I heard that there will be a welcome ceremony for new students in the school auditorium. After dinner, Xinjian carried the school bag handed to him by the housekeeper and ran to the door to wait for Taro Sakaki to take him to school. On the first day of school, he will meet many peers, and it will also give him more opportunities to find tennis enthusiasts to play tennis. Although playing with elementary school students is a bit bullying, who can blame him for being an elementary school student now? Even if he goes to play with junior high school students, they won't play with him. Hyote Kindergarten Department, today is. On the first day of school, freshmen in school uniforms were sent to the school gate. Under the guidance of the senior students in charge of welcoming the freshmen, they were first taken to the registration office and then sent to their respective classes. Xinjian got off the bus at the school gate, entered the school and moved with the crowd, and then was assigned to the first grade, first group. There is nothing fun about freshmen, especially in the early childhood education department, where there are only children, and noise is inevitable. After finally waiting until the afternoon welcome party was over, Xinjian walked out of the school gate with his school bag on his back. Xinjian, you really came to Hyote too. I called you recently to go out and play, why did you keep saying no? Just as he walked out of the school gate, Xinjian was pounced on by Xiongri Yueran, who was a head taller than him, and he lay on his shoulder and started to accuse him. Yueran, let go of Xing Yan. Uncle Xiang Ri said that you can't bully brother Xing Yan. If someone finds out, he will teach you a lesson. Akutagawa Jiro ran over with his school bag on his back, stretched out his hand to grab Uren's Yang Ri and was about to pull him off. I didn't. Xin Yan came to class today. We can go home together and play tennis together, right? Uren's Yang Ri dodged Jiro's hand. He had to make many phone calls before to make an appointment. Now he finally has the chance to grab him directly. As for what his father said, he didn't remember it very well. It must be something unimportant. You too, you are actually bullying a first-year junior. It's so lame. The sound of pulling sounded, and Shishido Ryo, who had just tied a pigtail, came over from the side, stretched out his hand and grabbed Uren's Yang Ri by the collar, and pulled him off Xin Yan's back. Hey, Ryo, don't talk nonsense. This is Xinjian, the younger brother Xinjian who I mentioned before, who is very good at playing tennis. The dragged away Xiongri Yueran looked unhappy and hugged Shishido Ryo's arm to let him see clearly. He really didn't bully anyone. Although Xinjian was younger than them, he was very strong and could lift him and Jiro at the same time. Xinjian? Are you Uchiha Xinjian? Before Shishido Ryo could react, a faster person ran over and stretched out his hand to grab Xinjian's shoulder. Asshole, who are you? Don't bully brother Xinjian. Jiro saw that someone who came out of nowhere was going to hit someone, so he ran up to stop him. But it may be hard to say in other aspects, but when it comes to hands-on ability. For these few people, Xinjian doesn't need help from others. Let's talk about it somewhere else. Fighting in front of the school is against school rules. Xinjian raised his hand to grab the arm that was stretched out in front of him, turned around and walked to the side. Behind him, Jiro and Yueran looked at each other and hurried to catch up. What's going on? Don't fight. Although Shishido Ryo didn't know Xinjian, he had a good relationship with Jiro and Yueran. Now that he saw that the situation was not good, he hurried to catch up. I'm Hyoji Waka, I want to challenge you. After being dragged to a nearby park, Hyoji Waka, who had short brown hair, stopped and directly issued a challenge invitation. He had always heard of Uchiha Xinjian's name before, but he had missed it for various reasons and never had the opportunity to challenge this guy who was said to be invincible in the youth group. Unexpectedly, he could meet him at the school gate today, so he naturally didn't want to let it go. Hey, go away, don't bully the junior, or I will beat you up. When Shishido Ryo came over, he saw his two friends who were stunned. Then he saw that the boy in front of him was actually trying to bully a freshman. He suddenly felt a sense of justice and stepped forward to stop him. He was eager to teach the junior some rules. Liang, actually, there is no need to stop. Jiro came over and pulled Shishido Ryo to the side. Yuren also took the time to retreat and reminded Shishido Ryo that he should not talk at this time. Originally, they thought that the boy who suddenly appeared was bullying, but now that they saw it was a challenge, they instantly felt that they just wanted to wait for the result. The only thing to do now is to watch, and after watching it end, decide whether to notify the parents or call an ambulance. What are you two doing? That bastard is bullying your little brother. How can you just ignore it? Ryo Shishido stared stupidly, and only reacted after he went to the side. Seeing that the two idiots around him didn't stop him, he rolled up his sleeves and ran over again. Ryo. No, brother Xinjian is the champion of the junior group of free fighting. He has won all the awards in the junior group in the past year. Jiro and Yueran reached out again, holding Ryo Shishido's arms on both sides, and holding a certain young boy's brutal record. Other things might be uncertain, but when fighting with people who are not much older than them, they never think that Xinjian will be the one who suffers. What a joke, how old is he? He was 5 or 6 years old last year. He is so young and he is going to fight a 12-year-old. Shishido Ryo's eyes were about to pop out. Although he has not been exposed to this aspect, it is obvious that such a thing is impossible. Even if a 5 or 6-year-old child has been practicing since birth, it is impossible to beat a 12-year-old. This is common sense. Although we don't want to believe it, there is a cabinet full of trophies and flags in Uncle Sakaki's study. My dad often says that if he had known earlier, he should have snatched Xinjian to our house to raise him when we first met. Jiro once again confirmed to Shishido Ryo that there was really no need to doubt this matter. It was absolutely 100% true. Although they couldn't figure out why Xinjian still needed to learn other things, as long as he got to the free fighting field, he seemed to be possessed by the god of death. No matter whether the opponent was 6 years old or 11 or 12 years old, he would always knock him down in less than a minute. I don't like fighting. If you want to fight, go to the arena to find me. Xinjian listened to the two friends who were promoting his achievements, and his eyes twitched. He directly rejected the challenge invitation from Hyoji Ruo. As for the brutal past mentioned by the other side, you can't blame him for being too brutal. In those years in the ninja world, although he didn't go to the battlefield, as a ninja family, killing skills are the basics that must be learned from childhood. Now he can hold back and just beat others so that they can't fight back. This is the result of his hard work. Chapter 9. The first time, the second time. This year's youth tennis tournament. On the third day after the start of school, this year's Tokyo Youth Tennis Tournament officially opened. The host enthusiastically told the story of youth tennis for health and the future. Xin Yan, who was sitting in the player area, was very well behaved, and was somewhat obvious among the young players. Most of those who came to participate in the under-12 group were between 10 and 12 years old. Suddenly, a 7-year-old came, which made some people think that the toddler group went to the wrong venue, although there was actually no such thing as a toddler group here. After all, children who were too young could not play in the game. This was the general perception of normal people. Even Xin Yan himself knew that it was a bit excessive to show up at this time, but for the sake of the mission, he could only continue to show his presence here. Little brother, which group are you in? You are so young that your family signed you up. Isn't it too anxious? A pink-haired boy who looked to be over 10 years old came over and rubbed Xinjian's hair, and greeted him carefully. Group 3, are you also in Group 3? Xinjian raised his head and answered his question. Looking at the first contestant who came to talk to him, he was a little curious about this person's purpose. He has been stared at since he arrived here. This is not a strange thing, but everyone is keeping a distance from him. I am in Group 1. If possible, I look forward to seeing you in the finals. The pink-haired boy tilted his head and smiled. He seemed to be very interested in Xinjian's somewhat hard hair. He rubbed it twice more before turning around and leaving. The competition is divided into 4 groups. After the group stage, there is the semi-finals, with Group 1 against Group 2 and Group 3 against Group 4. Will we meet in the final? This person seems to be a strong tennis player, but unfortunately the age does not match, and he is not a character in the plot. The second match of the third group, Kawakawa Rei vs Uchiha Xinjian, please come on the court. The referee took the list and called out the list of the third group. In fact, to participate in the competition here, you need a recommender and some preliminary qualifying matches. Xinjian originally wanted to participate in the qualifying match, and then Uncle Sato, who received the news, gave him a gift. As a very authoritative coach in the tennis industry, Sato recommended Xinjian, so he naturally came here directly. In this regard, the tall Uncle Sato, who had long black hair and was super tall, went to the Sakaki family the day before yesterday to show Xinjian how much he cared about his little nephew. At that time, Xinjian said thank you, but he was complaining in his heart that this guy's unconventional operation directly deducted many games for him. It was not easy to get together with the event, and he thought he could get more results, but who knew that he became a relative? His competition volume. When can he start to increase? In the past few years, he looked in the mirror when he got up, and always wanted the Sharingan to come back quickly. Straight or not? 11-year-old Kawakawa Rei is an ordinary boy with a pot-cut haircut. Looking at the little boy Xinjian on the opposite side, he patted his head awkwardly, and then began to enter the game process. Straight? Xinjian is quite satisfied with such an opponent, at least he is not like some of the ones he met in the tennis club before, who talked a lot of nonsense before playing, and some would express their love for his cute appearance. It seems that my luck is good, little brother, don't get beaten and cry later. Kawakawa Rei always felt that after this game, whether he won or lost, he would be laughed at by his classmates, but he couldn't not play. When he saw that he still got the serve, he could only try to be a little kinder, because he was really afraid of making the kid on the opposite side cry. But the idea was very beautiful. When he served to the corner area, Xinjian suddenly moved to catch it and returned a beautiful high-speed ball. Kawakawa Rei's mind was blank for a moment. 0-15. The referee announced the score. Boy, that was a mistake just now, don't make it again. Kawakawa Rei didn't expect to lose points just because he was distracted. His face turned red with embarrassment, but he didn't say anything angry. Xinjian thought it was normal. After all, he was not Ekizen Ryoma, and he would not be provoked everywhere. Bang! Another serve was hit to the corner. Xinjian, who was standing in the baseline area, moved when the ball flew up, but his small figure moved at a fast speed. Bang! The tennis ball bounced off the ground and was touched by the racket. A high ball was hit back. Go! Kid, you are really fast. Watching the ball fly over his head, Hechuanling turned around to chase it, and at the same time, he did not forget to sigh about Xinjian's speed. Such a young child, he really couldn't understand why he could do it. Bang! Bang! The high ball was hit back, and Xinjian was already in front of the net. He shook his arm gently, and the racket sent the flying tennis ball to the opponent's court. A short ball bounced to the side several times after landing. Hechuanling, who was still in the baseline area, was confused and did not expect to be hit back like this. Uchiha Xinjian scored, the score is 0-30. The referee does not care about the mood of the players, his duty is to judge the score. Uchiha Xinjian scored, the score is 0-40. Uchiha Xinjian scored, won this game. The referee's voice was very calm. Hechuanling on the court stared at Xinjian a few more times when changing courts, but in the end he did not say anything. Next, it was Xinjian's turn to serve. He started with an outspin serve, and the opponent couldn't receive 4 consecutive serves. After winning another game, the expressions of the players and spectators around him were refreshed little by little, from curiosity to shock, and then gradually numb. Is the kid good? Yes, that's right. But so what, it's just a game. Some people even talked about whether Kawakawa Zero was too weak, but such words didn't last long. When Xinjian won 2 games in a row in the morning and won 3 groups in the afternoon, no one could say that it was Kawakawa Zero's problem. The 7-year-old boy entered the semi-finals in the youth 12-year-old group. This dramatic development successfully attracted the attention of some reporters. When Xinjian was going home in the evening, he was blocked by reporters before he left the park where the competition was held. Uchiha Xinjian, I'm Inu Mamoru, a reporter for Tennis Monthly. Can I ask you a few questions? When did you start playing tennis? In the plot, Mr. Inu Mamoru, who is a commentator on the court and a part-time reporter, appeared in front of Xinjian at this time and showed him his press card seriously. Then, Inu Mamoru showed a standard kind smile, but Xinjian felt that this guy's weird eyes now looked a bit like a bad guy trying to kidnap a child on the roadside. Mr. Reporter, children can't be interviewed casually. Even if you want to know something, I suggest you go to his parents to discuss it before reporting. A white-haired boy approached from behind Xinjian, stretched out his hand to pull the child who seemed to be frightened behind him, and he blocked the reporter. "Hello, I'm not a bad guy, this is my work ID." When being stared at by the white-haired boy, Inu Mamoru felt pressure inexplicably. But he really needed to interview this young boy. He is currently at a critical moment in his career. If he can produce an outstanding report, he can go further in the second half of the year. "Don't be afraid, little guy. This uncle seems to be a real reporter. However, even if he is a reporter, you can't tell him too much. Have your parents come to pick you up? Or call home?" The white-haired boy turned around, squatted down and touched Xinjian's little head, urging him to find his parents quickly. "He looks very well behaved. I'm really afraid that he will be deceived. If he encounters this, he must not ignore it. But he has an appointment with his classmates tonight to make up for the lessons. I don't know if he can make it in time." Chapter 10. The two of them were very happy. "Little one, my brother's name is Shuji Tanajima. Good luck in tomorrow's game. See you in the finals." Shuji Tanajima waited for only a few minutes before he saw a luxury car parked at the steps of the park. A long-haired man over 2 meters tall got out of the car and walked towards them. After confirming from the child's eyes that this was the family he was waiting for, he rubbed the child's hair again, then turned and left. "What happened just now?" Satoji walked to Xinjian with his long legs, bent down and stretched out his hand, and directly picked up the little guy. With his height difference of more than 1 centimeter, it was impossible for him to hold the child's hand and walk. "Uncle Sato, this reporter uncle stopped me from leaving. Just now, the white-haired elder brother told me to ask my family to come over, so I called uncle." Xinjian picked up the phone and shook it. The phone number that had just been hung up was still displayed on it. He is still a child now, and he certainly cannot say a word to reporters. As a parent, Sakaki Taro sent him here early this morning and went to the airport. He should have flown to the UK by now. So, he could only call Uncle Sato, who would pick him up in the afternoon and send him to the game tomorrow. "Xinjian, be good. In the future, if you see a stranger who stops you from leaving, in addition to calling your father and uncles, you can also call the police uncle." Satoji carried Xinjian out of the park, ignoring the reporter who was looking forward to it. Sitting in the car, Xinjian leaned back in the chair, playing with a tennis ball in his hand, and did not mention what happened just now. On the way to send him home, Satoshi didn't say much, just called Taro Sakaki, who had already arrived in the UK, and told him about Xinjian's game results and the incident of being stopped by reporters in the park. This is Taro Sakaki's son, and Satoshi felt that as a father, he must want to know everything that happened. "Thank you, Uncle Sato. Goodbye, uncle." When they got home, Xinjian stood at the door and waved goodbye to Satoshi, accompanied by the housekeeper. "Master, you go and have a rest first, and have dinner in half an hour." After watching Satoshi's car leave, the housekeeper asked the servant next to him to take Xinjian back to rest. After playing tennis for a day, although Xinjian didn't think it was much, others thought he had worked very hard. After taking a comfortable hot bath in the room, Xinjian went downstairs on time and had a delicious dinner in the restaurant. There were no other courses today, and even the basic training on weekdays was reluctantly abandoned under the housekeeper's tight watch. After packing up and lying down in the room, Xinjian slept soundly that night, and didn't even dream. The next morning, when Satoji came to pick him up, he had breakfast at the Sakaki family, and then went to the park where the competition was held. After getting off the car, Satoji didn't care whether Xinjian was glaring at him or not. He picked him up with his long arms, walked with his long legs, and soon arrived at the waiting area of the competition venue. This morning's semi-finals, the names of the players in the two games have been written out. The first court is Group 1 Mitsugaya Akuto vs Group 2 Tanajima Shuji. The second court is Group 3 Uchiha Xinjian vs Group 4 Okageko. Arriving at the second court, Xinjian was finally put down and sat in the rest area to adjust his shoelaces. The game will start in more than 10 minutes. Regardless of whether the opponent is a plot character or not, he must adjust his own state in advance. He must win this game. Only by winning all of them can he complete the task faster. If 3 championships are needed, then it will take 3 years to complete. As for the 12-year-old opponent, even if he is 5 years older than him, since he is not a plot character, he knows he should not have too strong fighting power. Moreover, even if he encounters a plot character, he will definitely not lose now, absolutely not. The second court game begins, Uchiha Xinjian vs Okageko. Okageko serves. At the beginning of the game, Xinjian guessed that he had lost first, and could only watch Okageko, who was over 1.8 meters tall at the age of 12, serve on the other side. Looking at each of them, who were very tall, but perhaps because they were skinny opponents who only cared about growing taller but not gaining weight, Xinjian couldn't help but look at Sato Shi outside the court. Is this opponent really not related to Uncle Sato? This height is too unscientific. He is only 1.2 meters tall now, and this guy is more than 1.8 meters tall. Don't be distracted, you are in the game, not here to play. Yuchi Moonlight looked at the kid who was looking around, and almost threw the tennis ball in his hand to wake him up. It was strange enough that a 7-year-old child appeared in this game, and now this child can actually enter the semi-finals. No matter if he has real skills or not, he will let the kid on the opposite side see clearly that not everyone can mess up such a formal game. I'm not playing, I was just thinking about how to beat you just now. With such a big height difference, it will take some effort. Xinjian turned around and faced Yuechi Moonlight with a cute smile, but his words were not polite at all. Then you try it. Yuechi Moonlight lowered his head and used the tennis racket to measure Xinjian's height. He snorted unhappily and walked to the serving line to prepare. Bang! The first thing he did was a high-speed serve, and the tennis ball landed in the corner at the farthest position of Xinjian. Big guy, you're going too far. You're bullying me because I can't run with my little arms and legs, right? Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. Xin Yan moved at the moment the tennis ball flew out, and his short legs jumped forward. It was not a normal running posture at all. Jumping up and down, it was more than one step of an adult. As his toes landed, he moved forward together, and when he landed, he was already right behind the point where the tennis ball landed. These 2 jumps were very fast, so fast that only a few people could see his movements clearly. Bang! The ball was intercepted at the moment it bounced off the ground. The fast and heavy tennis ball was moved on the racket, and then flew out in a weird arc. Referee, did I score? Xin Yan stepped back holding the racket, looking at the referee who was still dumbfounded, urging him to hurry up and make a judgment. It was just a spinning snake ball, which flew out of the court but landed within the line. You can't say that his ball was out of bounds just because it was not used by Kaido-sun, right? Wait a minute. The referee saw the ball fly out just now, but he also saw where the ball landed. In the case of uncertainty, he needs to find the court recorder to replay the ball just now. Inbounds, Uchiha scores. After confirming that it was an inbounds ball, the referee announced the score and let the 2 continue. Chapter 11. The young man was very happy. Xieni Yilong, look at that kid, he is said to be just over 6 years old. The dark blue-haired boy wearing a coat stood on the roadside outside the stadium, poked the black-haired boy's arm and asked him to take a good look at the kid. They also like to play tennis, but because they know they are still young, they did not sign up for this competition. But last night they heard that a boy who was not even 7 years old was shortlisted for the semi-finals. They had not planned to come, but they went to find the eldest brother of the Sanada family this morning and asked him to arrange a driver to take them here. Next year, I'll sign up too. Sanada Genikire's eyes were fixed on the court. When he saw the seemingly soft kid actually win the opponent's serve, his fingers suddenly clenched. He suddenly realized what a big mistake it was not to participate this time. But even if he regretted not participating, there would be no chance now. He could only wait until next year. By then, he would win the championship that belongs to him in this court. Well, let's sign up together next year. I hope he can still participate next year. Yukimura Seiichi's eyes followed the tennis ball back and forth. He seemed to have seen that the kid used an outspin serve just now, which was said to be a unique serving method of the samurai. But he had only seen it in some recorded videos, and he couldn't determine how similar it was for a while. However, the 4 consecutive serves just now were not received by the big guy. Yukimura Seiichi had actually heard of Oka Moonlight. He was quite famous in the Kanto youth group in the past 2 years. But such a person, who lost 2 games at the beginning, the result of this game is more and more unpredictable. Boy, be careful, I'm going to be serious. After losing 2 games in a row, Yuezi Yueguang's eyes became much sharper when he served again. He must not lose, and he will not lose here. What he wants is the championship. Then I'll trouble you, don't let people down. Xinjian looked at Yuezi Yueguang, whose momentum was soaring, and he said that something was wrong just now. It turned out that he was humbled. However, what does this guy mean? He has to hold back when playing tennis. Is he worried that tennis is too fierce and will hurt the child himself? Should he be so kind? The tennis in this world can be so fierce that it can cripple the opponent. Even if it is not a plot character, please be serious, otherwise you will be abandoned by this world. Watch it. Being looked at by the little ghost with disgust, Yuezi Yueguang felt that he was a fool for not daring to use all his strength in the first game. He shouldn't have worried about hurting someone. Even if he did, it was because that guy deserved a beating. Bang! A high-speed ball that had not yet taken shape flew to the opposite side. This was the tennis skill that Yuezi Yueguang was studying. It had not yet taken shape, but the speed was already much faster than before. Bang! Very impressive. Xinjian watched the ball fly past him much faster than before, and he did not catch it this time. He quickly retreated to the outside of the court, and when the ball bounced off the ground and bounced nearly 2 meters high, he suddenly jumped up and swung his racket. He returned the ball at a speed not inferior to the serve. The arc of the ball went down, and after it passed the net, it flew to one side of the tennis court the moment it landed. Xinjian. Satoji helplessly called Xinjian's name outside the court. He saw this ball clearly. The original rotation force was disrupted at the moment of swinging the racket, and then a new rotation direction had to be added to make the ball instantly distort its trajectory after passing the net. This style of play is very powerful, but it is not the ball that Xinjian can play now. This ball is very harmful to the wrist, arm, and shoulder. If he uses it a few more times, he will say goodbye to tennis in a short time. Uncle Sato, please don't tell Dad, I'll just try it once. Xinjian turned around and looked at Satoji pitifully, worried that he would be called and notified right now, and it is really possible that he would be directly terminated from the game. His father would agree with him in everything, but the only thing was that he could not do anything that would hurt his body. If it weren't for his father's restrictions, he would have studied tennis skills long ago, and he would not have only 3 simple tennis skills now. Moreover, 2/3 of these tennis skills were drawn by lottery. Don't use it again. Satoji took out his mobile phone and shook it, clearly telling. Tell Xinjian that if it happens again, the phone call will be made. Definitely not, uncle, don't be angry, I promise not to play any dangerous tennis. Seeing that he didn't make the call, Xinjian smiled and made another promise, then turned around and returned to the court. His game was not over yet, so there was still a reason to say a few words at this time, but it would be inappropriate to delay any further. Your uncle is right, although it is very powerful, you are still young now, and this kind of play will ruin your future. Yakai Moonlight was shocked by the counterattack just now, but after seeing the little guy begging his parents to let him go pitifully, he suddenly felt a little funny. Obviously, he was very entangled in the fight, but he just couldn't show any fierce expression to such a young child. Without the kind of operation that was judged by the parents to hurt the body, the next game gradually returned to normal. Xinjian did not intercept the serve again, allowing Yakai Moonlight to win the serve. But even if he won the serve, when Xinjian served, the orthodox outspin serve, which was copied from Ekaizen Nanjiro, was still not something the opponent could receive, although it was only at level 2 proficiency. After a back and forth, each won the serve, and the game soon came to an end. Uchiha Xinjian won, the score was 6:4. In the end, Xinjian won the victory after winning 2 points in advance. When the two shook hands at the net after the game, a more dramatic scene appeared. The tall Okageko bent down and stretched out his hand, and the small Xinjian raised his arm, both completing this action in a very unnatural way. Satoshi on the side had already prepared his camera and took this very interesting scene, ready to share a copy with everyone after the photos were developed. Such an interesting scene, he was the only one who enjoyed it on the spot. It was really embarrassing. Uncle Sato, I won. Xinjian calmly won the victory on the court, and it seemed that he returned to the state of his age in an instant after leaving the court. He ran to Satoshi, handed him the racket, and reached out to find something in the bag next to him. Okageko's tennis bag was next to him, and he also looked over curiously at this time. Then he saw that the little guy who had just won him took out a box of milk from his bag, and after being picked up by his uncle, he immediately drank it with a happy and intoxicated look on his face. Could it be that he had beaten the child and made him hungry? But thinking carefully, it seems that it is normal for children to drink milk. But even if he knew it was a normal thing, it couldn't stop his increasingly tangled heart. Chapter 12. The food was delicious, but the taste was good. This is delicious. Uncle, you are so picky about food. How did you grow so tall? After the morning game, Xinjian was taken to eat nearby by Satoshi after a short break. Looking at this adult who was more like a child than him when eating, Xinjian finally couldn't bear it after several attempts. Be picky about food, so be picky about food. Why put the food you don't like to eat here, and say it's for his own good? Children don't do this. How can an adult have the nerve to do such a thing? Your dad said that you need to eat these. Satoshi didn't think there was any problem at all. He didn't eat half of it before giving it to this kid. He put all of it in his bowl at the beginning. This kid actually said he was picky about food? What a little bastard, thinking about growing taller all day, but he is so picky when eating. When he is at home, neither the housekeeper nor the chef will cook what he doesn't like. Now that he is brought out for dinner, he has no choice. Humph. Xin Yan looked at the dishes in his bowl and finished eating with his head down. It was just a meal at his house in the morning. This guy is really observing carefully. Usually when he eats with his father, he has no choice but to eat these, but as long as he eats alone, the housekeeper will ask the kitchen not to put these dishes he doesn't like. It's not that the housekeeper is so obedient, in fact, this is a small tacit understanding between father and son. When he is not at home, let the child be willful, and it won't matter if he doesn't eat a meal. You are already taller than your peers, but you can't be too confident. I'll take you to do a data test in 2 days, and then rebalance the nutritional components of your diet. Although Satoshi is not a nutritionist, as a national level coach, he is very experienced in adjusting the data of teenagers. Although his wife and children always dislike it, after the basic adjustment, the physical fitness of his family is relatively healthier. Uncle Sato, eat. I have to go to the game after eating. If you eat slowly and are hungry, don't tell my dad that I am bullying you. For this uncle who becomes a chatterbox whenever he mentions personal health, Xinjian helplessly reminded him that time is a bit tight. The big and the small did not talk about this topic anymore. After eating, the two left the restaurant and went to the sports park to rest for more than half an hour before coming to the number 1 court where the finals were to be held. Little guy, I'm right, aren't I? We'll meet in the finals. The white-haired boy saw Xinjian, ran over and rubbed his head. then squatted down and smiled to show that he had done what he said before. You should be very powerful, but the championship will definitely be mine. Xinjian stared blankly with big eyes, and finally came back to his senses after being rubbed twice more by Tandoshima Shuji. No, the championship can only be mine, so little guy, just wait to be defeated by me. Tandoshima Shuji smiled brightly, but I don't know if this smile is his confidence in his own strength, or because Xinjian just let him mess up his hair. Not. Xinjian glared, and sat back in the chair with puffy cheeks. He was a little entangled now, because just when Tandoshima Shuji touched his hair, the system that usually didn't issue tasks suddenly ran out to show its presence. System data update completed. Host battles with Oka Moonlight, reward points 500 points, host defeats Oka Moonlight, 12 years old, reward points 1000 points. Random Task 1, compete with Tanajima Shuji, score 500 points, win to get extra reward 1000 points. Random Task 2, compete with Mitsuya Akuto, score 500 points, win to get extra reward 1000 points. Suddenly a string of rewards appeared, and then 2 random tasks were given, which is why Xinjian was stunned. Especially this point reward, just the battle has 500 points, and the victory will directly give an extra 1000 points, which is simply a super welfare. However, he also began to doubt the identities of these 3 people. According to the plot he had seen before, these 3 people definitely do not exist in the list of plot characters. So. System, you are a pit, it is so obvious, just show me the subsequent plot, is it so difficult to explain it clearly? But even if he has been complaining in his heart, the system Tong still didn't come out to explain to him, just let those tasks hang in the task list, waiting for him to solve them. Fortunately, he knew who the targets of the next 2 tasks were. The one in front of him, the next opponent is Shuji Tanajima. This is a game that can be played directly on the court later, and it is a game that he must win. The other person, Mitsuya Akuto, is the pink-haired boy who greeted him yesterday, that is, the one who lost to Shuji Tanajima in the morning. The person is still here and has not left. You can get to know each other again later. Even if you can't play a game today, you can leave a contact number and make an appointment later. Little guy, it's going to start in 10 minutes. Are you nervous? Shuji Tanajima looked at the little guy who was dazed again, and poked his face with his finger with some amusement. He was very curious about what happened to this little guy today and why he was always distracted. Although he didn't have the opportunity to watch his game in the morning, he also heard that this kid's serve was super fierce. It's hard to imagine why such a cute little guy is described as ferocious. No, I'm just thinking about how to defeat you without making you lose too badly, Xinjian, who was poked in the face, tilted his head to avoid it, raised his eyes and glared at this guy, wanting to hit him in the face with a ball. This guy is relying on the age difference and height difference to make sure that he can't poke back, right? And the matter of patting the head, sooner or later he will touch it back one by one. However, forget about dad and uncles and aunts, it's easy to be sent to a pile of study books if you are not obedient. Shuji, don't lose, I don't want to be said that I can't even beat this little guy's defeated opponent. The pink-haired Mitsuya Akuto came over from the side and stretched out his hand to touch the prickly little head, but was dodged by Xinjian, who was feeling awkward in his heart. Staring at by the pure black cat eyes, Yajuda bumped Tanada Shuji with his shoulder, reminding him that he must not lose. Because if Tanada Shuji lost, he, the one who lost to Tanada Shuji, would also be labeled as a tangled name. The defeated opponent of the defeated opponent of a 7-year-old child? It's scary to think about it. Chapter 13. The 2 of them were so angry that they had to fight. I thought I was going to fight you, but you lost. Xin Yan stared at Mitsuya Ajiadil with innocent eyes, revealing full disappointment. He muttered softly, and then looked away. At such a young age, his acting skills were on point, which successfully made Ajiadil feel a strange feeling in his heart. Did he disappoint a little kid? Yesterday, he seemed to have told this little guy to cheer up, but he stopped halfway. Little kid, I didn't pay attention this time and let this guy trick me. Next time, I will definitely beat this guy down. Audiobook has been struggling with things like coaxing children. He is really not good at it. He has a cousin at home, who was taken care of by him for some reasons, but that kid will become very obedient as long as he is taught to play tennis. I heard that you are also very good. Leave your phone number. I will call you when I want to play tennis with you. Is that okay? For the sake of his own points, Xinjian shamelessly acted cute and acted like a drama queen. He was relieved only after the mobile phone number and the agreement for the game were completed. Fortunately, he can ignore this guy for the time being. Let's go to the court to defeat Shuji Tanshima first. Shuji, why do I feel like he seems to be comforting me? Audiobook looked at the kid who left his phone number with each other and emphasized that he should call him when he has time and must play a serious game. Looking at Shuji Taneshima's tangled eyes, he suddenly felt comforted because he was unhappy about losing the game in the morning. It's the way that kid comforts people. It's a bit of stepping on one and praising another, which is a bit unfair to Shuji, the official opponent who is about to play. However, looking at Shuji Taneshima's frustrated look, he felt really good in his heart. You too, wait, I just taught you a lesson this morning, now I'm going to teach that kid a lesson. Shuji Taneshima didn't expect that he would become the middleman of the friendship between the two, and it was still this mode of being stepped on by one person. However, was that kid comforting him? Why did he feel that the kid seemed to be trying to accomplish something, not just asking for Yajudu's mobile phone number for some relatives like his sister? Now let's start the finals of the youth tennis tournament under 12 years old. Player Shuji Taneshima, please go on the court. Player Uchiha Xinjian, please go on the court. There are still hosts for this type of competition. After standing up at the right time, the host invited both parties to go on the court, and then handed the court to the players and the referee. The game begins. Shuji Taneshima serves. As Xinjian once again didn't guess, the first serve was Shuji Taneshima's. Bang! Without any nonsense, Shuji Taneshima reached the serving point, threw the ball and swung the racket in one go. Bang! Xinjian watched the ball fly over here, and after a normal return, he continued the game in a way that was almost nothing to watch except speed. The two ran and swung the racket in their respective ranges, and the ball was dazzling. It was hard to believe that this was a competition area for those under 12 years old. But what was even more excessive was that the one playing against the 12-year-old was actually less than 7 years old. Just as they were going back and forth and fighting for points, a man with slightly curly hair and sharp eyes appeared beside Sato Shi. Sato, when you said you took leave to take care of your child, did you mean you brought your child here to play tennis? Kurobukio looked at his colleague who had skipped work for 2 days, and was a little curious about seeing him here. He came here today to observe the finals of the 14th and 16th groups, but he found that there were also good seedlings in the under-12 group. Then, he naturally saw Sato, who was always showing off his presence because of his height. I'm here with that kid to participate in the competition. Look at the two of them. Who will win? Sato glanced at Kurobe, and then continued to look at the competition field. It has been more than 10 minutes since the start, and the current score is 1:1. The two children, one big and one small, are working hard to win this game. This game will end soon. A 7-year-old child will definitely not be physically stronger than a 12-year-old. Do you still need to ask me about this? Kurobe looked for a while before giving his judgment. After all, there is a big gap. This is not something that can be surpassed by just hard work, especially in the stage of children. A 1-year gap is a gap that is difficult to cross, not to mention a gap of 5 years. This time difference is 2. The gap is too big. Xinjian is the champion of free fighting for teenagers under 12 years old, and has participated in all the official competitions within a year. Under this premise, who will win this game? Satoshi was very unhappy that the little guy he watched grow up was looked down upon, and he told some information that was not a secret but had not been discovered for the time being because of the different fields. For this kind of thing, as long as Uchiha Zenjian's name is entered into the computer, a bunch of information keywords will be automatically refreshed. But because few tennis players care about free fighting, it has resulted in 2 days of competition, and no one has realized Zenjian's other halo. Ahem. If this is the case, the white-haired boy will be in trouble. Kurobe took out his mobile phone, quickly sent a message, and then coughed helplessly to ease the embarrassment. 1 year? That means starting from last year. If it is counted from the beginning of the year, a little over 5 years old can play 12 years old? What a monster! If it was tennis, if you start playing from a young age, it's not surprising that you can still win even if your opponent is a little weaker. But that free fighting? Although he has never learned it or had any contact with it, everyone still knows what it is. Is this kid made of iron? He participated in the competition at such a young age, and he actually won? Are the tournament committee crazy? Otherwise, why would they let such a young child compete? The awards for the entire year. Are you kidding? This is simply... For the first time, Kurobe felt that he had turned into a complainer, but he had just started complaining when he received a reply on his phone. With pictures and text, he, an outsider, clearly saw who dominated the free fighting competition under the age of 12 this year. Photos of various competitions, trophies, medals, and flags, as well as pictures captured during the competition. Are children nowadays so cruel? Could it be that without knowing it, humans have quietly completed the sudden mutation of infants and young children, or called evolution? But the data of other players in these competitions all look so normal, only this little guy rushed into the crowd like a beast. This is simply a miracle. Chapter 14. The doctor said that he had done something to him. Could it be that something was done to him? Kurobe paused on the word experiment, but he knew Sato could understand. No, except for adjusting his diet according to the standards of some professional nutritionists, there was nothing else. He has been like this since he was a child. When he was 3 years old, he could grab 2 5-year-old children, one in each hand, and throw them around. Sato also understood Kurobe's suspicion, because he also suspected that the child had been tampered with when he was a child. But he has been watching the tests over the years and is sure that Zenjian is talented in these areas. If tennis still needs to be learned and practiced, then when fighting with others in the ring, all the reactions of this kid are not wasted, and he knows very well how to make the opponent lose the ability to move in the fastest time. They asked several times, but the child just thought it was fun and just wanted to take the trophy back to his father. They also have sons and daughters, but they still often feel jealous because of the child's filial piety. Why is he playing tennis now? Are you going to take him on this road? Kurobe did not continue to worry about things that could not be explained. In the tennis range he was familiar with, he also knew some geniuses who were born to be suitable and whose indicators were so good that they seemed to be born for tennis. So at this time, he only needed to judge the future of this child. If possible, the training should be started from childhood. How will his future go? His father does not intend to interfere. Do you think I know? Sato turned back and glared at him unhappily, and this guy's mind began to be active again. But he still has to be disappointed. How Zenjian's future will go is the child's own choice. The ideas of these people are not important. A person who has been very independent since childhood will not be swayed by the ideas of others. At least there is still this possibility. If he likes it, then we can't bury the genius. Kurobe was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, but this did not prevent him from wanting to dig people's minds. Geniuses also need to be cultivated hard before they can go further. Even if you have any ideas, at least wait until he is 15 years old. Now he just needs a free and happy childhood. It's not too late to make a decision about the future after he is 15 years old. Sato thought of the state of Sakaki Taro doting on his son, so he could only let Kuro be obedient for a short time. Although Sakaki Taro is rarely seen angry, as a friend, everyone knows that Guy is a real ruthless person. Now that Guy has such a precious pimple. If he knew that Kurobe had the intention to snatch the child, even if he just wanted to take him away for training, it would definitely be a big deal. Tanishima Shoji wins this game, score 5:2. There was a long silence until the referee announced the score, which attracted the attention of the two people. Uncle Sato, I don't want to lose. Xinjian returned to the rest area, picked up the water cup and drank 2 sips, then wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Raising his head, he looked at Sato, and said seriously that he didn't want to and couldn't lose. You, go, don't get hurt, you should know what kind of pressure your body can bear. As for your father, I will tell him after the game. Sato was softened by the dark eyes, nodded, and released the restraint they had set for Xinjian before. Thank you, uncle. Xinjian's face instantly piled up with a smile. Little guy, can you play seriously now? Tanishima Shoji was drinking water in the rest area on the other side. Looking at the expressions of the little guy and the parent, and listening to the meaning of their words, he also knew that something had been restricted before. However, he still didn't think he would lose, because his strength had not been fully demonstrated. Be careful next time, don't let the tennis ball hit you, otherwise you will get hurt. I'm not sure how much the force of the tennis ball can be controlled. Xin Yan looked at the other side very seriously, he was really unsure. Before, he couldn't use too much force, nor could he use too tricky angles and skills, although he himself didn't develop his skills at all because of these restrictions. But the fact that it's not shown in the data doesn't mean that he can't do it, nor does it mean that he can't do it. Then you have to be careful too, my tennis ball is very direct. Tajima Shoji put down the towel and came to the court holding the racket. Seeing that the little guy who was still the same as before suddenly became fierce, his fingers holding the racket tightened for no reason. It seemed that something strange happened, but he couldn't find out what it was. This round was Xinjian's serve. His fingers were spread out and the tennis ball was gently thrown up in the palm of his hand. Bend your knees, lean back, and swing your racket. Bang! With a simple action, the tennis ball was hit straight to the opposite side. Serving is so simple? This was the first thought of people outside the court after seeing it. This made the audience who were expecting some special skills to be displayed a little disappointed. But just after the ball passed the net and touched the bottom, the bounced tennis ball suddenly seemed to be added with super high-speed rotation force, and when Tanjima Shoji swung the racket to return the ball, it directly penetrated the tennis racket. Be careful with your hands, my power is never as simple as you see. After the referee announced the score, Xinjian watched Shoji Tanijima silently change his racket, and then he once again took a tennis ball from the side and held it in his palm again. When people saw this action again, it was easy to think of the power of the ball just now. Some people have been discussing that this way of holding the ball in the palm is the reason. But in fact, not only Xinjian, but even Shoji Tanijima on the opposite side knew that this method was just because his hands were too small, and he couldn't use his fingers to increase the speed of the tennis ball. Now holding it in the palm of the hand and throwing it up is one of the steps to increase the rotation. The other is when swinging the racket. Just like a spring that is suppressed to the lowest and then locked, it will bounce up with several times more power when it is unlocked. And the moment the serve lands is the unlocking moment, so the tennis ball that flies out at this moment will break the racket it touches like an electric drill. I hate this kind of tennis. Tanshima Shoji can now make most of his opponent's skills disappear, or return to their original nature. But this kind of straightforward ball, which made him see the principle at a glance, could not be cracked because of the pure power and speed. This time, Xinjian's serve was solved by 4 serves. Chapter 15. The ball was caught by the racket, and the tennis ball flew to the other side of the net. Bang! The tennis ball was intercepted by the racket. As the racket swayed and hit the ball, the fast tennis ball landed lightly on the other side of the net. Uchiha Xinjian won this game. The score was 7-5, Uchiha Xinjian won. The referee's voice resounded throughout the stadium, and this sudden reversal of the game came to an end. "Little guy, are your arms and knees okay?" After the game, Shoji Tanijima, who lost the game, jumped over the net, squatted in front of Xinjian, and reached out to grab his arm to check. The shaking of the racket just now caused great damage to the entire arm. "It's okay." Xinjian handed the racket to his other hand and stood there to let Shoji Tanijima pull his arm to check. This level of action is really not a troublesome thing for him, and it is really very gentle compared to the ring. However, he can't say such words. Saying it out will not only be discouraging, but it may also be banned from tennis by his father after his father knows about it. In his father's words, in the ring, you just knock the opponent down and it's over. But tennis is different. If you develop a habit, you will keep insisting on it during practice in the future. When you realize that there is a problem, it will be too late. So, his father is right, he has always listened obediently. If Shoji Tanijima was not too strong this time, he would not have temporarily lifted the restrictions in order to win. However, the system is a pitfall, and it didn't record his skills. Although he didn't know what level of skills it should be, he still had to say that the system was too pitfall. "It's okay, don't use it too much before you grow up." Shoji Tanijima scratched his hair, and he was relieved to make sure that he was okay. If he really broke the kid's arm because of the game, he would never feel at ease in his life. "If it wasn't for an opponent who was stronger than you, I probably wouldn't need it." Xing Yan smiled. He felt that in the recent period, at most he might need to use it when he played against Mitsuya Akuto. After all, they had the same points. But it's not necessarily the case, because Okageko didn't make it so hard for him to beat him. "Let's go, we should go to receive the award. Leave me a phone number later, and I'll take you out to play when I have time." Tanijima Shoji stood up, holding the racket in one hand and holding Xing Yan in the other, and took him to the podium. During this process, he didn't forget to make an appointment with Xing Yan to go out to play when he had time. When Xing Yan stood on the podium and raised the trophy, his main task 3 finally turned the score from 0 to 1. "Dad, I won. This time it's a trophy, a really big one." After returning home, Xinjian sat on the sofa holding the trophy and made a video call with Taro Sakaki, who was originally from the UK. "Thank you for your hard work. Rest well next time. Don't train in the next few days, otherwise Dad will be angry." And the unloading and amplification methods of tennis. Taro Sakaki was naturally happy when he saw his son holding the trophy. But when he thought that in order to get this trophy, this kid actually ignored the previous agreement and used some dangerous methods directly after the consent of Sato, the idiot, his worries overwhelmed the happiness in his heart. Others didn't know, but he watched his son practice fighting skills step by step. Unloading and amplification are the 2 most basic trainings of Xinjian. Unloading is to protect yourself, and amplification is to be able to defeat the opponent with several times or even dozens of times the power in an instant. These 2 trainings are too hard, and as a father, he is more reluctant than anyone else. But what his beloved son said was right. In the ring, this is a fighting skill, and in reality, if you encounter danger, it is a life-saving ability. So he can allow it, and even practice with him. But he can't allow Xinjian to integrate these things into tennis. The hard training behind it is for personal safety, not for entertainment. At least at this stage, Sakaki Taro can see clearly that for his son, tennis is not a dream or a must-have for the future. Although he is a little obsessed with winning or losing, it is definitely not a passion. It can only be regarded as a game of entertainment. Maybe there will be changes in the future, but those have nothing to do with now. "Dad, don't be angry, okay? I only met one opponent like this, and I don't want to lose, no matter it is in the ring, or on the tennis court, I don't want to lose. Xinjian looked at Taro Sakaki, who said only a few words in the video and then fell silent, threw the trophy in his arms aside, raised his hand and grabbed a few times in the direction of the camera. At first it was a system requirement, but after a few years, Xinjian cared about this father-son relationship. He was not afraid of his father's anger, nor was he afraid of his father's glare, but he was afraid of this sudden silence. Once this happened, it meant that he had done something to make his father sad. Because he was really sad and worried, he didn't say anything, but just looked at him with a guilty look. I'll teach you a lesson when I get home. After class tomorrow, let the driver take you to Akutagawa's house to learn chess from your uncle Akutagawa. Sakaki Taro only persisted for a few minutes, then helplessly raised his hands to cover his face, and decided to cultivate a more literary interest for Xinjian. He really felt that he should not have come to the UK at this time, otherwise he would not have let the child almost get into trouble without being watched. But under the gaze of those aggrieved and pitiful big eyes, his heart as an old father, in an instant, was not angry at all. However, punishment is still necessary. After returning, let someone give him more homework. Also make more dishes that this kid doesn't like to eat but has the nutritional needs. Dad, why don't I go to Grandpa Xiongri to learn how to play chess, and play chess with Uncle Akutagawa? I'm afraid that after you come back, I will be able to sleep like Jiro. Pouting, Xinjian was really against going to Akutagawa's house to learn chess from Uncle Akutagawa. Jiro has been sleeping more and more in the past 2 years. The biggest reason is that Uncle Akutagawa is too nagging when he is at home. The only way to avoid his nagging is to find a place to lie down, turn a deaf ear to the words around you, and sleep peacefully. So, Jiro's love of sleepiness was developed in this way. Aunt Akutagawa has taught Uncle Akutagawa a lesson for this, but the effect is minimal. No, there are children in Xiongri's house. If you are taken by Yueran to make trouble, it will affect others. Sakaki Taro thought of the kid from the Mukyai family and confirmed once again that he must not let his son go to the Mukyai family. The troubled Mukyai Gakuto was said to be under strict control recently because his younger brother was born. If Mukyai Gakuto saw Xinjian who could climb trees and climb houses, he would be worried that the Mukyai family's villa might be in danger. Although he was very mature at ordinary times, when he was with children of similar age, his son was a devil and no one could control him. Chapter 16. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next day. Xinjian, is playing chess really that fun? Jiro Akutagawa sat under a tree in his backyard, looking up at Xinjian who was rolling and jumping on the tree, using his tree to practice flexibility, and couldn't figure out what this kid was thinking. Since the end of the youth tennis tournament last year, Xinjian often came to his house to play. At first he was very happy because Xinjian finally took the initiative to play with him. But later he found out that the purpose of coming to his house was to play chess with his nagging father. And he came at least 2 or 3 times a week, making the atmosphere in their home more and more harmonious. Because his father, who likes to nag, finally found someone who is willing to listen to his nagging, his mother said that she would give Uncle Sakaki more gifts as a thank you. After all, he is the precious son of someone who has worked hard. Actually, it's okay. Although Uncle Akutagawa talks a lot, he is very good at both shogi and go. I still have a lot to learn. Xinjian jumped down from the tree, and there was no trace of damage on the grass when he landed lightly. He walked to Jilin and sat down. When Xinjian talked about Uncle Akutagawa, there was a bit of helplessness in his tone. He was a little entangled with the attribute of being a chatterbox at first. But he got used to it after listening to it more. If you think about it from another perspective, the external information mentioned by Uncle Akutagawa is also what he is not allowed to contact under normal circumstances. You learn slowly. I will go to find Ale Yang to play tennis later. By the way, will you still participate in this year's youth tennis competition? Jilin put his hands behind his head, lay on the grass under the tree and talked about his plan for today. Suddenly I remembered what Yu Ren said, that it was time to sign up for the competition where Xing Yan won the championship last year. I must participate. Uncle Sato has already signed me up, but the result of asking him to sign up is that I will have to play fewer games again. Xing Yan also lay down and looked at the treetops, helpless about the uncle's insistence on sending him to the final competition. But he is now completely calm, unlike the state a year ago when he wanted to increase the number of games. The impetuousness when he first came to this world, and the sense of urgency to grow up, were all smoothed out by playing chess and listening to people's nagging this year. Come on! Try to win 2 consecutive championships and let those guys experience the fear of being crushed by children again. Thinking of some reports last year, Jilin felt that this year would be more lively. Moreover, this year they will go to the scene to cheer for Xing Yan. Actually, my goal is to win the Triple Crown. Xing Yan raised his fingers, and the leaves blew with the wind, breaking the sunlight that passed through. Although his heart was much calmer, his goal was still the championship. 3 champions, complete the main task of the system, and then arrange the subsequent plan according to the task. This year, there should be plot characters appearing, right? However, there is a guy who still owes him a game. It was clearly agreed, but the guy actually slipped away because of his father's job transfer. He will definitely not come here to participate this year. Fortunately, there is no time limit for that task, otherwise, he would have gone to find someone in person. After a year, the pit system still refuses to tell him the identity of the target characters of those random tasks. It's really too much. In the spring season, this youth tennis competition was held in Keikaji Sports Park in Tokyo. The competition is still expected to last 2 days. Like last year, he was directly recommended by professionals, exempted from the preliminaries, and directly entered the competition. Watching the host from last year come out and announce the start of this year's competition, and then draw lots to divide the groups. Another 3 groups. Xing Yan took the group he drew and went to the 3rd group level, and then returned to the waiting area, waiting for the competition to officially begin. Xinjian, I just saw a player the same age as us in the Group 1 competition area. Mirai Taketo dragged his friends out for a walk, and then found a player the same age as them. What's the name of the player in Group 1? Xinjian was already in the waiting area of the Group 3 competition venue. At this time, the order of the competition had not been announced, and he could not go to the Group 1 competition area to find someone. However, he had a hunch that someone who was the same age as Jiro and Taketo and would participate in this competition must be a plot character. I just don't know who this person is. Tezuka Kunimitsu? Or, Yukimura Seiichi? Or, Sanada Genikir? But according to the information he received from the system before, if it was Sanada and Yukimura, then there should be 2 people. So, is it Tezuka? His name is Genikir Sanada, he looks arrogant, Gakuto greeted him, but he ignored us. Shishido Ryo leaned on the guardrail outside the field, very upset that Gakuto ignored his greeting just now. So what if he can participate in the competition? What's so arrogant? Let Xinjian teach him a lesson tomorrow. Actually, I think he may not have heard it, they are very noisy over there, and there are many people around him, I don't know what they are saying to him. Jiro said awkwardly that it is really possible that they didn't mean it. Compared with the warm-up exercises of Group 3, the atmosphere of Group 1 is really bad, a group of people are surrounding one person, and I don't know what they are talking about. Jiro, you actually speak for that guy, I don't care, anyway, I remember his name, Xiongri Yueran was already unhappy about being ignored, and now seeing Jiro actually defending that guy, he was in an even worse mood. He is his friend, how can he not stand on his side? Maybe something happened. Xinjian supported the chair with his arms and jumped back to appear next to Xiongri Yueran. He reached out and patted the arm of the guy who was in a bad mood. He didn't quite understand why Sanada Genikir was targeted at this time. Although Sanada was not very old, the guy seemed to be anxious. At this time, someone rushed to trouble him. Who was so careless? That guy seems to be a bit miserable. Xiongri Yuan got angry quickly, and now his mind changed, so he was no longer entangled. However, he just sympathized in his heart. He still had to watch Xinjian's game next. How other venues were going was something that the organizer and the boys' parents needed to care about. Little guy, you are bullying me again, you should do your best in the game. Before the game started, the white-haired boy Shiji Tanshima ran over, stretched out his hand and rubbed Xinjian's head twice, then stepped back with a smile. Shiji Tanshima, why are you here if you are not going to the game? Xinjian looked at Shiji Tanshima, who should be in the 14-year-old division this year, and was very disgusted with this guy's behavior of running around before the game. Compared with Yuezi Gekao, who occasionally made an appointment to go out to play a game of tennis, this guy always went to the school gate after school to block people and said he was going to play ball, but I took him to play table tennis, billiards, bowling, golf, and even ice hockey, but he refused to play tennis with him. Chapter 17. The two of them were very excited. I heard that the little one was on the competition list again, so I came to take a look. Now I'm going back. I must cheer for him. Tajima Shuji smiled and waved his hand. After saying hello, he hurried back to the 14-year-old competition area. What on earth is that guy doing here? Shishido Ryo watched the man come and go, and didn't see what his purpose was at all. Is it just to cheer for Xinjian? Who knows what it means? Xinjian shook his head. He had wanted to hit Shiji Tanshima with a racket many times for not giving him points and always running out to take him around. But he didn't have time to say just now that he must cheer for that guy in the game and not lose to others. The game has started. Let's go to Dad. Come on, Xinjian. Jiro saw that the referee had already come on the field and knew that the game was about to start. After cheering for Xinjian again, he dragged the other two to the area where several parents were. Yet, Xinjian jumped over the guardrail and took a look at the stand area where the parents were. There were his father, Uncle Sato, and Uncle Akutagawa. Perhaps because he was unable to watch his game last year, all the work in recent days was directly postponed or handed over to others. For this precious fatherly love, Xinjian decided. He will participate in more competitions this year and prepare more collections for his father's display cabinet. It seems that there will be a youth shogi competition in a while, and he can go to participate in this. Uncle Akutagawa, who once won the national championship in college, teaches him. Although he is not very proficient in learning, it should not be difficult to get some results in the youth group at this level. And table tennis. Although he was brought here by Shuji Tanajima, in his previous life, he had volunteered at the Senior Sports Center for 2 years, and was often dragged by some grandpas and aunts to practice with him. In short, the tennis champion is a mandatory requirement, but he also wants to try other aspects. Sitting in the waiting area, Xinjian defeated his opponents again and again, and then went home with his parents in the evening. The next morning, when he entered the venue again and looked at the list of players, he was stunned for a moment. The name he thought would be there did not appear, which was very different from his expectations. The game is about to start, I will go in first. Xinjian did not find the target of attention, greeted Jilin and Yueran who accompanied him, and then walked into the stadium to adjust his state. In this semi-final and final, he did not wait for the system to refresh the random tasks, and the opponents in the semi-final and final were not as difficult to deal with as he imagined. When he handed the trophy to Sakaki Taro in the evening, he was in a listless state even though he had not consumed much energy. Today's tennis, wasn't it fun? Sakaki Taro smiled and took Xinjian's tennis bag, which also contained the trophy. He picked it up for him and turned around to hold the child's hand and walked out of the park. It's okay. Although it's not as interesting as last year, it's barely good. Xinjian was held by the hand and walked on the road. He yawned and talked about his feelings about this game. Although he didn't want his father to see how hard he played, he was really disappointed that he could easily win the game without any extraordinary performance. After all, this is a world with tennis as the background. It is normal for masters to appear every year, right? Could it be that all the tennis geniuses in this world were born in the same era? Thinking about this all the way, Xinjian suddenly thought of several other pieces of information. In the year of Jiro and his friends, there were many people of the same age who crushed the school tennis team in the first year of junior high school. It goes without saying that Hyote and Rikai won the tennis club in the first year of junior high school, and most of the heads of the club were first-year students. Even if there were a few who participated in the competition in the first year of junior high school, none of their names were recorded. 1 or 2 years are not good enough. Counting back to the third year, that was the year of Tanejima Shuji and his friends. So, tennis players in this world are refreshed in batches? A wave of tennis geniuses is born every 3 years? In the 2 years between them, even if there were occasional tennis geniuses born, they were rare and pitiful. This setting really needs to be discussed unilaterally with the system. Thinking back to the beginning, when he was in the ninja world. When receiving the plot, he often complained to the system. Those classes must have 2 boys and 1 girl, and they must face each other in life and death, or even destroy the world, and finally have a harmonious and happy reunion. Although the system has never responded to such complaints, it has not stopped him, so he took it as the system's agreement. Fortunately, the background of this world is tennis. Sports animation, there is not so much love and hatred, just fighting for victory or defeat on the tennis court. As for the setting of the age of those geniuses, he is the same age as the protagonist, so he will meet on the court when the time comes. Xinjian, you actually dislike those opponents, you didn't say anything all the way, you definitely dislike them. After getting off the car, Xiongri Yueran grabbed Xinjian, who was still distracted. He had imagined his silence all the way. Actually, they are not weak. Have you heard about the results of Division 14? Xin Yan retracted his mind that had drifted to Tokosing, looked at Jilin and Yueran who followed him back to his house, and remembered another thing he had forgotten before. Although Shuji Tanejima always coaxed him to go out and play, he was also a very familiar friend. At this time, if he left after the game, if he didn't care about the other party's results, he might be teased by that guy again next time. The final winner is Shuji Tanejima. Their game ended a little later, and the awards were just presented. Sakaki Taro got out of the car, took out his mobile phone and opened the message sent by Satoshi, which showed a photo of Shuji Tanejima holding the championship trophy. What a bright smile! I'll make a call and go take a shower, and we'll have barbecue to celebrate in the evening. Xin Yan was very satisfied with the result, took out his mobile phone and called. Congratulations, you've left the 12-year-old division and can touch the championship trophy. The call was picked up by the other party as soon as it was dialed. Xinjian's congratulations were insincere, and Tanejima Shuji on the other side was not much different. He returned to his room while talking on the phone. As for Jiro and Yueran, although they didn't come to the Sakaki family many times, the 3 of them were so familiar with each other that they didn't need Xinjian to entertain them. They asked the servants to pack their things and did what they needed to do. Chapter 18. The game was a big success, but the game was a big success. Host, Uchiha Xinjian. Age, 8 years old. Special, 1 Megatama Sharingan, waiting to be activated, 97/100. 5 stats, Speed 3.7, Strength 3.2, Stamina 3.1, Spirit 6.6, Technique 3.8, Total 20.4. Skills, 2 Sword Flow Max, Outer Spin Serve 2, Spin Snake Ball I. Points, 8,762. World, Prince of Tennis, in progress, Naruto, paused. After hanging up the phone and walking into the bathroom, Xinjian stood under the shower and began to check his personal data while taking a shower. This time he won the championship, and the system just gave him an achievement task, and all 5 attributes were increased by 0.1. Because of this sudden increase in data, his total data directly exceeded 20 points. If he understood correctly, the value of 20 points should be basically considered as the national level in the plot era, right? How old is he now, and he has given such data? If he really reaches the plot year in the future, will he directly start the crushing mode? System, are you sure you don't want to explain? The water flow pressed down his hair that was usually blown up. Xinjian turned the water flow to the maximum, closed his eyes and waited for the system to reply to him. Although his complaints would be ignored by the system, as long as it was a serious question, the system would still give him a responsible answer. The host's body is a genetic template copied from the ninja world. If the host was not too lazy, he would not have only the mental power that could barely see it. The system gave an explanation, but the meaning of this information made Xinjian feel full of ridicule. I'm asking you, I'm only 8 years old now, with this kind of data, junior high school students won't be my opponent, I won't have the motivation to work hard in the future, and I don't even need to draw for my skills. Xin Yan complained about himself to the system for the first time. Now he can play tennis in his own way, and the points lottery is not attractive to him, which is not good. As a qualified system, he must have a goal to chase, instead of the current situation where he can crush his peers as long as he grows up safely. No, even those who are 5 or 6 years older can be crushed by him. Since the host is too confident in himself, the system upgrade is enabled. The system upgrade is completed, the new lottery system is enabled, and the host can check it by himself. The system upgrade does not even need a countdown, and a new lottery interface is directly opened for him. Originally, it was just a lottery interface, with 1000 points drawn once, and the items and skills drawn belonged only to the world of Prince of Tennis. Now, there is an additional option to draw unlimited random items, and one draw requires 10,000 points. System, you won't tell me what you get for every 10,000 points you draw. Are you sure you're not trying to trick me? Xin Yan suddenly felt a little weak. He was just bored and complained to the system, showing off that he was doing well in disguise. But the system was a jerk. It upgraded directly, and then gave him an interface that didn't let him know what he would get for every 10,000 points he spent. Who knows if this unlimited means no lower limit? The previous lottery at least had clear standards, and the lowest was low-level ball skills. There is no garbage in the system's products, just like the host selected by the system. Even if you don't work hard, you will be a fine product. If you work a little hard, you will be a top product. If you work hard, you may become a divine product. After half a minute, the system suddenly sent a reply to Xin Yan. Then, Xin Yan laughed. System, you have changed. You are no longer aloof. You can actually make me laugh. Xin Yan was really happy about the system's reply that fine products, top products, and even divine products were produced. His system was finally worn out by him. But was it praising him or scolding him? Anyway, it didn't matter, as long as the system responded. He didn't expect the system to really give him some god-level setting, just let him be a human being. He didn't have a big heart, and he wouldn't be able to hold it up if he was given too much. Sure enough, you are aloof again. I'm in a good mood now, so I won't bother with you. Xin Yan, who was in high spirits, took a shower, and after making sure that the system ignored him again, he changed his clothes and went downstairs. As for his 5 measurements, the body gene template of a ninja, these data can only be considered average. 8 years old, he lived to be 8 years old again. Although his birthday is still a few months away, this 8-year-old display reminds him of the moment he was killed in the ninja world. Uchiha. In fact, he was not killed by Uchiha Itachi's sword, nor by Uchiha Obito, but by the Konoha Anbu wearing a fox mask. He used the transformation technique and the shielding props produced by the system to hide underground. He saw Uchiha Itachi swinging his sword at his clan members, and saw the scarlet eyes behind Uchiha Obito's mask. But they didn't know if they really didn't notice him underground. Anyway, they didn't do anything to him after passing through the alley several times. Until later, the ground was stained with blood. Hiding underground, he could no longer hide in the blood. When he wanted to buy props to escape, he was suddenly slashed by a fox mask who appeared behind him. "Little guy, I'm inviting you out to eat cake now. You're distracted by the cake. Don't you like the mango flavor?" A few days later, Shoji Tanijima went to the door of Hyote again to wait for Xinjian to finish school. After picking him up, he ran 2 laps and then took him to a dessert shop that was said to be pretty good. "I'm thinking about how to find a guy who stood me up to fight. It's been more than a year, and he runs too fast." Xinjian lowered his head and ate the cake with a spoon. He was indeed in a bad state recently. Ever since he remembered the scene of being killed, he had nightmares for several consecutive days. Now he urgently needs to find something to do so that he can get out of the memory of being killed at the age of 8. "Are you still thinking about that guy? I can easily beat him with his tennis." Tajima Shoji naturally knew who the guy who stood him up was. He was watching from the side when they made the appointment. However, this kid is too much. He was chasing him to play tennis before, but now he is giving up because he has been uncooperative. "Then you play a game with me." Xinjian slowly raised his head, revealing a lazy breath. The mango-flavored cake, the sweet smell was eaten, and his big cat eyes narrowed. Cake, at first, Jiro often took him to eat together, and later he also liked this sweet feeling of happiness. Except tennis. Tajima Shoji was stunned for a moment, and then directly refused. He was almost tricked by this kid. He knew that he was thinking about playing tennis with him, and it would be impossible for him to give up so easily. Now he has learned to use the method of provocation. Who knows who has led this little guy astray? Chapter 19. The two of them were beaten, but Xinjian was already in a state of panic. "Tisk. You're talking as if you have a chance of winning with other balls." Xinjian complained about Tanidua Shuji with disdain, but they still went to a nearby table tennis club together after eating the cake. It was 2 hours later when the two came out again. Tanidua Shuji, who had been abused for more than a dozen games, was embarrassed to even smile. Perhaps, they will change to something else to play next time. In terms of table tennis, Xinjian has completely turned on the crushing mode. "Send me a message when you go back. Just wait for my call this weekend. Don't run around alone." Standing on the side of the road, Tanidua Shuji stretched out his hand and rubbed Xinjian's hair twice. As for what he had promised before, he decided to complete it this weekend. Although that guy ran away, he just transferred to another school and left. It's not like he can't find him. "Thank you." After getting in the car, Xinjian lowered the window and waved goodbye to Nakajima Shuji. As for asking someone to help him say thank you. Anyway, he thought it was normal. It was just that seeing Tanijima Shuji's stunned expression, he was indeed an interesting guy. Hey, don't say thank you so casually next time. At least treat me to a big meal." The car had already left, and Tanijima Shuji turned and walked towards the station, complaining that the kid's verbal thanks were not sincere at all. However, the arc of his mouth corners revealed his mood at the moment. After returning home, Xinjian still went to school and went home normally, practiced daily, played tennis, and went to Akutagawa's house to continue playing shogi with the chatterbox uncle. On the weekend, he got up early and took a shower with a bit of irritation because of the dream. "Let the driver follow you when you go out, and call home if you have any questions." Sakaki Taro looked at his child who had been unstable recently, and did not ask about his whereabouts, but arranged a new driver to follow him. "Dad, I'm just a little confused now, and I'll adjust soon. Xinjian handed the tennis bag he had sorted to the housekeeper, turned around and looked at his father with worried eyes, and suddenly realized that his recent performance was a bit too much. Because of the intrusion of those memories and dreams, his state has been a bit chaotic, but he always thought that no one would know if he didn't show it. But this is his family, and he has always cared about his father. Even if it's just a little emotional change, it can't be hidden. Do what you want to do, and no one can force you to do what you don't want to do. Now you just need to grow up healthy and happy, and leave the rest to your father. Sakaki Taro patted Xinjian's shoulder. He was very happy that his son was willing to tell him these things. However, his son is grown up. It can't be like when he was a child. If there is anything unhappy, just hug him and coax him. Since he wants to make adjustments on his own, then choose to believe him and believe that he can do it. The phone has come. Tanshima has already arranged someone. I'm going to play tennis first. Goodbye, Dad. The warm atmosphere did not last for half a minute. Tanshima Shuji called at this time. Xinjian answered the phone, got in the car after confirming the location, waved goodbye to Sakaki Taro, and then asked the driver to set off. Tanshima Shuji's appointment location is still in Tokyo. When Xinjian arrived, the person he wanted to meet was already here. You little guy, if you want to ask me to play tennis, can't you call me yourself? Mitsuya Akuto leaned against the wall with glasses on, watching the child who was a little taller than a year ago walk in. He was a little unhappy about being asked out to play tennis with this kid. You changed your phone number after moving, and you didn't give me a new number. How can I find you? Xinjian stopped, looked up at Akuto who was stunned for a moment, and knew that this guy might really have forgotten about it. But it doesn't matter whether he forgot or not. He just needs to beat this guy and then use 10,000 points to draw a prize. Although people always say that the system is a scam, in his current state, the system should add some usable things to the list of prizes. As for the system mall, it was okay in the ninja world, but now in the world of tennis, apart from the ridiculously high prices of various ball skills, there are only some training materials left. He doesn't need to buy training materials, and the weight training suit is not something he can use when he hasn't grown up yet. As for the ball skills, let's not talk about whether he wants to use these ball skills, just the price starting from tens of thousands of points. He absolutely doesn't want it. That. I remember I sent you a message. Ajiadu smiled awkwardly. He had just arrived in a new environment and had no time to think so much after he got busy. Maybe I didn't see it. Do you need to warm up? I asked you out to fulfill the promise made more than a year ago. Xinjian came to the outside of the court with a tennis bag on his back, took out the racket and clenched it in his palm. When he looked up at Mitsuya Ajiadu again, his eyes were full of anticipation for this game. We have already warmed up. Let's go and fulfill the previous promise. Ajiadu walked to the other side, picked up his racket, and looked at the little guy opposite who was said to have won 2 consecutive youth championships. He was also looking forward to this game in his heart. As for the other person present, I not only have to find someone for you, but I have to referee you at this time. You two are really unpleasant guys. Tajima Shuji sat on the referee's seat, watching the two people, one big and one small, standing in front of the net, and his eyes became serious. The game begins. Akuto Mitsuya serves. Looking at Xinjian who failed to guess the first place again, Shuji Tanijima told himself not to laugh too much, adjusted his expression and announced the start of the game. He seemed to have discovered a strange thing about this kid. He could never get the first move at any time. Could it be that because he was too strong, his luck was weakened? Bang! Akuto served, initially just a tentative straight ball. Bang! The tennis ball bounced up and hit back. This ball was too ordinary, except that the speed and power were gradually increasing, there was no other feature. Shuji Tanijima, who was sitting in the referee's seat, slowly narrowed his eyes and observed the changes in Akuto's eyes. They had played tennis before, both in competitions and in private, so he knew what this guy was doing. Data tennis: when facing an unfamiliar opponent, the first step is to capture the opponent's data first. But this kind of data information control seems to be ineffective now. That kid's unremarkable hitting style is completely the nemesis of Yajudu. Out of bounds, 0-15. Yajudu's return ball went out of bounds, and Xinjian scored a point. Chapter 20. The ball was out of bounds, but the opponent was still alive. It's really scary. Yajudu looked at the tennis ball he hit back and it went out of bounds, without any surprise. Before he hit back, he had already calculated that the ball would definitely go out of bounds. He plays data tennis, and has many ways to hit back and destroy various types of tennis balls, but only this one, he knew the result from the beginning, but it was a result he couldn't destroy. Straight to the point, absolute suppression of power and speed, every one of his hits was within the opponent's calculation. It's okay, the little guy is probably sealed by his family again. Yajudu, you should work harder. If you are defeated without even removing the seal, then you are really lame. Tajima Shuji sat in the referee's seat and shook his head. Although he urged Yajudu to work hard, he knew in his heart that he would not be able to see this kid unsealed today. The absolute suppression of strength and speed has given the little guy a 100% chance of winning, so naturally there is no need to do anything that may put pressure on muscles or bones. You can come down and play. How did he practice? He is so cruel at such a young age. It's a tragedy for anyone who is in the same age as him. Ajiadul looked at Xinjian, who was silent and just playing tennis seriously, and had no choice but to complain to Taina Shuji. However, after he finished speaking, he remembered that they were tragically killed by this kid in last year's session. So, even if they are not in the same age group, they still couldn't escape, so they should sympathize with themselves. 0-1, exchange venues. Tito Shuji was not surprised at all when Xinjian won this game. After changing the venue, he watched Xinjian use the outspin serve that had abused him a year ago to stun Yajudu, and the smile in his eyes was almost unstoppable. Sure enough, I still can't play tennis with this kid. It's really fun to watch him abuse others. I have to think carefully about what kind of ball to play with next time I invite Xiaobaitan out to play. The game is over, 6-0, Uchiha Xinjian wins. The game lasted less than half an hour in total. At the end of the final game, Xinjian didn't give the opponent a single point. Xiaobaitan, I promised to treat this guy to Chinese food after the game. Do you want to go with me? There are a lot of delicious food. After the game, Shuji Tainajima looked at Xinjian, who was about to leave after packing his tennis bag, and walked over to invite him to have dinner together. Although the purpose is to play a game, you can't really run away after the game. After all, they are all his friends. Yet, nodding, Xinjian did not refuse the invitation. Although he could always have Chinese food at home, it was not reasonable to invite someone to play tennis and then leave after the game. As for the meal, he brought a driver with him today, so he would treat him. Xinjian, this is the data I just observed. Take a look at this value and see how much it differs from your actual condition. Mizutani Akuto lost the game, but he didn't seem unhappy at all. Instead, he took out a pen and wrote down several pages of records while Xinjian was packing his tennis bag. With this speed, he definitely doesn't need to worry about the time limit when taking the exam. The records are very detailed and there are no mistakes. He is very good at observation and analysis. Xinjian looked at the records in the notebook. The data on his speed and strength were very accurate. Although this set of data was limited to tennis, it was really amazing to be able to determine all of them after one game. Under what circumstances can the seal be unlocked? After putting away the notebook that had been confirmed by the person himself, Yajudu walked with Xinjian carrying a tennis bag. When he was about to leave the club, he suddenly asked the only tangled thing about this game. Seal, the concept that can be called a seal must be a very strong force. But he couldn't even let the other party touch the seal. It was unlocked once last year, when I was with this guy in the finals. I remember you were there, right? Xinjian tilted his head and looked at Yajudu. Didn't this guy run away without watching the game last year? I was there, but... Yajudu scratched his soft hair entangledness, and felt that there was no need to explain. The truth that he ran to the toilet halfway through a tennis game and the game was over when he came back was very embarrassing. This guy left in the middle of the game. However, I don't know what he did. When he came back, the game was over. He didn't say it, but Shoji Tanijima didn't intend to hide it. Anyway, that was the situation at the time. As for why he left, I guess Shoji Tanijima will never know that someone went to drink a belly full of cold water because he lost to him in the morning. Actually, there's nothing special about it. I just added some tricks when fighting. Xinjian has always described all martial arts competitions as fighting, and now it is the same again, which makes Yajudu look weird. However, Tanadu Shoji knows the truth, but he is happy to watch the show at the side. The atmosphere is getting weirder and weirder. The three people went out. After Tanadu Shoji reported the location, Xinjian's driver sent them to the destination. The meal was quite good, except that Yajudu always looked at Xinjian with hesitation, and occasionally asked Tanadu Shoji with his eyes when he had some ideas, but he was very satisfied with watching the fun and would not give any reply at all. After eating and drinking, the three also it's time to go home. Walking at the intersection, Yajudu had been holding back for so long, but he still felt the need to say something. Otherwise, he would continue to be entangled after returning home. Fighting is something that should be avoided if possible. If you encounter someone with a weapon or someone who is doing something dirty, once you get hurt, it will affect your future. Yajudu took off his glasses and stood beside Xinjian. When he spoke, he didn't know which cloud in the sky his eyes drifted to. Fighting, this kind of thing is really not good. This little guy's family conditions should be very good, and there are many choices for the future. Ha, ha ha ha. Tajima Shoji has been holding back from showing it, but now he really can't hold it back. He turned around and held his stomach against the wall, laughing without caring about his image. Hey, 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 what are you laughing at? You are very familiar with this kid, right? You always call yourself his brother, don't you care? Yajudu was just embarrassed at first, but when he saw Shoji Tanijima laughing, he suddenly got really angry. This guy came to him before and kept talking about how good little brother Xinjian was. The fight I'm talking about is on the ring, not on the street. Xinjian thought that this data collector should have checked his information in advance, so he would naturally know some of his previous competition information. So he thought the look in his eyes during the meal was curiosity about how he was so young but could win the championship. But he didn't expect that this guy didn't investigate any information at all, and now he thinks he's going to learn from others to be a gangster? Chapter 21. The two of them were very close. Xinjian, remember to send a message when you get home, we are leaving too. Tajima Shoji had laughed enough, and dragged Yajudu who wanted to beat him to say goodbye to Xinjian. The misunderstandings and speculations about Yajudu can keep laughing at this guy for several years. Tajima Shoji, you definitely did it on purpose. Yajudu waved to Xinjian who had already got in the car, and after watching him leave, he turned around and reached out to grab Tajima Shoji's collar. This bastard knew everything, but he just didn't tell him, causing him to lose face in front of that kid. However, thinking of that kid, he thought of another little figure who had learned tennis from him. After not contacting each other for so long, I might as well call him to say hello. After all, he doesn't come to Tokyo often now. What? Moved to Kanagawa. Akuto called home, and then he found out that not long after his family moved out, his well-behaved cousin and student also moved out of Tokyo. The plan went wrong, and I have to make other arrangements this afternoon. What's wrong? Tajima Shuji looked at Akuto's expression and put away his previous laughter. My cousin is not in Tokyo, and I have to change my plan this afternoon. You? It's just right, you come with me to play tennis, I want to put some of my ideas into practice. Narrowing his eyes, Akuto looked at Tanshima Shuji and showed a fierce look. He wanted to practice new moves, just in time to let this guy make amends for what happened just now. I didn't agree, I don't want. Tajima Shuji, who was dragged away, shouted no, but after arriving at the tennis court, he played more brutally than anyone else. While they were playing tennis, Xinjian called, and then he heard Shuji Tanajima telling him how he had abused Akuto again. Too miserable, I hope he won't have a psychological shadow when I invite him to play tennis next time. Xinjian listened to someone bragging on the phone, and occasionally heard Akuto's protest against certain adjectives. He made a few jokes before hanging up the phone with a smile. He is home now, and he has to take a shower and change clothes first, and then seriously draw a prize from the system. Random task, host and Akuto Mitsugaya play, reward points 500 points, host defeats Akuto Mitsugaya, reward points 1000. He played a game with Akuto Mitsugaya in the morning. Although it was not a formal competition venue, the system determined that it was always a regular mode game, and there was no venue restriction. After getting these 1500 points, his current points reached 10,028. After taking a hot bath and lying on the bed, Xinjian opened the lottery interface. There was no display at all, but he believed what the system said before, that there would be absolutely no garbage. Consume 10,000 points for unlimited lottery. Congratulations to the host, get the Illusion Learning Manual. Illusion Learning Manual? What is this? Looking at the palm-sized booklet in front of him, Xin Yan stretched out his hand to open it, but when his finger touched it, it suddenly turned into a phantom of a blood-red eye. Then, the blood-red eye flew directly into his eyes. This sudden fusion did not cause any damage, just soreness in his eyes, which was somewhat similar to overuse of the eyes. After the soreness in his eyes disappeared, Xin Yan felt refreshed in his consciousness. The mental pressure brought by the impact of the scene when the ninja world died was completely cleared at this moment. So, the system can adjust the results of his lottery, right? Please do not slander the system. The learning content drawn by the host has been integrated. After the integration, the host's mental strength has been improved, and negative states such as mental confusion have been cleared. The system immediately issued a warning for Xinjian's conjecture. As a system, how could it cheat? Absolutely not. Yes, it's not your problem, I was too weak before. Tsundere system. Xinjian admitted his mistake with a good attitude, but couldn't help but add a label to the system. It doesn't matter if he doesn't admit it, as long as he can get more useful things in the future. Closing his eyes and immersing himself in the understanding after the fusion of knowledge, Xinjian remained in a supine position until he was asked by the servant. After going downstairs for dinner, Xinjian was taken to the piano room by Taro Sakaki. From today on, he will learn another musical instrument. Piano, this is Taro Sakaki's hobby and the instrument he is best at. Although he is just a beginner, Xinjian's learning ability has always been good. Weak. After playing a piece, there was only sound but no emotion and soul, but this result was also very satisfying. After that, Xinjian was even busier. Except for the training list in the system daily tasks, the rest of the time had little to do with tennis. This state lasted for nearly a year. When Xinjian was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, he finally waited for the original plot of Sakaki Taro entering Hyote and becoming a teacher in the junior high school. In a new school year, after the start of school, he once again participated in the Tokyo Youth Tennis Competition. At the age of 9, he still didn't encounter any strong opponents. The moment he won the championship, he was worried that he would have to wait for a few more years. Task 4 was refreshed directly. Main Task 3, Tennis Genius, won the Tokyo Youth Group, under 12 years old, tennis championship for 3 consecutive times. The current score is 3/3, has been completed. After completing the 3 championships, Xinjian was rewarded with 1000 points and a tennis skills encyclopedia. In this regard, Xinjian can only say that since he stopped buying skills, the system has become more and more generous. Mainline Task 4, World-Class Tennis Talented Boy, win the Junior Championship of the 4 Opens, Australian Open/French Open/Wimbledon/US Open. Task 4 is to move towards the world, and there is a restriction, it must be in the junior group before the age of 12. System, there is something wrong with your task, a championship or a grand slam, these should be different, right? Xinjian felt inexplicably sad. When his system gave him the task, it actually played word games with him. The task only requires a championship, and the Grand Slam has an achievement reward of 50,000 points. The system does not limit the host's right to choose. It is estimated that because Xinjian complained too much, the system has begun to use rewards as temptation. Under 12 years old, I'm 9 now, it's impossible to get all the points in this year's competition, I have to earn points at 10 years old, and officially participate at 11 years old. The more I think about it, the tighter the time feels. For these 50,000 points, Xinjian finds that he has to leave home at such a young age and travel around the world. Although participating in the competition at the age of 11 allows one chance of failure, he himself does not want such an unexpected result. He wants to win, and keep winning. Chapter 22. After 3 years. It's the beginning of another school year. The cherry blossoms in Tokyo are in full bloom, and a new youth tennis tournament is taking place in the park. It's getting boring now. How come you came here to watch the game? Your current talent may not be able to continue in the future. If you want to watch, go to the 14th and 16th divisions. Takushi Ryaji, who was full of muscles, stood outside the court, watching the game on the court, and was very dissatisfied with his observation this time. If he had this time, he might as well let him arrange training plans for those guys in the training camp. It was very interesting. That little guy won 3 consecutive championships. In the 4th year, several talented teenagers appeared. Unfortunately, the kid who won 3 championships suddenly went abroad that year. If he didn't leave, Kurobukio watched the game on the court. There were also good players in the under-12 competition group this time, but with the good examples before him, he now felt that these teenagers were full of shortcomings. Hearing from Sato, the boy has returned to his country. Originally, I thought he would come to participate in the last junior tennis tournament, but now the situation is that the boy doesn't care about this kind of competition at all, right? But this is quite normal. Even if it is the junior group, it is the existence of the 4 world-class tennis courts that have reached the end and won the Grand Slam. Sato said at the beginning that the boy's future path may not necessarily be tennis. Uncle Kurobe. A sudden voice sounded from the side, interrupting Kurobukio's thoughts that had already diverged to who knows how far. Xinjian. Kurobukio turned around and looked at the boy who had grown a lot taller but was still as well behaved as when he was a child. His serious expression immediately turned into a smile. He was just thinking about this kid, but he appeared behind him. Isn't Uncle Sato coming with you? Xinjian just returned to China. This time he came back from the flower-growing house next door on time, just to wait to see the protagonist, the little prince. But after he came back, he found that he had remembered the plot time wrong. The 16-year-old group's competition was tomorrow. But he was already back, so he came here to see if there were any good tennis players this year. Sato said he was going to pick someone up. Did you come directly from the airport? Didn't Sato pick you up? Kurobukio took out his mobile phone, and after seeing Xinjian's stunned look, he hurriedly called Sato. That guy said mysteriously that he was going to pick someone up, but now everyone he was supposed to pick up has come to the park. It seems that I missed it. Then please tell Uncle Kurobe that Uncle Sato, I will go home to rest first. I will ask my father to treat him to dinner tonight, and then I will thank him for picking me up at the airport. Xinjian just came to take a look. Now that he is sure that there is nothing to see, he will not waste time here. Since he won the Grand Slam in the junior group at the age of 11, he was going to come back here, but at that time he suddenly thought of his original self, so he asked Taro Sakaki to help him transfer to another school and lived in the flower-growing family next door for a year. Although he could not find any traces of his previous life in this world, the same city and the same school also made him put an end to some obsessions in his heart. After 3 years, he returned home again. Xinjian said hello to the housekeeper who had not changed much and went back to his room to rest. Host, Uchiha Xinjian. Age, 12 years old. Special, 2 Megatama Sharingan, 1197/2000. 5 stats, Speed 5.5, Strength 5.2, Stamina 5, Spirit 8.9, Technique 7, Total 31.6. Skills, All-Around Tennis, Master of Illusion. Scores, 982. World, Prince of Tennis, in progress, Naruto, paused. Looking at his personal data again, Xinjian has given up struggling with the 5 statistics. When the total of the 5 statistics exceeds 30 points, he no longer complains because he is really used to it. Especially mental strength, with his practice of illusion tennis, he can reach 9 points in half a month at most. As for the Sharingan, when he finally opened the Sharingan, Xinjian was so excited that he thought he could practice chakra. What was the result? The system told him that using the Sharingan would consume physical and mental strength, and it had nothing to do with chakra in this world. It was said that his body was a data template for the ninja world, so why didn't it work when it came to chakra? Later, it didn't work. Anyway, he just used the Sharingan as insight and a copy of ball skills, and the illusion was also transferred to tennis, so it was barely a waste. Then, the Sharingan without chakra can actually be upgraded. As long as you play more tennis games, you can open 2 Megatama, and there will be 3 Megatama in the later stage, or even. In addition to these, Xinjian also found a very speechless thing. That is, there are already 4 sealed items in his current system space. Sealed Samurai Sword, Sealed Demon Sword, Sealed Room Card, Sealed Sharingan Evolution Card. In recent years, he has often drawn lots, whether it is achievement rewards or daily and competition rewards, the points are very high. Unfortunately, his luck seems to have been not very good. In addition to the 4 seals that cannot be taken out, there are some strange things, such as cooking proficiency, language proficiency, never bald, elimination of obesity, etc. You say it is useless? In fact, it is still very useful. To say that these are useful, I also feel that I can do it if I work hard. However, not everything is not going well, at least he is quite satisfied with himself. At the age of 12, he is 173 centimeters tall and weighs 62 kilograms, which is the type of normal athletic teenager. Coupled with Uchiha's iconic rebellious hairstyle, when he goes out for a walk abroad, he will definitely be chased by a group of girls asking for contact information. But he is still a teenager, and those enthusiastic and beautiful sisters can only be ruthlessly rejected by him. Xinjian, I heard that you are back in China. When will you come to school? The application for joining the tennis club has been approved for you. Don't keep me waiting too long. A call came in, and before he could speak after picking up the phone, the other party had already finished everything. When did I say I was going to Hyote? Xinjian listened to the arrogant words on the other side and suddenly felt that he needed to confirm it again. He just said that he would go to junior high school when he came back, but he didn't say which school he was in. Ah, hey? You are such an ordinary kid. You can only go to Hyote. Don't forget that you went to elementary school in Hyote. Your father is a teacher at Hyote. You still want to go to some ordinary place. Adobe Kigo was stunned for a while, and then he yelled into the phone. This little bastard actually wants to go to another school. Don't even think about it. If he dares to say he wants to go to another school, he doesn't mind taking the Hyote regulars to visit advisor Sakaki's house. Chapter 23. The two of them were very close. I'm definitely going to Hyote. Is my dad right next to me? Xinjian listened to the voice on the phone and was sure that he had heard it right. There was someone next to Adobe. The consultant is signing your challenge letter. Adobe Kigo looked back and unceremoniously exposed the consultant. He met Xinjian in the UK. When he first arrived at Hyote, he didn't know the relationship between the consultant and Xinjian. It was only later in the office that he saw a photo of the father and son on the consultant's desk and realized that the noisy boy at the time actually had such a strict father. Later, when he called Xinjian, he often mentioned consultant Sakaki. I haven't played tennis for a long time. I've been resting for more than a year. When will my dad get off work? I've made an appointment with Uncle Sato and Uncle Kurobe. Tell him to come back early. Xin Yan didn't say much nonsense. After asking Adobe to pass on the message, he hung up the phone. Since he insisted on going abroad to play tennis 3 years ago and had a fierce quarrel with his father, the father and son haven't had a good chat for a long time. Sure enough, he was spoiled too much, so he was too willful and self-centered at that time. It was obvious that he could start in a gentle way, but he chose the most inappropriate one. This is also the first time I'm someone's son. I don't know what to do, so I'll try to fix it next. Jumping off the bed, Xin Yan went to pack the luggage he brought back. After packing, he went downstairs and looked at the busy housekeeper and servants. He came to the tennis court at home alone. Picked up a tennis ball, took out a standard racket, tried the feel, and practiced hitting the ball by the wall. During the past few years when he was away, he met Kigo Adobe in the UK. Although he deliberately did this acquaintance, because he had a bad relationship with his father at that time, he needed someone who could bring him news. Later, when Adobe returned to China and went to Hyote, he really told him a lot about the Hyote Tennis Club, which naturally included being a coach. Later, when he was playing the points game at the US Open, he met a man named Ryoma Ekizen outside the game. Although he didn't ask, the guy's name and the iconic Ekizen Nanjiro version of the outspin serve made him sure of the relationship between the man and Ryoma Ekizen. Of course, the system also gave him a task and gave him 5,000 points in a game with the guy. Unfortunately, it can only be done once. Later, when he wanted to find the guy to play tennis again, he couldn't find him. As for the result of that game, he won, but it was a miserable victory. This was the first time he felt the threat of an absolutely strong force in this world. If his physical fitness was not what the system said, he would have been exhausted that time. Before returning home this time, he also met a blonde, bearded uncle wearing a headband. However, that guy said he was a high school student. Anyway, I don't know if it's true. He fought with that guy in a club near the airport. Biadwan Phoenix, the second opponent that made him feel strong. However, it was a little easier to deal with than Ekizen Ryaga. Of course, the achievement points he earned from this game were more than 500 less than Ekizen Ryaga. Although the system has not given information about this special person who can get points for playing a game, he can guess the reason a long time ago. There is definitely a sequel, but I don't know why the system has not passed that part of the plot to him until now. Xinjian, long time no see, you have grown so tall. After practicing batting for more than half an hour, a figure rushed up from behind. Fortunately, Xinjian could still tell who it was from the sound, and while dodging, he did not forget to reach out and grab the person. Be careful. Looking at Jiro Akutagawa's frightened expression, Xinjian let go of his hand and let him stand, his eyes full of helplessness. This guy's habit of jumping up when he meets someone has not changed at all after 3 years of not seeing him. Xinjian, how come you are so tall, taller than me, Yuan, come and see, Xinjian is so tall now. Jiro Akutagawa was just stunned for a moment, then raised his hands again, grabbed his shoulders and started to circle around to compare heights. Hey, Jiro, it's better not to bring up this topic, otherwise I will really hit you. 2. Hitakato is the shortest now. He is only 158 centimeters tall. He stared at Xinjian with his eyes wide open. After hesitating for a while, he stepped forward and pulled Jiro Akutagawa off Xinjian's arm. I say, can you two restrain yourself? Everyone is still here. Shishido Ryo looked up at the sky speechlessly. He knew that these two unreliable guys would definitely cause a headache when they saw people. However, the boy has indeed grown taller. He is worthy of being the guy who is said to be able to carry those two idiots around in circles at the age of 3. It seems that the amount of training in my tennis club is still a little less, right, Karaji? Kigo Adobe came with the entire tennis club's regulars. He originally wanted everyone to get to know the new member of the future. But the fact is that these guys are too familiar with each other and don't need him to introduce them at all. Yes. Karaji Takahiro stood behind Adobe and replied habitually. I think it's better to introduce ourselves first. We are guests. If we don't know the host, it would be very rude. Oshiro Yuushi raised his hand to push his glasses, which had no prescription at all. Looking at Jiro, who was still trying to rush up even though Yuren grabbed his clothes, he always felt that the days ahead would become very interesting. Uchiha Xinjian, 12 years old, is about to join Hyote Academy and will be a future member of the Hyote Tennis Club. Xinjian raised his hand and rubbed Jiro's soft curly hair, and then separated the two when Jiro and Yuren were stunned. He put his arms on their shoulders one by one and walked out with the two of them. When he came to the opposite side of Adobe Kigo, Xinjian smiled and nodded, and made a simple self-introduction. Oshiro Yuushi, 14 years old, the current regular of the Hyote Tennis Club. Oshiro Yuushi glanced at Adobe, and then followed suit to introduce himself. It was obvious that Adobe was very familiar with this guy, and everyone else seemed to know him, as if he was the only stranger. I'm Ho-chang Taro, I saw you in elementary school, welcome back. Ho-chang Taro, who was about 1.8 meters tall, introduced himself nervously when he saw Xinjian's eyes turn to him. When he was in elementary school, he and Hyoji Waka went to see him several times, so he knew a lot about this junior. You don't remember me, I'm Hyoji Waka, the underdog. Hyoji Waka thought he definitely didn't need to introduce himself, he had seen him a lot in school when he was a child, and he was very familiar with this guy. But when Xinjian looked at him with completely unfamiliar eyes, his senior attitude collapsed in an instant. I didn't say I didn't remember you. Xinjian glanced at the well-behaved boy Ho-chang Taro, and then looked at the angry Hyoji Waka next to him. They are the same age and are still good friends, why is the gap so big? Or is it that complementary types are more likely to become good friends? Chapter 24. The two of them were very close, and the two of them were very close. What's wrong with you? What did you do to make the consultant angry? You're happy to let me be the middleman these years, hey? Tetsub asked Kachi to go over and take the two people who were in the way to one side, and then he took Xinjian's arm and walked a few steps quickly, distanced himself from the others, and carefully asked what the so-called father-son conflict was. After knowing that the two were father and son, he, as a student, did a lot of intelligence for the consultant. At first, he thought it was unfair to his friends, but later he found that the father and son were just passing him the message. There must be a lot of things that made him angry. Xinjian spread his hands helplessly. It seems that he didn't do anything to make his father happy in the past few years. You really piss me off. Adobe Kigo looked at Xinjian, who had no self-awareness at all, and felt that he might not see any hope today. The father and son were not alike in other aspects, but they knew everything in their hearts, but they were really the same in their persistence in certain things. Why are you angry? And when will you change your self-proclaimed name? Will you call yourself uncle in front of my dad and my uncles? Xinjian glared at him unhappily. This guy's catchphrase seemed to be getting worse. Of course it's impossible. Adobe raised his hand awkwardly and patted Xinjian on the head. He was just used to it. Besides, even if he was used to saying this, he knew that it depended on the situation. At least in front of teachers and classmates' parents, he would still pay attention to his image. Let's go, let's have dinner first. We just came to say hello tonight. We'll see each other soon at school. Turning around, Adobe looked at the few people who kept their distance and waved to them to catch up. Because they didn't prepare in advance, they all came after training, so it was already very late. Besides, Advisor Sakaki left school at the same time as them, so even if they needed to prepare something, they should be able to do it now. When a group of teenagers came to the restaurant, it was already decorated, and Taro Sakaki was chatting with Satoshi at the window. Dad, I'm back. After entering the door, Xinjian asked Adobe to take the others inside first, and he stopped and walked towards the window. Walking in front of Taro Sakaki, Xinjian looked at his father who had hardly changed in the past few years, and stopped one step away. You guys chat, I'll go see Akutagawa and Xianghai first. The two together can't fill the hole dug by Kurobe. Sato looked at the father and son, stretched out his hand to rub Xinjian's hair twice and left first. He felt that his hand felt harder, but he seemed to be really worried about the two people. Now, only the father and son were left in front of the window. Both of them chose to remain silent at this time. Is Dad still angry? After the quiet atmosphere lasted for about 5 minutes, Xinjian raised his hand and pulled Sakaki Taro's sleeve. When he made his father angry when he was young, he would always pull his sleeve, then stare pitifully, and then he would be forgiven. He couldn't find a reason to explain, and he was embarrassed to say that he was in a rebellious period before, which was obviously impossible. He could only give himself mental hints again, just as if he was still 3 years old, act cute and admit his mistakes. I'm sorry. A dull sorry, followed by a big hug. Dad. Xin Yan was stunned for a moment when his vision was blocked, and then he relaxed. He was the one who left without telling the truth, but now it was his father who said sorry first. Dad didn't take good care of you, I'm sorry. After saying sorry, Sakaki Taro seemed to open up and make up for the words he hadn't said for more than 3 years. He blamed himself for all the mistakes. As a father, he didn't take good care of his son's mood and didn't accompany his son when he was chasing his dreams. He shouldn't have lost his temper and shouldn't have left a psychological shadow on his son when he left, so that he didn't dare to call him for 3 years. In short, it was all his fault. It was his fault as a father. Now that his son is back, he wants to make up for it. He hopes that the child will not continue to be angry with him, and not be estranged because of the 3-year gap. It's obviously me who should apologize. I didn't explain it to my father because I knew. I thought my dad wouldn't stop me, so I acted unreasonably and willfully. Xin Yan listened to all the apologies his father had said, lowered his head in embarrassment, and wondered how stupid he had been in the past 3 years. He should have known that his father looked serious on the outside, but he always liked to attribute all conflicts to his failure as a father. You two are just fine, there is nothing to be angry about between father and son. Last time my kid acted up, I beat him up and he ran away from home, but later he was coaxed back home with a delicious meal. It's really annoying to see you and your son quarreling in the past 3 years. Xiang Ri and Akutagawa, who were playing chess on the other side, came out and took the pair of the father and son dragged each other inside. It really opened their eyes that the father and son could not take the initiative to look for each other for 3 years because of a small misunderstanding. Think about it, there are several children in their family, and no one is so cautious. It turns out that more children can make the family more stable. So miserable. Xinjian turned around quietly and made a face at Sakaki Taro, then restrained his expression and expressed sympathy for Yuan seriously. He was beaten at such a big age. What excessive things could that guy have done? You are miserable. You can't go home for 3 years. I heard that you could come back a year ago. Just because you were afraid that your father would be angry, you stayed abroad for another year? Because he taught shogi and go for 2 years, Akutagawa and Xinjian can be regarded as a teacher and a student. At this time, he sat next to him and reached out to touch his hair. He was also worried about the child who ran away for 3 years because of a quarrel. It's not that I can't come back. I learned something different there, which is very powerful. Xinjian was helpless about these uncles who liked to touch his head, but he didn't think it was annoying. Anyway, he wouldn't be bald. When he mentioned the fact that he had lived in the flower-growing family for a year, what he talked about most was the food there and the ancient martial arts that he had learned. Dad, can I make our breakfast tomorrow morning? Speaking of food, Xinjian thought of some special foods and some special fusion information he won in the lottery. He is proficient in cooking and doesn't plan to be a chef, but he can try it at home. Chapter 25. The two of them had a very happy marriage. How did you and the consultant make peace? The next morning, when Jai Bei came to pick up Xinjian to go to the venue, he saw the father and son sitting at the dining table. The atmosphere was so good that he thought it was an illusion. Sitting in the car, Jai Bei ate the snacks that Xinjian made this morning, and was very curious about what happened between the father and son. At dinner yesterday, because they were separated from adults in the tennis club, they didn't find out about this. Dad felt that he didn't take good care of me as a son, and I felt that I made Dad sad, so, this was actually a misunderstanding. Xinjian took a look at the snacks that were quickly resolved, and simply summarized the conflict between their father and son as a misunderstanding. In fact, he and his father, Taro Sakaki, knew very well whether it was a misunderstanding or not. At that time, Taro Sakaki was really angry, and when he was the angrier, he had people cut off his financial resources. And when he left, he did think seriously about whether he could give up the mission for his relatives in this world. But in the end, he did not give up. Taro Sakaki also cut off his financial resources for a month and asked the housekeeper to arrange people to deal with the competition matters again. Last night after the guests left, he took the medals and trophies he had saved to the study, and sat on the sofa and watched Taro Sakaki carefully put these achievements that belonged to him into the collection cabinet. Neither of them mentioned the past. He did not ask Taro Sakaki if he really wanted to give up on him in that month, and Taro Sakaki did not ask him how he lived without money that month. He would not tell anyone how he spent that month. Except for him and the system, no one would know how he used a racket to fight his way out of the underground tennis court filled with blood and desire. In that month, he became the nightmare of many people, and he also completed the fusion of illusion and tennis. Destruction, destruction. The mask exchanged for system points will not be taken away by others, and the blood-red eyes always look at everyone like a devil. Later, the housekeeper went there and found him in a street tennis court after 3 days of searching. But the housekeeper didn't know that he had known it since the first day he arrived there. It's just that he couldn't show up directly at that time. It took him 2 days to restrain all the violence he had practiced in the underground tennis court, and then he appeared in the street tennis court that the housekeeper hadn't found yet. Although all this happened, even when he played a murderous tennis ball, he never thought that Taro Sakaki was wrong. There was no blood relationship, but he appeared just because of an arrangement of the system, and he took him home and raised him like a baby. He owed this family affection. He chose the system and the mission. Although he bet that Taro Sakaki would not give up on him, he had to admit that he was the one who chose to leave. So even if Taro Sakaki really didn't want him as a son, he still owed him a few years of upbringing and a father-son relationship. Xinjian, are you sad? Adobe ate the last piece of dessert in his hand and looked up to see what expression this guy had. As a result, he found that Xinjian's breath seemed a little wrong, but his expression did not fluctuate at all. Thinking about the topic just now, he felt that as a friend, it might be necessary to comfort him a little. Those were the desserts I made. You didn't leave any for me. How could I not be sad? Xinjian retracted his wandering thoughts because of some memories. Looking at the empty dessert box in Adobe's hand, he shook his head in disdain, not wanting to admit that this was the king of Hyote who always paid attention to gorgeousness. It tastes pretty good. Remember to leave more for me next time. Tetsub confirmed that Xinjian was fine, so he withdrew his thoughts of comforting her, and still thought about the snacks in the future. However, if Jiro and Yueran knew that this guy could make snacks, and the taste was particularly good, the future would be really lively. Don't even think about it. I can make millions of pounds for playing a game. After making sure that he was not discovered, Xinjian raised his head proudly and shook his palm for Tetsub to see clearly. The millions of pounds he said were not bragging. After all, every championship is worth this price, and he has won 4. However, due to the plot, junior high school students in Japan seem to pay no attention to these events, as if they were blocked by the world. Otherwise, Eikaizen Ryoma's fame in the US Open Junior Group would not have lost its effect, and no information about Adobe's appearance in the Wimbledon Junior Group would have been discovered. Perhaps, this kind of shielding plot appeared just to highlight that the protagonist was looked down upon by the cannon fodder because of his age and height. Let's go. There's nothing to watch in this year's junior tennis match. I really don't know why you came here specially. After the car stopped, Adobe urged Xinjian to get off. He just accompanied this guy to watch the game today, but he didn't care about the games in this place at all. You don't understand this, right? There's nothing to watch in the under-12 group here, but some of the 14 and 16-year-old groups will be opponents in future tennis matches. If you don't take a look in advance, be careful that you will be laughed at in the future because you underestimate your opponents. Xinjian got out of the car and walked into the Persimmonwood Sports Park with Adobe. The two walked on the road, looking at the hurried players and reporters, and they were more or less a little disappointed. Hey, who are you two? Don't be sneaky. Just when the two of them had seen the 12th and 14th divisions and came to the 16th division, they were stopped by someone. Just watching a tennis match, do you need to register first? Xin Yan looked at the man in front of him coldly. Although there was no label, but at this time, in this venue, 3 people still like to stand up and find fault. It can be confirmed that this is the cannon fodder trio who appeared with Eikaizen Ryoma. Tisk, you can watch, but don't disturb our game. Sasaki was suppressed by a look, and he wanted to curse in his heart, but although he would conflict with Eikaizen Ryoma, he would not find fault when he was obviously inferior to him in momentum. After turning around and entering the field under the pretext of a game, Sasaki's sight was erratic many times, but he always deliberately avoided this place. As expected of someone who has won the Grand Slam, this momentum is quite gorgeous, right, Karaji? Tetsub didn't bring Karaji with him today, but he still asked the usual question. Yes. Xinjian smiled helplessly and cooperated with Tetsub. But with his cooperation, Tetsub only felt more embarrassed, and his eyebrows jumped again and again in anger. The game was announced to start at this time, and Tetsub focused on the game, and the embarrassment gradually dissipated. There was nothing to watch in this game. I don't know if it was because the gold content of this game was too low, so that in recent years, only some regional level games played soy sauce here. During the game, Xinjian heard the referee call Eikaizen Ryoma's name several times, but because he didn't show up, he naturally gave up. When a boy in a red coat and a white hat appeared, Xinjian felt quite bored and finally began to look forward to it. Eikaizen Ryoma, finally here. Chapter 26. The young man was very happy. That kid must be the 12-year-old player who didn't show up just now. He was disqualified for being late. How stupid! Adobe followed Xinjian's gaze and found Ekaizen Ryoma, who had just been notified of his disqualification by the staff. He naturally didn't know this kid, but since Xinjian paid attention to him, he had already imagined that this kid had some special identity. But no matter who it was, missing the game time was an unchangeable fact. That guy is called Ekaizen Ryoma. I know a guy called Ekaizen Ryoma, who looks like an enlarged version of him, and the tennis of that Ekaizen Ryoma comes from Ekaizen Nanjiro. Xinjian told Adobe the information of these people in the Ekaizen family, so that this guy would not underestimate this year's opponent again. Ekaizen Ryoma? Ekaizen Ryoma? Ekaizen Nanjiro. Adobe Kigo raised his hand and stroked the teardrop mole under his eyes. He didn't quite know why Xinjian mentioned the samurai Nanjiro more than a decade ago, but this kid appeared here, 12 years old. Although he didn't know the specific information, he could analyze it slowly. 12 years old is just the age to go to junior high school. So, this is a freshman in a certain school, the son of a samurai, and naturally he will not give up tennis. In other words, it's an opponent. If he didn't know Xinjian, he might think that 12 years old is nothing to care about. Glancing at Xinjian beside him, Adobe had already raised the threat of Ekaizen Ryoma to at least the regional level, or even the national level at the junior high school stage. Ekaizen Ryoma, 15 years old, met at the US Open. I played with him for 3 hours, the score was 7-6, and the tiebreak was 319-317. As that guy's younger brother, this kid can't be worse. Xinjian couldn't see exactly how much data Ekaizen Ryoma had, because in the plot, although there were always scenes of turning defeat into victory, Ekaizen Ryoma would grow as long as he encountered pressure. Potential, unlimited potential, can give birth to stronger skills at any time. Do you want to play a game with him? Adobe was a little unhappy with Xinjian's affirmation of this kid. After all, his tennis was not bad, but he had never received good reviews. In order to confirm whether the kid was really strong, he really wanted to see Xinjian find the kid to play a game alone, and he could make an exception to be a referee. No, I won't play tennis with him until he grows up. Xinjian shook his head and watched a little girl with 2 long braids run to find Ekaizen Ryoma. She had no interest in playing tennis with the protagonist. Any setback will make the protagonist grow, so he will never give Ekaizen Ryoma such a crash course. If we talk about interest, he is more interested in Ekaizen Nanjiro now. Tennis, you still need to find a stronger opponent to give people the motivation to improve. Hey, who are you? I seem to have seen you somewhere. Just when Xinjian was about to leave, Ekaizen Ryoma suddenly stood up, left the little girl who cared about him, and ran to Xinjian. Is it really okay to leave your girlfriend behind? If you get angry, your girlfriend will fly away. Xinjian didn't want to be stared at by Ekaizen Ryoma at all. Looking at the girl who was aggrieved because she was left behind and her eyes were always locked on Ekaizen Ryoma, he teased this protagonist with no emotional intelligence very impolitely. What are you talking about? I don't know her at all. Don't try to change the subject. Who are you? I have definitely seen you before. Ryoma Ekaizen didn't even turn around and directly denied that he knew Ryazaki Sakuno. Of course, he really didn't know who the other person was now. He only remembered that the girl told him the wrong direction. Little boy, don't be so arrogant. How do you know that you must have seen her before? We are leaving now. Don't block the way. Seeing that Xinjian didn't want to tell this kid, Adobe reached out and pulled Ryoma, who was in the way, aside and told him not to get in the way. Wait a minute. Ryoma Ekaizen's personality is actually very arrogant, but when he is obsessed with something, no one can stop him. When Ryazaki Sumire and Ryazaki Sakuno wanted to say hello to Ryoma Ekaizen, the 151-year-old boy with a tennis bag on his back had already chased the 2 figures in front and left. Why did you come out? Xinjian stood by the stairs outside the park, looking at the wide-eyed XXX Ryoma, who was following him with his eyes, raised his hand to support his forehead helplessly. He really forgot that this guy's temper was also super stubborn. The more he couldn't get an answer, the more he wanted to chase him to ask clearly. With this walk and chase, the game with Sasaki that was originally planned was now out of the question. It was really fun to ruin the plot. However, he would not play tennis with XXX Ryoma, so how could he let this guy leave? Who are you? I must have seen you when I was in the United States. XXX Ryoma was obsessed with knowing who this guy was. As for the game, he had missed it because he was 5 minutes late, so there was no need to go back to watch it. Play a game with him. If you win, I will tell you who I am. If you lose, leave a phone number or address. I will go to your house another day and play a game with your father. How about it? Looking at the other party's persistent eyes, Xinjian suddenly thought of a reason to appear in front of XXX Nanjiro. Beat his son and give his father a chance to save his son's face. Although he seems unreliable at ordinary times, the samurai cares most about his son. Okay, there is an empty tennis court over there. XXX Ryoma looked back at Adobe and took people to the tennis court next door after accepting the challenge. That's not possible. If he wants to play a game, he needs to go back and change his clothes. Besides, playing tennis outside is not in line with our status. Do you dare to go with us? Xinjian shook his head and proposed to change places before Adobe spoke. Looking at XXX Ryoma, whose eyes were obviously a little wary, he wanted to see what this guy would choose. Give up asking about his identity, or follow two strangers to an unknown place for information that he can't even remember. Let's go, I must know your identity. XXX Ryoma hesitated for less than a minute, and then told Xinjian with certainty that even if he followed the two people home today, he must figure out the doubts in his heart. Kid, do you know this is dangerous? Forget it, I'll ask the driver to come. When Kigo Adobe saw that Ryoma XXX was so easy to go with them, his first reaction was to teach this kid about safe behavior. However, after seeing that Xinjian was actually watching the show, he, who was determined to play once, could only call the driver to pick him up. As for this kid, after the game, just ask the driver to take him home. Chapter 27. The old man was very angry, but he was very angry. Old man, how do you know? No, I was just pointed in the wrong direction, so I missed the game time. Well, he is not a bad person, I must have seen him when I was in the United States, but he refused to tell me. Ryoma XXX received a call from Nanjiro XXX in the car. Ryoma XXX did not expect that someone would tell his father about the fact that he took a luxury car to leave the park where the game was held. Now looking at Xinjian next to him, he wanted to say that this person was harmless, but he really did not recognize who this guy was. Now you know that it will make your parents worry? Give me the phone and I'll tell your father. Xinyan looked at Ryoma XXX with a tangled look in his eyes, and the voice that kept coming out of the phone. If he didn't make it clear at this time, the person on the other end of the phone would choose to call the police. Mr. XXX Nanjiro, I'm Uchiha Xinyan. Yes, take him to fight with my friend, and you can give him more lessons when he goes home. Yes, he is really too stupid. Take the phone. Xinyan chatted with XXX Nanjiro for a while under the white eyes of XXX Ryoma. After reporting his name, XXX Nanjiro was no longer worried that Ryoma was in danger, but he was still very angry that his son followed someone so easily. Fortunately, he was not a dangerous person. If he really met a bad guy, even if they called the police, it might not be in time. So during the chat between the two, it was decided that XXX Ryoma would receive safety knowledge when he returned home. Are you familiar with my old man? XXX Ryoma stared at Xinjian. He didn't realize who Xinjian was until he put the phone back in his bag after the call was over. However, he was very curious now, why this guy talks so normally with his old man. Couldn't he be a tennis player, but a relative of the family? This, look at it yourself, and play seriously in the game with Adobe later. Xinjian discovered for the first time that Ekizen Ryoma could not remember not only people he had met a few times, but even his name. Throwing a tennis magazine from the United States, which Adobe brought with him in the car. The first article on it was a report on a tennis teenager from the year before last. And he was the center of the report, but he didn't accept the interview, so most of it was reporter's wonderful review of previous games, and some speculation mixed with personal feelings. So it's you. I was saying that my old man held this magazine every day during that period, afraid that I wouldn't see the Grand Slam title on it. Ekizen Ryoma only saw the cover page and the words Grand Slam. Some disconnected memories were suddenly combined. He had participated in the US Open Junior Division before, but because the old man said he wanted to return to Japan, his competition was terminated. This junior championship, even the Grand Slam, is something he will never have the chance to fight for again. It is precisely because he has no chance to get it again that he is actually very concerned about the fact that this award was once won by an 11-year-old boy. I heard from your brother before that you might participate in the junior division last year, didn't you go? Xinjian did have a brief chat with Ekizen Ryoma after that game, and then heard that guy say how cute his brother is, and his tennis skills are not bad recently, etc. Because it was not in a formal competition, no one would care even if the two of them chatted after the game. That bastard! When he mentioned his brother, Ekizen Ryoma almost ran away in the car. He tricked him into picking up oranges, and when he picked up the oranges, that bastard brother was actually taken away. He didn't even know to say goodbye to him, he was a big bastard. The old man said I was too weak and asked me to go again this year, but he took me back to Japan before this year started. Thinking of the fact that he was not allowed to participate again and again, and finally allowed him to participate and then took him away, Ekizen Ryoma always felt that his old man was doing it on purpose. He just didn't let him participate in the junior group. It should be because he didn't want you to get hurt. In my year, more than a dozen teenagers were disabled and could never play tennis again. Xinjian looked at the somewhat disappointed Ekizen Ryoma, and rarely mentioned some accidents that happened at the US Open that year. In fact, it was not an accident, but a prelude to murderous tennis, violent tennis committed crimes on the court. At first, he thought this kind of thing was strange, because only underground tennis courts could have such injuries. It was not an illegal operation. But later he looked through a lot of records. Even if there was clear evidence of intentional injury, it would still be necessary to determine whether to disqualify the player from the competition after the judgment of the organizing committee. In other words, as long as the organizing committee thought it was okay, even if someone was beaten half to death on the court, the subsequent competition could still be continued. This behavior was not only found in the US Open, but also in several other venues. For these, Xinjian could only complain to the system in the end. It was worthy of being able to use tennis to hit people to the world outside the audience. What about you, why do you want to participate? Ekizen Ryoma also knew that although his old man looked unreliable, he would never hurt him. But he didn't understand why this person could participate. He was called the most gentle tennis player by some reporters and had never hurt his opponent with tennis. How did such a person make it to the end in such a competition? Because I want to be the champion. Xinjian looked down at the magazine. The most gentle? Nearly half of the players who were disabled had an accident in the next game after playing with him. Didn't anyone notice this? All opponents who dared to use tennis to maliciously hurt him would be given illusion tennis by him, and then be disabled in the next game. As for the reasons for being disabled, some were because the opponents attacked them, and some were because of illusion interference, making them play some self-destructive tennis. Xinjian never thought of forgiving those who attacked him. Maybe my pursuit of the championship is not too strong, I just want to defeat him now. Although Ekizen Ryoma is not very mature psychologically, he is the protagonist after all. Although he struggled for a while at this time, he quickly found other possible reasons. He has had a goal since he was a child, that is to defeat his old man. As for the game, he is obsessed with not losing, but he really has no idea about the position of the champion. That should be the case. Your goal is a person, not a trophy. Xin Yan thought of the later part of the story. When the national competition was held, XXX Ryoma gave up the US Open and ran back to play in the national competition with the Kingshu Tennis Club. This behavior has already shown that he really doesn't care about the US Open. Just like his father, who was one step away from winning the Grand Slam, but didn't participate in the end, it was exactly the same willfulness. Their tennis, perhaps, is really just for fun. Chapter 28. The two of them were so tired that they almost fell asleep. What the hell is wrong with this kid? Audiobook was lying on the tennis court, holding the racket in his hand, but he was too tired to continue. On the other side of the tennis court, XXX Ryoma was lying with his racket in his arms, almost falling asleep. That's what I said, the genes of the XXX family make people feel helpless. Xinjian came down from the referee's seat, walked over and pulled up Audiobook, and put him on the lounge chair in the rest area. Then he brought XXX Ryoma, who seemed to be half asleep, over and let the two guys who didn't win in the end lie in a row. Audiobook didn't want to talk at all now. They played for half an afternoon. At the beginning, he won 4 points in a row. At that time, I thought that this kid didn't have much strength. But for some reason, XXX Ryoma suddenly seemed to have evolved. After catching up to 4:4, he had already completed the waltz of destruction. In the end, he only scored 1 point. Did that kid become stronger again? The score was tied, 5:5. After that, he scored another point, but the kid caught up to 6:6. In the subsequent tiebreak, he was trying to improve his skills, and the kid was the same, and he was faster than him. Until now, both of them had no strength to pick up the racket. He suddenly understood what Xinjian said before, that he couldn't play with the people of the XXX family casually. Regardless of winning or losing, just the speed of this kid's growth has made him feel tired as an opponent. Mr. XXX, their match just ended. I'm so sorry, I may have to send him back later. No, it was a draw in the end. Ryoma is growing very fast. Yes, they are both very good boys. No problem, but I may have to bother Mr. Nanjiro often in the future. Xinjian called XXX Nanjiro, explained the current situation, and rearranged the time to send XXX Ryoma home. Listening to the words of the other party, who was complaining about his son on the surface, but was actually showing off and proud, Xinjian smiled and chatted for a few words, then put the phone back into Ryoma's pocket. What did the stinky old man say again? After putting the phone back, XXX Ryoma opened his eyes, looking at Xinjian's smile. He always felt a little guilty. The stinky old man in his family must have been laughing at him just now. He hopes you grow up, but he is also worried that you will be hurt on the road to growth. Xinjian looked at Ryoma, who seemed to understand, and didn't say much more. Just now, XXX Nanjiro had just formally asked him as a father not to play against Ryoma. This proposal was just what he wanted, so he also mentioned the idea of going to play tennis with XXX Nanji. From the other party's tone, he not only didn't mind, but seemed to welcome it. Do you two have any requests for dinner? After lying down for about half an hour, Audiobook stood up and stretched his body. He looked at the time and prepared to have someone prepare dinner. Whatever. XXX Ryoma also sat up, took his hat and put it on. He felt awkward about having to give his own opinions on dinner at someone else's house. Chinese hot pot, Audiobook's family should have it, right? Xinjian was really rude. He was not picky about food, but if he could choose, he would naturally bring up whatever he thought of. You really are. Audiobook was stunned for a moment, but although he was not very satisfied with this proposal, he still asked someone to prepare it. After dinner started, Xinjian drank iced drinks and ate spicy hot pot. On the opposite side, Adobe and Ryoma looked at the red soup base and tacitly looked at the clear soup. Let's go, I'll take you home. After dinner, Xinjian got on the Adobe family's car and now he was going to take XXX and Ryoma home. As for why he also got on this car, it was because he had to go to XXX's house to prepare to go to XXX and Nanjiro to play tennis at any time in the future. The system did not give him the task of competing with XXX and Ryoma, but he could guess that XXX and Nanjiro would definitely be able to do it. The premise of receiving the task is that you must meet the person in person. Can I ask a question? Sitting in the car, XXX and Ryoma looked at Xinjian several times, and then when he was about to reach his house, he couldn't help but opened his mouth. What do you want to ask? Xinjian tilted his head and looked over, curious about what question would make XXX and Ryoma entangled all the way. How do you get your height? XXX and Ryoma lowered his head, his hat blocked his face, and it was unclear what his expression was when he asked this question. But the topic of height. Nutritious meals, eat more, exercise more, and have a relaxed and good mood. Xin Yan's answer was simple. However, this topic was just a joke. Height, in the final analysis, still depends on genes. On this basis, the nutritional ratio is adjusted, and then exercise. Moreover, XXX and Ryoma is not unable to grow tall, but just grows a little later. With normal nutrition and exercise, it should not be difficult to grow to 1.8 meters in the future. After all, with his brother in front, it should not be much different. Oh! Nodding, XXX and Ryoma did not say anything more on this issue, but he must have some thoughts in his heart. The car arrived at the door of XXX's house. As soon as the two got off the car, they saw XXX and Nanjiro opening the door from the inside. Hey! You little brat still remembers to go home. Nanjiro XXX leaned against the wall, and after glancing at Ryoma, he turned his gaze to Xinjian next to him. Both were 12-year-olds, but when his son stood next to him, it was as if they were 2 years apart. However, this kid was in really good shape, no wonder he said he wanted to play tennis with him. Old man, I'll go back and rest first. Ryoma XXX had suspected it before, and now he was more certain that the two knew each other. Pushing down the brim of his hat, he walked into the door from the side of Nanjiro XXX. This brat! My kid has a bad temper, sorry to bother you guys. Looking at his son who went home without saying hello to his friends, Nanjiro XXX felt embarrassed for once. Fortunately, my friend thinks it's good to have an opponent like him. As for me, Uncle XXX, don't worry, I'm not a good boy who is obedient and sensible. Xin Yan leaned against the car door with his hands in his trouser pockets. He didn't say anything hypocritical and polite about XXX and Nanjiro's bad temper. Having a personality is not a bad thing, and people have privileges. Hey, kid, please restrain yourself a little. How can you say that about yourself? XXX and Nanjiro raised his hand to cover his face. It was the first time he heard someone introduce themselves like this. However, it was exactly the same as Longya said. This kid's personality is completely opposite to his good looks. It would be miserable if you were fooled by his appearance. I just don't want to be misunderstood. What's Uncle XXX's phone number? I'll call him when I have time. Xin Yan smiled, took out his phone and looked at XXX and Nanjiro. Just kidding, he just doesn't like the label of a good kid. But he should still be a good person that most people think of. Chapter 29. The two of them were busy, and the two of them were busy. Let's go to school tomorrow. School has already started for a few days, and the tennis club's main challenge will also begin. Sakaki Taro sat on the sofa, looking at Xinjian who had returned home, and mentioned school to him. Because school had already started when he came back, there was no opening ceremony or other procedures, just go to school and attend classes normally. Well, I'll go to school with my dad tomorrow morning. I met with Mr. Ekizen Nanjiro today. I may have to arrange to play tennis with Mr. Ekizen after school recently. I will participate less in the activities of the Hyote Tennis Club. Xinjian sat on the sofa and said hello to Sakaki Taro about the short-term arrangements he had just prepared. He met Ekizen Nanjiro and thought the system task was for him to play a game. But he guessed wrong this time. Main Quest 5, Hyote wins the championship, host joins Hyote, goal, National Championship. Random Quest, play tennis with Ekizen Nanjiro, 0/100 games, reward 100,000 points after completion. Random Quest, defeat Ekizen Nanjiro, reward a wish package after completion. Just when he saw Ekizen Nanjiro, Xinjian's task list refreshed 3 tasks at the same time. Main Quest 5 was stuck after he won the Grand Slam, and it has not appeared until now, and it has finally come to the main storyline of this world. The other 2 random quests made him feel a little guilty. Playing tennis with Ekizen Nanjiro 100 times, 100 games. This is asking him to brush the boss, and to the point of vomiting, right? However, this task also made him guess that it is impossible to win within 100 games. So, after 100 games, he might continue until he wins. This is the beginning of the story, and he is given an ultimate task. Is the system lazy and tempting him with a wish package? Although I don't know what this wish package is, I know it's a good thing just by looking at the name, and the motivation to work hard is instantly increased. What the hell? Now, as long as he thinks that he needs to be abused by Ekizen Nanjiro with tennis for 100 games, he feels that the future is bleak and gloomy. But he has to go and take the initiative to find abuse. Maybe the system saw that he was too comfortable after beating others for more than 1,000 games, so it deliberately let him taste the taste of being hit. The club training is not very useful to you. As for Ekizen Nanjiro, if you want to go, go, and if you don't want to go, don't force yourself. Sakaki Taro sighed, looking at Xinjian, whose eyes were obviously tangled, and wanted to tell him not to find abuse, but he changed his words when the words came to his lips. He no longer asks the child to do anything, nor will he stop him from doing what he wants to do. As long as he wants to, then go. You don't have to go all the time. I just want to try and see if I can beat that legend. Xin Yan smiled and nodded, not hiding his feelings about defeating Ekizen Nanjiro. As for how many times he has to fight, he can't guarantee it either. When he fights more in the future, he will get used to it. Since you have a goal, work hard. Tell Dad if you need anything. Looking at the bright eyes, Sakaki Taro was very relieved in his heart. His son finally found a dream. Before, whether it was fighting competitions or tennis competitions, he always knew clearly that this child just thought it was fun, or wanted to get trophies from these competitions to make decorations for him. Even when he won the Grand Slam in the junior group before, he didn't see the happiness of achieving his dream in Xin Yan's eyes. At that time, he was actually at the scene, but he was not discovered. Now, when Xin Yan said he wanted to defeat Ekizen Nanjiro, he finally saw a completely different light from these eyes that had always been calm. I won't be polite to Dad. It's late today. Good night, Dad. After saying good night, Xinjian went back to his room and had a good sleep. When he changed into the Ice Empire Central School uniform the next morning and came to school, he unexpectedly saw a welcome ceremony. Not only the Ice Empire Tennis Club, but also the principal. Let us all welcome Uchiha Xinjian back. The principal's face was full of smiles. Standing on the podium of the auditorium where the welcome party was held, he was as excited as if he had suddenly won the lottery. As the applause rang out, Xinjian walked up with a stiff smile, his eyes following the people sitting in the first row. What's going on? At this time, a bunch of people were watching, and Xinjian used his eyes to convey information, asking Adobe to give him some hints. As for his father who came with him, he had already sat down in the teacher's seat, so there was no way to ask. I don't know either. Adobe raised his finger and tapped his forehead. He was also having a headache. As soon as the club activities started this morning, the principal asked someone to find them, and then they were waiting here to welcome someone back to school. Yes, the focus of this welcome party was Uchiha Xinjian's return, not his admission to Hyote. All his past school years were records of Hyote Academy. Even if he was absent for a few years, his name had never been missing from the student list of Hyote Kindergarten Department. Xinjian, you have won the supreme honor at such a young age. Thank you for your hard work. On behalf of all the teachers and students of Hyote. When Xinjian walked onto the podium, the principal stood by and expressed his love for this student with love. At the same time, he did not forget to publicize the honors he had won and his contributions to the school. Love, pursue, the dream is there, and hard work will always bring the distance closer. After the commendation, it was Xinjian's moment to tell the chicken soup why he could win the Grand Slam. Looking at the eager principal, and then looking at the expectant students below. Finally, he scanned the tennis team's regulars who didn't want to listen to his nonsense at all, but had to be here. Xinjian's expression was extremely serious, and he began his speech that he felt was full of complaints. He really didn't want to participate in such an occasion, especially this kind of speech that couldn't tell the truth. Dreams can only be realized if you work hard to pursue them. But more realities that cannot be spoken out are that even if you work hard all your life, you may not be able to surpass others' starting point. After he finished his impromptu speech, listening to the enthusiastic applause in the auditorium, he stepped back and returned the seat to the principal again. Let us thank Uchiha Xinjian for sharing his experience with everyone. The principal was very satisfied with Xinjian's performance. These speeches were very educational and meaningful, and they were no less impressive than his. While giving the final summary, the principal gave a thumbs up to the teacher's seat from behind the podium, where the students could not see. Chapter 30. The two of them were very close, but the truth was revealed. Xinjian, are those things you said this morning true? During the afternoon club activities, Rijiruo stopped Xinjian under a tree outside the tennis club. He always felt that something was wrong during the welcome party. But he had to go to class after the party, and he didn't see this guy go to the restaurant at noon, so he could only come here in the afternoon to block him. You actually believed it? Xinjian looked at Rijiruo with strange eyes. He never thought that the speech in the morning would actually coax this kid. I really didn't see that this kid was a dreamer. Tisk. I just think that your way of lying is a bit too much. I know some things about your childhood, how could I believe it? Hijiruo blushed when asked. He did believe it a little bit. However, now he remembered that this guy has not been a normal person since he was 3 years old. Although not all of it is true, if you don't work hard, no matter how high your talent is, it may be buried. Come on, you are still far away. Xinjian shook his head, turned around and walked towards the tennis club with Hijiruo. He was going to participate in the main challenge today. Originally, he was going to start the challenge from the normal reserve, but in the morning, the principal arranged a welcome party for him. The identity of the Grand Slam was exposed. Now the members of the tennis club saw him, their eyes were shining, just like a group of fanatics. Adobe, are you really not going to do anything about this situation? You are the club leader after all, and they are staring at me. This is not appropriate. When they arrived at the venue for the challenge of the main selection, Xinjian came to Adobe and sat down unceremoniously, asking him to take care of those enthusiastic members. He also wanted to go to school here, and then play a normal tennis match. Too noisy will affect the mood. Everyone be quiet. Adobe Kigo stood up, raised one hand, and snapped his fingers to control the situation. Originally, he wanted to watch the show, because everyone knew how crazy the enthusiasm of these members would be. But after really experiencing the noise around him like a vegetable market, he suddenly felt that this was not to watch Xinjian's excitement, but that all of them were suffering. Listen to me, everyone. From now on, Uchiha Zinjian is a student of Hyote and a member of the Hyote Tennis Club. No noise is allowed within the tennis club, and you are not allowed to interfere with the training of the tennis club's regulars and reserve players. After Adobe Kigo finished speaking, the surroundings instantly became quiet. As expected of the king of Hyote, this momentum is very good. Zinjian looked at Adobe's proud eyes and praised him very impolitely. How is this regular challenge conducted and what are the steps? Holding Adobe's racket, Zinjian took a step forward and looked at the regulars who were already in place, and began to wonder who he should change positions with. Adobe, Jiro, Ashitari, and Gakuto, these four people are definitely not okay. How Chotaro and Shishido Ryo, these two have not started doubles running in yet, but since Hyote lacks doubles, these two people still cannot be replaced. Only Kabeiji Takahiro and Hyoji Waka were left. I'll do it. Hyoji Waka walked forward with his racket. You should know the consequences of losing. Zinjian looked at Hyoji Waka, who had been challenging him since they first met in elementary school, and was not sure if he really understood the meaning of this game. I know. Even if I lose, I can challenge others. Don't worry about me. Hyoji Waka naturally knew that he had squeezed out the original starters step by step last year and reached this position. I know. Turning to the other side of the court, the challenge between Zinjian and Hyoji Waka officially began. Oshida Yoshi went to the referee's seat. He wanted to better observe the strength of this Grand Slam champion. Others were not in a hurry to train for the time being. They found a good position to wait and watch this potentially exciting game. But soon they found that there was nothing to watch. To be precise, the more they watched, the more confused they felt. When it came to Zinjian's serve, they could only see the tennis ball before and after the serve. What happened in between? How did the ball pass the net? Even Adobe only saw it vaguely once or twice. Uchiha Zinjian wins, score 6:0. Ashitari called out the score, came down from the referee's seat, took off his glasses and began to cover his eyes to rest. He will never referee this guy again. His dynamic vision does not allow him to chase such a fast tennis ball. World-class Grand Slams are not something he can observe. Such competitions require instruments, not his eyes. Your strength has increased a lot. Have you played anything else besides tennis in these years? Rijiruo lost very quickly, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with his loss. In the past, he challenged Zinjian a lot, although no matter what he challenged, it would eventually turn into tennis, and of course he was always abused. I am only interested in tennis now. I haven't participated in other things for a long time, but I have never given up the basic training that I should have. Zinjian looked at Rijiruo, who had been learning ancient martial arts since childhood and was brought to the tennis court by him in advance, and was quite satisfied with his growth. Although Rijiruo's strength did not improve too much, his 5-dimensional data at this time was slightly higher than in the original plot. Of course, this was not his own judgment, but given by the system. Just after the game between him and Rijiruo started, the system gave him a plot information comparison. Because he was once a target, the total of Hyoji Wakata's 5 status data was increased by 0.5. Although it is still not much, such a small change can still be regarded as a plot fluctuation caused by him. Although the system gave a comparison chart, it was limited to this. Just show him these comparison changes, but don't give him any benefits. Okay, Hyoji Wakata, what do you think now? Challenge others, or temporarily retreat to the reserve? Adobe looked at the two people who started chatting after the game, walked to Hyoji Wakata speechlessly, and asked him what he thought. It was the first time he saw that he was not sad at all after being beaten from the starting position, and he could even see that this guy was a little excited. What a strange development. Is Hyoji Wakata also a fan of Zinjian? I want to challenge Karaichi. Hyoji Wakata had already thought of the target to challenge. Although Karaichi was also very strong in tennis, he didn't think he would lose. Huadi can imitate many people's tennis skills, but he will forget them after imitating them, so as long as he grasps this point, he will have a great chance of winning. Chapter 31. The game was a big success, but the situation was not good. Karachi lost this time because he was tricked. Yuushi Oshita leaned against the wall, watching the game that was about to end, and expressed pity for Karachi, who had completely lost the chance of winning. In fact, Karachi's strengths were very good, but unfortunately, Hyoji was well prepared this time, and had a clear goal from the beginning. We lost this time, but we can win back next time. Adobe Kigo didn't think it mattered that Karachi lost here. The starting position of the tennis club will only be more motivated when it is threatened. If it remains unchanged, it will really be useless. The person targeted this time is Karachi, and the next time, it will be Karachi who defeats others and takes the position again. I'm back. Hyoji won against Karachi 6:3 and came to Xinjian, his expression revealing excessive pride. It's okay, you should work harder in the future. I just looked at your training schedule and there is room for improvement. During their competition, Xinjian had already looked at the training plan of the Hyote Tennis Club and everyone's data standards. Perhaps it was because he joined Hyote, and the main task given by the system was to let Hyote win the championship, so. In the system wall, in the equipment category, there appeared a prop called Training Plan Analyzer. The price is not too high, 1000 points will do, no need to hesitate at all. After putting on the prop similar to contact lenses, Xinjian looked at other people. He could turn on the prop at any time to analyze the target person's data, with a variety of optional training recommendations. More? I just signed up for skateboarding. Hyoto wailed, he didn't want to be trained more. Obviously, he has already trained a lot before, and now he has no time to go out and play. If he trains more, he will have to give up other hobbies. It's an adjustment, the training time remains the same. For these young masters who actually have a wide range of hobbies, Xinjian never thought of letting them spend all their time from the beginning. Most of them are family heirs, or one of the heirs. In addition to completing their schoolwork, they also need some necessary interpersonal communication and various extracurricular studies. As the only heir of the Adobe family, Adobe Kigo may be the busiest. Except for the necessary rest, the rest of his time is fully arranged. He has also heard about other people from Adobe. Ashitari doesn't seem to be very reliable, but in addition to tennis and violin, he also has medical knowledge inherited from his family every day, and he has to study until late before he can rest. Even Jiro, who has been unable to wake up, has a private tutor waiting for him when he returns home. Under this premise, Xinjian didn't want to train them to be professional players, so he certainly wouldn't add extra training time. He just adjusted the project within the original time frame and adjusted the most suitable training schedule for each person. What about you, what's your training schedule like? Rijiruo didn't forget another strength of Xinjian, and that's why he came to Xinjian. As a person who is trying to combine ancient martial arts and tennis, he wondered if he could train in another aspect at the same time. If the training can be combined in both directions, his father will no longer think that he is delaying his family inheritance. Mine is not suitable for you, but I can make a training schedule for you to take home. Xinjian has always taken special care of Rijiruo because it was ancient martial arts tennis that gave him a lot of inspiration. Although this inspiration was discovered after receiving the plot, it did not prevent him from wanting to give Rijiruo a private lesson. Really? Thank you very much. Rijiruo didn't expect that he could still be guided in martial arts practice, and excitedly bowed deeply to express his gratitude. The regulars of the Hyote Tennis Club were very uncomfortable with their arrogant companions suddenly being so obedient. Training schedule? Isn't that the training schedule they also have? Is that a special training schedule that only Hyoji has? Ashitari Yuushi was about to suffer from a mental disorder, and pushed his glasses, which were only for decoration, and asked the question that everyone was curious about. "Well, a training schedule for ancient martial arts, do you want it too?" Xinjian blinked, looked at the overly curious regulars of the Hyote Tennis Club, and smiled at them kindly. "No, no. Yes, absolutely not." Xiongri Yuan had seen Xinjian's daily training and shook his head quickly as Xinjian finished speaking. He absolutely could not accept such a training list. If his father told him, his future would be nothing but tragedy. Every day, he listened to his father saying how hard Xinjian worked. It was fine to just listen to such words. After all, he had heard them since he was 5 years old and had absolute resistance. But if his father knew that Xinjian gave him a training list, he would be supervised and could not rest until all the training was completed, right? Even other courses might have to give way to the training list. Because in his father's eyes, Xinjian was the representative of beauty. Even the 3 years away from home are considered by his father to be advantages that other boys cannot achieve. It's really not gorgeous. Adobe looked at Yueren's expression. Although he didn't know the specific situation, he guessed that the training program was terrible. While saying that someone was not gorgeous, he had already taken the racket and left, and caught Yueren to accompany him in training. "I don't think it matters, but the training is too boring and I will fall asleep." Jiro joined in the fun, but he was almost asleep now. "Jiro, don't sleep, there may be a reserve to challenge you later, you should stay awake." Ryo Shishido grabbed Jiro's shoulders and shook him. He still couldn't get used to having such a friend who would sleep whenever he wanted. Especially today, maybe a reserve player would come out and challenge Jiro after seeing him fall asleep. It has happened many times before, and although Jiro taught him a lesson with tennis every time, there are always some people who are lucky. Let him sleep. If someone comes to challenge, I will be responsible for waking him up. Xinjian held Jiro's shoulders with his hands, and Shishido Ryo took Jiro, who could fall asleep while standing, to the rest area next to him to lie down. After putting him down, he called Takanashuk, who was not a manager but had been doing the work of a manager, to come over and ask him to go to the office of the tennis club to get paper and pen. As Jiro fell asleep, the next regular players also returned to normal training. After Takanashuk got what he wanted, Xinjian sat outside the court and observed every regular player who was training. He recorded the training items that would be arranged for them in the future. Chapter 32. The two sides of the school were busy, and the two sides had a lot of difficulties. This is the training schedule for each of you. I will adjust it for you after you get used to it. Senior Hiyoshi, please go home and show your copy to your family. If there is no problem, you can do combined training. At the end of the club activities, Xinjian handed out everyone's new training schedule outside the locker room of the tennis club. Except for Hyoji Ruo's copy, the others are relatively normal, and even inferior to the basic training of Rikai University. Although he is now in Hyote, he has to admit that the Rikai University Tennis Club has the most training. It is currently April, and the national competition is in August. They still have 4 months to improve. Xinjian is really amazing. Ho Shotaro took the training sheet and looked at some trainings specifically for his serve errors. He suddenly blushed. The junior had already discovered the serve error when he just came back. He will definitely work hard to train and become stronger. Shotaro, today is a special situation. I have to go to the martial arts gym. I'm leaving first. Hyoji Ruo put the training sheet into the tennis bag, said hello to Ho Shotaro and left in a hurry. Usually they go together. This time it involves the simultaneous training of ancient martial arts and tennis. He needs to go to the martial arts gym and can't go home for the time being. Ho Shotaro looked at Hyoji Ruo's excited back, carefully put away the training sheet, and then called the driver to wait at the school gate. He also wanted to go home early today, and when he got home, he started to try some training that didn't require equipment. Is this considered a star effect? Ashiki Yuushi walked to Xinjian with a tennis bag on his back, and suddenly understood the principal's intention. The appeal of a tennis star is so strong. If Senior Oshitsuki thinks it counts, then let it count. Xinjian had actually thought about the impact of the welcome party a long time ago, and because he had participated in many competitions, he didn't think there was anything wrong with being labeled. Anyway, it wouldn't threaten his life, and it would make him more popular when he was on the court. Sure enough, my previous feeling was correct. Xinjian seems to have a lot of opinions about me. Even the training schedule is so conventional. It's really sad. Yuushi Oshitsuki raised his hand to take off his glasses, leaned against a tree next to him, and looked at Xinjian with curiosity. He didn't know this boy before, so it's impossible that he offended him when he was a child. No opinion, but I don't know what Senior Oshitsuki needs, so I feel I have no idea where to start. Xinjian was stunned for a moment, looking at Yuushi Oshitsuki, curious about how this guy could have such a guess. Because no targeted training method has been found for the time being, does it give people an illusion? I thought I was not weak in the tennis club, at least I was the same as them. Ashitari Yuushi didn't expect this answer, and he was confused now. How could he not know that he was special? If we talk about special, the other people in Hyote Tennis Club, such as Adobe or Jiro, have distinct personalities, right? It's different. They have their own strengths and weaknesses, and they have a goal they want to achieve. Senior Ashitari has many skills and is more talented than many people, but he lacks persistence. Looking at Ashitari Yuushi, who put his glasses back, Xinjian analyzed his strengths and weaknesses on the tennis court. He had no opinion on Ashitari Yuushi, because he knew that the future of Hyote and others had nothing to do with tennis, and their current efforts were not just the short-term freedom in junior high school. But the more this is the case, the more many people will work harder for this last year of freedom. Moreover, his current task requires Hyote to win the national championship. When choosing Hyote to go to school, he only had one choice, which was to let Hyote win the championship. I thought I was actually working hard. Yuushi Oshima's eyes twitched twice. He never thought that the junior who just came back would say that he was not obsessed with tennis. He liked tennis, liked to defeat his opponents on the court, liked the joy of winning. However, when it comes to persistence, he seems to be inferior to some people. Senior Oshima is very hard-working, but this kind of wide-ranging collection of skills will drag down Senior Oshima's time and energy. If he can't find his own way, his future will stop here. Xinjian shook his head. He was not happy with what Yuushi Oshima said. Thousands of ball skills, he really thinks there are too many and too messy. Although he himself has copied a lot of ball skills in the past few years, it does not mean that he should use them all. It is better to specialize and refine than to be numerous and complex. So when he was not sure which ones Oshiro should specialize in, Xinjian could only give him a training mode that would comprehensively improve his basics. It's really a difficult problem, my own path. Oshiro Yuushi pondered for a long time, and he was really a little troubled about his own path in tennis. Oshiro looks smart, but sometimes he can't turn around. Find an opportunity to play against him. When he is forced into a desperate situation, he can find his inner heart the most, which is more useful than thinking about it blindly now. Adobe changed his clothes and came out for a while. Looking at Oshiro's expression, he was sure that this kind of thing could not be known by thinking about it. Instead of not being able to think of it all the time, it is better to go to the tennis court to feel it. As long as he wants to continue, he can always find the choice in his heart. That's fine. Let's play a game alone when we have time. It's getting late today, so I'm going home first. Xinjian has no objection to this, but it's definitely not possible today. Tomorrow. It's not possible tomorrow either. He's going to play tennis with Ekizen Nanjiro tomorrow. So, let's talk about Oshima later when there's a chance. Adobe, have you found your tennis direction? Adobe watched Xinjian leave, then turned to look at Adobe. Discuss this experience in advance, so that you don't have any clues after being dragged onto the tennis court and abused. I've never been confused about my tennis direction, right, Karaji? Adobe looked at Oshima with disdain, and said proudly that he had never had such an unglamorous moment. Yes. Karaji followed suit. Although he was temporarily dragged down from the starting position, Karaji would stand behind Adobe regardless of whether he was a starting player or not. I shouldn't have asked you. Let's go home, I'll think about it. Ashibayushi raised his hand to cover his face. He shouldn't have talked about this topic with Adobe. Asking this guy for directions is asking for trouble. Ashiba, although I can't give you any advice, I can play a few games of tennis with you. If you have time, I can ask the butler to prepare dinner for one more person. Adobe Kigo took 2 steps forward, then stopped and invited Ashibayushi. Chapter 33. The next day. Outside the locker room of the Hyote Tennis Club. Xinjian, where are you going? Tetsub stopped him helplessly. The club activities had just started at this time, and this guy told him that he was leaving early after changing into sportswear. I made an appointment with Uncle Nanjiro to play tennis. It's not appropriate to change clothes at his house, so I'll change first and then take the bus. You guys should keep training and don't be lazy. I'll check it tomorrow morning. Xinjian stopped with a tennis bag on his back and told Tetsub where he was going, and then prepared to run away. Wait a minute. Ask the driver to buy some gifts on the way. It's the first time to visit someone's home, don't be rude. Tetsub felt that he was a life of worry now. I played tennis with Ashitari for half the night last night. Although it didn't seem to have much effect, it was indeed very tiring. I still have to worry about this kid's problem today. They are all a bunch of troubles. I know, I'll ask the driver to buy a fruit gift box later. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Xinjian naturally responded to Adobe's concern with a smile. This time he didn't leave in a hurry, but waited for Adobe to finish his words. Be careful when playing the game. If you can win more points. I'll wait for your good news. Go. Waving his hand to let people hurry up, Adobe looked at the back of the happy running away and felt so tired. This kid is good in everything, but he is occasionally ignorant of the ways of the world. If people misunderstand him, he doesn't like to explain. It's impossible not to worry about him. Where is Xinjian? I brought a cake from home. Xianghai Yuan came out with a cake box, but found that the person he was looking for was gone. Wasn't he here just now? He just went to get a cake. Go find someone to play tennis with. Unless he can win, he may often miss the afternoon club activities training. Adobe shook his head and looked at the cake in Yuan's hand. For the missed opportunity of only 2 minutes, it can only be that the boy is not destined to have this cake. Xinjian will definitely win. The one who asked him out today is Shiji Tanshima or Gecko Oki. Aren't those guys already in the high school department? How can the news spread so fast? Yuan Xianghai walked into the tennis court with Adobe, and while inviting Jiro to come over to eat the cake, he gossiped with Adobe about which guy came to snatch the player this time. None of them. Adobe was stunned for a moment, shook his head and denied all of Yuan's guesses. He didn't know Shiji Tanshima, but he knew who Gecko Oki was. The head of the Hyote Tennis Club before him, a tennis genius who led Hyote to the national level. Not them? It could be Ajiadu. Although he didn't come to Xinjian many times, the guy's intelligence data has always been very powerful. If he knew Xinjian was back, it wouldn't be strange for him to come to him. Jiro took the cake, picked up a piece and sat down to eat it, and at the same time proposed another suspected possibility. No, you can ask him yourself, he is an old senior, who was very powerful more than 10 years ago. Adobe still didn't say who it was, but he thought that most people could guess it. No more guessing, it should be some uncle who came to see him, let's eat cake and call him later. Xiangri Yuan waved his hand and gave up guessing. If he really wanted to know, he could just call him directly. It was too much trouble to guess like this. Anyway, Xinjian will be fine. I will send him a message after eating the cake. Forget it, I'll send it now. Uncle Nanjiro, eat more fruit to avoid getting angry. Xinjian asked the driver to take him to the door of XXX's house. After getting off the car, he rang the doorbell, then took the fruit handed to him by the driver, opened the door and walked in. He handed the fruit gift box to XXX Nanjiro, looked at the magazine that had not been closed on the chair next to him, and could still see some pictures of swimsuit beauties. The boy is thoughtful. XXX Nanjiro took the fruit and put it aside. When he saw Xinjian glanced at the magazine, he jumped over and put the magazine away. Although he likes to read it, it is still inappropriate for such things to be seen by the boy. Uncle Nanjiro, I brought a tennis racket here. I will trouble you to teach me later. Xinjian looked at XXX Nanjiro, who was about to sit back in the chair, and had to remind him that he came here to play tennis. He didn't need to change his clothes, so he just hurried to the tennis court. You are so impatient, I am an old man. Forget it, I won't bother with you, just follow me. XXX Nanjiro wanted to tease the boy's impatience, but after seeing Xinjian's serious eyes, he suddenly felt warm in his heart. How many years have passed? He hasn't seen such eyes for too many years. He chose to retire at that time, one because Ryoma was born, and the other reason was that he couldn't see the true love of professional tennis players for tennis. Uncle Nanjiro, is this wall okay? If it is broken, do you want me to repair it? Then he walked into the temple, and next to the bell, Xinjian saw the simple tennis court. Shaking the racket in his hand, Xinjian always felt that after this game, this temple might change its appearance. Boy, I remember they reported that you are the most gentle tennis player. Have you changed your style in just over a year? XXX Nanjiro looked around. The venue was indeed limited, but he felt that this boy's control should not be bad. It's hard to say whether others can see it, but he knows very well that the loss of some players is definitely related to this boy. If he didn't have that ability, and just followed the guesses of those reporters, this boy would not be able to get out. It's different. I can completely control playing tennis with those people, but I don't think I can have a chance to control the court in front of Uncle Nanjiro. Xinjian took out a tennis ball from his bag and walked to the serving line. Looking at the lazy XXX Nanjiro, he said very bluntly that he had no intention of holding back from the beginning. Then leave it to me. Although my friend may not mind retaking the course, I am a lazy person. XXX Nanjiro smiled and shook his shoulders, walked to the other side of the net and stood still. He was confident that he could control the court as Xinjian said. Although this kid played tennis very well, he was still a teenager after all. Bang! The people were already in position, Xinjian bent his knees and leaned back, and the tennis ball thrown from his fingertips collided with the racket. A standard outspin serve went over the net. Bang! Swing the racket to stop the ball that bounced up and hit it back. Wow, kid, you are good, you are so good at outspin serve, and Longye, that little bastard, didn't tell me. XXX Nanjiro looked at the familiar outspin serve and wondered how this kid did it. Chapter 34. The ball was hit hard, but the ball was too far away. Bang! 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 The sound of hitting the ball kept ringing, and the yellow-green ball jumped back and forth on this simple tennis court, sometimes flying high, sometimes flying low. Occasionally, it could flash dangerously on the edge, but it would always be intercepted by the nimble figure who appeared. Hiss! Uchiha Xinjian, score, 15-0. XXX Nanjiro reported the score with a helpless look on his face, bent down to pick up the tennis ball that fell behind him, and his eyes suddenly lost the previous playful thoughts. He was actually deceived by this kid, which was really embarrassing. The last ball took nearly 10 minutes to play. Just when the ball flew over, he actually saw the ball land in front of him, but he never thought it was an illusion. Illusion is this kid's special skill, and it is an ability that has never been discovered in the competition. Uncle Nanjiro, be serious. My tennis ball cannot be distinguished by eyes alone. If you are not serious, I will get points, and Ryoma will be disappointed. Xinjian looked at Nanjiro Ekizen, who finally looked serious, and put the tennis racket on his shoulder in a good mood, waiting for him to change clothes and shoes before coming. Although Nanjiro Ekizen can play tennis barefoot, the soles of his feet are skin and flesh after all, rubbing back and forth on the sandy ground, and getting injured will be troublesome. Wait. Feeling the heat of the soles of his feet, Nanjiro Ekizen pointed to the long bench next to him and asked Xinjian to rest first. He stepped on the clogs with both feet and turned to walk home. This kid is not his stupid son. If he doesn't take it seriously, he might be embarrassed. Although he didn't win the Grand Slam, he was also recognized as the number one at the time. If he really let that kid win a game, the idiot Ryoma would be affected when he knew it. Thank you, uncle. Xinjian sat aside and rested for more than 10 minutes. After Ekizen Nanjiro came back, he brought him a glass of juice. Continue after you finish drinking it. Don't let me down if you can let me play seriously. Ekizen Nanjiro waited for Xinjian to finish drinking the juice, and then signaled him to get up and continue. At this time, he changed his clothes, which were normal sportswear and shoes that Xinjian had never seen in the plot he knew. Even the tennis racket was changed. It was no longer the obviously worn-out racket with loose net lines. This suddenly professional attitude made Xinjian feel quite pressured. If he disappointed Nanjiro later, he might never play with him again. Uncle Nanjiro, if the wall is broken later, I can still afford to pay for the money I earned before. Xinjian tapped his fingers on the string of the racket, and a faint spiritual power lingered around him. He closed his eyes and opened them again, and 2 megatama slowly rotated in his blood-red eyes. Don't brag, kid, wait until you really do it. The boy opposite Ekizen Nanjiro seemed to have changed into a different person in the blink of an eye, and was ready to fight back at any time. Bang! This time, Xinjian's serve did not have much skill, and the only advantage was speed. Bang! Ekizen Nanjiro moved his feet and swung the racket on the side of the ball's landing point, adding rotation to the original straight ball and flying it to Xinjian's blind spot. But at this time, Xinjian looked at the tennis ball flying, his feet left the ground one after the other, and he stepped back and moved sideways, and the racket was already waiting at the position he chose. Bang! Bang! The tennis ball flashed again in the back and forth between the two of them, and the ball lasted for several minutes, and the power gradually increased. Bang! Out of bounds, 15-15. Ekizen Nanjiro looked at the out-of-bounds ball behind him, and his smile became more and more real. He was able to use some of his strength, and then he could play to this extent. He now recognized the strength of this kid. However, this is not enough. This is not enough to defeat Longye, and he still did not let this kid use all his strength. Keep going. Xinjian narrowed his eyes, reached out to take the tennis ball, and swung the racket to serve again. Just now, he set himself a small goal, just get 1 point first. However, the serious Ekizen Nanjiro's goal is also very simple, that is, to cut Xinjian to 0 points today. Ekizen Nanjiro is not petty, but there are a few exceptions, such as his sons. The younger son is not even qualified to compete with others, and the older son has been defeated on the court before. As a father, he wants to earn some face for his sons. From the afternoon to the sunset, the wall around the tennis court in the temple has been hit by a small hole in the tennis ball. But it is just a small hole, and there has been no major damage so far. I win again, the score is 5-0. Ekizen Nanjiro scored another point. Although his face was also full of sweat, when he saw Xinjian on the opposite side, his whole state and mentality seemed to have returned to the first court more than 10 years ago, and the whole person exuded the joy brought by tennis. Next game, mine. Xinjian picked up the tennis ball not far away, shook off the sweat on his arm, and threw the tennis ball to the opposite side. This game, he must win. Boy, then you have to work harder. As he spoke, Ekizen Nanjiro threw the ball and swung the racket, and another outspin serve flew to the opposite side. This ball will go out of bounds. Xinjian's racket was once again entangled with mental power, and when he received the ball and hit it back, a special breath wrapped around the tennis ball. It's not a good boy to lie. Ekizen Nanjiro quickly stepped back and sent the tennis ball that landed right next to him to the other side. It's not too late to say out of bounds when the ball lands. There's no technical content in lying. Uncle, look, it's out of bounds. Xinjian stood still, pointing the racket in his hand to the outside of the line behind him. The tennis ball fell on the point he pointed out as if it was a fixed point tracking. Kid, it's great. Ekizen Nanjiro watched the tennis ball he hit fly out of the line when it couldn't be out of bounds. He stared at the ball rolling twice after landing, and then smiled widely. This was the first time he had seen such an interesting change. He thought that the kid had used all his skills in the previous 5 games. It seems that there is still something to dig out. It's interesting, very interesting. Out of bounds. Out of bounds. It's out of bounds again, Uncle, I got a point. Xinjian watched the tennis ball fly out of bounds again, and his smile grew bigger and bigger. He finally got a point. Boy, serve. Ekizen Nanjiro couldn't laugh anymore. He didn't understand it at all and was scored a point by this kid. This was not good at all. Uncle, this ball won't go out of bounds. Xinjian swung the racket to serve, and watched the ball fly out. He shook his head slightly, knowing that this was it. In front of Ekizen Nanjiro, his illusion tennis could only do this. Use illusion to hide the real rotation and force of the tennis ball, so that the opponent can hit the ball out of bounds to score. This consumes a lot of mental power, so every ball must be fast, and a quick solution can deceive Ekizen Nanjiro's eyes. Indeed, it won't go out of bounds. Ekizen Nanjiro didn't see what the problem was, but he was sure that the point just now had exhausted the kid's limit. Chapter 35. The game was over, and the score was 6:1. The game is over, Ekizen Nanjiro won, the score was 6:1. After the last ball was played, Ekizen Nanjiro raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face and reported the final score himself. In the last game, although I didn't see the special skills of the little ghost, it was still very strenuous. I always felt that the little ghost was using the last game to hone his physical limit. Uncle, is this really okay? Xinjian slowly walked to the bench next to him and sat down, pointing the racket to the tree next to him, where there was a boy wearing a hat. At the beginning of their last game, Ekizen Ryoma came back and came here with his cat. It seems that he was frightened by the game between the two who seemed to have no special skills, but whose speed and strength were beyond his cognition. At this time, the game was over, but Ryoma Ekizen's eyes were still filled with shock and confusion. It doesn't matter. Although my kid is a little stupid, he won't be frightened by such things. Ekizen Nanjiro also saw Ryoma just now, but at that time he was in the game, and he was a little excited, so he played the last game normally. At this time, looking at the expression of his stupid son, Ekizen Nanjiro said that he was not worried, but his heart was very entangled. If he was frightened like this, his previous plan might be ruined. Xinjian, are you okay? Ryoma woke up, but he ignored his father's eyes and came over with his cat in his arms. It was Xinjian who came to care first. Hey, brat, don't go too far. I'm tired too. I can't even walk anymore. You don't care. Ekizen Nanjiro suddenly changed his expression and became his usual naughty look again. He sat on the ground and pointed at Ryoma and howled twice. But the voice was quite real, and the expression was not bad. Except for the occasional secret observation of Ryoma's expression, everything looked real. Old man, you are so old, Can you have some shame? Xinjian hasn't said anything yet. If you don't pay attention to your image, I will tell my mother about the magazines under your bed. XXX Ryoma pouted in disdain. He thought his father suddenly became handsome, but he didn't expect that he would be handsome for only a while, and now he has become naughty again. No, 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 Ryoma, take care of your little friend. I'm old, and this game of tennis is killing me. The kid doesn't know how to respect the elderly. My old waist. The funny Ekaizen Nanjiro took the racket and left. After making sure that his son didn't have any psychological problems, he was no longer worried. Even after returning, he could show off to his wife and praise their son's psychological maturity. Xinjian sat on a bench in the temple, watching the cat jump on his legs, and then looking at Ryoma, who had been silent since Ekaizen Nanjiro left. He was really worried about the little protagonist. Its name is Karabin, and it doesn't like to play with people. Ekaizen Ryoma watched his cat take the initiative to get into someone else's arms, and the tangled thoughts that had been tangled because of watching the previous game dissipated a lot. But his cat will take the initiative to play with the first person he meets, which makes him feel uncomfortable, and he really wants to reach out and snatch the cat back. A very good kitten. Xinjian is very tired now, but he is in a good mood. He looked down at the cat standing on his legs, raising its two front paws to climb onto his shoulders, and smiled and raised his hand to play with it. This cat named Karabin is very well behaved, at least too well behaved in front of Xinjian. When playing with it, it plays, and its round blue eyes are squinted with joy. When Xinjian is tired and doesn't want to raise his hand, it lies on Xinjian's legs, stretches out its little paws, and pats the back of Xinjian's hand little by little. It's not so well behaved even at home. Ekaizen Ryoma thinks he is jealous. Seeing his own cat being so nice to others, he feels sour in his heart. After raising it for so long, Karabin has never been so nice to him. Maybe it's because of my special physique, cats are very good to me. Xinjian looked at Longma, who was obviously unhappy, but was unwilling to take the cat back, but his eyes were fixed on it, and suddenly found it interesting. In order to prevent him from being sad because of being abandoned by the cat, Xinjian rarely explained to others that he was attracted to cats. In this world, it was okay, he didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with many cats. In the ninja world, it was called cruel. The Uchiha clan was originally. There are many cats in the area, so he often sleeps in the middle of the night surrounded by cats. By the way, my mother said that she asked you to stay for dinner. Ryoma looked at his cat still curled up in Xinjian's arms, and probably believed in the cat-loving physique. Thinking of what his mother told him before he came here, he hurried to tell Xinjian. Well, I have to thank Auntie later. You came back after the club activity today. Did you join the tennis club? Xinjian looked at Ryoma, and he did not refuse to stay for dinner. Anyway, he would eat alone at home tonight, and he would often come to Ekaizen's house to disturb them in the future, so it was necessary to get familiar with their family. However, according to the time calculation, Ekaizen Ryoma should not have joined the Kingsyu Tennis Club yet, right? I have submitted the registration form, and I met 2 regulars in the tennis club, but the tennis club here is very strange. There are many restrictions on freshmen, and the seniors in the upper grades will lie. Speaking of the situation at school, Ryoma suddenly started to complain. How pitiful the seniors are, how noisy the girls in the school are, and there is a classmate who claims to have 2 years of playing tennis, but in fact it is difficult to swing the racket. After his complaints, Xinjian also learned what day it was. Don't worry, I heard that your coach was also the coach of Uncle Nanjiro before, and she will let you enter the school team selection. Xinjian doesn't like Coach Ryazaki very much, but this is the business of Kingsyu, and it has nothing to do with him, Hyote. But this does not prevent him from revealing some information to Ryoma, so that the protagonist of this world, the little prince, can know some information more clearly. For example, he was a relative in the Kingsyu Tennis Club from the beginning. I just want to rely on my strength. Ryoma turned his head awkwardly. How could he get into the tennis club by connections? He had to rely on his strength to get in. It doesn't matter even if he has connections. I am now a freshman in Hyote. I was already a regular yesterday. My dad is the tennis coach of our Hyote. When I entered the school yesterday morning, the principal of Hyote and all the members of the tennis club held a welcome ceremony for me. Xinjian suddenly turned on the show-off mode, successfully diverting Ryoma's attention. He stared at him in disbelief, as if he was frightened by such treatment. Chapter 36. The truth is that you are not welcome. They welcome the Grand Slam winner. With your status, you will be welcomed no matter which school you go to. What does being a regular have to do with whether your father is a coach? You don't seem to be comforting me at all. It feels like you are treating me like a fool. After being stunned for a while, XXX and Ryoma finally figured out the cause and effect relationship. What kind of relationship? Grand Slam winners in the junior category will be treated the same no matter which school they go to, or even better. Actually, your tennis club at Seigakuin has a tradition that first-year students can only pick up balls and pull the net. Do you want to only pick up balls for the whole year? Xinjian's arms regained some strength, and he picked up Carbon and pinched its paws to play. During this time, he glanced at Longma and told him about some rules of the Seigakuin Tennis Club in a disgusted tone. Do you have this tradition in Hyote too? Longma's eyes widened as he saw that Carbon was so obedient even when his paws were pinched. As for the tradition of the tennis club, he certainly wouldn't just pick up balls for those seniors. At most, he could go to another place to go to school. It's not a place he has to stay. But it's not like all schools here are like this, right? It is said that it happened a long time ago, but it was changed after Audiobook came to Hyote. Rikai University also changed it in the same year. I seem to have heard that someone from your Kingshu also wanted to challenge the rules 2 years ago, but it seems that he was beaten by the senior at that time. Xinjian paused when talking about someone who was beaten by the senior. After Carbon meowed in dissatisfaction with his paws, he lowered his head and continued to play with the cat. You don't have to scare me. I know I have to pay attention to safety. If I am suppressed because I am a freshman, I can just change schools. I don't have to be in Kingshu. That place is the request of the old man. It has nothing to do with me. Ryoma doesn't care about Kingshu now. The classroom is noisy, the girls are annoying, and there are cheating seniors in the tennis club. After hearing about this so-called tradition, he has no nostalgia for the place he didn't like. If he couldn't leave, he would rather go back to the United States directly. At least there he has a familiar environment and elementary school classmates. There are bad things, but there are also some good things. Uncle Nanjiro asked you to come back to school, probably to let you experience the learning and tennis atmosphere here. You'd better stay in Kingshu. Anyway, you are not weak. If you are not convinced, just compete on the court. Xinjian held Carbon and played for a while. When he heard someone coming over here, he returned the cat to Ryoma. He really felt that Ryoma wanted to transfer schools at any time. However, this time, the Kingshu team selection should be easy to win. Because Ryoma is different now. The plot collapsed at the beginning, and he asked Audiobook to practice with him in advance, which directly made the protagonist evolve continuously and raised his strength to the level where he could tie with Audiobook. Now Ryoma, unless he plays against Tezuka who is going all out, otherwise. There is no one in Kingshu who can convince him. It's a pity that he is from Hyote, otherwise he really wants to go to Kingshu to watch the excitement, which will definitely be very, very interesting. However, it seems that it is not impossible. After all, he would often come to play tennis with Nanjiro XXX. When he had a chance, he would ask Ryoma about the time and then go to school to wait for him to go home together. It was a good idea and he must not forget it. It would be a pity to miss such a big drama of leading the protagonist astray and watching the protagonist abuse his teammates. He just likes to make random arrangements, Ryoma was in a much better mood while holding Carbon, but this did not prevent him from complaining about his old man's unreliable behavior. Soon, Nanako Ekizen appeared and called them back for dinner. The two returned to the Ekizen family together and had dinner under the warm hospitality of Junko Ekizen. After eating, Xinjian did not stay for long. He called the driver to pick him up, and then said goodbye to the people of the Ekizen family, and agreed to come to play tennis with Uncle Nanjiro when he had time in the future. For this kind of thing, the people of the Ekizen family expressed great welcome, especially Junko Ekizen, who looked at Xinjian with eyes that seemed to be shining. I just heard my mom say that she hasn't seen the old man so energetic for a long time. Longma carried Carbon out of the house with an awkward look on his face and stood outside the gate waiting for Xinjian's driver to come. As for his family's attitude towards Xinjian, although Longma heard some of the reasons for Xinjian's enthusiasm, he didn't quite understand. Anyway, he understood the general meaning. It was because he could play tennis with his old man that his old man regained his vitality from his sloppy state. But he couldn't say thank you. Now, seeing that the car hadn't come yet, he suddenly reached out and put Carbon in front of Xinjian. Ah! Xinjian reached out and hugged the cat, looking at Longma curiously, not knowing what he meant. Before getting in the car, I'll let you hold it for a while, and you have to give it back to me later. Longma turned his head away. He knew that Xinjian liked to play with Carbon, so seeing that everyone in the family was very happy, let him play with Carbon for a while before leaving. This way of thanking was the first time Xinjian had seen it, but it didn't stop him from continuing to play with the cat before the driver came. When the car came, he put Carbon, who hadn't played enough, back into Longma's hands, got in the car and waved away. After returning home, Xinjian asked about the situation. Since Taro Sakaki hadn't come back yet, he didn't wait for him and went upstairs to rest. The next morning, Xinjian woke up and went downstairs to see Taro Sakaki, who had gotten up early to read the newspaper. "Dad, good morning." Xinjian greeted Taro Sakaki, and then saw his father, who almost never ran, stood up and went out with him. After walking around the house for a few laps, he went back to wash and change clothes after running. After eating and getting in the car, on the way to Hyote, he found that Taro Sakaki still hadn't recovered completely. "Dad, don't run with me in the future. You can't keep up with my speed." Although it was a bit discouraging, Xinjian felt it necessary to make it clear. His speed was as slow as possible this morning, but even so, it was still a bit too hard for Taro Sakaki. Well, Taro Sakaki thought he could do it, but it turned out that he really couldn't run. "Actually, Dad, your body is still very good, but you can't compete with me. I can keep up long-distance running practice at a faster speed than the short-distance champion, so it's not Dad's problem, I'm just different from ordinary people." Xin Yan looked at the depressed Sakaki Taro and tried to find some reasons to comfort him helplessly. "It doesn't matter, Dad just thinks that some people's advice is not reliable at all, and I'm thinking about how to settle accounts with him." Sakaki Taro didn't want his son to see him continue to be in poor condition, so he shook his head and put the running matter aside, and talked about someone who gave advice. Last night, he was supposed to go out for a drink with them, and then they taught him how to get familiar with his son again. Eating together, breakfast and dinner, this is simple. Morning jogging, failed. He was not allowed to try the ones after that. In various sports, he, as a father, could not compare with his son at all. It would be better for him to watch the children play outside like when they were young. Chapter 37. The two of them were very busy, but they were still busy. "Do you want to go today?" Adobe looked at Xinjian, who was about to run away when the club activity was about to start, and wondered if this kid was looking for trouble on purpose. He said that he lost miserably yesterday. Shouldn't he normally strengthen his training and go after improving? Well, I plan to go every day until I can easily win. Xinjian never hides his purpose. His ultimate goal is to defeat XXX Nanjiro. As for how many games he will play during this period. Anyway, he will go every day and play as many games as he can. Go! Audiobook waved his hand. Although he felt that Xinjian would still lose miserably if he went now, he would not stop him. However, he should also find someone to play a few games with. If he doesn't work hard, he will probably lose to that kid named XXX Ryoma next time. The genes of the XXX family. Perhaps it should be called the talent and love of the XXX family for tennis. Now Xinjian's goal is to defeat XXX Nanjiro, so as a minister, he can't even beat XXX Ryoma. Oshida, come with me to play a game. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. Audiobook looked at the regulars training in the tennis court and called out Oshida again. Audiobook, you are definitely venting your anger on others. After being deducted 0 points, Yuushi Oshida sat in the rest area. Looking at Audiobook, whose eyes were still not very good, his smile was a little forced. Why is he always the one who gets hurt? This is unreasonable. What you lack now is a practice match, Jiro. You will play a game with Oshida in 10 minutes. If you lose to Oshida, tomorrow's cake will be halved. Audiobook looked at Oshida with disdain. How dare this guy say that he is venting his anger on others? If we can't find the direction, we will be caught up soon according to the current training mode. By that time, the genius Ashitari will be surpassed, and it will not be as simple as being caught by him to play practice games on the court. The training of Hyotei Tennis Club continued, and Xinjian went to XXX's house again. He played a game with XXX Nanjiro, who smiled and said that he would definitely let him get 0 points this time. Xinjian still only got 1 point, and because he got a point first at the beginning, he successfully made XXX Nanjiro play more attentively afterwards. Played with the cat at XXX's house and rested for a while. After Ryoma came home, Xinjian chatted with him for a few words, confirmed that tomorrow would be the Kingshu internal competition, and then got in the car and left. When Xinjian returned home, he saw Sakaki Taro waiting for him for dinner, and his tired spirit was instantly lifted a few points. Dad, I got another point today. Uncle XXX played particularly fiercely after losing this point. After having dinner together, Xinjian and Taro Sakaki sat on the sofa and chatted. When talking about today's match with Nanjiro XXX, Xinjian's eyes were shining. Especially when talking about the point he scored first, the happy look of his trick succeeded suddenly seemed a bit in line with his age. Even if you are having fun playing, you should pay attention to getting enough rest for your body. The game consumes too much energy. You can adjust and reduce the training after returning home at night. Taro Sakaki was naturally happy that Xinjian could play tennis happily, but he still had to remind his child. Even if you have a special physique, you always have to relax and work hard. Don't worry, Dad. Except for running a few laps at night, all other training has been adjusted to the morning. I will definitely not be exhausted. By the way, I will go to Uncle Kurobe for a comprehensive test this weekend. I haven't been there for many years. Xing Yan is very clear about his condition. After deciding to play tennis with XXX Nanjiro, he has made a comprehensive adjustment to his training plan. However, he now wants to see what standard his data has reached. He hasn't been back for 3 years and has never been tested again. At present, his data is given by the system. Although the system is definitely more accurate, he wants to see what level he belongs to within the scope of scientific testing in this world. I will call Kurobe to set a time tomorrow morning. I heard from Sato before that there are some good tennis players there. You can play a few games with them when you go there. Sakaki Taro thought about the situation of Kurobe and Sato, and suddenly felt that maybe Xing Yan could stay there for a few days. Playing a game with the training players there is expected to ease some of the stress brought by XXX Nanjiro's pressure. Then let's set a time. If there are no restrictions there, I can go there on Saturday and come back on Sunday, and let Uncle XXX spend an undisturbed weekend. Xinjian thought of the email he had sent to Shuji Tanajima before. It seemed that the guy was also training there. If he went there, he would at least play a serious game. There are also a few people who are quite strong as mentioned by Shuji Tanajima. I hope it will be interesting. Maybe he can get a few more random tasks. They will welcome it. Sakaki Taro looked at his son's happy state of being able to find someone to play tennis, and his mood relaxed a lot. Being able to help his child's interests is the only way he can make up for it at present. However, he will not say this feeling, and there is no need to let Xinjian know. The father and son each have their own thoughts, so this matter is settled. The next day they went to school together. Xinjian played another game with Audiobook during the morning club activity, and then went to class as usual. Until the afternoon club activity, they changed their clothes and left as usual. For this kind of thing, the people in the Hyote Tennis Club are already used to it. Especially the regulars, they are looking forward to Xinjian going to Ekaizen Nanjiro to play tennis every day. However, Xinjian did not go directly to Ekaizen's house today, but asked the driver to take him to Seigaku after getting in the car. At the gate of Seigaku, Xinjian got off the car and walked in, and came to the tennis club under the guidance of several enthusiastic people. Today's Seigaku Tennis Club is very lively. In addition to those wearing the regular uniforms of the tennis club, there are many people cheering outside the guardrail. Following the size of the voice, Xinjian found the common onlookers in the plot. Excuse me, are you here to find Ryoma? Just when Xinjian was thinking about whether to say hello to Ryoma, who was still preparing, Ryazaki Sakurano, who had 2 long braids, saw him. And he recognized at the first time that this was one of the 2 people who took Ryoma away at the Keikaji Tennis Park before. Chapter 38. The 2 of them were very close, and the 2 of them were very close. I'm here to see Ryoma Ekaizen. Xinjian nodded. He didn't plan to have too much contact with this girl who liked Ryoma Ekaizen. Hey, why are you here so early? Don't you need club training? Ryoma Ekaizen looked over when he heard the voice. When he saw Xinjian, he lowered his head and pulled his hat. He awkwardly grabbed the racket and walked in front of him. He thought he would come after the club time was over, but it had just started. His game would start soon, and he would feel a lot of pressure if this guy watched from the side. I have privileges. Normally I should be at your house at this time. Who is your opponent in the first game? Do you want to warm up? Xinjian raised his hand and pulled the brim of Ryoma's hat. He laughed when he saw him covering his hat with his hands and glaring with his eyes wide open. Although we are of the same age, it is really fun to tease a child. Before, I heard Uncle Nanjiro say how much fun it was to tease his son, and I thought it was the uncle's bad taste. Now, it's really good. I really got led astray. Privileges are great, but your minister is really useless. He doesn't even know how to manage you. Ryoma snorted, stretched out his hand to pull Xinjian's tennis bag, and asked him to go to a place where there was no one to talk. Although he may be slow to react to some things, the sight around him is too obvious now, especially the 2 guys with press cards, which are obviously wrong. If this guy is bullied in Kingshu, he won't be able to explain to the old man when he goes home. According to his mother, this is the only person who can play tennis with his old man. Is it okay for you to run so far? Standing by the wall, Xinjian looked at the location of the tennis court, and many people's attention was attracted there. So they really didn't need to leave, because the clothes he wore today would not be ignored. Hyote's regular selection came to Seigaku, and caught up with Seigaku's regular selection trials. Maybe someone would think too much, right? The 2 over there are reporters, don't you hate reporters very much? Ryoma glared. He didn't want this guy to be targeted by reporters, he really didn't know how to be kind. I don't like it, but there's no need to avoid it. Just ignore their interviews. Xinjian nodded. Almost everyone he knew that he didn't like reporters. But not liking it doesn't mean you need to avoid it. The more you hide, the more people will think you're easy to bully. Ryoma, it's your turn next. Hori, whose eyebrows almost grew together, waved over here. The first-year students of Kingsyu were worried about Ryoma being taken aside by a person who looked like a senior from another school for a private chat. It was not easy for a first-year student to participate in the selection competition. If he was abducted by another school, they would have no hope at all. Let's go, watch my game. Ryoma put his hands in his pockets, tucked his tennis racket under his armpits, and walked back to the tennis court. Come on. Xinjian's cheering showed no sincerity at all. He walked to the outside of the tennis court and stood, following Ryoma's figure. The only first-year students participating in the competition in the court were the third and second years. Ryoma, the only first-year student, looked much smaller than the others. The opponent in this game was not the original regular of the tennis club. XXX Ryoma did not give him any chance after he came on the court, and used his right hand to cut the opponent to 0 points. Xinjian, who was standing outside the court, just watched quietly, regardless of whether people around him were looking at him or not, as if he didn't feel it, and was not moved at all. My classmate, are you the regular player of Hyote? Inu Mamoru was originally focused on Ryoma's game, because he had confirmed from Coach Ryazaki that XXX Ryoma was the son of XXX Nanjiro. But when he heard the female reporter next to him keep saying that the boy was so handsome, he suddenly felt familiar after taking a few glances. However, he didn't remember who the boy was, but he knew very well that the clothes were the regular players of Hyote. A regular player of Hyote came to Seigaku and was very familiar with XXX Ryoma. There is definitely something wrong here. I don't accept interviews from reporters. Xinjian only took a glance and retracted his gaze and continued to look at the competition field. He still had a deep impression of this reporter who had stopped him several times but failed to complete the interview. However, this reporter has been reporting on youth tennis for so many years, but still hasn't been promoted? Hey, why are you talking like this? We are reporters from Tennis Monthly. It seems that you. It should be from the Hyote Tennis Club. Please correct your attitude when we interview you. Shiba Sayori glared at him. She originally thought that this guy was very handsome and wanted to take more photos later, but now she saw that he was so arrogant. As a reporter, she was angry. As a legal citizen, I have the right not to accept interviews. Mr. and Ms. Reporter, please stay away from me. Xinjian didn't even bother to give a glance this time. These two reporters have been showing their presence in all the plots, but this doesn't mean that he needs to give face to the reporters. Xinjian, are you okay? XXX Ryoma finished this game and didn't go to the side to record the score. He came over and directly blocked Xinjian and the two reporters. It doesn't matter. Go and do your own thing. Finish your game today as soon as possible, and we can go home earlier. Sweeping the two reporters with cold eyes, Xinjian patted Ryoma's hat and told him not to worry after seeing that the two had turned back to watch other games with trepidation. Although most illusions can only be used on tennis, the threat of mental power is not something that ordinary people can bear. It's okay, then I'll continue. After confirming that nothing was wrong, Ryoma turned and left. After having someone record his score, the next game would start soon. After 2 consecutive games, XXX Ryoma waited for a match with a regular. A second-year student who looks fierce and makes snake-like sounds from his mouth, Kaido Kaoru, who likes to play snake ball. The regular of Hyote, coming to our place to watch the school selection so openly, doesn't it seem a bit bad? A gentle voice appeared beside him. This was the first person who directly pointed out that Xinjian, as a regular player of Hyote, should not be here. If it is for the school, I am indeed not suitable to be here, but my current identity is Ryoma's friend. In order to prevent some habitual bullying of juniors by Kingsyu, I need to watch him finish the school game safely here. Xinjian chuckled in response. In response to Fuji Shusuk's smile, he directly expressed his distrust of King Xiu. It should be normal to be questioned in a place where seniors hurt juniors' arms, but no one cares? We don't have seniors bullying juniors in King Xiu. Could this person mistakenly blame our King Xiu for your Hyote's affairs? Fuji Shusuk opened his eyes and looked at Xinjian, who was obviously provocative. He couldn't guess what this person was doing. The so-called King Xiu habitually bullied the younger students. His first reaction was the incident of Tezuka being beaten, but that was 2 years ago. Who is this person? Does he really know about that incident, or is it a coincidence? Chapter 39. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two of them were in a state of panic. Although I haven't been in Japan for a few years, I still know some things. The genius first-year student 2 years ago and the genius first-year student 2 years later, both left-handed, used their right hands. Do you think they are similar? Xin Yan's words were very clear. It was obvious that Fuji Shusuk had to believe that this person really knew a lot about the incident 2 years ago, and it was as if he had seen the scene in person. That incident will not happen again. King Xiu has changed. It will not be the same as before. Although Fuji Shusuk felt gloomy when he thought of that time, he couldn't let people discredit King Xiu now, at least he couldn't let people think that King Xiu is still the same now. Yes, they have become much better. They set up tricks to cheat juniors of their money, secretly hid juniors' tennis rackets, and let juniors use tennis rackets that are no longer usable to gamble. They are really a group of seniors who have become better. Xinjian's expression was cold, and he told Ryoma what happened before. He was not going to complain for Ryoma, because that kid didn't need it. But this did not prevent him from being unhappy about some things in King Xiu. When people were unhappy, he wanted to make some trouble. We will investigate and deal with this matter. Tezuka Kunimitsu's cold voice came from the side. His game had just ended, and he heard that there was a regular player from Hyote here, so he wanted to take a look, but he heard that there were seniors in King Xiu bullying juniors. Whether to deal with it is your business, you don't need to tell me. I can come this time, but it doesn't mean I will come again in the future. Xinjian looked back, and he didn't have any feelings about Tezuka Kunimitsu's cold face. 2 years ago, Tezuka Kunimitsu was injured, and later he seemed to be punished to run laps. Moreover, the person who was beaten ran laps with him. In his opinion, this was simply a collapse of his worldview, but the person involved seemed to think it was quite normal. Sure enough, let him lead the protagonist, the little prince, who is the future pillar of King Xiu astray. At least don't be fooled by others, and don't take responsibility casually. Uchiha Xinjian, 12 years old, first grade of Hyote, became a regular on the first day of school. Inui Sadaharu also came to join in the fun, and he skillfully took out a small notebook and said the information recorded on it. It is recommended to use online search, you will get more information than a notebook can record. Looking back, Xinjian looked at Inui Sadaharu and told him a way to get his information without any effort. I don't know if it is the setting of data tennis, can't these people make use of online search? It was like this with Yajudu at the beginning, and it is still the same with Inui Sadaharu now. Wait a minute, I'll search now. Inui Sadaharu pushed his glasses, then took out his phone and operated it. As the information was searched out, Inui Sadaharu's expression became more and more exaggerated, and he didn't even notice that the notebook in his hand had fallen to the ground. Inui, what's wrong? Fuji Shusuk bent down to pick up the notebook on the ground, and handed it back to Inui Sadaharu. He was very curious about what information he had found. According to his understanding of Inui, even if this person was very famous, he would not have such a reaction. At the age of 6, he won the All Japan Free Fighting Under-12 Group Championship. At the age of 7, 8, and 9, he won the Youth Tennis Championship for 3 consecutive years. At the age of 11, he won the International Junior Tennis Grand Slam. He is now a first-year student in the Junior High School of Hyotei Academy. Inui Sadaharu read out the list of awards and age groups that he searched out. He was confused and wondered if he was hallucinating. How could a person do all this? And the most terrifying thing is not tennis, but the free-fighting youth group champion at the age of 6. This is unscientific, this is absolutely impossible. But this information is officially certified, it is impossible to fake. Tezuka, the one you didn't find at the beginning. Fuji Shisuke was stunned for a while, then looked at Tezuka. He remembered Tezuka said that he went to participate in the youth group competition at that time just to find this Triple Crown champion to play a game. But that time he was delayed on the road, and when he arrived at the scene, he had missed the game time and was considered to have forfeited. It was him. Tezuka Kunimitsu reacted slowly for a while, but his original memory, which seemed to be blurred, was suddenly clearly awakened after Inui Sadaharu read out those awards. He was late that time. Later, he met 2 people from Kanagawa. After playing a private match, he wanted to find that person again, but found that the person had not signed up at all. It was not until 2 years ago that he received some news. It was said that the person went to compete in the world-class competition after winning 3 consecutive championships. Zenjian? Is it really Uchiha Zenjian? Wait a minute, can I get an autograph? Just, sign on the clothes, just on the clothes, I am your fan, I like you too much. The excited and trembling voice sounded, and an arm in blue and white sportswear stretched out in front of Zenjian, and the sight turned to see the red-haired boy with tears in his eyes. With slightly raised hair tails and sparkling eyes, Kikumaru Eiji is now completely transformed into a little fanboy, just short of hugging his thighs. It's not the first time that Zenjian has seen the existence of real fans, but before, it was abroad, and it was the first time here. He really couldn't handle such fans with sincere eyes. It should be said that he had never encountered them in private. Before, they were outside various tennis courts. In such places, just saying hello would be enough. After all, they were all players who could reach the later stage of the game, and everyone had a lot of fans. I'm sorry about what happened just now. Although it may be a bit strange, I am also your fan. Can you please sign for us? Just write it on the jacket. We will definitely keep it well. Fuji Shisuke apologized with a smile. He really didn't think of this information just now. Now that his identity is clear, although he is not as excited as Eiji, his eyes still reveal the information of admiration. As a person who can win the Triple Crown in the youth group, he has already gained a lot of fans. But compared with the later development, the Triple Crown seems to be nothing. Going abroad to play competitions, at the age of 11, he directly won the only world-class Grand Slam in the youth group so far. When this information was passed back, tennis fans across the country fell into a period of madness. This is not just about him winning the award, but also about becoming the new spokesperson for the full-day tennis project after Samurai Nanjiro. This is the school team's uniform, can it really be collected? Xin Yan didn't expect that he would be so famous here, even the regular players of Kingsyu became weird. As for signing on the school team's uniform, this is definitely not allowed. Their Kingsyu uniforms need to be worn whether in training or competition. So, are you serious about collecting it? Chapter 40. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Ch and Bndch. It doesn't matter. We don't have just one set of school team uniforms. We will be ordering brand new school team uniforms soon. This one is more meaningful to collect. Inui Sadaharu pushed up his glasses. He had a record of the tennis club ordering new uniforms. He had been responsible for this kind of thing since last year. Okay then, give me the pen. Zenjian saw that he didn't have any objections, and he wouldn't even refuse to sign. He took the pen from Inui Sadaharu and wrote the names on the sleeves of Kikumaru Eiji and Fuji Shisuke's school team. Just as he was about to return the pen to Inui Sadaharu, he saw 2 more sleeves stretched out. "Thanks for your hard work." Tezuka Kunimitsu's expression was awkward, but his arms were crossed in front of Xinjian. Although he is not a big fan, but with such a world-class Grand Slam tennis player in front of him, this opportunity cannot be missed. "Thanks." Inui Sadaharu felt much more natural now. Looking at the name signed on his sleeve, he happily thanked him. These 2 people also finished signing. Xinjian did not return the pen this time, but continued to look at the others. Because it was so lively to gather around here, except for Ryoma and Kaoru Kaido, who were playing on the court here, all the other main players came over. Shuei Kairoishi and Takashi Kawamura were together, one pulled his arm and the other covered his mouth, controlling Takeshi Momiki in the corner next to him. "Seniors, let me go, I want to sign." Mamoru Takeshi broke away from the 2 people, ran forward and put on his coat. After finishing the sleeves, he stretched it out in front of Xinjian with a smile. Thank you, I have a signature too, that's great." Takeshi Mamoru was very direct. Looking at the signature on his sleeve, he raised his hands in excitement and ran around in circles. Originally he was just talking normally, but because of his voice, the attention of Ekizen Ryoma and Kaido Kaoru, who were originally competing, was attracted. It happened to be half-time, and the 2 ran out to see what was going on. "Seniors, what are you doing?" After Ryoma came out, he stood in front of Xinjian. Looking at the seniors with strange eyes around him, he always felt that something strange had happened during the 2 games just now. "Little one, how did you and Xinjian meet?" Mamoru Takeshi put his arms around Ryoma's neck, pulled him aside, and asked in a low voice about their relationship. "Just a few days ago, I saw him and felt familiar, so I went home with him." "What happened?" Ekizen Ryoma's expressive ability suddenly decreased. After he finished speaking, everyone around him, including the seniors and the 2 reporters who were about to quietly come over to eavesdrop, all looked shocked. "Little one, you thought he was familiar, so you followed him home. This is wrong of you." Kikumaru Eiji looked sad. Why did he feel that Ryoma suddenly transformed from an innocent child to a stalker? Xinjian is not a bad person. Ekizen Ryoma was not aware of other people's way of thinking at all, and still explained in his own way. "But the old man is right. You can't get into other people's cars casually in the future. You should at least call home before getting in the car. Little one, the seniors think that because you follow Xinjian, you might be the bad guy." Mamoru Takeshi felt that he needed to tell his juniors that they did not say that they were bad people at all. Those who were considered to have bad intentions were clearly yours. "I didn't follow him. I took his family's car." "No, it was the Adobe family's car. It's not much different anyway." Blinking, Ryoma felt that the seniors were really weird. How could he become a bad person? Don't say this casually. Based on the combination of existing information, Ekizen Ryoma felt that Ha-Shiin was familiar with him, so he followed him to say hello, and then Ha-Shiin took him into the Adobe family's car. Is that right? Fuji Shisuke understood from the side. It wasn't a junior high school student following someone, it was someone directly abducting him into a car and taking him away. So, it was Xinjian who abducted the little cat. Kikumaru Eiji went over and pushed Momoshiro Takeshi away and rescued Ryoma, whose head was pressed. He also wants to have such good luck, being invited home to play tennis by his idol, and then becoming friends. No, someone said hello to my old man. My old man knows Xinjian, and my bastard brother is also very familiar with Xinjian. Ryoma didn't want to be told that he was taken away so easily, so he came up with a bunch of reasons, anyway, just not to admit the fact that he was a little stupid in the first place. Is your game over? Xin Yan looked at Long Ma, who was surrounded, and had to remind him that the game seemed to need to continue. Half-time, you haven't told me yet, what are the seniors doing around you? Thinking of the game, Long Ma began to wonder what these seniors from Qing Shui were doing here. He didn't forget what Xin Yan had mentioned before, that there were seniors from Qing Shui who bullied juniors and injured someone. Signature. Xin Yan's concise answer successfully made Long Ma stare. Signatures. I'm going to continue the game. Long Ma reached out and pulled his hat, and turned to walk into the tennis court. He really thought too much about asking for autographs. He had seen people asking his old man for autographs before, although it was rare, but this kind of thing was really not worth making a fuss about. Asshole snake, go and continue the game with the little guy. I'll take care of the autographs. Go, go, go. Momoshiro Takeshi stripped off Kaito Keiru's coat, pushed the blushing Kaito Keiru into the tennis court, and then came to Xinjian with the clothes. That guy is also your fan, but he is shy. You can see that his face is red. I'm afraid that he will faint because of excitement if he comes here alone. Lifting the clothes, Momoshiro Takeshi scratched his hair and showed a slightly embarrassed smile. He was quite tight when he grabbed the clothes just now, but it was still very embarrassing to come to ask for autographs with other people's clothes. Okay, any more? Xinjian didn't say much this time, signed neatly, and then looked at Fuji Shisuke on the side. Those two are also our regulars, Vice Minister Oishi Hideichiro and Kawamura Takashi. They should also want autographs, but they are both surprisingly shy. Fuji Shisuke didn't expect Xinjian to cooperate so well and signed all of them. Looking at the two people who were still struggling, he introduced them to each other directly. Not surprising. Looking at the two people who lowered their heads and walked in front of him and stretched out their hands, Xinjian quickly signed, and then put the pen back in Inui Sadaharu's hand. He now knows all of the regulars of Seigaku, and except for Ryoma, he gave an autograph to each of them. This time, the system was very generous and directly gave him an achievement award. Ask for autographs by Seigaku regulars 8/8, get special effect aura, star effect. Star effect, glory spreads throughout the tennis world, your achievement light is a dream that they can't pursue on their own, give your sincere encouragement, and let the tennis teenagers raise their love for tennis. P.S. Random effect. Chapter 41. The first time, the second time. That. I am also a tennis lover, Inu Mamoru had already remembered that this boy was the young triple champion who had made him want to interview him many times, but ultimately failed. Now, looking at the regulars of Seigaku, each holding an autograph, he looked at his sleeves expectantly, wondering if he could also get an autograph to take home for collection. When the news of the Junior Grand Slam appeared, he had taken advantage of this trend to get a lot of bonuses, because although he was unable to interview, he had watched it at the junior tennis tournament in those 3 years. At that time, he just sorted out some information before and after, and sending a few random articles could bring about a big fluctuation. I don't accept interviews from reporters. Xin Yan still gave the same reply. No matter what time it was, he always had only this sentence when facing reporters. Even every time he won the championship in the 4 major tennis venues, it was like this, which made those reporters stare. But it was his freedom to accept the interview or not, and no one could change it. Uncle, don't make things difficult for Xinjian. Although the reporter uncle is not a bad person, we also have to care about Xinjian's feelings. Kikumaru Eiji looked at the reporter Inu, who was getting closer, and suddenly burst out with courage. He ran over and stretched out his hand to block the person. This sudden protection not only confused the two reporters, but also Xinjian. That's right, uncle, you can't scare Xinjian, you can't. Momoshiro Takeshi also walked over. They seemed to adapt very quickly to protecting idols. What are you arguing about here? Just when the atmosphere became inexplicably weird and the two reporters were suddenly accused of scaring Xinjian, a woman with a strong spirit walked out of the office and walked over aggressively. It was the old coach Ryasaki of Kingsyu. "Coach, Xinjian doesn't accept interviews. The reporter knows it, but he still wants to get close to her. How excessive." As a die-hard fan, Kikumaru Eiji immediately said that they were protecting their idol. "What do you mean you don't accept interviews? Mr. Reporter came to Seigaku for an interview. We agreed a long time ago. Don't mess around." Ryasaki Sumire didn't realize who she was protecting. She didn't have the concept of a teenage tennis idol at the moment. She just felt that Seigaku couldn't offend these two reporters. It wasn't just that Inu Mamoru often sent him magazines, but also because Seigaku needed publicity and reporters to increase their exposure. As a result, these kids were messing around here and confronting reporters just as the first school selection started. How could this be allowed? "Coach, it's normal to interview Seigaku, but Xinjian is not from Seigaku, and he never accepts any interviews from reporters. If the reporter needs to interview Seigaku, we can go to the side to chat, and don't disturb Hyote's students here." Fuji Shusuk opened his eyes and looked at Inu Mamoru not far away. If the reporter wanted to interview, he could interview their Seigaku coach, or he could ask Tezuka, the head of Seigaku's tennis club, to talk to him. Why did Hyote's students come here? Is there any official business? Ryazaki Sumire finally saw Xinjian in Hyote's official uniform at this time. She had a bad first impression of this Hyote official who she had never seen before. He came to Seigaku's tennis club in Hyote's official uniform, but he didn't look for her as a coach. This shouldn't be a business matter. So, he came to provoke, right? Hyote has been able to make it to the nationals in recent years, but Seigaku has not. This year, Ryoma finally came, and we finally formed a team that can enter the national competition. In the future, we will not be weaker than Hyote. I am here to take Ryoma home. This is a personal matter. It has nothing to do with the Hyote Tennis Club or the Seigaku Tennis Club." Xinjian looked at Ryazaki Sumire, who obviously regarded him as an enemy, and smiled and shook his head, clearly stating the fact that he came here in a private capacity again. "Today is our school selection. Since you are not on official business, please stay away and don't affect our main selection competition." Ryazaki Sumire didn't know why, but she felt very angry when she saw Xinjian. At this time, he looked at these people again and opened his mouth to drive them away. "Director, I have finished all the games today. I will take Xinjian to visit Seigaku. Call me after the little one's game is over." Kikumaru Eiji looked at him blankly. Seeing everyone's faces, he quickly reacted, waved at Tezuka and dragged Xinjian to play somewhere else. Their coach was angry, although he didn't know why, but he definitely couldn't let Xinjian be scolded by the coach here. It's not like he's a member of their Kingsyu tennis club. If he was lectured by the coach, it would be really unfair. As for not being in the tennis club, he should stay away from the tennis court. The coach's granddaughter is always sticking to the tennis court, sticking to the little one every day, and she doesn't participate in her own club activities. No one has seen the coach say anything. "I'll go too, just in time to talk to Xinjian about the matter of the atomic department. I haven't seen that guy for a long time." Fuji Shusuk opened his eyes and showed a somewhat cold smile, standing beside Xinjian, and when he looked at him, his eyes conveyed apology. He actually understood that the coach was angry because they didn't cooperate with the two reporters. But at this time, they only had one choice, and it was definitely not to watch everyone's idol being embarrassed by reporters. "No, I'll talk to Ryoma." Xinjian smiled gently at the people who came to him, then turned to look at the tennis court. The score at this time was 4:0, and the evolved Ekizen Ryoma would not let Kaito Kaoru score at all. "Ryoma, solve it within 5 minutes, I asked the driver to wait at the school gate." With 2 games left, Xinjian shouted to Ryoma, and then stopped watching the game. He went to the side, took Ryoma's tennis bag, and directly put the scattered things in. Xinjian, are you angry? Sorry, our coach may be old, and sometimes he will be a little stupid. Fuji Shusuk stood aside, watching Xinjian pack up Ryoma's tennis bag, feeling upset about the current situation. If they hadn't surrounded him for autographs, the reporter wouldn't have discovered Xinjian's identity. No, she is your coach, not mine. I was just here to pick up Ryoma. Now it's almost time. If I don't go back, Uncle Ekaizen will be waiting for me. Xinjian shook his head. He had nothing to be angry about. At most, he was a little unhappy. So, if she wants to teach people a lesson because of her age, then she can just make her students less obedient. The training and the development of various tennis clubs are arranged by Tezuka Kunimitsu and Inui Sadaharu. Even the training plan is studied by Inui Sadaharu. So far, he really hasn't found that the coach of Kingsyu has done anything for the tennis club. Not very useful, but has a bad temper. Chapter 42. The game was over, and the match was over. Ekaizen Ryoma wins, score 6-0. In less than 5 minutes, Ekaizen Ryoma had already solved the game. In the next 2 games, the tennis racket was switched to the left hand. In the serving game, the outspin serve scored directly, and every return shot after that reached a level comparable to Tezuka's, which made the members of the Kingsyu Tennis Club stunned. "Bullmaster, I'm done with my game today, can I leave?" Ryoma walked out of the tennis court, put the racket in the tennis bag, took the coat handed to him by Xinjian and put it on, then put on the tennis bag and looked at Tezuka Kunimitsu. He also saw it just now, it was the coach's problem. He had been watching in the office before, and when she saw everyone protecting Xinjian, she came out to teach people a lesson. Besides, there is no rule that prohibits people from other schools from coming. Go back, be careful on the road. Tezuka Kunimitsu nodded, he would definitely not stop the two from leaving. As for the coach's expression, at this time, who cares about the coach? Everyone was interrupted before they had time to say a few more words to the Grand Slam winner. They probably have some opinions about the coach. Fuji was also angry, and it seemed that he had some ideas to do something, and it was inevitable that he would cause some trouble. Hey, what happened just now? Aren't they asking for autographs? Why did the coach get so angry? Do you think you delayed the game? After leaving the school gate and getting in the car, Ryoma looked at Xinjian, whose expression had hardly changed, and was very curious about what the coach was like. The day before yesterday, he said that Xinjian would be treated as a VIP in any school he went to, and would try to attract people to their respective schools. But he didn't expect that at Kingsyu, the coach would see him and drive him away directly, which was completely inconsistent with Xinjian's identity value. Who knows? Maybe they think I'm the type that doesn't listen, and they're afraid that I'll be a bad influence on the members of your Kingsyu Tennis Club. Xin Yan probably understood this, but he didn't plan to tell the truth to Long Ma. He didn't comment on this matter, as he wanted to build relationships with reporters and then give the school tennis club an impression. But she shouldn't have thought of it. Although a big reason was that she didn't know who she was, no matter what, this was the first time someone dared to stand up and say to keep her away. In the situation just now, it was obvious that the other regulars were trying to get closer to him. Whether it was chasing stars or wanting to get some guidance in tennis, it was all destroyed by the appearance of Ryazaki Sumire. This effect is not bad, it just happened to arouse a little contradiction between the coach and the regulars, but it wouldn't be too obvious. Next, how to lead the regulars of a rival school to the rebellious route of adolescence. There are still a lot of routines to play. But how to play it specifically depends on his mood next time he meets him. Anyway, he will definitely not let the coach of Kingsyu get along well with the regulars. What he said to Ekaizen Nanjiro was really no joke. He, Uchiha Xinjian, has never been a good boy from the beginning to the end. When the driver stopped the car, Xinjian and Ryoma got out of the car, and after returning to Ekaizen's house, they went to the tennis court with Nanjiro. Xinjian played very hard today, but he still kept his illusion 1 point. In the words of XXX Nanjiro, Xinjian is too noisy. This point is taken without any rules, always appears suddenly, and it can't be used again after it is taken. But XXX Nanjiro just loses this point. Even if he is always alert, his state will decline instantly when Xinjian is about to take this point. It is obvious that he can't solve the problem. Stinky boy, what is your illusion tennis? I am old and cannot stand such shock. Just tell me the principle. In exchange, I will teach you how to do it perfectly. How about that? After playing tennis, XXX Nanjiro, who still got 6:1, walked to Xinjian and sat down. He pushed his arm with a tennis racket and couldn't help wanting to know what was going on. Perfection. Xinjian looked over curiously. Why didn't he know that he could learn this? Isn't this what he realized? Yes, how about I teach you this? Tell me what the illusion tennis is. Why every time you open the illusion tennis, even if I am fully awake and aware? There is a problem, but it still can't be broken. XXX Nanjiro was really curious. He didn't care how many points this kid scored. He was entangled in the fact that he knew there was a problem, but he couldn't break it. So far, he has never encountered a tennis ball that he couldn't break even after seeing it several times. It's very simple. It's forced mental suppression. When you feel it, you have fallen into it, so it must be unbreakable. Xinjian didn't think there was anything wrong with illusion tennis. Then what about when you opened the illusion tennis in the first game? XXX Nanjiro felt that something was wrong. If it was mental suppression applied during the game of tennis, then the situation that let this kid score in the first game should not have occurred before. You can use it when you pick up the racket, but when it will take effect depends on when you are hit. He rolled his eyes very rudely. Xinjian didn't expect to succeed directly at that time. Stinky boy, do you want to learn perfect? If you want, I can really teach you. Regarding the limit of perfection, XXX Nanjiro really hadn't thought about teaching anyone, because he also thought that this thing depends on understanding. However, he wanted to see this kid understand it. Only the happiest tennis can open the limit of perfection. He can raise his son in this way, but he can't let this kid go down this path. The initial heart is not necessarily happy, it may also be something else. So he was curious about what this kid's original intention for tennis was. In a few days, I'm going to the U-17 training camp this weekend. When I come back from there, uncle, let me see what the limit of perfection is. Xinjian stood up from the stool and shook his head to ask XXX Nanjiro not to teach him yet. He still has things to do on the weekend. If he studies now, his future plans will be ruined. Besides, he doesn't think he has the ability of the limit of perfection, so he'd better wait until he has time to study it. Chapter 43. The weather was very hot, but the weather was very hot. Saturday morning. After breakfast, Xinjian sat in the car that Satoji came to pick him up. The car drove more and more remote, and later went directly up the mountain. We're here. You haven't been here for a few years. The facilities here have been updated many times. You can play with anyone later, but the guy called Oni Jujiro is not good. His dimensional tennis is too brutal. If you haven't developed the dimension yet, don't play with him first. The car arrived at the gate, and the two large iron doors opened. Satoji drove slowly and told Xinjian about the situation here. For the time being, there is nothing to worry about, but if Oni Jujiro really opens the dimension, he can't bear to let the child he has watched grow up get hurt. Tennis of another dimension. Xinjian sat in the passenger seat, looking at the trees around him, his eyes were dazed for a moment. He really hadn't developed tennis of another dimension, so he wouldn't have to start it this time, right? Uncle Nanjiro said 2 days ago that he would teach him to comprehend the perfect fit, and now there is tennis of another dimension here, which is really getting more and more confusing. What will the tennis of this world develop into in the end? Can it fly into the sky and hide in the ground, or even destroy the world? Okay, get out of the car. Kurobe and Takushi are waiting, they have been curious about your physical data for a long time. After the car stopped, Satoshi got out of the car and waited for Xinjian. Seeing that he seemed to be still curious about the other dimension, he could only change the subject and talk about Kurobe. Originally, Kurobe was not familiar with them, but after seeing Xinjian's tennis, Kurobe entered that small circle with a clear purpose. For such a person, everyone was polite at first, but Kurobe was a black-hearted guy. After a few years, he became familiar with everyone, but he gradually let go of the idea of letting Xinjian be trained by him to become a professional tennis player. This is not because Kurobe has a change of heart, but as Xinjian grows up, Kurobe has to admit that he can't teach this child. But even if he can't teach, it doesn't prevent Kurobe from being curious about Xinjian's data. He is less than 10 years old and has data comparable to national level. So far, they haven't seen the second one. Of course, the subsequent junior group Grand Slam also made them sure that it is not only the data that is unique, but also the most real game results. I hope Uncle Kurobe won't go crazy. My current data has long surpassed that of adults. Xinjian is very clear about his data. Although there will be some differences with the instrument test here, the basic concept will not deviate. Wait a minute, I guess Uncle Kurobe will want to dismantle the instrument to check if it is broken. No, even if your data is higher than the world-class data of the adult group, he will not doubt that it is a problem with the machine. It is embarrassing enough to do such a stupid thing once. Sato paused for a moment. He still thought it was too funny when he thought about the fact that Kurobe had seriously questioned the credibility of the machine. However, looking at Xinjian's state, his data is probably already to some outrageous level, right? But this time he will definitely not be doubted. Because in order to show off his son, Taro Sakaki said a few days ago that his son could steadily take 1 point from the samurai Nanjiro. It's not your style to say bad things behind your back, Xinjian. I heard that you have been running to the Ekaizen family recently. Have you learned any samurai skills? Kurobe Yukio stood by the elevator and knew that Sato was laughing at him by looking at his expression. He was not the only one who was scared at the time. Sato and Takushi were also equally confused. Do you have the nerve to talk about this now? He is not as calm as a child. He was just a kid back then, but now he can challenge the samurai Nanjiro after only a few years. He has grown up so fast. Hello, Uncle Kurobe. Not only did I not learn the samurai skills, but I was also abused terribly. This is the first time I lost without any chance to fight back since I was a child. Xinjian sighed with a sad face. He didn't think it was shameful to be abused by Ekaizen Nanjiro, but it didn't stop him from expressing his sadness. Isn't it possible to get a point? Kurobe Yukio was stunned for a moment. He remembered that Sakaki Taro said it seriously and didn't seem to be joking. Yes, I can only get 1 point, and I can't get more. Isn't this miserable? Do the uncles think that I shouldn't get any points? Xinjian walked into the elevator, his eyes. God looked at the two uncles pitifully. They looked down on me too much. After all, they watched me grow up for several years. How could I think I was so weak? Did Ekaizen Nanjiro use all his strength? Although Kurobe Yukio wanted to comfort the boy, he changed his mind and decided not to say those empty words. No, but when I got that point, he was really serious. But at that point, no matter how serious he was, he could only be suppressed. This is the only thing I can be satisfied with at present. Yawning lazily, Xinjian looked at the two people whose eyes widened because of his words. Finally, he won a game in front of these two uncles. They all said you would be surprised. See, even if you received some news in advance, you would still be scared. Sure enough, watching their faces change is still as interesting as when they were children. Say hello to Takushi. I'll take this kid to test his mental power first. He can completely crush his opponent in one game. This kid's mental power may have completely surpassed the opponent. After exiting the elevator, Kurobukio said hello to Satoshi, and then turned around with Xinjian and walked in another direction. After various tests in the room full of instruments, Xinjian sat on the sofa, drinking juice, looking at Kurobe with a serious expression, waiting for him to get the final data. Have you measured the 5-dimensional data in the past few years? When Kurobe saw the final result, he looked in the direction of Xinjian, and his eyes still flashed with curiosity and helplessness. He knew that this kid's mental power was ridiculously strong since he was a child, but he never thought that he could reach an unpredictable level at this time. You know, in their calculations, the highest value that can be measured is actually 8, and this value of 8 is definitely beyond the world-class professional level. Moreover, it is the standard for adults. No, I don't like to measure these, and there is no place to rest assured outside. Uncle Kurobe, just tell me, what is the extent? Xinjian put down half a cup of juice and looked in Kurobe's direction, asking him to tell him the final result directly. The mental power exceeds the measurement range, exceeds the world-class professional players. If you can guess based on your ability to suppress the samurai Nanjiro in a single game, the value that exceeds it may be a lot. Kurobukio can no longer measure Xinjian in terms of mental power, so he, who has always been rigorous, can only use comparative guesses. This is not surprising. Let's measure other data. Other items will not be too outrageous. It will probably barely reach the world level. Xinjian nodded, not surprised by the result. With this measurement, it is estimated that the mental power measurement will be exempted when coming here again in the future. Chapter 44. The test was completed in a hurry. How is it? Sitting on the chair, Xinjian looked at the serious Kurobe, waiting for him to summarize all the final test data. Host, Uchiha Xinjian. Age, 12 years old. Special, 2 Megatama Sharingan, 1208/2000. 5 measurements, Speed 5.5, Strength 5.2, Stamina 5.2, Spirit 9.1, Technique 7.2, Total 32.2. Skills, All-round tennis, Mastery of illusion. Points, 213. World, Prince of Tennis, in progress, Naruto, paused. Xinjian can see the data in the system. In the past few days, because he was always beaten badly by Ekizen Nanjiro on the tennis court, his physical strength, mental strength, and skills all increased by 0.2 respectively. Especially the mental strength, after exceeding the value of 9, it continued to maintain the speed of improvement. He asked the system about this, and the system's reply was still due to his Sharingan, and also because he died twice and traveled through space twice. The current test results are out. Your 5-dimensional data, Speed 5.5, Strength 5.2, Physical Strength 5.2, Mental Strength exceeds the measurement range, and the technology has not been measured yet. Kurobukio took the 3 data currently calculated, and the 3 data of Xinjian were actually a little lower than he guessed. Although this value has exceeded most people in the training camp, he guessed too high about the value of Ekizen Nanjiro, so he couldn't help but wonder, thinking whether all the data of Xinjian would reach a certain limit like mental strength. Although he knew that this idea was wrong, sometimes people's thoughts can't be controlled. Fortunately, the final result finally brought back his wandering imagination, allowing him to confirm that Xinjian was still within the human range. These items are not bad, much better than 3 years ago. Xinjian smiled and expressed his satisfaction with the value. As for the remaining 2, one can't be measured, and the other has not been measured yet, that's not important. Now that the first thing is done, the next thing is to do another one. Play tennis. Arriving in this place, there are elites at the level of the high school department everywhere. If you don't practice well, it will be a complete waste. You also know that it was more than 3 years ago. How old were you at that time? At that time, your data surpassed most people here. Let's go, I'll take you to the cafeteria. After you are full, you can play with them. Kurobukio stood up and destroyed the data obtained after the calculation, once again erasing Xinjian's data traces. They did the same before, because all of Xinjian's data before he joined here could not be left to be discovered by others. I heard that Shuji Tanshima is also here, Uncle Kurobe, can I play a game with him? That guy has refused to play with me since he lost to me in the youth competition. Xinjian felt helpless when talking about Shuji Tanshima. He had many private games with Gecko Oki and Akuto Mitsugaya. But Shuji Tanshima was the only one that the guy took him out to play the most, but he just refused to play tennis with him. Now that he is here, he can't be hiding, right? He is currently number 2 in the First Army. This time he didn't go out with the First Army because he couldn't take a plane. If you want to play with him, you need to tell him yourself. We can't arrange it. Kurobukio couldn't do anything about this matter. The First Army was not under their control. If you want Shuji Tanshima to play against others, you need Coach Mifune to arrange it. But they don't want Coach Mifune to know Xinjian's data, so there is no possibility of directly arranging Shuji Tanshima to play with him. It's okay, I'm not here to force that guy, and seeing him go to great lengths to find all kinds of fun games in order to avoid playing tennis with me is more interesting than playing tennis for real. Xin Yan smiled and shook his head. He was just complaining, not really having to play tennis with Tanajima Shuji. As a friend, he never intended to force the other person to do something that would make him unhappy. Hey, isn't this our tennis star? Little guy, you disappeared for more than a year. Where have you been hiding? Let me see if you've lost weight. As soon as he arrived at the cafeteria, the white-haired boy appeared in front of Xin Yan like the wind, stretched out his hand and rubbed his head a few times. That's not all. After rubbing his hair, he started to hit his face. Don't give me. Pinch, such a handsome face, you can't afford to pay if you break it. Xin Yan stretched out his hand to block the 2 fingers on the side of his face, raised his head and looked at Tanajima Shuji, who was still a head taller than him, and the strange feeling of not seeing each other for several years disappeared as he spoke. Although they haven't seen each other for more than 3 years, they have never stopped emailing and calling each other, so there is really no sense of distance. Hey, little guy, are you shameless? Are you as handsome as me? Look, this is what I call handsome, okay. Tajima Shuji raised his hand to lift the hair in front of his forehead, made a head-shaking action that often appears in advertisements, and then did not forget to show a bright smile. You are still as narcissistic as before. When I was still growing up, I got hungry faster. Unlike you, you are older, so that's it. Xinjian raised his foot and walked towards the food area. After the tests in the morning, he was really a little hungry. No way, you little bastard is still more than 10 centimeters away. If you have the ability, you should grow to 1.8 meters first. You are so arrogant that you dare to say that I am old before you grow up. Tajima Shuji followed Xinjian, and the two continued to complain about each other. During this period, they each took a bunch of food and found an empty table to sit down. Although they continued to complain while eating, they did not even let go of each other's favorite food. When they were finally full and stopped arguing, a curly-haired boy with glasses came over. Hey, Shuji, don't you want to introduce yourself? Iri Kanata noticed the abnormality of Tanajima Shuji this morning, and he took out his mobile phone again and again to check. It was obviously wrong. At noon, they came to the restaurant together and found that this guy did not eat with them, but waited near the door. Later, they saw people and knew the reason for Tanajima Shuji's abnormality. But who is this person? What is his relationship with Tanajima Shuji, and why did he appear with Coach Kurobe? These are all very curious. This is Iri Kanata, a guy who is good at acting. If you play tennis with him, don't hold back because you feel sorry for him, just solve it as quickly as possible. Tanajima Shoji glanced at Iri Kanata and introduced him to Xinjian next to him. Although he knew that Xinjian would not be deceived, he couldn't let Iri Kanata focus on his little brother who he had played with for so many years. Uchiha Xinjian, you should all know this name, so I don't need to introduce it to you, right? Seeing that Iri Kanata was still staring at him, Tanajima Shoji leaned back in his chair and waved to Oni Jujiro and Tokugawa Kazuya on the other side. He introduced Xinjian after they came over. No one else needed to be said. Just a name, he believed that these people would know what to do next. No one in this place would be willing to give up the opportunity to play against Uchiha Xinjian, so he would keep the little one very busy, so busy that he would forget to play tennis with him. There was no way, he really didn't want to play tennis with the little one. So before finding other games to play, he could only let the people here serve as sparring partners for the little one. Chapter 45. The coach was crazy, he invited Uchiha to come. Is the position of the Biaduan guy in danger? Iri Kanata sat down on the chair, smiling so hard that his eyes were about to narrow. I had heard the coach mention it many times before, asking them to take this boy as their goal and strive to show their strength in the world. Now that this benchmark really appeared here, he was really interested. However, if this person came, how would the ranking of the First Army be calculated? Should he challenge directly? Hello, can you fight with me? Tokugawa Kazuya was more direct. After realizing his identity, he asked for a fight. Okay, I won't go back until tomorrow afternoon. I can go back at any time except for eating and resting. Xin Yan looked at Tokugawa Kazuya and was quite satisfied with the random tasks that the system gave him. After these three people appeared, the system really gave a series of tasks. Random task: play a tennis match with Iri Kanata, 500 points for the match, 1000 points for winning. Random task: play a tennis match with Tokugawa Kazuya, 500 points for the match, 1000 points for winning. Random task: play a tennis match with Tokugawa Kazuya, 500 points for the match, 1000 points for winning. Random task: play a tennis match with Oni Jujiro, 500 points for the match, 4000 points for winning. The appearance of three random tasks directly allowed Xin Yan to divide these people into different levels of strength. Iri Kanata and Tokugawa Kazuya, the points of these two people are basic points. Not weak, but not ridiculously strong. And Oni Jujiro's bonus points, he roughly converted it, and it was not much different from the Phoenix he played a game with before returning home, but a little worse than Ekaizen Ryoga. Yes, considering that Ekaizen Ryoma's last name is Ekaizen, the identity of the protagonist's brother may also add points, so for the time being, there can only be a vague definition. Little Ghost, you are 12 years old now. Ghost Jujiro looks very fierce, giving people the feeling of a middle-aged uncle, but he is only 17 years old. He is looking at Xinjian now. It is obviously a normal inquiry, but it always gives people a sense of oppression in momentum. Yet, 12 years old. Xinjian nodded. This matter is all on his personal information, so he has no idea why he was asked. Are you going to participate in the U-17 competition? Ghost Jujiro then asked another topic that many people have deliberately avoided so far. The U-17 World Cup is a competition that many tennis teenagers dream of participating in. I don't know, maybe I will participate, or maybe not, depending on my mood at that time. Shaking his head, Xinjian really doesn't know whether to participate in U-17 in the future, whether to go to the competition. All this will have to wait until he and Hyote win the national competition together before considering it. What a willful kid. Kijujiro didn't say anything more. Although he hoped to stay here to train more talents, the boy was still too young to let him stay for high-intensity training. Xinjian has been like this since he was a child. He has caused a lot of trouble because of his sudden interest. Now he is very well behaved. Am I right? He is a brat who leaves at any time. Tajima Shoji rubbed Xinjian's hair. When he knew that this kid left without saying a word and had no survival resources for a period of time, he was almost scared to death by this kid. When he received the news, Xinjian had been found by the Sakaki family again, but those days were definitely not easy. At that time, I just wanted to play in the game, and I wouldn't get into trouble. Xinjian didn't want to mention that matter again. He glared at Tan's Himashuji, snorted and ignored him. Okay, remember not to be so willful in the future. Even if you quarrel with your family, you can come to us. Although the brothers are not old, it is no problem for them to take care of you for a while. Tajima Shuji sighed, pushed the juice that had been brought to the side and had not been touched in front of Xinjian, and coaxed the little kid who was in a bad mood again. Do you want to know where Okageko and Akuto went? Looking at Xinjian, who lowered his head to drink juice and rolled his eyes at him, Tan's Himashuji smiled and talked about a topic that would interest him. Aren't they here? Xinjian really wanted to know where the two had gone. He had heard them mention it before, and they were also training here with U-17, but now he didn't see them in the cafeteria, so they must have gone somewhere else. Moreover, those two guys haven't replied to the messages I sent recently. Moonlight is now in the First Army, and is training abroad as part of the expedition team. Akuto was also here some time ago, but a week ago he said he had something to do and asked for leave to go back. Speaking of those two, Shuji Tanajima's smile was obviously full of pride. The training of the First Army must be very hard, but here he can eat delicious food and play with the little one, and his life is really comfortable. Mitsuya Akuto. It can only be said that it was a coincidence that the guy just asked for leave recently. It is estimated that when the guy comes back, the little one will have returned to school. As for the special training of the expedition team that he should have participated in, training is still a matter of one's own efforts, and it is not necessarily bad here. Moreover, the goal he has been chasing has appeared before him again, and he will never allow himself to be lazy before surpassing it. Expedition Group. I seem to have heard of it. Xin Yan was stunned for a moment, and carefully recalled the information related to the word expedition group, and suddenly thought of the blonde uncle who claimed to be a junior high school student. Did the coach tell you? Tajima Shuji knew that two of the three coaches were very familiar with Xin Yan. At this time, the only one who could talk about the relevant information of the expedition group would be the two coaches. It's not the two uncles. Before I returned to China, I played tennis with a blonde uncle near the airport. He seemed to be in the expedition group. By the way, he said his name was Biaduan Phoenix. Xin Yan is now extremely sure that this U-17 is the direction of the subsequent plot development of this world. Even if the system does not give him specific information in this regard, these random tasks have already explained everything. Xinjian, have you played tennis with Biaduan? Were you injured? That guy was very ruthless and never knew what it meant to show mercy. Tan's Himashuji's eyes were about to pop out. He was planning to tell Oni Jujiro not to use the alternate dimension with the kid, but Biaduan doesn't know what it means to let him go. And this stinky kid, he won't admit defeat. So, what was the result? Who won? It's okay, Biaduan said he will beat me next time, but I don't think he has a chance, because I will continue to grow. Xinjian laughed. It seems that the fact that he defeated Biaduan Phoenix gave these people a great shock. However, if Biaduan Phoenix is an army, and it seems to be the leader, then is his strength the strongest? You won. Iri Kanata felt that he was a little hallucinating. But looking at the boy's state, it doesn't seem like he was lying. But how could that guy from Biaduan lose? He could even defeat Oni Jujiro. Could it be that the little ghost has also opened the Shura Shinto? Chapter 46. The two of them were very close. Little ghost, play with me this afternoon. Originally, Oni Jujiro had not planned to make a move, because he felt that although the little ghost was strong, it was only limited to the period under 12 years old. But he did not expect that he thought too simply, and the little ghost had already defeated the phoenix of Biadwan. With this premise, he didn't care about the age gap, and he had to play a serious game on the tennis court. Wait a minute, don't rush to play a private game. Biadwan may not have used Shura Shinto. The coach also said before that it is best not to let him play with you. Tanajima Shoji hurried to stop him. He couldn't let Oni Jujiro make a move, at least he couldn't let them face each other before confirming Xinjian's strength. I need to play 3 games with the 3 of you, in the afternoon, evening, and tomorrow morning. I'll go out to Uncle Kurobe to get the racket. You decide who will play in the afternoon and wait for me at the tennis court. Xinyan doesn't mind who goes first or last. He has a mission now and needs to play all the games. As for the other dimensional field of Oni Jujiro, that is, the Shura Shinto, he will go to Uncle Kurobe to ask what the other dimension is. The system is really a scam again. It didn't tell him anything about the tennis of the other dimension. You two, wait to be abused. Tanajima Shoji watched Xinyan leave and stood up from his seat. Looking at Tokugawa Kazuya, who was still unaware of the situation, and Eri Kanata, who started acting again, he could only hope that the psychological endurance of these two could be improved. However, it seems that Oni and Eri are training Tokugawa in the tennis of the other dimension. It's a pity that it hasn't been done yet, otherwise it can really bring some good inspiration to Xinyan. Let's talk to Coach Sato and see what they think. Tokugawa, let me go first this afternoon to test the boy's strength and see if what he said about winning Biadwan is true. Eri Kanata took off his glasses and smiled at Tokugawa Kazuya, looking forward to the afternoon game. Although private games are not allowed in the U-17 training camp, the boy came with the coach, which must be what the coach meant. Eri, be more serious this afternoon. The boy disappeared for more than a year. Given his situation, it is impossible for him to rest. There is only one possibility, that he went to learn some special abilities. All that Oni Jujiro knew about Xinjian was that he won the Grand Slam, and then nothing happened. Not only him, but all the external information stopped at that time. But they had already imagined that in the more than 1 year without any follow-up news, Uchiha Xinjian must have undergone some special training after getting the results. I try not to lose too badly, after all, he is a Grand Slam. Eri Kanata looked at the door of the restaurant. He was not sure how much the drama in the afternoon would go on. The 3 people in the restaurant discussed the order of play, and an hour later, Xinjian came to the tennis court. There are many tennis courts on the U-17 side. After Shoji Tanajima took a look around, he finally stopped at court number 1. Finally, I don't have to be the referee this time, Xinjian, don't underestimate him, that guy likes to act the most, don't be fooled by him. Shoji Tanajima looked at the professional referee who was already in place, smiled and patted Xinjian's hair, and went out of the court with a proud look on his face after being pushed away by the racket. Shoji, you are really too much. You told my secrets to my little brother. It's really unfair. Eri Kanata complained that Tanajima Shoji was too partial, but his eyes were always fixed on Xinjian, and he had no time to pay attention to anyone outside the court. Before, he didn't feel any danger from Xinjian, let alone the aura of a strong man. But now, just walking on the tennis court, everything seemed to change suddenly. The boy opposite him, from the previous gentle and harmless, has suddenly turned into a ferocious beast. The invisible pressure made all his previous preparations collapse in an instant. Sorry, I always play tennis with a senior recently, and I forgot to adjust for a while. Xinjian looked at Eri Kanata, whose eyes were dodging before the start, and restrained his mental power helplessly. But the apology he said sounded more like a mockery and provocation to the people on the other side, which made Eri Kanata feel a little more gloomy. Uchiha, let me see what a Grand Slam player is like. If it was a joke before, now when Eri Kanata said the title of Grand Slam, he had a bit of momentum to beat his opponent. Forward. Reverse. Eri Kanata smiled and put his racket upright, and hurried to start the game. He was getting more and more entangled now. It was not something he would do to say harsh words to a boy who was several years younger than him. Did he really fall into the trap set by the opponent from the beginning? The most gentle tennis boy? Which reporter with a hole in his brain wrote this title? How could he be gentle when he could crush his opponent across stages? Reverse. I knew it, it's still like this. Xinjian looked at the direction where the racket landed after he made his choice. He was too lazy to complain about the fact that he could never serve first. Sure enough, even after a few years, I still can't help laughing when I see it. It's a pity that Yu Guang and Yajudu are not here, but I have taken a picture and will send it to them in the evening. As a referee in various private competitions for a long time, Shoji Tanijima is now watching the familiar scene develop, and his eyes are narrowed with laughter. The mobile phone in his hand recorded the scene just now, and also took a close-up of Xinjian's expression without any fluctuations. Is there anything strange? Kijujiro was sitting next to Shoji Tanijima, watching him laugh without any image, with a bit of doubt in his eyes. It's just a normal guessing. Did something happen just now? Ki, that's because you don't know, that Brad has been practicing tennis since he was 3 years old, but since he picked up the racket, he has never won in guessing the first and last place, not once. It would be better if no one asked. Now looking at Kijujiro's serious questioning, Shoji Tanijima laughed so hard that he hit his legs. How is it possible? Kijujiro looked up at the black-haired boy in the court in disbelief. Why did he not believe it? How could anyone fail to guess the front and back every time for 10 years since the age of 3? This can't be explained by luck. In fact, several of us have speculated before. Did the boy know which side would come out from the beginning, so he deliberately lost at this time so that he could see the opponents serve first? Tanijima Shoji used the joke he had told Akuto as a guess and told the two of them. Then he saw that Kijujiro and Tokugawa Kazuya were staring at him with a look of a fool. Chapter 47. The ball was too weak. It was obvious that someone who could be tasked with random tasks by the system should not be so weak. Is this guy really using tennis matches as a place to hone his acting skills? I was actually disliked. It's really sad. Iri Kanata picked up the tennis ball, glanced at the other side, and continued to serve with concentration. The second ball, he did not try as before. No, senior is still too slow. This kind of tennis is really unpleasant. Xin Yan still hit back lightly, sending the ball to the baseline at super high speed, and it bounced and fell outside the court. No, it's impossible. The ball just now couldn't appear in that position. Iri Kanata's eyes struggled, looking at the tennis ball still rolling on the ground, and he was completely stunned. This ball speed reminded him of Okageko's mock serve. But in comparison, the speed just now was faster, and the angle and rotation force were so weird that he couldn't judge at all. Senior, can you be serious now? Without answering why the ball appeared there, Xin Yan just looked at Iri Kanata calmly and asked him if he could give up his acting skills for the time being. His strength is not really weak, it's boring to continue acting like this. Sorry, I will be serious next time. Picking up the tennis ball and holding it in his hand, Iri Kanata pushed his glasses, and his whole momentum changed instantly. Being despised time and time again, he now has to give up the practice of his acting skills. Tennis is more interesting if you play with someone who has strength. The speed of the ball just now was very fast. Kazuya Tokugawa leaned against the wall, watching Iri Kanata's serve being hit back and Iri Kanata's reaction of being completely unable to receive the ball. He always felt that something weird was happening. The return ball just now was indeed not slow, but the speed was about the same as his. How could Iri Kanata not be able to receive it? Maybe, in his position, he felt that the ball speed was too fast. Shoji Tanijima stopped laughing, looked at the two people in the tennis court, shook his head, stood up, went to the farthest position in the rest area and sat down to continue watching. He roughly guessed what was going on, but now he didn't need to tell others about this. Compared to his teammates, he wanted to watch the little guy show his power here, so that these guys could also experience what despair was. Illusion tennis. Although he had not experienced it himself, he had watched the little guy's tennis matches abroad many times and knew how brutal this kid's illusion tennis would be. This is why he still doesn't want to play against the little guy even though he can be the number 2 of the first army. Before he can find a way to break the illusion tennis, he will not let his direction be disrupted again. Tokugawa, watch Iri's changes carefully. Don't lose too badly to this kid tonight. Oni Jujiro just looked at Iri Kanata's performance and knew that there would be no changes in the afternoon game. They didn't understand how such a result came about, but they knew very well that all of this was controlled by that kid. Iri Kanata, who is good at acting, was forcibly given a role setting at the beginning, experiencing a script that he didn't want but couldn't get rid of. How is the illusion tennis ball formed? Is it mental power? Tokugawa Kazuya thought of the game with Biaduan Phoenix. At that time, he was beaten without any ability to fight back. He didn't want to admit it, but he was sure that this kid was really strong. This ability to control people silently was not something he could understand at all. Although I don't understand how it was formed, this kid's mental power must be too strong. Kijujiro didn't know, but he could judge the strength. From the perspective of the onlookers, they continued to watch Xinjian score points with a fast, but not ridiculously fast tennis ball. Swinging the racket again and again, hitting the ball, serving, changing courts, until Iri Kanata burst into tears. Uchiha Xinjian won, the score was 6-0. The referee shouted the final score and the game stopped. Kneeling on Kanata, Iri was still crying on the ground, his tears dripping onto the racket in front of him, and his crying became more hysterical. Kid, is he okay? Kijujiro couldn't stand it anymore, so he jumped into the court, wanting to take Kanata Iri for a checkup. But when he passed by Xinjian, he was stopped by the suddenly raised racket. Don't disturb him now, he will wake up in a while. Xinjian's eyes were locked on Kanata Iri's expression, and he was also waiting for this guy possessed by the spirit of drama to wake up. Although he was controlled by the illusion, his opponent this time was still performing in the illusion. He won this game, a complete victory. But he was not happy playing. Little one, in recent years, Moonlight's mental power has improved again. When he comes back, I will bring him to you. Then you can abuse him again. I haven't seen him lose in mental power for a long time. Tajima Shuji also walked in, put his hand on Xinjian's shoulder, and smiled and talked about Uezi Moonlight who couldn't come back for the time being. He won't hide from me. When he comes back, we can play a few more games. What about you? You have been preparing for so many years, but you are not ready yet. Xinjian shook his shoulders that were pressed down. After seeing that this guy was stubborn and refused to let go, he let him go. But he didn't want to know when Uezi Moonlight would come back. He just wanted to ask the guy next to him if he didn't plan to stand opposite him in this life. I don't want to play tennis with you. There are billiards and bowling here. Now that you have finished your game, which one do you want to play? I will take you to play. Tajima Shuji shook his head directly. He could play other games with little one, but tennis was absolutely not allowed. Let's play bowling. We haven't played for a long time. How do you want to play this time? Xingyan gave up reluctantly. He knew it would be like this. However, it doesn't matter if he doesn't play tennis. He is not a ball-serving machine. He doesn't have to be tied to tennis all the time. Let's play blindfolded this time. I promise I won't cheat again. Speaking of bowling, Tanajima Shuji thought of more than 3 years ago. That was the last time he and Xingyan went out to play. At that time, he secretly took off the blindfold, and the boy was so angry that he didn't even invite him to dinner. Later, the brat went abroad, and there was no chance to play together. Chapter 48. Bien Gang Zem Vn Bn Gc Cha Dch. Koth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chnbndch. At the beginning, he looked at this bastard completely. If he couldn't fight, he really wanted to punch people over 2 punch. In other words, they are actually more opponents. Are you really not teammates? Walking on the way to the leisure area, Xinjian was still curious. Not really, Iri is not weak, but he chose to stay in Field 3 and planned to train newcomers here. He took a different path from us. Tan's Himashuji suddenly became serious. Speaking of Iri Kanata, he actually felt a little pity. If that guy hadn't been studying acting all day, he could have been among the top few in the first team after his strength exploded. It's a pity that the guy is not interested in this aspect, and the coach seems to have approved of his choice. What number is Oni Jijiro in the first team? Xinjian didn't talk about Iri Kanata anymore, and turned to ask another person. According to the comparison of points and strength, Oni Jijiro is definitely in the first team. Moreover, the ranking should not be too low. However, speaking of the first team, Xinjian is really curious. Tan's Himashuji is already number 2 in the first team. How strong is he now? Oni is number 5, but he has the ability to compete for the number 2 position, but he didn't do it. When the expedition team set out this time, he gave his position to another person, just to stay and train Tokugawa Kazuya with Iri. They are optimistic about Tokugawa's talent and potential, and want Tokugawa to defeat Biadwan. When Tanajima Shuji talked about Oni Jijiro, he felt helpless about this guy who had no ambition. The former Biadwan Phoenix was defeated by Oni Jijiro. After special training, he came back to avenge his previous shame, and then became the number 1 of the First Army. As for his number 2, naturally, he relied on his strength to fight for it. Otherwise, when he clearly couldn't join the expedition team, no one would still be able to replace him. Everyone has his own ambitions, and everyone's goals are different. Iri Kanata's strength is not weak, but he loves to act too much. This game is really boring. Xinjian can only give a boring evaluation of the previous game. If the other party really has no strength, he would not think there is anything wrong. He is strong, but he does not try hard, but he has to act in a desperate state. I can only say that in terms of acting, Iri Kanata is indeed very professional and persistent. You can't have the same requirements for everyone. Everyone pursues different things, and that guy should be doing it on purpose. He knows that he will lose, so he deliberately angers you. Tanajima Shuji looked at Xinjian, who was staring, smiled and patted his shoulder, and dragged him to the leisure area. Although practice matches are indispensable, this kid has finally come back, and he can't spend all his time playing tennis. He should also let him have a good time. For children, it is most important to have fun. If you always stick to one sport for a long time, you will feel bored. You actually prepared an eye mask in advance. When they arrived at the place and looked at the empty bowling room, Xinjian immediately guessed that this guy had prepared it early. The eye mask was already placed here, and he suspected that this guy was prepared to cheat. Because, this guy has a criminal record. Switch. Tajima Shuji swapped the 2 eye masks. He didn't plan to cheat this time, so there was no need to worry. You go first. Xinjian took the eye mask in his hand. Because there were only 2 of them, they had to take turns to supervise each other. Stinky boy, watch me, I will definitely win this time. Tajima Shuji was ready, stood in position, adjusted the eye mask with one hand, and threw the ball out with a flick of his hand. He often played by himself in recent years, so when this ball went out, he heard the sound he wanted now. All down, I won. Tajima Shuji. Took off his blindfold and smiled so hard that his whole body seemed to be glowing. Yes, yes, you won. Xinjian sighed helplessly, saying that this guy won while adjusting the blindfold. According to the position in his memory, he walked over and picked up the ball, then returned to the serving point, stretched out his hand and rolled the ball out. He was obviously several years younger than this guy, but sometimes he always felt that he was coaxing this big kid to play. Hey, 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 don't say I won, and then go and do better than me. If you do that, I will feel my fist itchy and want to beat you up. Tainadu Shuji was still feeling proud, but he saw Xinjian giving him another lesson of complete crushing. Looking at Xinjian, who showed an expression of "I'm playing with you" after taking off the blindfold, Tainadu Shuji's hand directly messed up Xinjian's hair. It sounds like you can beat it. Shaking his head, Xinjian picked up the bowling ball next to him and really played this time. However, is his fist itchy? Did this guy forget that his best sport has never been tennis? I can't beat him. He admitted awkwardly that he couldn't beat him, and Shuji Tainajima watched Xinjian bowling from the side, and his expression slowly returned to calm. Do you have a direction now about the tennis of another dimension? After watching for a while, Shuji Tainajima suddenly asked a very serious question. No, in the match between me and the Phoenix of Biadwan, he didn't open the other dimension at all, or it can be said that I didn't give him the opportunity to open the other dimension at all. Although I have been playing against Uncle Ekizen Nanjiro in the past few days, he also didn't let me see what the other dimension is. I said before that I would play a game with the three of them separately, just to see the other dimension tennis of Oni Jujiro. Except for him, I can't find anyone else who can give me clues about this. Xinjian threw the bowling ball in his hand, and in front of Shuji Tainajima, he did not hide the reason why he accepted the challenge in the restaurant. No matter how many reasons he gave, he was actually interested in Oni Jujiro's alternate dimensional tennis. So when Satoshi mentioned Oni Jujiro and said that since he didn't have alternate dimensional tennis, it would be best not to play against Oni, the matter was already settled. Chapter 49. The two of them were very happy. I will be serious, and please be serious too. After a short break after dinner, Tokugawa Kazuya stood on the tennis court. Looking at Xinjian, who was sleepy because he ate a lot of cake, Tokugawa Kazuya's expression became colder and colder. Don't worry, I will be very serious, but I don't want to play illusion tennis tonight, so let's play some normal ones, and compete with speed, strength, and skills. Xinjian staggered to the tennis court, tilted his head, and his momentum suddenly changed when he stopped. Off the court, he would play with Tainajima Shuji, joke in front of familiar people, and occasionally act cute in front of his elders without losing his image. But as long as he is on the tennis court, Xinjian will always get into the state in an instant. He has always been serious about playing tennis. Are you looking down on me? Tokugawa Kazuya was stunned for a moment, and his aura became cold as ice in an instant. He was actually considered unworthy of facing illusion tennis? No, it's just that the mental energy consumption is a bit large, so I don't want to make myself too tired. If you have the ability to hit me so hard that I have to use it, that's fine. Xinjian shook his head and found a reason to make someone outside the court bow their heads and hold back their laughter, and the matter of illusion tennis was revealed. Humph! Tokugawa Kazuya didn't say much, tossed the ball and swung the racket, and served directly to start the game. In this game, Xinjian said he would not play illusion tennis, and he really didn't use it again. Time and time again, he just sent back the ball hit by Tokugawa Kazuya from various aspects that people could understand. Speed, strength, physical strength, and control of ball skills. Every item was overwhelmed with absolute advantage. If Xinjian won the match in the afternoon easily, but made everyone outside the court confused. Then, this match made everyone clearly see how terrible Xinjian's data was. What a terrible boy! Now I suddenly understand that it is not difficult to understand why Biadwan lost to him. Iri Kanata watched the game very seriously. After seeing Xinjian's serious eyes, he suddenly understood why he said he played badly in the afternoon. A boy who loves tennis cannot tolerate any distraction on the tennis court. Even if the opponent's distraction is distracted, he will feel disrespectful to tennis. He is a persistent boy. I asked, Biadwan did not use the alternate dimension. Ghost, if you want to beat him tomorrow, the only chance is the alternate dimension. If you don't use it before you are controlled, you will lose. Tanajima Shuji suddenly spoke up and revealed a piece of news to Ghost Jujiro at this time. What do you mean, you want him to lose here? Jujiro's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Tanajima Shuji with some dissatisfaction. He and the kid just played normally, and if he really needed it, he would use the tennis ball from another dimension. But this shouldn't be reminded by others, especially by Tanajima Shuji. The guy is the one that the kid trusts the most, how could he sell out the kid's information at this time? If others knew about it, they would be sad. Since he started to learn tennis formally, he has never lost. You should know what kind of concept this is. This is not a good thing. Tanajima Shuji silently said sorry twice in his heart, and then blocked the super existence of Ekizen Nanjiro. Never lost. It's really not a good thing, but how do you know that it will be meaningful to let him lose once? In this case, there will be two extremes. If he fails. Jujiro suddenly felt a little bit reluctant. The boy's eyes were too bright, and he loved tennis too much. If he was destroyed by the other dimension. Perhaps, not everyone needs to be educated by failure to grow up. The boy can already walk the world alone, and has won the only Grand Slam in the junior group so far. With such achievements, he no longer needs to be a guide. He said it himself, he really wants to know the taste of failure, otherwise I wouldn't take the initiative to tell you this. Tanshima Shuji was stunned when he found that Oni Jujiro wanted to refuse, but he quickly reacted and made up a new reason. This kid. I know. Oni Juji didn't expect that there would be someone who would take the initiative to experience the taste of failure. But whether it's a provocation or he really wants to taste failure, he will play a serious game tomorrow. Then come on. I'll leave it to you. If he can lose a game, I think we might be able to get another new player. Tajima Shuji smiled and turned around, no longer interested in the game that was about to end. He was looking forward to the game tomorrow morning. Then. Ghost, don't blame me, I just want to satisfy the little one's wish. Different dimensional tennis, being defeated by someone who doesn't understand the different dimension, I hope your psychological endurance is strong enough. What does he mean? Iri Kanata was a little confused. Why didn't he understand? He always felt that Tanjima Shuji was lying just now, but he didn't know which part. Tomorrow, I will play seriously, and I hope the result will not disappoint you. Ghost Jujiro could also know that there was some water in his words just now, but the details would be discussed after the game. Now, he just needs an excuse, a reason for him to take action against this peerless genius. Uchiha Zenjian won, the score was 6-0. Another perfect victory, Zenjian finished the game an hour later. Are you okay? Zenjian crossed the net, walked to the other side and stood in front of Tokugawa Kazuya. At this time, Tokugawa Kazuya was sitting on the ground, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and his racket was placed on the ground beside him. Very good, I'm fine now, thank you. Tokugawa Kazuya stretched out his hand and let Zenjian pull him up. After standing up and looking at Zenjian who was almost not sweating, Tokugawa Kazuya was sure that he was still too weak in basics. He will ask the coach to make adjustments in future training, and training in all aspects needs to be strengthened. I may come here often to play in the future. If I have time, I can have more practice matches. Zenjian let go of the man after pulling him up. When he was carrying the racket back, he just took 2 steps and suddenly stopped again. Although there was no mental power in tonight's game, he really enjoyed it. Playing tennis happily is his favorite mode. So, if there is a chance, he doesn't mind being a sparring partner for Tokugawa Kazuya. Of course, it can also be regarded as letting Tokugawa Kazuya accompany him to play more games. If the coaches allow it, I am looking forward to it. Tokugawa Kazuya was very happy to have such an opponent to practice with. I'll go back and rest first, see you tomorrow morning. Xinjian got a satisfactory result, waved his hand and returned to the temporary room with the racket. Because he did not belong to the training camp, the room arranged for him was not bad. He took a comfortable hot bath and slept particularly sweetly that night. Chapter 50. The two of them were very busy, and the two of them were very busy. Good morning, Uncle Sato, Uncle Kurobe, Uncle Takushi. As a well-known relative, Xinjian greeted the three coaches of U17 respectively during breakfast. Good morning, Xinjian, how did you sleep last night? The environment here is a little worse than at home. If there is anything inappropriate, tell your uncle and let him adjust it later. Satoji waved Xinjian to come and sit together for dinner, and then expressed their special care very directly. Not bad, but the room is a little small, and many trainings cannot be carried out, but it's okay. The conditions here are limited, so let's just leave it like this, no need to change it. Xinjian nodded, barely satisfied with the accommodation environment here. As for the adjustment, forget it. Although he doesn't mind people being aware of his different treatment, there's no need to go too far. Then don't move. When you have time, come and stay for 2 days. There are still some good seedlings here. More practice can also find different ideas. Kurobukio feels that as long as Xinjian can come, he will be very satisfied. As for how long he will come, after getting more familiar with him, there will always be a chance to keep him. Of course, if Xinjian doesn't want to stay in the end, he won't force it. In addition to being a promising tennis player, this kid also calls him uncle. Several years of attention have made him more humane. Well, I'll play another game with Oni Jujiro later, and then I should go back. I have to train the school team players recently. Let's see the situation later. Xinjian didn't say when he would come again, because he is indeed busy recently. Although the training plan is not difficult for him, playing tennis matches is not just about doing good training. He needs to supervise every player of Hyote and let them improve on their original potential. Be careful. Although they didn't want Xinjian to play against Oni Jujiro at the beginning, there were some things they couldn't stop, especially after knowing that Biadwan Phoenix had lost to Xinjian. After breakfast, the few people who had rested for a while came to court one again. Only Kurobukio went to the monitoring room, and Satoshi and Takushi Ryaji followed to the competition venue. The game begins, Uchiha Xinjian vs Oni Jujiro, Oni Jujiro serves. The referee shouted to start. There was still no surprise, Oni Jujiro got the serve. For this result, the few people in the rest area smiled almost the same. The boy who always wins in tennis, but never gets the serve, which is also a unique feature. Boy, be careful. Oni Jujiro reminded before serving. Bang! The racket swung, and the tennis ball flew at high speed, faster and heavier than Tokugawa Kazuya's tennis ball. Not enough. Xinjian moved his feet, so fast that it seemed like a phantom, and increased the power and speed of the tennis ball a little bit, and then sent it back to the opposite side of the onlookers. The yellow-green tennis ball kept flying on the court, and the back and forth made people dazzled. For the onlookers, this game was a torture for dynamic vision. Is it going to be over again? Tanajima Shuji watched the game, and his fingers gradually tightened. He had never played against Oni Jujiro, but he knew Oni Jujiro's strength. It was just that this time, if he couldn't open the other dimension in the early stage, Oni Jujiro would be completely defeated. The crushing and control of mental power, even without the illusion tennis ball, has been accumulated since the start of the game. The longer the time drags on, the harder it is to break free, which is why he has never played tennis with Xinjian. Because he knew very well that if his mental strength could not contend, there would be no hope at all. What did you see? Iri Kanata looked at Tanajima Shuji in disbelief. This was just the beginning, and it was not the time to use his skills. It's been 5 years. Except for that one match, I never stood on the tennis court with him after that. Tanajima Shoji did not explain too much. He just told the curious Eri and Tokugawa about his own affairs. Not that bad, right? Even if you can't win, you don't need to be scared so much. What do you want to say? Eri Kanata was in a bad mood. Could this guy be more clear? He came to. What are you afraid of? Watch the game. You can ask the ghost about his feelings later. The ghost won this round. Tanshima Shoji shook his head. Some things cannot be explained clearly. However, the momentum of the ghost Jujiro is good now. If he works hard, he may be able to fight for another point. In the other dimension, ghosts and gods. It must be used. Otherwise, the kid will be disappointed. He can't predict what the result will be after disappointment. The ghost Jujiro won this round, the score is 1:0. The two sides exchange venues. After more than 10 minutes, as Shoji Tanshima predicted, the ghost Jujiro won a point. During this period, Xinjian scored 2 goals, but only 2 goals. Sato, what's wrong with Xinjian? He obviously didn't have enough strength to return the ball just now. It's impossible for him to do such a thing in his state. Kurobukyo's voice came from the headset. I told him not to touch the other dimension, but you know that once that kid becomes interested in something, the more you stop him, the worse it gets. Let him play. Satoshi's tone was helpless. As for Xinjian's personality, they, the uncles, knew everything. Kurobe was asking questions knowingly. Make some preparations at the medical department. If that kid suddenly opens an unknown other dimension, Oni Jujiro might be in trouble. Kurobukyo was silent for a few seconds. After seeing Xinjian's serve, he simply made new arrangements for the staff next to him. Although it may not be used, it is always better to be prepared. Damn, is that a light shot? Tanajima Shoji was stunned when he saw that the tennis ball in Xinjian's hand was glowing. He reached out and grabbed Eri Kanata beside him. He now needed someone to accompany him to confirm how this kid could learn the tennis ball from the guy in Biadwan. It's really a light shot. If Biadwan knew, it would be furious. Eri Kanata was also a little confused. He thought that he had seen all the skills of that kid in the game last night. But now with this scene, he suddenly confirmed that the 2 games between him and Tokugawa really didn't make this kid serious. Guess, has that guy from Biadwan seen this kid play this kind of light shot? Tanajima Shoji suddenly lowered his head and laughed. He seemed to sympathize with Biadwan Phoenix. That guy is definitely not someone who uses the other dimension at the beginning. He can't use it later, and he has to watch this kid use his skills. What's more, after Xinjian used the same light shot, the change of this ball was more brutal than the creator. Chapter 51. The game was played, and the score was 1:1. Uchiha Xinjian won this game, the score is 1:1. Little Ghost. Kijujiro was unable to return the serve of Xinjian. Not only did he hit the ball, but he also jumped and rotated at a super high speed that was completely out of control. It was suspected that he was mentally suppressed. For the first time, Kijujiro felt a strong threat from a serve. Moreover, 4 pits slightly larger than a tennis ball had been made on the ground at his feet, all of which were made when the tennis ball landed just now. It's still very useful. You can try more changes in the future. It's your turn to serve. Xin Yan is quite satisfied with the result of integrating various tennis skills. Although he has thought about it before, he has not always had the opportunity to practice it. As for why he uses it now. In order to prevent Oni Jujiro from playing relatively simple tennis again, and to see the other dimensional field earlier. Don't be too arrogant. After being directly defeated by the opponent's serve, Oni Jujiro was in a bad mood. He looked down at the tennis ball in his hand and knew that something was about to appear. As the atmosphere on the court changed, the people outside the court also became nervous. Although everyone thought at the beginning that they should be able to see Oni Jujuro's other dimensional field this time, it was still very shocking to see it with their own eyes. The tennis ball flew back and forth as the two rackets were swung, and there was a strange atmosphere in the air for both people on the court. Although I have seen it many times, I can still feel that the ghost's ghost realm is so cruel. When Shoji Tanijima saw the fluctuation of the aura, his originally nervous expression relaxed instantly. Ghost. The ghost of Jijujuro's other dimensional realm, the ghost, finally appeared. Is this the other dimension? Xinjian looked at the huge phantom that suddenly appeared. As the flying tennis ball pressed towards him, something that could not be used in this world was suddenly awakened. System, are you sure you don't want to say something? Xinjian questioned the system in his heart. He needed to confirm whether this power could be used. Although he did not originally belong to this world, he had family and friends in this world. If he was expelled because of the sudden power, he would really lose a lot. Existence is reasonable, the host can use it with confidence. The system's prompt had already given a reply when the idea came up in his heart. It can be used. That's good. Bang! The tennis ball with strong pressure was stopped by the racket in Xinjian's hand, and the spinning tennis ball circled on the racket. From the palm of Xinjian's hand holding the racket, purple light extended like a line, wrapping the racket. All this happened in an instant, and others only saw the strange phenomenon appear, but did not know what the principle was. Next, the tennis ball was hit back. Little ghost, go to hell! After the ghost domain was opened, it was directly hit back. Guijujuro roared and swung the racket again. He would never allow himself to lose at this time. It's over. The time I want to play tennis with the little one will be postponed indefinitely. Shoji Tanijima, who was sitting in the rest area, shook his head and sighed. Although he guessed that Xinjian would evolve, he didn't expect it to be so fast. He didn't miss a single ball. When he saw the ghost domain, he burst out with special skills. This was something no one dared to think of before. Moreover, what exactly is that thing? Is it really an alien dimension domain? Did that kid really not develop an alternate dimension before? Iri Kanata felt that he was too frightened today. He felt that everyone seemed to have been deceived by the fact that he could develop an alternate dimension in an instant after seeing it for the first time. If developing an alternate dimension was really that simple, the Phoenix of Biadwan would not have been injured, and he would not have to go to the mountains for special training for a long time before finding his alternate dimension. He is special. Tanshima Shoji smiled as he watched the Oni Jujuro on the court fail to score after opening the Oni domain. He felt a little sympathy for the Oni Jujuro. Look, this is the result of playing tennis with a kid. No matter how strong you are, how many achievements and strengths you have, as long as you show them in front of him, the result is that you will be defeated by him in the aspect you are best at. The Oni's alternate dimension domain can no longer hold, but that kid is still at ease. Is he really only 12 years old? Kanata Iri wanted to struggle a little more, but soon he found that Onijujiro really had no chance of winning. At the beginning, Onijujiro could still suppress Xinjian in terms of strength, but now that the extra-dimensional field was opened, they could all see that Xinjian's strength and speed were amplified at that moment. Even if it was a power duel, Onijujiro had no chance at all. There's no way, the ghosts have given up the ghost field. Regarding this game, Shoji Tanijima no longer had any doubts, and Onijujiro could only get the previous 1 point. In a crushing game, it was unexpected that being crushed would fall on Onijujiro one day. Little ghost, what field is that? When the venue was exchanged again, Onijujiro stopped and blocked Xinjian, who just walked in front of him. It can't be considered a domain, but a special way to increase physical strength, called the 8 Gates of Dunjia. Xinjian looked up at the eager eyes of Oni Jujuro and reported this familiar yet unfamiliar name. The 8 Gates of Dunjia. He achieved the achievement reward after surpassing Xiao Li's training volume through daily exercise in the ninja world. Now, he still hasn't found his own different dimensional tennis ball, but he has the right to use chakra. The use of chakra seems to be equivalent to his different dimensional domain. The 8 Gates of Dungia. Oni Jujiro was stunned for a moment, and then continued to walk to his half. He didn't understand what this was, but he clearly felt that the strength of this kid suddenly increased a lot. What does that mean? Takeshi Ryoji is a coach, but it doesn't prevent him from watching the game quietly here. Now he listened to Xinjian talking about this special way of increasing physical strength, and he instantly became interested. But he didn't quite understand what this 8 Gates of Dungia was. During the year or so that Xinjian disappeared, he must have gone to learn this. What a scary kid! Satoji shook his head and didn't say much. Regarding the 8 Gates of Dungia, he heard that it was a very ancient special formation in that country, but whether it really existed has never been confirmed. And during that year or so, Xinjian went to that country. Although the news that came back said that he studied and lived like a normal teenager, none of them really believed it. Now that the name of the 8 Gates of Dungia was mentioned, he understood it instantly. What a good kid! He was obviously practicing hard, but in order not to make people worry, he always acted relaxed. Chapter 52. The game was over, and the score was 6:1. The game is over, Uchiha Xinjian won, the score was 6:1. After 3 hours, the game finally ended. After Oni Jujiro stopped opening the other dimensional field, Xinjian also closed the 8 Gates of Dungia, which could only open 3 gates at present, and simply played a normal tennis game. However, even without the 8 Gates of Dungia, he could still fight for the points through skills and mental strength. Oni, are you okay? Iri Kanata walked forward and looked at Oni Jujiro, whose hair was a little messy and whose whole body was in a low mood. He was worried that he would really lose his fighting spirit because of this game. It's okay, this guy is very weird. After a few games, he can't open the extra-dimensional field anymore. Although Oni Jujiro lost miserably, he didn't feel too bad. He just felt that he was still too weak in all aspects. However, he suddenly understood Tanijima Shuji's reminder. The longer the game lasted, the more severely the extra-dimensional field would be suppressed. After that, he failed several times when he tried. How do you feel, little guy? How long can you use your extra-dimensional field? Compared to Oni Jujiro's low state, Tanijima Shuji on the other side jumped into the field directly, put his arm around Xinjian's shoulders and began to ask in a low voice what was going on with his extra-dimensional field. It should be able to be used all the time, without much burden, and the amount of increase can be freely controlled. Do you want to play a game with me? I can adjust it for you. Xinjian smiled and looked at Tanijima Shuji. Although he knew that he would not agree, he still did not forget to ask again. Don't even think about it. I don't want to play tennis with you. You are simply cheating in all aspects. Only fools will play with you. Tanijima Shuji snorted twice, still directly refusing without leaving any suspense. But Tanijima Shuji, who do you say is a fool? Iri Kanata originally wanted to say hello and ask them if they wanted to go to the entertainment room to play together. As a result, as soon as he got closer, he heard Tanijima Shuji's words. Raising his head, staring, and pointing at the two people with trembling fingers, Iri Kanata's eyes were full of accusations and sadness. That the trembling amplitude of the fingers is too large, and the frequency of the eyebrows jumping is too high. Xinjian looked at Iri Kanata's exaggerated performance and had to remind him that such acting was not serious at all. You bastard kid, you actually questioned my acting skills, come on, show me one. Iri Kanata didn't react much to losing in tennis, but his acting skills were questioned by a kid. Although he had deliberately exaggerated his performance just now, he absolutely couldn't stand it. Xin Yan blinked his eyes and looked at him innocently. Under the angry gaze of Iri Kanata, his breath suddenly became depressed, and the whole person seemed to have suffered a great injustice. Clenched hands and bulging muscles in arms. Looked like a person who was bullied, trying to stay rational, and might lose his rationality at any time and beat up the person on the opposite side. Stop! When he felt that his breath was getting more and more wronged, Iri Kanata hurriedly called for a stop. It's okay to lose so badly in tennis, but this kid can actually act. He really shouldn't pay attention to this kid, it's too discouraging. It's fun, but it's a pity that I can't use it often after returning home. There will be familiar people who will scare my family members, which is not good. Xin Yan's breath changed in an instant, and the gentle aura spread out, as if the sad breath that made people's scalps numb just now was an illusion that never really existed. Why did those reporters who obviously couldn't interview him write so many words of praise? It's because he likes to play and make people think that he is a good person. So his greatest acting skill is this kind of false gentleness. It's just that he won't say it out, even familiar people think that this is his original self. So, in terms of acting, he has always been a professional after experiencing 3 worlds. Don't play like this in the future, you scared me just now. Tanajima Shuji slapped Xin Yan on the head. He thought this kid was really wronged, but it turned out to be for fun? The little bastard went too far, it's scary. Okay, if you don't want to play, don't slap my head, you won't grow tall. Xinjian slapped the hand on his head and scratched his hair. Let's go, brother will take you to run a few laps around here, exercise and then come back for lunch. Ignoring Xinjian's protest, Tanshima Shuji has already started running outside the tennis court. I don't think I need it. Even though he said he didn't need it, Xinjian still followed him. The two of them went out for a run, and those who originally wanted to come over had to stop. The question about the strange extra-dimensional field had to be put aside for the time being. Don't let too many people know about the fact that the extra-dimensional field can be used casually. Their extra-dimensional field can only last for a short while. It's too special and will attract a lot of attention. Running on the path in the woods, Tanshima Shuji talked to Xinjian about the extra-dimensional field. At their level, tennis players have at least a vague understanding of the extra-dimensional field. Regardless of which type, it is basically a sudden and strong burst, but it will not last too long. Being too special is not necessarily a good thing at some times. Although Xinjian has always been stronger than other people of the same age, he has grown up now, so it is better to use as little special information as possible. Well, I will try to use it less in the future. There are not many people who can make me use this. Don't glare at me. I don't plan to use it in front of Uncle Ekizen Nanjiro. He doesn't use too much power, and I can't just show my trump card. Xinjian looked at Tanshima Shuji who was glaring again, and explained his self-limitation of this power. As for Ekizen Nanjiro, who he can't beat at all now. His current 8 gates can be opened stably to 3 gates, but according to his previous observations, Ekizen Nanjiro's strength is that he can't beat him even after opening 3 gates. Moreover, this refers to Ekizen Nanjiro who has not used the 3 gates of Wuvo and has not used the other dimensional field. Under such a comparison, he doesn't want to demolish Uncle Ekizen's house. Although he can afford to repair it after demolition, it is really unnecessary. You are a bit self-aware. Work hard. I am waiting for the day when you win the adult Grand Slam. Tanajima Shuji relaxed and was satisfied with Xinjian's plan. Although it is normal for young people to show off their talents, it is also a good growth to know how to hide some of their cards. He calculated the ages of the two in his heart. After the end of this year's U17 World Cup, he should also try his luck in the World Professional Tennis. He should take advantage of the fact that Xiao Bushin reaches the adult group and get some results himself. In this way, when he claims to be Xiao Bushin's brother in the future, he will not embarrass Xiao Bushin. Chapter 53. After lunch, Xinjian waved his hand to Shuji Tanajima and Jujiroki who sent him to the parking lot, got into Sato Toji's car, and left the U17 training camp. How do you feel? Is the atmosphere in the training camp good? On the way, Sato Toshi glanced at Xinjian, who was staring out the window in a daze, and asked him how he felt about the U-17 training camp. It's okay, but most of them are not very good. Those in other venues are obviously just messing around, and the training seems to be a particularly unwilling task. Xinjian didn't think much of the overall concept of U-17. Except for a few familiar coaches and those who played in the game, the others were still too weak. The reorganization of the Second Army is currently underway. Some of them were sent to Coach Mifune, and a few asked for leave. Sato Shi heard that Xinjian didn't think much of U-17, and thought about explaining it roughly. Those students who didn't have any characteristics and hard-working atmosphere in training really can't represent the U-17 training camp. Fortunately, Oni Jujiro and others are here, otherwise Xinjian might really feel that there is no need to come to this place anymore. I heard some things from Tanajima Shuji, but I don't know how much the other people in the First Army can be compared with Biaduan Phoenix and Oni Jujiro. Xinjian thought of Biaduan Phoenix and did have some expectations for the First Army. But I heard that Oka Moonlight is number 9, and if we remove the ones he already knows, there are 5 stronger than Oka Moonlight, and the number 10 who should not be much weaker. These 6 people seem to be able to give him some points and gain more practical experience in tennis matches. I just don't know how long it will take for this expedition group to come back. When we were chatting before, Tanajima Shuji said it would take at least half a year. Half a year is enough for him to finish the national competition and then start a new mission. System, you don't have to answer me, but I have guessed what the next mission is. It's to let me pick all the teams in the U-17 team, or to make it to the World Cup, right? Closing his eyes, Xinjian leaned back in his chair to rest, and in his heart he was bragging to the system about his reasoning. The subsequent plot will be passed on after the national competition, the host does not need to worry. The system probably knew that it could not hide it anymore, and for the first time clearly told Xinjian when he would let him know all the subsequent plots. However, after the national competition, I guessed it all right, system, you take a break, I will continue to train them when I go back, we will win all the championships this time. Not expecting the system to pay attention to him anymore, Xinjian finished showing off to the system and really took a good rest for a while. Until he returned home, he said hello to Taro Sakaki, who was resting at home, and then ran back to his room. He didn't want to listen to Uncle Sato talking about what good and bad things he did in U-17. Senior Oshitsuki, I just got home, tomorrow morning. After going back to the room to clean up, Xinjian received a call from Yuushi Oshitsuki while lying on the bed. Because he said he couldn't see the direction of Oshitsuki, he made Oshitsuki very entangled in this matter. After Adobe took the lead, the regulars of the tennis club also gave Oshitsuki special training one by one. Although not everyone can beat Yuushi Oshitsuki, he couldn't help but be worried and concerned by his teammates. After agreeing to solve the problem at the club work time tomorrow morning, Xinjian hung up the phone and went downstairs. Under the amazed gaze of the housekeeper and the chef, he made a simple Chinese dinner. However, he thought it was very simple, but Sato Shi mentioned it frequently during the meal, saying that the little boy had really grown up. When he was about to leave, he still lamented why he couldn't have such an all-round good son. In response, Sakaki Taro raised his eyebrows and gave Sato Shi one word. Get out! Dad, what's wrong with Uncle Sato? Xinjian was not at the door just now, and Sato Shi would not let the child hear such a teasing. So after seeing Sakaki Taro actually raising his foot without any image and making a kicking gesture, Xinjian suddenly had the illusion that he was confused by an illusion. It's okay, that guy's brain is a little bit off, you have to ignore him when you are busy with the tennis club recently. Sakaki Taro put his hand on Xinjian's shoulder and signaled Sato Shi, who was already sitting in the driver's seat, with his eyes to grab. Hurry up! These bad friends of theirs have many children at home. They are always thinking about other people's sons, and they are not afraid that their own boys or girls will have opinions. I don't have time to go to U-17 in the short term. Oshitsuka is still a little confused about tennis. I have to go to school tomorrow morning to discuss this issue with him. Adobe and others need to adjust their training volume. The regional qualifiers are about to start. I'm so busy. Xinjian waved at the car that Sato was leaving, and then told Sakaki Taro about a series of things he needed to do next. In addition to these, he also has to go to Ekkaizen Nanjiro to play tennis. It feels that every day after that will be very busy. Don't be too tired. Before the Kanto tournament, there is no opponent that Hyote can worry about. Sakaki Taro doesn't think there is anything to worry about the first two competitions. As a school that has been in the national competition in recent years, Hyote's strength itself is beyond doubt. If you want to talk about danger, Rikai University, which will be encountered in the Kanto tournament, is one of them. The others are not threatening at all. There's no problem with the regional qualifiers, but it's hard to say about the big tournaments. That's Seigaku. Xinjian thought of Seigaku's protagonist group and didn't think Hyote could win for sure. He could win one game, but Seigaku would definitely make some arrangements against him. The luck and aura of a protagonist group cannot be underestimated. After letting Adobe and Ekkaizen Ryoma play that game and watching Ekkaizen Ryoma evolve in leaps and bounds, he knew how hard it would be to break the protagonist's aura. Seigaku? That's the school where Ekkaizen Ryoma is. Will they break the rules and let the first-year students play? Sakaki Taro still knew about Seigaku, because they were in the same region, and some occasional tennis activities would bring the two schools together. But that coach never let the first-year students play. The genius Tezuka 2 years ago was so famous, but he was still suppressed at the bottom. The son of Ekkaizen Nanjiro has already informed the coach before going to school. And later he was recommended by Tezuka Kunimitsu, but only Ekkaizen Ryoma, other first-year students are still not eligible. Xinjian looked down on this rule of Kingsyu, but these problems can only be attributed to the coach, and have little to do with the regulars of Kingsyu Tennis Club. In the minds of those regulars, it is estimated that they have to compete on the tennis court, and those with strength have the right to speak. Chapter 54. The two of them were very busy, and the two of them were very busy. Dad, I'm going to the tennis club. I'm going to Ekkaizen's house in the afternoon. Just ask the driver to wait for me. In the morning, Xinjian waved goodbye to Sakaki Taro after arriving at Hyote, explained the plan for the day, and ran away with the tennis bag on his back. At this time, Yuushi Ashizuka should have been waiting, hoping to find a direction in the morning. That guy is obviously not weak. Xinjian, Ashizuka's situation is a bit troublesome. He is trying all kinds of tennis now, but the more he tries, the harder it is to make a decision. Adobe leaned against the door of the tennis club's locker room, watched Xinjian change his clothes and came out, and told him in detail about Ashizuka's situation. If you don't want to give up, then all of them will stay, but in this way, he will have to train more than others. Xinjian shook the racket in his hand, talked to Adobe about Oshima's situation, and walked to the tennis training ground dedicated to the main selection. Here, Oshima Yuji had already arrived. Oshima Yuji, who usually always had a gentle smile, was now full of decadence. He stood by the wall and stared down at the tennis racket in his hand. Adobe, you go and do your work first. Don't let anyone come to disturb or watch, because I'm not sure if it will scare people. Xinjian stood at the door of this tennis training ground and waved to Adobe, asking him to leave now. No matter what the result is this time, the process will not be very beautiful, so no one else can come to watch. Senior Oshima, I'm here. Walking into the field, Xinjian looked at Oshima Yuji, who raised his head, and suspected that this guy had not slept all night, and there were dark circles under his eyes. I seem to be getting more and more useless. They are all practicing with me, but I disappoint everyone. Ashiki Yuji raised his head and looked at Xinjian with a look of crying and laughing. In fact, it is not that Ashiki is obsessed with tennis to such a crazy degree, but he feels sorry for these partners in the process of being practiced with by everyone these days. Because of their care, Ashiki Yuji has developed an obsession. He wants to play tennis, wants to become strong enough, and wants to become an indispensable part of Hyote. No disappointment, the seniors are waiting for you, but the process is a little difficult, and you need to go step by step. Xinjian shook his head. He was still very satisfied with Ashiki's current eyes and persistence. Then, the only thing to do now is to make better use of Ashiki's skills. There were too many skills before, and they were not necessarily easy to use, so he had to do it and sort them out for Ashiki. Fortunately, he got his chakra back in U17, although the condition is that he can only use it after opening the 8 gates, but opening one gate is also opening it. Therefore, the existence of chakra is the basis for his special training for Oshima. He can't imitate the illusion of the fraudster Masaharu, but as long as he has chakra, he can easily control the transformation and clone techniques. What should I do? Oshima Yuushi suddenly shivered. There was no wind, but he just felt cold for no reason. It seems that he is being calculated. I'll call Adobe first and ask him to ask for leave for you and me. Xinjian's smile makes people feel very gentle, but when he took out his mobile phone to call Adobe, Oshima felt more and more like running away. Don't worry, I'll pick you up at noon. Now, no one will disturb us. After hanging up the phone, Xinjian took off his coat and threw it on the stool beside him, holding the racket and slowly walked towards Yuushi Oshima. For a whole morning, I hope this guy can hold on, don't let him down. For this guy, he threw all the words that Shuji Tanijima told him yesterday behind his head. However, he didn't say that he must not do it, as long as he was not discovered. Yuushi Oshima watched Xinjian coming from the side, every step was like stepping on his heart, and the feeling of panic became stronger and stronger. But he couldn't understand why he just blinked, and Xinjian on the opposite side disappeared, but a person who looked exactly like him appeared. As if looking in the mirror, he raised his hand and pointed at the opposite side, and the person on the opposite side was also pointing at him, and even the amplitude of the finger shaking was exactly the same. Ashiki Ashizuka, if you can't keep your consciousness clear, then your life will be mine. Xinjian hasn't used the transformation technique for a long time. After imitating Oshiro's movements, he suddenly turned around and went to the opposite side. He stretched out his hand towards the tennis basket on the side, and a tennis ball flew into his palm while he was talking. As for the replacement life, such a second year, quite suitable for this age group, but it is totally unlike what he can say. Where is Xinjian? Where did you take Xinjian? Oshiro's fingers clenched the racket, and his bloodshot eyes glared at the opposite him, and suddenly asked about Xinjian's whereabouts. The guy who is in the way, I will lock him up for the time being. He set the time for you at noon, that's perfect, I will play with you until noon, if you fail, that kid will be my friend in the future. Xinjian smiled and threw the tennis ball in his hand, regardless of whether Oshiro would continue to misunderstand, and hit the tennis ball with a swing. A very common serve, and one of the serves that Oshiro Yuushi likes to use. Asshole! Although he still couldn't tell whether this was real or not, when Yuushi Ashizu saw the tennis ball flying over, he naturally ran to catch it and swung his racket back. The two of them went back and forth, and the tennis ball came and went again and again. Yuushi Ashizu finally understood what was going on after a few minutes. Are you really me? Yuushi Ashizu stared blankly at the tennis ball flying past him, and bounced away after landing. He was too familiar with all the serves and shots just now, even some small movements. Everything was his aura, completely another him. What do you think? Xinjian didn't nod this time, but raised his hand again, and the tennis ball at the opposite wall flew into his palm again. Chakra is really useful. However, Ashizu didn't have the ability to suck the ball into his palm. Moreover, Ashizu could see that this was not a superpower that humans should have. Since you are me, then I know what to do. Only I will stay. Ashitari Yuushi watched the tennis ball fly into the palm of the opposite him, reached out and took off his glasses, returned to the court and put them down, and then walked back. He knew what to do, defeat himself. Maybe this is his inner demon, or maybe there is really some supernatural event, but no matter what the reason is, the only thing he has to do is to defeat himself. Chapter 55. The first time, the second time. I won't lose. I won't lose here, don't even think about it. Hiss. Yuushi Oshiro roared, and his body, which was struggling to stand, suddenly jumped up, and a smash sent the tennis ball over the net. He fell down after landing, and stood up without caring about the pain, staring at the opposite him with his eyes, and his momentum had already been unconsciously concepted. For a whole morning, he had cracked his ball skills again and again, but he would always be crushed again and again. It's not bad, the time is up, Yuushi Oshiro, you are great. Xinjian raised his hand and pointed behind Yuushi Oshiro. The match between the two of them, which had no rules and no one even recorded the score, should be over. From 7 in the morning to 11 now, in 4 hours, Ashitari tried hard to crack his own skills and surpass himself again and again. Although not as brutal as the protagonist's Halo, Ashitari Yuushi's tennis routines have been roughly sorted out by himself. He should also understand what is useful, what is useless, and when to use it. Xinjian, stinky kid. Ashitari Yuushi looked at the self opposite and suddenly turned back to Xinjian's appearance, raised his arm to rub his eyes, pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly, closed his eyes and fell backwards. Are you relieved now? Xinjian wanted to say that he was really not afraid of being cheated when he relaxed so suddenly. But he also knew that this world was still very safe, and it was impossible to compare it with the concept of the ninja world that people had to prevent being killed at any time when they went out. Walking to the opposite side and picking up the phone, Xinjian called Adobe. In less than a minute, the gate of the tennis training ground opened, and a group of people ran in. Looking at Yuushi Oshima lying on the ground, they were more curious than nervous. Oshima was really miserable now, with bruises all over his arms. If you didn't tell me that he was playing tennis, I would have thought he was beaten to the ground. It's almost done. Let him have a good sleep. As long as he doesn't lose his memory, it's fine. Xinjian put his phone in his pocket, picked up his coat and put it on, and prepared to leave with his tennis racket. Although he had the Sharingan to replicate all of Yuushi Oshima's skills and habits, it was really difficult for him to turn himself into another person and play tennis with his own strength completely sealed. Xinjian, let's go to the restaurant to eat later. Adobe Kigo looked at Xinjian's back, shouted to him not to run around, and then asked someone to carry Oshima to the infirmary. When Xinjian took a shower, changed clothes, and went to the restaurant, although Yuushi Ojiki was still listless, he was finally able to sit at the dining table with clear consciousness. It's not bad that you can wake up so quickly. Xinjian sat down, looked at Ojiki who was opposite him, and smiled as he pushed a very sweet cake over. After consuming so much, this guy should eat something sweet to replenish his energy. Thank you. Yuushi Ojiki took the cake and ate it in small bites, then thanked Xinjian. As for whether he thanked him for the cake or thanked him for a morning of sparring, only Ojiki himself knew. Okay, everyone is here, we can eat. Xinjian, you eat more. Ojiki, you should eat quickly. Makahi Taketo looked at the two of them, took some food brought by Jiro and Shishido and placed it in front of them. No one disturbed them this morning, but they were still worried. You two guys, do you need to continue tomorrow? Tetsub ate his lunch elegantly, and then asked about the results of the two people's training. He first looked at Xinjian, who had not changed much, and then stared at Oshitsuki, who was in a stable posture, for a while. He always felt that there seemed to be some secrets between the two. No need, Oshitsuki Sr. continue to do normal training. I will watch you play a few games tomorrow morning, and then remake the training schedule. As for the regional qualifiers, don't be too careless. At least let someone collect some information. Xinjian was full, sat on the chair and told them about what he had to do in the next few days. As for Oshitsuki Yuushi, let him train like this first. After making a new training schedule, he will personally teach this senior to learn some professional level improved ball skills. Compared with the professional level, Oshitsuki's various values are too low. It is very good that the improved weak version can be used. Thank you for your hard work, then you still have to continue. Continue to go. Tetsub looked at Xinjian with a serious look, and felt a little awkward about this boy who should have radiated brilliance in the world arena, but came here to work for the tennis club. Everyone knows that Xinjian is the youngest among all people, but because of his strong strength, he has to bear these burdens. Well, I still have to go to the club activities in the afternoon. Apart from him, I don't know who else can let me continue to pursue the direction of surpassing. Xinjian nodded. It is impossible to change his plan to play tennis with XXX Nanjiro. Even if the system does not have the task of 100 games, he still needs to go to XXX's house to hone himself. Although it is a bit tiring, this world is still very safe after all. Compared with his training in the ninja world, it is actually planned in the scope of leisure and entertainment. Which one? Xinjian, who is the senior who you have been playing tennis with during this period? Yu Ren curiously asked. Most people's doubts, they really didn't know. Although Adobe knew, he had always been vague about it and never mentioned the identity of the mysterious uncle. Didn't Adobe say it? I went to XXX's house, XXX Nanjiro-senpai. Xin Yan blinked innocently. He didn't say that this matter needed to be kept secret. So you guys don't know, it's Adobe's problem, don't stare at me. XXX Nanjiro? Is it the legendary samurai Nanjiro? Oshita Yuushi was sleepy after eating, but now he suddenly became energetic. Eating melons and chatting about gossip, this is probably a moment that everyone will be interested in. Well, he was not in Japan before. This time, because his son had to come back to school, the whole family returned home. His son is about the same age as me. If there is no other accident, we will meet at the general meeting. Looking at these curious people, Xinjian threw them another explosive news. The son of the samurai Nanjiro will meet them in the competition. Tokai? Which school is he from? Yu Ren was surprised, and followed this topic to ask which opponent it was. Sei Gakuen, Seigakuin. Adobe snorted unhappily and took the initiative to talk about the school where XXX Ryoma studied. Does Adobe know the little samurai? Have you ever fought? How strong is the little samurai? How many points can he take from you? Everyone's gossip object immediately shifted, staring at Adobe and waiting to hear him talk about the little samurai. However, they wanted to listen, but Adobe suddenly didn't want to say it. Pick up the coffee and look at the others with a smile. Then he raised his eyebrows at Xinjian and asked him with his eyes whether he wanted to tell all the news about XXX Ryoma. Chapter 56. The two of them were very excited. That kid is not weak, but you don't need to worry. From the regional qualifiers to the national competition, it has never been based on the strength of one person. In order to win the national championship, you all have to train hard. When we get to high school, we won't be so free. Adobe Kigo confirmed that it was okay, and simply talked about XXX Ryoma's strength. Then he quickly changed the topic. This after-dinner gossip turned into a goal motivation meeting for this competition. I'm going back to class. I'll go directly to XXX's house in the afternoon. You should train hard and prepare well for the training match tomorrow morning. I want to see your true strength at the moment. Xinjian looked at the time and it was time to go to the classroom. Although it is not a big problem to miss the morning class, I still try to go there early and get some information from my classmates to avoid something I don't know. As for the other person who didn't attend the class, Ashitari is very popular among his classmates, and many people will prepare class notes for him. As for Xinjian's popularity in the class. Uchiha classmate, this is the note left by the teacher for you, and here are some classmates who have sorted it out. Xinjian, who came to the classroom, received several detailed notes, one of which was the key points drawn by the teacher. It seems that his popularity is actually very good. After the afternoon class, Xinjian didn't even change his clothes this time, and left the school to rush to XXX's house. Before coming to XXX's house, Xinjian had called XXX Nanjiro, so he was greeted by Uncle Nanjiro's warm welcome as soon as he arrived at the door. Young man, I heard that you went to the U-17 training camp and beat all the other players' trump cards? Great, were those guys scared by you? I guess their eyes must have popped out of their heads. XXX Nanjiro leaned against the door of his house, and when he saw Xinjian getting off the car, he grinned and started laughing. It's okay, there are only a few left, and most of the official players are not here. Uncle Nanjiro is well informed. I thought no one would spread these things. Xinjian walked into the XXX family with a tennis bag on his back. He was still a little curious about how his situation in the U-17 spread so quickly. Go to Ryoma's room to change clothes first. You actually came out in school uniform today, what a waste of time. XXX Nanjiro's laughter suddenly stopped. He seemed to have no way to tell this kid who gave the news, so he simply urged him to change clothes and play tennis. As for Ryoma's room, Xinjian has never been there, but he still knows it. Meow. Carabin stood at the stairs. When he saw Xinjian, he narrowed his eyes, shook his little head, and turned to walk towards Longma's room. Longma will be sad if he knows. How can you bring outsiders to his room? Xinjian arrived at the door and looked at Carabin, who stopped to meow at him. He smiled and touched its little head and told it not to do it again in the future. After all, it is Longma's cat. It's okay to play with him for a while, but it's not okay to bring people to the owner's room. Meow. Carabin seemed to understand, lowered his head and made a wronged sound. Be good, wait for Longma to come back and play with him for a while, apologize, and don't do it again in the future. Looking at Carabin's pitiful state, Xinjian picked it up, told it what to do, and pushed the door and walked in. Longma's room is not big, and the trophies and medals on the locker in front of the bed are all messy, which is obviously not cared about. There were still pajamas on the bed that had not been put away, and a cat toy placed at the end of the bed. After entering the room and putting down Kolyabin, Xinjian changed his clothes, and turned around to see Kolyabin lying next to the cat toy, scratching the cat toy with his little paw every few seconds. What's wrong, do you miss Ryoma? Xinjian put the school uniform in the tennis bag, and picked up Kolyabin again when he went out with it on his back. After leaving the room and closing the door, he carried the cat to the simple tennis court in the temple. It treats you much better than Ryoma. If you have any secrets, tell me, so that I can play with my little boy later. XXX Nanjiro watched Xinjian coming, and Kolyabin lay on Xinjian's shoulder, and came up to pinch the cat's paw. Uncle, be careful. Xinjian wanted to say be careful of being caught, but Kolyabin had already shown his claws to XXX Nanjiro before he finished speaking. Oh my, what a fierce cat, I'm going to tell Ryoma. When he's not playing tennis, XXX Nanjiro doesn't act like an adult, he's always making a fuss. Now he's not caught, but he has to make an expression that his hand hurts and you're so cruel. Uncle, let's play tennis. Although he knew that XXX Nanjiro liked to make trouble, Xinjian still looked up at the sky and expressed his disdain for this tennis god. Putting down Carabin and asking him to squat on the tennis bag and not run around, Xinjian walked into the court with the racket. Oh my, you're really ruthless, I'm injured, my hand. Although my hand is not injured, I'm sad. XXX Nanjiro looked at the boy who was similar to his son in character, shouting that he was injured, but walked aside with a serious look, picked up the racket and tennis ball, and walked to the serving point. Boy, aren't you going to show me your one? After serving, XXX Nanjiro moved his feet, intercepting every ball from Xinjian, and urged him to show it quickly. If the uncle can make me not get a single point, I will explode, how about that? Xinjian blinked, jumped back and swung the racket, sending the tennis ball that landed on the baseline back. He also wanted to use it, but there was a prerequisite, that is, he could make Ekizen Nanjiro more serious first. Because no matter how he played, he could get a point, but he couldn't get any more than this point even if he opened the 8 gates. If Ekizen Nanjiro really wanted to see it, he had to make him explode again in his point. Stinky boy, I have to see it today. Ekizen Nanjiro always struggled with the point he lost, and now after hearing Xinjian's provocation, he calculated the approximate time when Ryoma would come back, and it felt okay. Uncle, I'm waiting. Xinjian's eyes lit up, and he naturally swung his racket to hit the ball with his mental power. The Sharingan was activated, and the illusion tennis was already being laid out. Chapter 57. The game was over, but the game was over. Uncle Nanjiro, you said I couldn't get any points. Xinjian lay on the tennis court, resting his head on his arm, tilting his head to look at the angry Ekizen Nanjiro. At the end of the game, he lost again with a score of 1:6. And, Ekizen Nanjiro still didn't break his point. Do you think I don't want that point? Ekizen Nanjiro glared angrily, he wanted to, but... Except for some skills that can't be used on teenagers, he tried all the others, but he just couldn't break them. Once he got hit, he was like a different person. During that one point, no matter how long it was, he could only use ordinary tennis skills. My mental power is not weak, but I am sure that your mental power is higher than mine, or you have exceeded the maximum value of all 5 parameters, right? Xinjian could not see the 5 parameters of Ekizen Nanjiro. He asked the system about this. The system replied that it could only be seen when Xinjian had one parameter that could surpass the other party. His mental power has reached 9.1. So far, the only person he can't see through is Ekizen Nanjiro. As expected of the god-level background board of this world, the strength of the samurai Nanjiro, could it be that all 5 parameters are in double digits? Full value? Boy, there is no such thing as full value of 5 parameters. Human potential is unlimited. As long as there is potential and enough effort, of course, luck can keep up, then you will have unlimited possibilities. Don't underestimate the world of tennis. Ekizen Nanjiro smiled, sat next to Xinjian, and poked his arm with a tennis racket. Things like full value are only those who engage in academics. But the players who really fight on the tennis court will not be bound by this. Once you believe in the data and the so-called limit, you will be useless. In fact, my mental power has exceeded the calculation. Xinjian was silent for a while, and suddenly mentioned that he went to U17 to measure his mental power. Not bad, those instruments are just like that, and after exceeding it, you can continue to move forward in your own direction. Blinking, Ekizen Nanjiro laughed, and of course he did not forget to point out the new path to Xinjian. What I mean is that I have exceeded their calculations now, but I still can't see any data of you, uncle, so I doubt whether your state has already surpassed God. Xinjian's 2 Megatama Sharingan turned, staring at Ekizen Nanjiro very seriously. At this moment, Ekizen Nanjiro could not laugh anymore. Although there is still a long way to go in other aspects, your mental power is almost catching up with me, otherwise you wouldn't be able to take 1 point steadily every time, brat, close your eyes. Ekizen Nanjiro was rarely serious, and looked away directly after looking into Xinjian's eyes for a moment. The eyes that suddenly appeared made him feel dangerous. But he suddenly realized that these eyes should be the real reason why he couldn't erase that point. However, he never doubted the strength of Xinjian's mental power. Sure enough, Uncle Nanjiro, you are also afraid of these eyes. These are a pair of eyes with evil aura. Xinjian raised his hand to cover his eyes, and the voice of the originally well-behaved and gentle boy disappeared, and the whole person was revealing a gloomy aura. Sharingan, evil Uchiha. He couldn't find out who defined Uchiha, but when he was in Konoha, he would always hear such a statement inadvertently. He was defined as evil by his bloodline since birth. Who should he go to for justice? Who told you that these eyes are evil? They are just a little stronger, born with a strong power. Those who say they are evil are just too weak. Do you need to care about the words of those weak people? Ekizen Nanjiro took the racket and hit Xinjian on the head. He snorted and hit several times in a row, using an awkward tone to try to comfort this kid who seemed to be stuck in a dead end. But, uncle, you also dodged just now, obviously you are very annoying. Xinjian waved his hand over his head, closed his eyes and sat up. Facing Ekizen Nanjiro, he said in a willful tone how obvious Nanjiro's behavior was just now. Tisk, kid, open your eyes, I don't believe that I can't cure you today. You are such a little brat. Looking at the little brat who was not coaxed, Ekizen Nanjiro pressed the tennis racket on Xinjian's hair, pressed down the unruly hair, and leaned forward to be parallel to his eyes. It's just a pair of weird eyes, can he really be afraid of this little brat? Hey, 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 don't get so close, uncle, stay away from me. Xinjian opened his eyes and looked at the bearded face that was only a tennis racket away. The blood-red eyes blinked, and after staring at each other for a few seconds, he smiled and jumped up and ran to Carabin, picked up the cat and rubbed it in his hands. Put it down, you little brat, it's Ryoma's. Ekizen Nanjiro smiled and asked Xinjian to let go of Carabin, and the tension just now disappeared. At this time, Xinjian was holding Carabin on the rest chair and smiling brightly. He still had the blood-red eyes with Megatama, but his aura became very warm. In the eyes of Ekizen Nanjiro, this scene was his eye contact and comfort, which successfully made the kid walk out of the gloom in his heart. It is rare to have a sense of accomplishment. Ekizen Nanjiro is in a good mood now. When Ekizen Ryoma came over with a racket, he was very rude and abused his son on the tennis court. Carabin, look at your master, who was bullied so badly. Xinjian held Carabin and looked at the father and son playing tennis. He was in a good mood, and decided to let go of the next plan for the time being. What evil eyes, he just needed to judge Ekizen Nanjiro's attitude. He could use illusion to cover these eyes, but this was only limited to the case where he retained some strength. If he really exploded all his strength, then he would not only be unable to cover his eyes, but also expose more things. This time was a test, and also a preparation for the next plan. In this world, the tennis of the Ekizen family is the most brutal, but the hearts of this family are surprisingly simple and gentle. Hey, brat, someone came to me yesterday and asked if I knew how to find you. Do you want to tell them? After dinner at the Ekizen family, when Xinjian was about to leave, Ekizen Nanjiro called him. Sure, if you want to play tennis with me, you can ask him to find my dad. I am now past the rebellious period and a good child who listens to my parents. Xinjian smiled and waved his hands. He didn't feel strange at all that someone was looking for him. Since he reached the top of the junior group, countless tennis teenagers of the same age or about the same age have been looking for him. It's just that his name is Uchiha Xinjian, so no one has discovered his family information. But he is back now, and he has no intention of hiding it in Hyote. Later, he even went to U17. The people who want to find him are all from the tennis series, so naturally they will get a lot of information. It shouldn't be easy to find someone from Ekizen Nanjiro, right? I hope he is not a weakling. Chapter 58. The two of them were very close. It's a professional tennis player who wants to play a practice match with you. Sakaki Taro sat in front of the piano, his fingers on the keys but not pressing them, and told Xinjian about the call he received this morning. Last night, when Xinjian went home, he told him that someone wanted to find him through Ekizen Nanjiro, and also said that he would contact his parents first. But he didn't expect that the other party had already called him this morning. And that person? Not suitable. At least not suitable to practice with Xinjian now. Professional tennis player? Why would a professional tennis player ask me to play tennis? Are you sure they won't just give me a contract to become a professional tennis player after the practice match? Xinyan sat behind Taro Sakaki's desk, with his feet impolitely on the corner of the desk, looking very unhappy. If it was someone of the same age who just asked him to play a game of tennis, he would definitely have no objection. However, this person turned out to be a professional tennis player, and the matter was definitely not simple. Before, when he played outside, some companies wanted to sign contracts with him, but he ignored them directly. It seems that some people can't sit still anymore. Our family is not short of money, and we don't need you to play professionally to make money. I was going to refuse directly, but I still want to hear your opinion first. Taro Sakaki shook his head. He never thought of letting Xinyan go the professional tennis route. You can't make much money, and you have to be governed by others. Various company agreements are very troublesome. If Xinjian really wants to play in the professional online game one day, he can open a relevant department in the company and let Xinjian be the boss himself. However, if it is just an invitation for a practice match, he doesn't mind sending Xinjian there once, so that he can see the strength of professional players. Regarding the strength of professional players, it is not the same concept as that of Ekizen Nanjiro. What conditions did the other party give? Although our family is not short of money, I can't agree to invite me to play a practice match at this time without giving some benefits. Dad, our family is in business. As long as the money is in place, I don't mind giving the other party a good lesson. It just so happens that I may need someone to let go of my hands and attack recently. Xinjian put his feet down, stood up and walked to the side of Sakaki Taro, and gently pressed his fingers on the keys. Ask him to play tennis, it's okay. But his appearance fee? It's very expensive. Do you need money? Sakaki Taro waved his hand to ask Xinjian not to destroy his piano, and then looked at his son seriously, wondering if he had given him too little pocket money. No, the money I earned before can be used after I become an adult, but I don't like being calculated by others, even if it's someone who can play with me. Shaking his head, Xinjian felt that he had no concept of money now. Generally speaking, he had more money that belonged to him than Adobe. Although it was the junior group, the bonus of the Grand Slam added together was also a considerable number, and there was also the pocket money that his father gave him every month. We had talked about the topic of pocket money before. His pocket money alone was twice as much as that of Gakuto, Jiro, and Shishido combined. In short, he was not short of money. How much money do you plan to ask them for? Sakaki Taro was sure that his son was not short of money, so he didn't bother about it. However, there must be a number. Since that person is a professional player, let's double his appearance fee for the most recent match. After all, I am still unique now, so it's not too exaggerated for them. After thinking carefully, Xinjian simply decided on the matter. As for how much the other party's appearance fee is, it doesn't matter whether it's more or less. He just wants to let the other party know that the cost of inviting him over is more than that of inviting their professional player. Okay, you go to class well in the afternoon, and let Dad handle this matter. Sakaki Taro understood what Xinjian meant, took a look at his precious piano, and hurried his son back to the classroom. Dad, you've worked hard. Tell me if you have any news. Xinjian didn't have much idea about this practice match. He didn't care whether he went or not. Now, he still went to class, and then made training schedules for all the regulars and reserve players in the tennis club. I watched them play this morning, and after the regulars, I also called the reserve players to separate them. After playing a game, there are more training schedules to do next. When it was time for the afternoon club activities, Xinjian brought a thick pile of training schedules to the tennis club, and found that no matter whether it was the regulars or the reserves, they all looked at him with strange eyes. What's wrong? Xinjian looked at the training schedules in his hand. The number was indeed a bit too much, but some of them were for the reserves, so there was no problem. Ahem, let's talk about it, Adobe. Ashitari Uasi lowered his head and coughed, wanting to say something, but after hesitating for a while, he let Adobe do it. Adobe, what happened? Xinjian handed the training schedule in his hand to Kabadi on the side, and walked in front of Adobe, suspecting that this guy wanted to arrange some surprise activities again. After all, in the original plot, Adobe really did this kind of thing. When they heard that you were going to play with professional players, they wanted to say cheer up to you, but these guys are too stupid. They need me to plan this kind of thing, really. Adobe Kiko raised his hand to cover half of his face, and said the things with a wandering look. However, looking at him like this, it doesn't seem like someone else asked him to say it, but it seems like he organized it. I don't really want to go, really. With an awkward smile, Xinjian didn't expect that he would be the last to know. However, how could Dad think of telling Adobe and the others? The professional player took the initiative to invite you to play, Xinjian, of course you have to go and defeat him. We are waiting for your good news. As for the regional qualifiers, just leave it to us. Adobe patted Xinjian on the shoulder and told him not to worry about the school team's game. Regarding the timing of the two things colliding, they were a little entangled at first, but they realized that they couldn't delay Xinjian's steps with this regional qualifier. What do you mean, the time my dad arranged with them is during the regional qualifiers? Xin Yan is really confused now. It doesn't matter if he goes out to play at other times, but how can he fly abroad when Hyote is participating in the competition? If he has to choose between these two things, Hyote's competition must be more important. Chapter 59. The two sides have been in a state of panic, and the two sides have been in a state of panic. Okay, play well in the regional qualifiers, and the goal is not to lose a single game. If anyone loses, I will teach him how to play tennis when I come back. After struggling, Xinjian looked at the task that popped up in the system and reluctantly agreed to go abroad during the regional budget competition. There will be no problem, I promise. Tetsub looked at Xinjian from struggling to relaxing, smiled and raised his eyebrows, and made it clear that there would be no problem in the qualifiers. Xinjian, you have to work hard too, and you must beat that professional player. Jilin stretched out his hand, obviously shorter in height, but he wanted to touch his head like an older brother. Jilang, you've gone too far. Be careful not to be picked up and thrown out again. Yu Ren ran over and grabbed Jilang's hand, pulling him aside. When it comes to patting his head, Jilang has forgotten the tragic result before. Recalling the past, the two 5-year-old children were picked up by a 3-year-old soft and cute baby, and they were thrown on the lawn after being spun around until they were dizzy. This kind of game was occasionally played later, and it lasted until Xinjian went abroad, but now he doesn't want to recall the past with actions at all, not at all. Yu Ren, let me go. Xinjian is going abroad to play games. We are the older brothers, and we have to send blessings to our younger brother Xinjian. Jilang was still patting Yu Ren's arms with both hands, but he didn't use any force, so naturally he couldn't break free. You two, you are so lame. Shishido Ryo rolled his eyes with a distorted expression, walked up, grabbed the collars of the two men one by one, and separated them. I have seen these two making trouble since elementary school. I really don't know when they can settle down. Xinjian, what are you laughing at? Hyoji Waka stood by and watched the three people making trouble. Just when he was about to complain, he turned around and saw Xinjian laughing happily. Nothing, it's fine. Xinjian shook his head, just like when he was a child, watching their mischief with a smile. At first, it was Jiro and Yueran who made trouble together. Later, when they went to school, there was Shishido Ryo who always disliked their mischief, but was finally dragged in to play with them. At that time, they were all still children. In a blink of an eye, it is almost time for everyone to shoulder the responsibility of the family. This year, let everyone play happily in the field they like. Distribute your training schedules to each of you. If you don't understand anything, come to me during the club activity tomorrow morning. I'm going to play tennis with the uncle. Amid everyone's laughter, Xinjian looked at the time and decided to continue to go to XXX's house. It will take a few days to go abroad, and I will have to play fewer games. When Xinjian left, everyone stopped laughing and stood around Jibu. What we have to do is to let Xinjian play the game with confidence. Only by believing that we can also enter the national competition can he make a free choice, so we all have to train harder and get the best results in the competition. Jibu Jingguo looked at the regulars and reserve players around him. They had already discussed part of Xinjian's matter. Although they were not completely sure, they knew that Xinjian wanted to play with professional players. But they also saw that Xinjian was worried about everyone and couldn't let go of Hyote. Therefore, in order to prevent Xinjian from being a burden to Hyote when he chooses to become a professional player, all regulars and reserve players must show their attitude. Let Xinjian see that even if he chooses to become a professional player, everyone can still continue. Xinjian, who got on the car, didn't know that his thinking made Jibu and others misunderstand. He is currently checking the system's tasks with his eyes closed. Random task: play against active professional players and win 10,000 points. There is no limit on the number and time, but it is only valid for the first match of each professional player. Although it is a random task, it is obviously a long-term task. He may need to compete with many professional tennis players in the future. Points are never too much. Even if he doesn't use them, he can keep them for the system to use for other purposes. For example, the points in the Naruto world, when he dies, he can consume the points to suspend that world. If he needs to leave this world one day in the future, as long as he has enough points for the system to help, he may not be unable to come back. Here is his first family, who take care of him. Elders, his friends. Master, we're at XXX's house. After the driver stopped the car, he looked back at the master who seemed to be asleep and reminded him carefully. Well, call me and pick me up. Xinjian opened his eyes, got out of the car and took out his mobile phone to call XXX Nanjiro. He could actually ring the doorbell, but because he had always called on the road to talk about it before, he forgot about it just now because he was thinking about the system. Boy, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look a little absent-minded? Sitting on a chair outside the tennis court, XXX Nanjiro looked at Xinjian, who was just petting the cat and didn't even take the tennis racket. He was very curious whether this kid was stimulated today. Could it be that his family refused to go abroad for a practice match? Or did his family agree, but this kid didn't want to go, so he was upset? Uncle Nanjiro, I'm not sure about the strength of professional tennis players now. Can you tell me roughly? Compared with Longya a year ago, will he be stronger? Xin Yan gave one hand to Karabin to play with, and then looked up at XXX Nanjiro. He has never played against adult professional players until now. The only one, XXX Nanjiro, is just a background board of world strength and cannot be used as a reference at all. So he thought about it, and the one who can be used for comparison at this time should be XXX Longye. Or, that Biaduan Phoenix is similar, and there is also Oni Jujiro. But XXX Nanjiro may not know the latter two. Longye, he can already become a professional player now, but that kid is too stubborn. He still needs to find his own way. Now, he is still a long way. When XXX Nanjiro talked about his eldest son, the corners of his lips rose directly, and he smiled with a rare loving breath. This feeling reminded Xinjian of his father, who was always like this when he praised his father to his uncles. I roughly know. Xinjian lowered his head and looked at Karabin, who was holding his hand and playing, and had a rough comparison of the strength of professional players. As for why the points reward was twice as much as the match with Longye, it should be because of the label of professional players. Hey, kid, don't think too simply. When Longye played with you, were you sure he was serious? Ekizen Nanjiro thought of his eldest son's weird tennis and suddenly felt depressed. This kid was not affected at all at the beginning, and Longya also clearly said that he did not deprive this kid of tennis, which cannot be regarded as real strength. Chapter 60. After the match, Nanjiro Ekizen stood at the door of his house, watching Xinjian get in the car and leave. Looking back at the direction of the temple, he reached out and touched the head of the kitten in his arms, still a little shocked by what the kid said. I know that Ryoma Ekizen's strength has not been fully exerted, because his special ability has been sealed by me from the beginning. Seal. Nanjiro Ekizen took the cat home, closed the door, thought about it, and took out his mobile phone to call a number he didn't contact very often. That bastard boy actually defeated a child as old as his brother, and sealed him from the beginning to the end. This is not a small matter. You little brat, Uchiha Xinjian just now, 1 point, that kid was lucky to get 1 point, how dare you say that, you actually kept such an important thing a secret, I almost got cheated, would you like to come and see Ryoma recently, he mentioned you last time. Ekizen Nanjiro walked to the temple while talking on the phone, sat on a chair outside the tennis court, and stared at the tennis court in a daze after hanging up the phone. It is the only one who can seal Longya's devouring so thoroughly so far. However, to be able to take 1 point steadily from him, that kid is indeed not weak. True strength. Next time. If that kid comes here again after playing with professional players, he will show his true strength and let go to break the 1 point curse. Germany, International Airport. The boy with a tennis bag on his back walked out. A cold and handsome face, a rebellious hairstyle, and a circle of bandages wrapped around his wrists. Uchiha, here, here. A middle-aged man with short hair was waiting at the exit. When Xinjian dialed the phone, he turned around and locked onto him. Kansas Richulu, head coach of the German U-17 training camp. Hello. Xinjian walked up to the German tennis coach, looked at him curiously for a few more times, and nodded and greeted him after confirming his identity. Hello, welcome to Germany. Did your father tell you the details of the specific situation when he invited you to come this time? Kansas Richulu smiled gently. For a 12-year-old excellent tennis teenager, he had enough patience and attitude to build a good relationship. Play a game with a professional player, and go home after the game. Nodding, Xinjian followed Kansas Richulu out of the airport. After sitting in the car, he said his father's advice in the most straightforward way. Although his father said a lot, to sum it up, it's really that simple. Then do you know which professional player you're going to play against? Ken Ryutaru, who had just gotten into the car, was almost caught in the door. He sat in the passenger seat and looked back at the boy in the back seat. He always felt that things might not go so smoothly this time. However, everyone is already here. The young man's competitive spirit can be overcome by using some appropriate provocations. In short, let this kid lose a few games first, and then comfort him. Even if you can't keep him now, you can make more contacts and find a way to pull him over later. The tennis genius boy with no flaws and weaknesses, who is almost perfect, should come to Germany, which has won 9 consecutive championships. I don't know, no matter who it is, just beat him. Shaking his head, Xin Yan really didn't know who his opponent was. His father didn't say, and the system didn't prompt him. Anyway, as long as he was sure that he was a professional, it would be fine. Moreover, looking at the appearance fee transferred by his father, this opponent should not be very weak. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Kansas Richulu felt that he couldn't continue the conversation. But he could only sigh in his heart that genius boys are always a little weird. The driver drove, and the car fell into silence until Xinjian sent a message and the phone rang. Dad, I'm already in Coach Kansas Richulu's car. Yeah, yes, I should be going to the training camp now. Has the game started? It's a pity that I can't watch the scene. It's not the time you set. If it's one day later, I can celebrate with them. After Xinjian answered the phone, he turned on the coquettish mode and complained to his father. On the other end of the phone, Sakaki Taro talked about the game, and occasionally he could hear Jiro and Yueran shouting for him to cheer up. Then he also heard the hua after Adobe came on the court. Li declaration. After the phone call, Xinjian's original dull image completely collapsed, and the co-pilot coach Kansas Richulo had a dull look in his eyes, as if he was directly stunned. Xinjian has a very good father. Kansas Richulo felt the temperature in the car drop, and instantly came back to his senses. He smiled awkwardly and talked to Xinjian about his father. In fact, he didn't know Xinjian's father, but he knew that the genius boy was in Japan. Then through some channels, he learned that Ekizen Nanjiro had also returned to Japan, so he tried to find Ekizen Nanjiro to ask. Unexpectedly, he could really find it, and from what Ekizen Nanjiro said, the boy seemed to have been training with him. So, he asked someone to investigate Xinjian's identity overnight, and finally found Sakaki Taro's phone number through the boss behind the professional player. When he made the first call, he felt that this father loved his son very much. But only a few hours later, the other side took the initiative to call back and said that they could send people to play practice matches for money, although the appearance fee was indeed a bit high. But he felt that this father was a bit of a rip-off. Originally he didn't agree, but for the money, he agreed? What a good father! Well, my dad is very good. Xin Yan smiled. He really thought his dad was very, very good. Such a serious person, in order to have fun, took the initiative to talk to this coach Kenrichulu about the topic of appearance fees. It's easy to imagine how interesting his father's expression would be at that time. If you want to go the professional network route in the future, have you thought about where you want to debut? Kenrichulu looked at the boy who suddenly smiled innocently, and didn't want to break the boy's admiration for his father. Changing the subject, he still couldn't help but mention the direction of professional network. Do you know what my family does? Xin Yan was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. This time, he smiled like an adult sitting at the negotiation table, and it was impossible to tell what his bottom price was. I'm not sure, I just know your family should be very rich. Kansas Richulo was embarrassed. He seemed to only know that Mr. Sakaki Taro was a rich man, but the details. I have no idea. Chapter 61. The two sides of the two sides have been busy. My family is not that rich, but if I really want to go the professional tennis route, I can set up a club at home. I've paid attention to this part before, and it's just a little pocket money. Xin Yan narrowed his eyes, relaxed his body, looked at Coach Kansas Richulo with a stiff expression, and waited for him to slowly understand. That, professional tennis players are not just clubs, they also need coaches and various training arrangements. Kansas Richulo felt that he couldn't keep up with the pace. Is the world of the rich so willful? Moreover, the father of this boy had just talked to him about the appearance fee. If he was really so rich, why would he ask for an appearance fee? I don't have a coach. I've been playing by myself since I was a child. But this problem really doesn't need to be considered. I don't have the idea of becoming a professional player. My family has such a large family business waiting for me to manage when I grow up. Becoming a professional player is too troublesome and will delay my earning money to support my family. Xin Yan has always been extremely serious when he is teasing others. Now he is just short of showing his intention to rob his father's company. Professional players make money and have fame, but money. For an heir to a wealthy family, that little money is not proportional to the effort. Let's talk about this, later, we're here. Kansas Richulo looked at the training camp, turned around and sat in the co-pilot seat, adjusted his mood, and then opened the door and walked down. He needed to slow down. This kid was too scary and could not be understood by normal people. No matter what, Borg had to beat this kid a few times before talking about other things. The environment is good. Xin Yan got out of the car, felt the surrounding environment, and was quite satisfied with it. However, the environment is good, but he will definitely not stay for long. Coach. Perhaps because he was looking forward to it, after knowing that they had arrived, a tall bald uncle came over with his people. Then, Xinjian blinked, a little dumbfounded. This bald uncle who seemed older than his father turned out to be the professional player he was going to play in the game. And 17 years old? What a joke, don't be so scary, will the 17-year-olds in this world mutate? Other people, Tainajima Shuji, look a bit young, why do these? Biadwan Phoenix, Oni Jujiro, and the one in front of him. Is there 17 years really 17 years, not 47? This is Uchiha Xinjian, the only Grand Slam player in the junior group so far. Borg, I'll trouble you next. Kansas Richulul looked at Borg and introduced Xinjian's identity to them first. In fact, everyone knew it even if he didn't say it, because it was not a secret here to invite this young genius to come. It's just that many people are very unhappy with this young genius. As for the so-called only Grand Slam in the junior group, more people think that the reason why no one has won it is because the time limit of the junior group is too short. And many teenagers are in a hurry for professional training and have no time to run around the world to waste. The Grand Slam of the junior group is not as valuable as the unlimited group. This is Borg. He is the professional player you will play against next. You should be tired today. Let him take you to rest first, and then prepare for the practice match tomorrow. Ken Ritrua did not forget to introduce his opponent to Xinjian. As for the others, it is not time to introduce them yet. Or, even if you want to introduce them, it is better to let Borg do it. Hello, welcome to you. Borg looked at the 12-year-old boy and simply gave up the temptation to meet and stretched out his hand. Hello, please prepare for the game as soon as possible. After the game tomorrow, I will go home early. Xinjian stretched out his hand and shook Borg's hand together. The handshake can be used in many places. But just as he held Borg's hand, he felt the force on his hand as soon as he finished speaking. Probing? Or, threatening? It should be probing, no malice was felt. But no matter which one it was, he had never been suppressed. You. Borg's hand suddenly let go, and he couldn't help but take a step back. His eyes looked at Xinjian, and the one in front of him. The boy was still as calm as before. But his heartbeat had not yet calmed down, and the suppression of that moment. Borg glanced at the others and found that no one knew what had just happened, which meant this kid had accurately locked onto him, without affecting anyone around him at all. Sure enough, he is the most gentle tennis player. Except for the people he hurt, no one else would have noticed anything. It's really scary gentle. No, that's not right. All the players who played against him seemed to say that he was gentle. Could it be that those people themselves had never noticed it? Are you okay? I started out playing fighting, and sometimes I didn't control my strength very well. Did I hurt your hand? Xinjian blinked and his eyes drifted to Borg's hand. His eyes were full of innocence and a bit of caution. Even Borg himself began to doubt whether the palpitations at that moment were intentional by the boy. It's okay, come with me, your residence is next to mine. Borg suppressed his doubts and turned to take Xinjian to the area where he lived. Because he is a professional player, his residence is slightly separated from others. The environment here is also slightly better. For players who deserve attention, he and the coach planned to treat them specially from the beginning. Xinjian was not polite. When he arrived at the place, he cleaned up first, washed away the strangeness that emerged from coming to a foreign country, and followed Borg to the restaurant for dinner. Perhaps because of Borg, a professional player, here, Xinjian was not harassed or provoked by anyone. After he had eaten and drunk enough, he was taken out for a run again. This day ended in the evening when he came back from a run without sweating a drop. When he returned to the room to rest, Borg next door called the coach and sorted out Xinjian's approximate data. Physical strength, better than him. Speed, better than him. Mental strength, suspected to be better than him. Ball skills, to be determined. Strength, to be determined. I don't know the exact data of the 5 measurements, but Borg looked at the data he obtained after observation and felt that tomorrow's game was a bit not very good. After running for half a night, he was already sweating profusely, but the boy didn't even have a bad breath, which was too unreasonable. When he was on the phone, Xinjian, who lived next door, was holding his mobile phone to send a message to Tanajima Shuji, and at the same time, he didn't forget to listen to the comments and complaints about him from the neighbor. Really, he was tested by running in circles, isn't this asking for trouble? He has a ninja body. He who didn't even graduate from school in the ninja world, but once killed a Chunin in seconds, can he still be tired from running? Although the current values are still around 5, his habits in the ninja world, and the various self-regulation abilities he has honed in life and death. That is all survival instinct, which is not something that people in this world can understand. Chapter 62. The game was played in a big way. Is it okay to play the best of 3 games? The next morning, Borg brought Xinjian to the competition venue. Looking at the boy who seemed a little thin on the opposite side, Borg always felt awkward and doubted whether the previous evaluation and data observation were illusory. No problem, you pay, even if it's a tiebreaker. Xinjian nodded, but still didn't forget to tease them that they were really afraid of losing. Normal private practice matches are usually 1 set. The best of 3 games is basically used in official international competitions. But he didn't have any objections. Anyway, it's a game, and it doesn't matter how many games he plays. You serve first in this round. Borg ignored Xinjian's complaints and generously gave the serve to Xinjian. This is the first time I get a serve in a match, but it's a pity that I was given the serve. Xinjian looked at the tennis ball in his palm and complained about his eternal failure in guessing the pros and cons. Borg, who was opposite him, heard his complaints and a strange smile appeared on his stiff face. It seemed that he also knew that Xinjian would lose at certain times. Borg, let me serve first, you will regret it. Xinjian stood at the serving point, smiled and said something to Borg, and then threw the tennis ball in his hand up. Straight ball. A group of people in the rest area looked at the tennis ball that was lightly served by Xinjian with strange eyes, and they didn't understand what was going on. A teenager who made Borg take him seriously and was willing to pay to play tennis, is this how he plays? Each of them felt that they could hit this serve back when they just learned tennis. Sorry, I scored. Xin Yan heard the voice outside the court but ignored it directly. At this time, looking at Borg who was preparing to receive the ball on the opposite side, he pointed to the position behind Borg and told him that he had scored. At the same time, the tennis ball that had appeared on Borg's racket also disappeared like a bubble in an instant. Wait a minute, we need to check. The referee shouted first, and then adjusted the monitoring and confirmed it after slowing down. In the monitoring screen, the tennis ball fell behind Borg like a meteor the moment it left the racket. As for the tennis ball that everyone saw, it did not exist in the monitoring at all. Inbounds, serve and score, 15-0. The referee confirmed the result and reported the score after sitting down. Boy, your tennis is very interesting. Borg's sight was retracted. He was now very interested in this kid's tennis. That should be a topspin serve, but the speed was so fast that he didn't even notice a trace before the ball appeared at the landing point. But he believed that as long as he caught the trajectory, the kid's tennis ball would not disappear. However, the referee showed the whole process, which was too much. This is just the beginning, use your eyes and watch carefully. Xinjian threw the tennis ball in his hand, glanced at Borg, and then locked his eyes on the tennis ball. Bend your knees, lean back, and swing your racket. It was still a relatively common serve state. Everyone saw a smooth straight ball that flew steadily to Borg's side. This kid, the same trick, does he think he can hide it from Borg's eyes after knowing the ball path? Some people in the rest area were very angry, and their words were full of ridicule and curious expectations for the next step. Borg is currently the strongest professional player. This kid dared to play with Borg, which made them very angry. But they guessed wrong again this time. I scored again. Xinjian carried the racket on his shoulder, watching Borg running to the corner to catch the ball, smiling as he watched the tennis ball slowly roll twice after landing. This time, the tennis ball they saw was real. And the sound of breaking through the air that Borg heard was just a gas ball that was hit at the same time. A new round of growth in illusion tennis, when the real is also fake, the fake is also real. Nothing, illusion, real nothing. He talked with Shoji Tanijima for a long time last night. When he knew that Xinjian's opponent was Borg, Shoji Tanijima told Xinjian all the concepts of nothing he practiced. Xinjian naturally would not use Shoji Tanijima's special skills, but he could merge that guy's nothing with his own illusion tennis ball. This is the real. The disappeared tennis ball. You can watch the replay at any time, because my tennis ball can probably only be seen clearly from the replay now. Looking at the confused referee, Xin Yan asked him to continue to adjust the replay. At this time, in fact, except for the landing point of the ball, the two sides of the game should not be allowed to see the whole process. Most of the tennis balls are incomprehensible, so people can't fight back. And now he looked at the referee, who generously said that it was no problem to watch his ball path from beginning to end. It's not that he is kind, on the contrary. He was in a bad mood. He felt bad when the referee projected the trajectory of the tennis ball directly on the screen at the beginning. So, in the next tennis game, while winning the opponent, he also had to punish some rude people. How is this possible? How could Borg make a wrong judgment? This kid. The crowd in the rest area was glaring again. They thought Xinjian was too much when they couldn't find any traces just now. Now that they saw a clear ball, they felt that Xinjian was playing tricks on them. In short, as long as they saw Xinjian score so easily, they would not feel good. The referee confirmed the score, but he projected the ball that everyone could see clearly just now from beginning to end on the big screen. Don't show these next time. Just see if there is a problem with the ball landing point. This is not a show for you. Borg's eyes turned cold, and he gave an order directly when he looked at the referee. This behavior was disrespectful to him and his opponent. It's too late to say it now. Xinjian blinked his eyes and told Borg very impolitely that it was useless to say it after it happened twice. Now, let him see what kind of strength a world-class professional player, especially the guy who is called the strongest here, has. Illusion tennis ball, nothingness, air, and chakra. You people, just enjoy the collapse of faith. Bang! Raise your hand, the ball is facing down, let go, the tennis racket touches the ball. A simple way to serve, but this time, everyone saw 3 tennis balls flying to the opposite side at completely different speeds and trajectories. Keep watching, I hope the referee will release the whole process, take a good look at the trajectory of this ball. After serving, Xinjian put the racket on his shoulder, without looking at Borg's reaction, just looking at the referee. Chapter 63. The two of them were so angry that they had to face each other. You boy, don't be so arrogant. The boy with light golden hair stood outside the court, raised his hand and pointed at Xin Yan, and his angry look made Xin Yan raise his eyebrows. Arrogant? I have always had the capital to be arrogant. Even if you are unhappy, you can only hold it back. Xin Yan, who has been spoiled by a bunch of people since he came to this world, has never suffered such grievances. Even if it is the German team's territory now, so what? He was able to kill all 4 sides in the unruly underground tennis court in the UK, so why would he be afraid of a regular tennis training camp? I'm sorry for what happened just now. It's my fault for their disrespect. Please forgive me. Borg looked at Xinjian, who was suddenly surrounded by purple aura. He put away his tangled thoughts about not being able to catch the opponent's tennis ball. He stood in front of the net and bowed his head to apologize to Xinjian. It was their referee who was disrespectful. Now those people are still provoking him. He must show his attitude in this matter. Don't apologize so suddenly. It's hard for me to deal with you like this. Xinjian looked back at Borg. The big guy apologized too quickly. He didn't have time to do anything. However, since the other person apologized, he should be a little restrained. At most, it will make people uncomfortable and not do anything too excessive. But his illusion tennis has just begun. It's our fault. It is necessary to apologize. I believe they dare not be presumptuous again. The game continues. Borg apologized seriously, but he was also serious about receiving Xinjian's serve. Okay, then I won't target them, but you, be careful. The racket turned in a circle in his palm, and Xinjian threw the tennis ball up. This time it was an outspin serve. Only an air ball was added to mix in, and two tennis balls appeared in Borg's sight. One on the left and one on the right, to see if he can choose the real tennis ball. Caught it. Borg did not choose this time, but rushed to the fast tennis ball at the first time, so that at least there was a possibility of going back to catch another slow ball. However, he caught it. However, this ball exploded directly at the moment of contact with the racket. The big hole on the tennis racket and the force of the moment of contact just now made it impossible for him to hit back another real tennis ball. Uchiha Xinjian won this game. The score is 1:0. The referee did not watch any replays now, and directly announced the score after the tennis ball bounced out of the ground. Although Xinjian's tennis ball was very strange, every time the ball landed, it was very clear. According to normal operation, there was no replay step at all. And everyone knew the purpose of their doing so before. But after Borg apologized to Xinjian very seriously, neither the referee nor other students dared to make such requests and actions again. What a terrible tennis ball! Borg looked at the racket in his hand, and still felt a lingering fear of the sudden burst of power just now. This kind of power is too terrible. That is the mysterious Oriental power, and I have just learned a little bit of the appearance. Xinjian's expression was no longer tense. For this kind of Qi training, it was the result of his learning ancient martial arts in the flower-growing family. Of course, it was mixed with the amplification stunt that he had not used for a long time. It's my turn to serve. Borg went to the rest area, took the racket handed over by the coach, tried the feel and prepared to start serving. Although he did not have the mysterious Oriental power, he could get to where he is today by relying on his strength. It's the baptism of the vortex. As Borg served, when Xinjian hit back, the tennis ball left Borg's racket again, causing the onlookers to exclaim. The baptism of the vortex. Xinjian blinked his eyes, and under the cover of the illusion, he clearly saw the powerful power attached to the tennis ball. Playing tennis has created a vortex tornado. This is really. Watch your hands. Borg reminded. The baptism of the vortex is not so easy to receive, even if the boy's power should be very strong. It's really a terrible vortex. Please lend me a racket. Xinjian watched the racket in his hand fly away, put the racket that didn't seem to be damaged much back into his tennis bag, and then looked at the coach of the German training camp. His racket is very precious. It is a gift chosen by his father himself. It is not worth it to be damaged in such a place. Little ghost. A tennis racket is better to use when it is in your hand, and yours is obviously not broken. The blonde boy brought a new standard racket to Xinjian, and when he looked down at his tennis bag and found that the racket was not damaged at all, he felt a little strange. Because my racket has a special meaning, and now I am sure that the racket will be damaged at any time when playing tennis with Borg. Shaking his head, Xinjian took the new racket, shook it in his hand, and returned to the court after confirming that there was no problem. As for his own racket, these people would violate the rules and let Borg see their ball paths, but they would not do anything dirty in private. I don't know if it is the basic style of this world, almost all those who do bad things in private are weak on the tennis court. From the plot he knows, except for the special case of XXX, he has never seen any master do things that hurt people in private. Is it okay to use an unsuitable racket? Borg watched Xinjian adjust the grip of the handle all the time, and was a little worried that he would not be able to let his opponent play to his true strength because of the change of racket. He wanted to win the game, but more importantly, he wanted to see the real strength, not just a result. No, it's not inappropriate for me. If it's not convenient, just pinch it into a convenient shape, and that's it. Xinjian let go of his palm, let Borg take a look at the handle, and then signaled him to continue. The handle is not convenient? Then let it be formed according to your hand. Since chakra exists, it is not difficult to make a fine adjustment to the handle now. However, this guy's tennis ball is really fast and heavy, stronger than the Biaduan Phoenix he played against before. Boy, I won't be polite. The muscles on Borg's arms bulged. He had underestimated the strength of this kid before. Please. Xinjian held the racket and nodded to Borg, allowing him to serve seriously. Baptism of the Whirlpool? You can copy it and try to copy it. Anyway, you will go to the U-17 training camp in the future, so it's always a good idea to prepare more information about your opponents. It would be better to give some targeted training to the players on your side. Speaking of which, it seems that there are several masters from the German training camp here, so should he get more information for his own U-17 in the future? After this game, call Uncle Sato and ask him. If you need it, try it, if not, forget it. Chapter 64. The ball bounced on the court, and the tennis ball might suddenly disappear, or it might be added with a vortex like a tornado in the next moment. The two gradually lost too many tricks in their play. Game after game, the play became simpler and simpler, but the power of the ball became more and more brutal. The rackets of the two were replaced after being damaged many times. The players of the German training camp outside the court were holding one or more rackets, looking blankly at the normal game that they could not keep up with. Baptism of the Whirlpool? That kid actually played the Baptism of the Whirlpool. When the score was more than 10 points each in the tie-break, Xinjian's serve stunned everyone, including the German coach. Was it because he was trying the Baptism of the Whirlpool that he lost points in the previous few times? And now, he has done it. Uchiha Xinjian wins, the total score is 7:6. After pausing for half a minute, the referee looked at the tennis ball that swept away Borg's racket and reported the final score of the first game. It's over, Borg lost this time. How can that kid learn so fast? Several impatient teenagers outside the court have already cried with their heads in their hands. They know that Borg wants to learn and train from other players, but the current situation is that Borg's ability has been learned. Spending money to invite people, but they come to increase their strength, this is too bullying. Your teammates are sad. Xinjian walked to the chair and sat down, picked up the water cup and took 2 sips, raised his eyebrows at Borg not far away, and wanted to ask him how he felt now. Growth and learning are two-way, there is no question of who loses and who gains. Borg was also entangled, but he couldn't say it. Now looking at the smug eyes of the boy on the opposite side, he had no choice but to work harder in the next game. Fortunately, he finally saw that the boy would get tired. You are right, in the next second game, you have to work hard to grow up, because I am going to start a new attempt. Xinjian complained about the system a lot, and just now he almost said that he was going to cheat. Don't underestimate me, kid. Borg took a deep breath and walked to the serving point with his racket. No matter what the new attempt is, he must defeat the kid now, and he must not lose. But he had a fight that he couldn't lose. After Xinjian changed the 8 gates from 1 to 3, he was completely stunned by the continuous improvement of the illusion tennis. This is my tennis, the most gentle man on the court as reported. Xinjian crossed the net, squatted beside Borg, who was already lying on the ground, and stretched out his hand to touch his forehead. Illusion tennis, the one he wanted to practice the most, but he never found an opponent. Illusion, Tsukuyomi. The pupil technique that should have belonged to Uchiha Itachi. He didn't have Uchiha Itachi's eyes, but he could already imitate it on the tennis court. There is just a special restriction: the opponent's mental strength must be weaker than his. Just now, after the illusion was lifted, Borg covered his head and got up from the ground. When he looked at Xinjian, he had an indescribable feeling. He lost. But the purpose of his invitation this time was also successful. The illusion tennis ball just now put him into a strange cycle, and he was abused by the legendary samurai Nanjiro hundreds of times, and it was still easy and casual, and he was playing the same style of play. However, he realized the power of a field. Once, he knew that there was a Japanese boy who had this power. No matter how he played, he would always wait in one position, and the tennis ball would be controlled to the occupied range. But later, he didn't find that boy. Now, in this illusion, he saw Ekizen Nanjiro using this field. After being abused too many times again and again, he suddenly realized it. You let me complete my favorite and most hated move. Just now I gave you a return gift. How much you can learn is all your luck. Xinjian didn't know what the other party had learned. But he was very clear that the Ekizen Nanjiro in the Tsukuyomi illusion he showed was not the real Nanjiro. The phantom in the illusion is about the same strength as himself, but in the Tsukuyomi illusion, Borg can't use the power to fight back. After all, he didn't know how real Ekizen Nanjiro was. Strong, and can't really teach students for Uncle Ekizen. I just hope that Mr. Borg doesn't have a brain seizure. If he suddenly has the urge to thank Nanjiro one day, he will be embarrassed. Thank you very much. Borg stood up, bowed deeply to Xinjian, and expressed his gratitude very sincerely. But can you stay for a few more days? I want to complete the move I just realized. Raising his hand and touching the shiny bald head twice, Borg said with an embarrassed expression that he still wanted Xinjian to help him improve his skills. Because in this place, there is no opponent who can practice with him to this level. Remember to pay the appearance fee. I can change the ticket to 3 days later, and the sound insulation of your room is not very good, don't continue to talk about me behind my back. Xinjian stared at Borg for a minute, then retracted his gaze, agreed to his request, and reminded him not to tell secrets that are not suitable for others to hear in the bedroom. I'm so sorry. Borg was frightened before he could even feel happy. Everything he said to the coach last night was heard by everyone, so it's over. How can he continue to ask for advice? By the way, don't worry about my 5-dimensional data anymore, the instrument can't measure it. Xin Yan handed the racket to the dumbfounded training camp members, and turned back to give Borg an answer. Then he packed his tennis bag, put it on his back and walked towards his residence. The instrument can't measure it. Except for Borg, who put down his racket and chased after him, everyone else looked at the door dumbfounded. What kind of data can't be measured by the instrument? Uchiha Xinjian is so strong, he is so strong. My idol. From now on, he is my idol. Don't run away, give me an autograph. Don't chase him, be careful to annoy Borg and he will kick you out. Don't stop me, I'm going to. In the tennis court where there is no game, the noisy sound can be heard far away. Xinjian, who just walked out, stopped, turned around and looked at Borg, who was chasing him. The two smiled at each other and walked towards the dormitory area. Indeed, there is nothing that a tennis match can't solve. If one game doesn't work, then play 2 games. No matter where the people in this world are, as long as they are related to tennis, they will be unexpectedly simple and cute. Chapter 65. The old man was very angry, but he was still very angry. Uncle, I bullied someone badly today. No, I was just worried that they would come after you. It's definitely not your tennis skills that are used to bully people, but your appearance is used in the illusion tennis. Okay, I'll bring you gifts when I go back. That's it, uncle, you can continue reading magazines. When Xinjian went back to rest, he still called Ekaizen Nanjiro. For the matter of being used in the illusion tennis to bully people, it is estimated that Ekaizen Nanjiro laughed too much and was given a claw by Kalyuban. For this kind of accidental injury, Xinjian was required to bring souvenirs when he went back. Xinjian would naturally agree to this, and since he had already come here, he would definitely buy and give gifts when he returned. But what exactly can be bought here? You have to find local people. So Borg, who was originally preparing to practice new tennis skills, accompanied Xinjian to go shopping and buy souvenirs every morning. Fortunately, there were always a lot of people rushing to carry the bags after shopping, otherwise he would be more entangled. Borg, come on in the next game. Xinjian arrived at the airport 3 days later, looked at the group of people who came to see him off, and waved to them with a smile. The image of a bald uncle, in fact, is still in the teenage stage. In the past few days, Borg has finally integrated the field he has realized with the vortex he already has. Although it is still far from perfect integration, it has a good start, and the follow-up depends on his own practice. It is said that Borg will challenge the current world number 1 in a while. If Borg can win, Xinjian thinks he will continue to show off to the system and announce his invincibility. However, Uncle Ekaizen Nanjiro, the background board of the world, is excluded. I will continue to grow in the future, and I hope I can have the opportunity to challenge you again. Borg is very grateful to this boy who has brought him growth. And his way of thanking him is to work hard to become stronger so that he can defeat him one day. I'm leaving, and you all should do your best. We will see each other again. If you want an autograph, remember to bring paper and pen. Don't do things like finding beautiful women and using the excuse of red while shopping again. Xinjian heard that they were already shouting to board the plane, waved to these people whose names he just remembered, and then ran to the boarding gate with a tennis bag on his back. As for the excuse of red to sign. Anyway, it's not him who is embarrassed. As for Borg being dragged out to take a photo in exchange for lipstick. For sports stars, it's normal to take a photo together. After we go back, all of you, serve as my sparring partners. Watching the boy walk away from the boarding gate, Borg turned around and stared at the group of people, and decided to teach them a lesson on the tennis court. They dared to push him out as a thank you gift for borrowing the lipstick of a beautiful woman. These bastards are too presumptuous. This trip is still very happy. Sitting on the plane, Xinjian looked at the city getting farther and farther away after takeoff, and was very satisfied with this trip to Germany. As for the little flaws at the beginning, forget it, he was very generous and didn't care. Anyway, Borg also abused him badly, Tsukuyomi. At present, this illusion tennis is just a replica of the Tsukuyomi world. When can he improve himself to the level of being able to resist the original Tsukuyomi? That guy with the surname Uchiha but has nothing to do with Uchiha. If he wants to take revenge after returning, he must at least withstand the damage of Tsukuyomi first, otherwise he will just be a delivery man. Don't think about it, I'll be home after a good sleep. Closing his eyes, Xinjian fell asleep on the plane. The future is still far away, and he is doing well in this world, but he will not forget the things in the ninja world either. Dad, I'm back. Xinjian got off the plane and saw Sakaki Taro waiting for him by the car at the exit. Thank you for your hard work, let's go home first. Sakaki Taro looked at his son running over, his serious aura dissipated, and he opened the car door for Xinjian to sit in. Get in the car and go home, there is a surprise waiting at home. Dad, what are you looking at? After returning home, Xinjian walked on the side of Sakaki Taro after getting off the car, feeling that there was something strange at home today. Especially when he saw his father's eyes, he was a little evasive. Sure enough, there is a secret. Let's go, you'll know when you go in. Sakaki Taro couldn't say in front of his son. It was a lie, but he couldn't say it in advance, so he could only pat Xinjian's shoulder and let him go in and see for himself. Mysterious. Xinjian handed the tennis bag to Sakaki Taro, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and walked in with a nonchalant look. Bang! The colored paper reflecting the light exploded the moment he entered the door, scattered and fell on him. Right in front of him, a group of familiar people were laughing and rushing over. Congratulations to brother Xinjian for his victory. Yu Ren and Ji Lang cheered and rushed over, and this time Xinjian didn't hide. Wow, I caught it, where's the cake, come on. The two hugged Xinjian's arms respectively, and then turned back and shouted to others to hurry up. But none of the others cooperated, and even took a step back in unison. Jiro, Yu Ren, you actually prepared a cake for me. How can I thank you? Xin Yan raised his hands, holding one in each hand, and smiled at the two frightened people. No, it's a cake to eat, it's really a cake to eat, it's made by Yu Ren and I. Jiro fluttered his hands and feet to explain, because he was grabbed by the clothes on his waist and lifted up, so he couldn't reach the ground no matter how he fluttered. Oh, didn't we agree that you catch him, and then I will be responsible for smearing the cake on the little guy's face. Tajima Shuji came out with a cake with victory written on it, winked at Xin Yan, then took the spoon handed by Ashitari, scooped a spoonful and sent it to Xin Yan. Spreading cake is definitely not allowed. Although they didn't feel sorry for a cake, they were just playing, and no one would really make a fuss. Moreover, this cake was indeed made by the two guys who were lifted up, so it should taste good, right? It tastes good. Xinjian was still holding the person in both hands. At this time, he opened his mouth and ate the cake that was delivered to his mouth, and did not forget to give a comment. Is that right? Jilin, Yang, and I went to pick the ingredients together. They are all Xinjian's favorites. Yu Ren stopped making trouble when he heard that the cake was delicious. After being put down, he began to talk about who helped with this cake. Little one, are you very touched? Are you so touched that you want to throw yourself on your brother's shoulder and cry? Wait, don't move. Tanajima Shoji was about to reach out and touch Xinjian's head, but before he finished speaking, he felt that Xinjian's breath was wrong. He took a step back, holding the cake steadily with one hand, and pressing the other hand directly on Xinjian's hair. This kid actually opened the 8 gates formation when he entered the door. Little bastard, he ignored his words, right? Chapter 66. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next day. Shuji, what's wrong? Iri Kanata heard Shuji Tanajima's voice and ran out from the other side to check the situation. Then, he saw Xinjian with a wronged look on his face, and Shuji Tanajima rubbed his head twice. Ahem. The feel is still so good. As expected, only sneak attacks can succeed. Be good, go wash up first, and then go downstairs to eat. Shuji Tanajima winked at Xinjian and told him to hurry back to the room. Although those junior high school students couldn't see it, the coach brought them here today. If they were seen by Oni Jujiro, they would find out. I know. Xinjian slapped the hand on his head, waved to everyone, and then went upstairs to his room to clean up. As for the 8 gates, he had kept it open in Germany, and because he only opened one gate, he gradually got used to it and forgot to put it away. I didn't expect that Shuji Tanajima would see it at a glance, even though no one had discovered it in Germany. After putting away the 8 gates, Xinjian put the tennis ball that he had been carrying in his pocket for the past few days on the bedside, and then got dressed and went downstairs. At this time, the downstairs had already been cleaned up. In addition to the Hyote school team, there was also the U17 four-man team, and Kurobukio who brought them with them. This is a gift from Sato for you. That guy was taken abroad by Mifune for a meeting. He left this morning and was still cursing Mifune for being so inhumane. Kurobukio handed a box to Xinjian. You didn't even need to open it to know that there was a racket inside. However, according to the weight, it was a strength training racket, not for playing tennis. I will call to thank Uncle Sato and Uncle Kurobe. Xinjian put the racket aside and looked at Kurobe. Gifts cannot be brought only for others. The new training suit has been installed in your training room. Kurobe Yukio raised his hand and patted Xinjian on the head, and was amused by the boy's unceremonious look of asking for gifts. However, they have to thank this boy this time. Although the players observed in Germany may not necessarily be players in the World Cup, they can also know the lowest data of the German team. Okay, you kids have fun. I have a meeting tonight. They will take the car back tomorrow morning. Please entertain them. After delivering the gift, Kurobe Yukio prepared to go directly back to the U-17 training camp. Because they knew some information about the German training camp, they needed to make some improvements on their own basis. And this kind of thing requires him and Takushi to study together, and it must not be delayed. No problem, let the driver take them back tomorrow morning. Goodbye Uncle Kurobe. Xin Yan also knew that Uncle Kurobe would be very busy, so he waved goodbye and went to play with others. In addition to the cake prepared by Gakutojiro and Shishido Ryo, the welcome party tonight also included small games prepared by everyone, as well as some people's musical instruments, singing and other activities. Iri, when did you bring the saxophone? When Oni Jujiro looked at Iri Kanata standing on the steps, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. They came together, and everyone knew whether this guy brought the saxophone or not. I asked Coach Kurobe to bring it in advance. Iri Kanata blinked and laughed, he had prepared it in advance. I play the piano. Hochotaro was a little reserved, but at this time, after looking at the optional instruments, he still chose the piano that he was best at. Moreover, his piano was taught by Mr. Sakaki. In Hyote, the only people who were given music instruction by Sakaki were Adobe and Haukataro. My violin is okay. Ashitari Yuushi set his eyes on the violin and grabbed the one he was good at first when he had the chance. Other people in Hyote had also learned musical instruments. Although they might not be absolutely proficient, they were not too bad. In the end, everyone divided the work, leaving only Adobe Kigo and Tanajima Shuji, as well as Oni Jujiro and Tokugawa Kazuya. Ah, it seems that I am the lead singer. Adobe Kigo took the microphone without hesitation. He was very confident in every aspect of himself, so no matter which position he was in, he would make tonight's celebration. I think the lead singer position should be mine. Tanajima Shuji glared at him unhappily, and before the remaining two people could do anything, he grabbed the other microphone. It was he who proposed this celebration. Adobe is really good at making himself known. The celebration of the victory begins now. Kijujiro announced the start. As the piano sounded, other instruments quickly joined in. A song full of youthful atmosphere was played. Adobe Kigo and Tanajima Shuji had to fight for the lead singer position at first, but soon they began to cooperate tacitly. When the performance was over and everything returned to calm, Xinjian raised his hands and clapped with a smile. This world is really beautiful. System, I like this world, I like the people in this world, I like the sunshine and breath of this world. Xinjian smiled gently, and his aura naturally spread. Although the people in the hall did not realize the truth, they could see that Xinjian was in a very good mood at this time. Host, your mental power is floating. The system suddenly popped up a window, and also used colorful flashing light to remind Xinjian. Xin Yan, who was awakened, immediately restrained himself, and the gentle aura that was originally dissipated was instantly taken back. System, are you drawn? Floating? What kind of adjective is this? Smiling and accepting everyone's gifts, Xin Yan couldn't help but want to complain about the system's prompt. The situation just now, the mental power was scattered, and the value increased sharply. This word is the host's adjective. Even if there is a problem, it is the host's problem. The system seems to be in a good mood today, and has already started to fight back with complaints. I believe you. Xin Yan didn't want to pay attention to the system now, but he couldn't help his curiosity and opened his personal attribute panel to take a look. Host, Uchiha Xinjian. Age, 12 years old. Special, 2 Megatama Sharingan, 1311/2000. 5 stats, Speed 5.7, Strength 5.5, Stamina 5.4, Spirit 9.9, Technique 8.6, Total 35.1. Skills, All-Around Tennis, Master of Illusion. Points, 18,663. World, Prince of Tennis, in progress, Naruto, paused. The growth of the first 3 values is slow, but they have also increased a little bit. And his mental strength suddenly increased just now, and it was stuck at the critical point before 10. As for the technique, this is a significant increase after the game with Borg because of the completion of Illusion Tennis Tsukuyomi. Overall, it still needs to be strengthened because his mission goal is still too far away. Chapter 67. The two of them were so happy, and the two of them were so happy. Are you happy? It was almost midnight, and after everyone went to the guest room to rest, Xinjian came out of the bedroom and walked into the hall that had not been cleaned tonight. Looking at the musical instruments and gifts placed on the side, a pair of blood-red eyes opened, and the surrounding atmosphere was calm and gentle. The Sharingan, which is called evil, can also be very warm. Don't feel pressured. We just happened to find this opportunity to get together and have some fun, and by the way, come to our big star to get some good luck. Tajima Shuji walked to Xinjian's side, put his hand on his shoulder, and whispered to him not to think too much. Are you sure it's good luck? Xin Yan was stunned for a moment, then showed a weird smile, picked up the letters on the handle of the racket, and let Shuji Tanshima take a good look. Don't mind this kind of thing, after all, it won't affect your performance, right? Shuji Taneshima's eyes twitched. How could he forget about it? However, he could probably fool around with any excuse. How come they all know I won? I don't think you told them. Xin Yan also suddenly remembered that he only told 3 people after winning the game. Although his father likes to show off, he won't tell anyone about this before he comes back. Uncle Ekaizen, that person won't say much except to his family. There is another person, Shuji Tanajima. Borg said it himself. After you got on the plane, he publicly expressed his gratitude for your guidance and said that he would work hard to defeat you in the future. Shuji Tanajima was stunned for a moment, then smiled and took out his mobile phone, found the message that had been popular for a day, and showed it to Xinjian. That guy. Xinjian looked at the title. Borg even added a gentlest tennis player. After clicking it, it was exactly what Shuji Tanajima said. Look at this. In order to improve his skills, you gave up your rest time and urged him to complete it. Shuji Tanajima pointed to the message and asked Xinjian to explain it himself. He didn't think this kid could do such a thing. Even during Hyote's regular training, he never gave up his rest time. How could he be so good to Borg? Actually, I didn't complete my daily training. Xinjian suddenly felt that misunderstandings were really hard to explain. He played tennis with Borg late at night because he had to go out to buy various souvenirs in the morning, so he changed the practice time to the evening. Moreover, Borg happened to be practicing. Playing against him not only allows daily practice, but also increases his number of matches. This is also why he only played tiebreaks with Borg during training at that time. Because tiebreaks are fast. In one night of practice, he can play several games. But this kind of thing must not be said. I know, but this misunderstanding is good, just let everyone misunderstand it like this, and don't explain it to others, understand? Tanajima Shuji patted Xinjian's hair, and he knew that this kid would not really help. But no matter what the reason is, the actual effect is that Borg really practiced his new skills, which has nothing to do with the reason. Since the result has helped that guy succeed, then Xinjian naturally deserves this thanks and praise. I see. That, the one I used when I just came back, I forgot about it, because I wasn't sure if it was safe there, so I didn't put it away. Xin Yan nodded and agreed, and then remembered that he hadn't told Shuji Tanajima about the 8 gates. If there is no damage, you can keep using it, but this kind of thing is not suitable for being discovered by others. Next time, try to hide it from me. Shuji Tanajima was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Xin Yan to take the initiative to explain to him. However, he didn't stop him from using it, but if he kept using that ability, it might be troublesome if he was discovered. Moreover, other people didn't seem to see anything unusual, but just in case, he had to let Xiao Buishan do more hidden exercises. Yet, after the explanation, Xin Yan was no longer entangled. Looking at Shuji Tanajima next to him, Xin Yan suddenly picked up the training racket on the table. It's too late, I'm going to rest, Xiao Buishan, you should also rest early, we have to rush back to the training camp tomorrow morning. Tajima Shuji, who was very energetic at first, yawned the moment he saw the tennis racket and turned to go upstairs. Wait a minute, I won't play tennis with you. It's my new skill, yes nothing. Xinjian looked at the guy who was about to escape, chased him with a helpless look, intercepted him from the stairs and took him to the tennis court. Tajima Shuji taught him the practice method of nothing before, and he also wanted to try it, maybe it could have a reverse inspiration effect. It's agreed that I won't play with you. Tajima Shuji, who couldn't hold back his curiosity and followed to the tennis court, looked sad. Especially when he took the racket handed by Xinjian, he felt bad all over. Why did he come to the tennis court in the middle of the night? He didn't want to stand on the tennis court with the little guy, he would have a psychological shadow. It's impossible to play seriously. You have a strength training racket. Xinjian reluctantly reminded him to look carefully, he was giving the gift he had just received, the heavy strength training racket. If this racket was in Xinjian's hand, maybe it would be another matter whether the game could be played, because he would not be restricted by the racket. But Shuji Tanshima was not to the extent of ignoring the weight of the racket. Then you serve. After testing the feel, Shuji Tanshima felt that he was okay again. It didn't matter as long as he didn't play tennis seriously with him. Watch it. Xinjian grabbed a tennis ball and threw it up. After swinging the racket, the tennis ball passed the net, and then disappeared in front of Shuji Tanshima. Not bad. Swinging the racket, Shuji Tanajima looked at the tennis ball that appeared on his racket and understood immediately. The tennis ball was given the formlessness. It was just like the way he practiced before, making his figure disappear from the court. It just changed the method from a person to this tennis ball. Keep going, this time you have to find it. Xinjian caught the tennis ball that was sent back, and served again, but the tennis ball disappeared the moment it left the racket. Found it. After all, it was something he practiced, Shuji Tanajima could still easily catch the disappeared tennis ball. Next, this time it's twins. Seeing that it was easily caught again, Xinjian grabbed the tennis ball and swung the racket again. The air ball and the disappeared tennis ball were hit out together, and this time Shuji Tanajima needed to find which one was the real one. Both were invisible, and both caused air fluctuations. Little guy, it seems that my luck is really good. Tanshima Shuji picked one at random and swung the racket to make the current tennis ball. As for the one on the other side, there was no need to worry about it. Chapter 68. The old man was so angry that he was lying on the ground. Are you sure it's real? Xinjian raised his racket and pointed to the corner behind Shuji Tanajima. There, the yellow-green ball was still rolling. At the same time, the tennis ball that had not stopped spinning on Shuji Tanajima's racket suddenly lost its color. This is called, out of nothing. Looking at Shuji Tanajima's glaring eyes, Xinjian smiled and narrowed his eyes. When he was practicing with Borg, he was not idle either, so It deceived people's eyes, it was just an illusion. I think I want to beat you from existence to nothingness. Tajima Shuji glared at him and took his racket to sit on the bench outside the court. He knew he couldn't play tennis with this brat. He said he wanted him to see nothingness, but in the end he played an illusion tennis to tease him. Moreover, he was easily fooled. You can't beat it again. The one just now doesn't count. How about the two in front? Did you find it fun? Xinjian put the racket back, then came over and sat on the chair, talking to Tajima Shuji about the use of nothingness. Not a bad idea. I'll do more practice when I go back. You played with Borg for a few days this time. How do you feel? Do you have any ideas about the professional tennis? Tajima Shuji also restrained his laughter and asked Xinjian about his future plans when he saw that there was obviously no change. I don't really want to be a professional player. I play tennis because I like it. If I play tennis for other reasons, whether it's money or a company, I will feel that the essence has changed. Xin Yan shook his head. He really didn't want to be a professional player. Although he had exaggerated to the German coach before, he really felt that it was not worth it. In terms of making money, his family is not short of money. In terms of hobbies, it's not that he can only play tennis after becoming a professional player. At present, he has not found any competitions that he cannot participate in. Of course, what he said is limited to the men's group. Professional tennis does not only represent making money and utilitarianism, but more about resources. Sufficient resources can train a tennis player to be stronger. Forget it, I won't tell you this. Your family is not short of resources. Tajima Shuji suddenly felt that he was talking nonsense. This kid has everything. It would be strange if he signed a company to become a professional player. Do you want to sign a company? If you don't feel that there is a suitable one, I can open a club with enough resources, how about it? Xin Yan said to Shuji Tajima, not only do I have no shortage of money, I can also open a company and support you. Thinking about it this way, it seems to be a good idea. At this stage, there are so many good teenagers. If you really open a club, you can let your dad handle the application materials. At that time, train a group of professional players to go out and kill all around. You can make money and play tennis. How great! Be quiet. I am not short of money either. Shuji Tajima slapped Xin Yan on the head. Why did he feel that this kid had been abroad for a few days and his words were getting more and more irritating? Don't pat your head. You are not as tall as me. You won't grow taller if you pat your head. Raising his hand to cover the top of his head, Xin Yan widened his eyes. How old are you? Do you think you are Moonlight, who was 1.8 meters tall at the age of 12? Tajima Shuji thought of that tall guy, and then looked at Xinjian who was already more than 1.7 meters tall, and imagined that Xinjian would grow that tall in the future. He suddenly felt a little sad. Height is just about right. How tall is Oka Moonlight now? When I asked him 2 years ago, he said he was already 2 meters tall. Speaking of Oka Moonlight, Xinjian suddenly wanted to gossip. That guy's height is indeed a bit brutal. Could he be almost as tall as Uncle Sato now? 226, the latest data sent back by the expedition team. Tajima Shuji looked up at the sky sadly. His friend, stop growing now, it will be outrageous if he grows any taller. Although, he is still so tall that it makes people feel tired. I remember that Uncle Sato is 216 centimeters tall, so he is taller than Uncle Sato. Xin Yan stood on a chair and measured the height. He really had a big misunderstanding about height. Wouldn't it be dangerous for such a tall person to exercise? I said, you two are not sleeping at night, are you trying to avoid others who come to fight? Tennis. Iri Kanata ran over from the road and stopped directly in front of the two. He didn't sleep well, so he wanted to go out for a walk, and he found the lights here. He was curious about where this place was, but after arriving here, he found that these two people came to the tennis court in the middle of the night, and there was a tennis racket next to Tanajima Shuji. This kid is disobedient, bring him out to talk, why haven't you slept yet? Tanajima Shuji moved to the middle, let the other side of the seat go, and let the guy who didn't sleep at night sit down and talk. I can't sleep, confused about the future. Iri Kanata sat on the chair, holding his chin with his hand and tilting his head to express his feelings about life. It's normal for a 17-year-old boy to be confused about the future. It's just that the two people who were originally talking about future plans now looked at Iri Kanata, and they always felt that they were being implied by this guy. You two, even if you don't want to sleep, you plan to let the kid who just got back from the plane stay up all night. Kijujiro heard Iri Kanata go out, and followed him out to see. It turned out that he was really good. Two big ones and one small one were thinking about the philosophy of life on the tennis court. Ki, I just got here, you should scold him if you want to. Iri Kanata jumped up and went to the side, keeping a distance from Tanajima Shuji. He just came out to relax, and this guy was the one who brought the little ghost out. It's late, go back and rest, we have to go back to the training camp tomorrow morning. Kijujiro looked at Tanajima Shuji with an embarrassed look, he really couldn't do anything about this guy. But, things like leading children astray must not be ignored. Let's go back and rest, I'm sleepy too. Xinjian stood up, took his strength training racket, put it on his shoulder and asked them to go back together. If he hadn't brought Shuji Tanajima out to see the changes in Wu, he would have been asleep. After sending everyone to the guest room to rest, Xinjian returned to the bedroom, lay down and had a good sleep. Tomorrow will be a brand new day, and he will have to continue to work hard. Tennis club, study, Ekaizen family. His life has returned to the previous cycle. He still feels sorry for missing the previous regional qualifiers. I have to tell my dad tomorrow that even if the world's number one comes to play tennis with him, the time must be staggered with Hyote's game. He is the regular player of Hyote Tennis Club, how can he miss his own game? This kind of thing must never happen again. Chapter 69. The old man was very happy. Senior Oshima, play a practice match with me during the morning club event, tiebreaker. It was the morning club event of Hyote again, and Xinjian called Oshima Yoshi and took him away directly, which attracted the sympathetic eyes of other regulars. Since Oshima's playing style was determined, his life has been wonderful. It was better when Xinjian went to Germany before, because they also had to play games, so everyone was not too tired during the club event. After winning the regional qualifiers, Oshima was rotated by Adobe and others to play practice matches. Now Xinjian is back, and he has to start being educated by Xinjian alone again. My happy partner, you have to work hard. We want Xinjian to practice alone but we don't have the chance. We envy you so much. Xiongri Yueran stood in the rest area and shouted to Ashiki Yuushi. Of course, this was definitely not sincere. They are now less and less willing to play practice matches with Xinjian. It's okay if they can't get points, but the mental pressure is really great. Don't worry, after playing against Ashiki, each of you will have to play a game with me. Don't worry, it's just a tiebreaker. Xinjian raised his eyes and glanced at Yueran who was stunned for a moment, raised the corners of his lips, and went to practice with Ashiki with a satisfied smile. As for Yueran who was caught by everyone and rubbed his hair, I wish him good luck. Very good, when you can switch at will without making mistakes, it means that your first step is stable and successful. After playing for half an hour in a game, Xinjian saw that Ashiki's skills switching was finally smoother, and expressed his appreciation for his efforts during this period. I will definitely be able to do it before the Kanto tournament. Although Ashitari Yuushi's thousands of skills have been screened, there are still many types. Now that he has suddenly received the affirmation of Xinjian, he is happy but feels that he still has too many shortcomings, and the subsequent training still needs to be improved. Keep working hard, who is the next one, come over yourself. Xinjian raised his racket and pointed at the Hyote people who were still staring. The time for the morning club activities is limited, so hurry up. I'll do it. When Hyojiwaka was playing a practice match with Xinjian, he always rushed to the front, and he never complained about being beaten badly. With Hyojiwaka taking the lead, the main practice field of the Hyote Tennis Club became lively during the next club activities. When it was time to go to class, the listless people changed their clothes, lamented that the future would be sad, and comforted each other and returned to the classroom. When the day's classes were over and they found that Xinjian was not there during the afternoon activities, these people started to complain again, saying that their junior ignored them again. In response, Hyojiwaka, who watched the whole scene but was not of the same kind as them, said that these seniors were too embarrassing. Give Xinjian a suggestion tomorrow morning, increase the amount of training. After leaving Hyote, Xinjian was sent to the door of Ekaizen's house by the driver. As soon as he arrived here, the door of Ekaizen's house opened from the inside, and Karabin, who had not been seen for a few days, jumped out and jumped directly on Xinjian's raised arm. I was wondering why Karabin ran out. It turns out that the boy is here, come in. Ekaizen Nanjiro stood at the door, greeted Xinjian, and then brought people to the tennis court. It was still the same simple court, but today's Ekaizen Nanjiro was particularly energetic. Not only did he change his clothes early and wait, but he also shaved off his stubble, which he rarely took care of. Xinjian is here, drink some juice first. Renko Ekaizen came with drinks and stopped Nanjiro Ekaizen before he dragged him directly into the tennis court. Although she knew what was going on, the kid had just arrived here, and even if he wanted to play the game seriously, he should be given some time to prepare. Thank you, Aunt Renko. Xinjian took the juice obediently, holding the cup with both hands and slowly drank a small sip. After a small sip, his eyes seemed to be brighter than before, and then he slowly drank all the juice in his hand. Don't be anxious, take a break for a while before playing tennis, you don't have to always listen to Nanjiro, anyway, he hasn't played tennis for many days, it doesn't matter if you wait a little longer now. Renko Ekaizen was amused by Xinjian, and left with 2 empty cups after a while. Before going back, she didn't forget to remind Xinjian not to be polite to Nanjiro. Little boy, you are quite good at acting. If I didn't know your true face, I, an old man, would have been fooled by you. Ekaizen Nanjiro said with a look of disgust. Looking at Xinjian, he suspected that this kid was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him. He had just decided that he had to erase that point today, but now he had already made Renzi feel distressed before the game even started. How annoying, that's his wife. How could he go easy on this kid just because he looked innocent and cute? This kid was just pretending. I didn't say anything, uncle, let's go, let me see if you can stop that point. Xinjian stood up, holding the racket and was about to start today's game. Wait a minute, you just finished drinking juice, continue in 10 minutes, I'm going to take a nap first. Ekaizen Nanjiro glared at Xinjian, held the tennis racket and went to the side, found a step to lie down, and waited for time in the sun. 10 minutes later, Ekaizen Nanjiro stood up and walked into the tennis court with Xinjian, who rolled her eyes at him. Boy, I won't let you take that point this time, you better be careful. Ekaizen Nanjiro raised his hand and swung his racket. As he finished speaking, the tennis ball had already gone to the other side. This time, he had only one goal, and he would never let that kid take any points. However, the idea was good, but when Xinjian lost 3 points in a row, the tennis ball began to disappear intermittently. It was an illusion tennis ball, but it was not the illusion tennis ball before. Stinky boy, you not only earned the appearance fee given by others this time, but also upgraded the illusion tennis ball. The guys in Germany lost a lot. Ekaizen Nanjiro looked at the tennis ball that flashed and jumped, and could not be locked with dynamic vision at all. He liked this result very much. I also upgraded him. It is not polite to not reciprocate. There is a give and take. Xinjian looked at the opposite side of Ekaizen Nanjiro and began to glow white, knowing that this was to show him something after the selfless state. However, this did not delay their chat. After all, playing tennis in this world, chatting and bickering is actually the norm. Boy, watch carefully, this is the realm of selflessness, and now this is the limit of 1,000 hammers and 100 tempers. Ekaizen Nanjiro was glowing all over, and the strength of his arms and wrists increased dramatically. He raised his eyebrows at Xinjian and asked him to take a good look. Although he didn't know whether Xinjian could learn it, this kid learned everything quickly, maybe he could understand it after watching it. It's really interesting. Xinjian copied it directly and didn't use it for the time being, but it didn't prevent him from studying it later. Another one, the limit of talent and radiance. Ekaizen Nanjiro just opened it and showed it to Xinjian once, but he didn't report the number of balls to end like the user in the original plot. Remember, what else? Xinjian copied this one as well, and he would also wait until he had time to study it. However, these two are considered simple, and the next one is really awesome. The last one, the limit of flawless, I wanted you to learn it before, this is it. After showing the last one, Ekaizen Nanjiro didn't plan to take it back this time. He wanted to use this to try to break the boy's point. Uncle Nanjiro, I won't be polite, my new illusion has a name, it's called, creating something out of nothing. Xinjian smiled and blinked, his racket was entangled by purple chakra, and when he hit the ball back, the tennis ball suddenly changed into 3, flying to the net and the 2 baseline corners at the same time. The 8 gates of ninja formation, chakra amplification, illusion disguised 2 air balls as tennis balls. Before the end, the tennis balls that could not be distinguished as real or fake, Uncle Nanjiro, do you want to hit 3 special balls at the same time? Each one is an illusion ball, which can become nothing at any time, and the speed and destructive power are amplified, and the racket will be torn if you are not careful. Chapter 70. The two of them were so confused. What kind of tennis ball is that, brat? After a game, Ekaizen Nanjiro lay on the chair, still full of doubts about the illusion tennis ball. Originally thought that he could erase that point today, but the fact is that it was still just 1 point taken away. However, it was not the first game of illusion tennis, but the real and fake tennis became more and more troublesome afterwards. After playing 3 games of making something out of nothing, he was still trapped by this kid. This time, the point lost was lost clearly, and it was no longer the previous way of suppressing his scoring in a limited time. First, create a few fake balls, then cover the fake balls with tennis illusions, and then use different rotations and strengths to hit these tennis balls in completely different directions. Xinjian's explanation of this illusion ball is somewhat half true and half false. After all, he can't explain the existence of chakra. The only thing he can say is the chi ball he learned before. Fortunately, he is the only one in this world who understands chakra, so if he says it is qigong, then it is qigong. You have learned all this. Ekaizen Nanjiro felt that he had thought this kid too simple before. But is it really that simple? What a joke, if it is just this principle, how could he lose that point again? You can always learn more by learning more. I have learned a lot of things before, and now I am integrating them into tennis little by little, but even so, I didn't get a few more points. Sitting on the chair, Xinjian looked at Karabin, who tilted his head to him and acted cute, and reached out to pick up this cute kitten. In this world, any power can be integrated into tennis. But in essence, one still needs to have strong basic strength. Continue next time. When you try to win 2 points, I will try to erase your point. Ekaizen Nanjiro suddenly sat up. He was actually very satisfied with today's game. Not only did he let this kid see the 3 doors of the selfless realm as he wished, but he also saw the fusion of the air ball and illusion nothingness. He also has to find time to try some things. Maybe he can research some new ways to play tennis. I'm going home first. Has Ryoma's training increased today? Why haven't you come back yet? Xinjian put away his tennis bag, and returned Karabin to Ekizen Nanjiro, and then prepared to go home for dinner. Looking at the time, normally Ryoma would have gone home at this time, or he would have finished a practice match with Uncle Nanjiro. I don't know, maybe something delayed him, my brat will be fine. Ekizen Nanjiro hugged Karabin, touched his short hair and smiled to say that he didn't need to worry about Ryoma. When I go back, let the driver check along the way to Kingsu. Xinjian still felt a little uneasy, after all, he is the protagonist, and there are plots where he often gets injured. When leaving Ekizen's house, he talked to Nanjiro, got in the car and asked the driver to look for him along the route to Kingsu. Ryoma, why are you not home so late today? Uncle is waiting and worried. At the door of a tennis goods store on the side of the road, Xinjian got out of the car and walked to Ryoma Ekizen. I was going to buy some things, but Senior Momoshiro chased a thief and ran away. Ryoma was carrying a tennis bag on his back and holding another one in his hand, which should be Momoshiro Takeshi's tennis bag. When looking at Xinjian, Ryoma's eyes lit up, and then he remembered that he was left behind, and felt a little embarrassed. Which direction? Let's go and take a look. If the thief is caught, he won't show mercy just because he's a student. Xin Yan thought about the plot, but couldn't remember any plot where someone got hurt while catching a thief. But at this time, it's still very dangerous for a junior high school student to chase a thief, so he should go and take a look to avoid any accidents. He has always been an enthusiastic and good boy, although he has almost no chance to show it. Over there, he chased after him on a bicycle, and there's Cameo from Fudo Mine. Ryoma pointed in the direction, but that was a bicycle chase, so even if they ran over, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Let them do the shopping, Ryoma, get in the car, let's go and take a look, don't let anything happen. After hearing Fudo Mine, Xin Yan felt that the current situation seemed a little familiar. Sure enough, playing tennis with Uncle Nanjiro was too exhausting, and his spirit was. I can't even concentrate. Sure enough, let's go and have a look. Please take me with you. I'm Ibyo Shinji from Fudoman. Ibyo Shinji saw Ekizen Ryoma getting on the car and leaving, and he also wanted to catch up with him. Get in the car. Xinjian didn't have any idea about Fudoman. Now that he had someone get on the car, the driver drove over after being pointed in the direction. Stop the car. I roughly know what's going on. At the entrance of a park, Xinjian listened to the intermittent sound of hitting the ball and suddenly remembered what was going on. A thief, a shopping trip by Seigaku, 2 people from Fudoman, a stolen bicycle, and a running Kaido Keiru. The most important thing is that this is the first appearance of Adobe and Hyote. What a Black History-like appearance! He really needs to take a good look. What's wrong? Is this a park? After getting off the car, Ryoma looked around curiously. This place is the park he had been to before, and there is a tennis court inside. Let's go. Xinjian thought of his troublesome minister and walked up the stairs. Stop it, Karaji! Adobe Kigo sat on the ground in an unglamorous manner, just stopping Karaji from running to catch the ball. It was at this time that Xinjian and the others walked in. Who can tell me what's going on now? Xinjian's eyes swept over everyone present, including Adobe and Karaji, as well as Yulin's, Kingsu's, and Fudoman's people. After looking around, he walked to the side and picked up the tennis ball that bounced near him after falling to the ground. It's them, they actually bullied a girl, and they said they would force the girl to date him. Momoshiro Takeshi stuffed the racket back into Yulin's hands, ran to Xinjian and began to talk about how Adobe bullied a little girl. Is it that girl? Tell me what happened. Xin Yan stared at Ju Xing for a few times. This girl was not the type of Ji Bulletin. How could he be so depressed today that he forced a girl to date? How could he do such a plain thing? Did he take the wrong medicine? Or was he killed by the plot? She said she wanted to compete with us, and she also said that she would date me if she lost, but after they lost, this little girl actually raised her hand to hit me in the face. Ji Buletin's face was about to turn green. He was just out for a walk with Huadi and looking for Ji Lang, who didn't know where he went. As a result, he met these people. They were so weak that they were vulnerable and spoke arrogantly. When they were defeated, they called them weak chickens, which made the little girl angry and wanted to hit them. You tell me. Xing Yan turned his head and looked at the people from Yulin Middle School. He was the first to curse, saying that we who play street tennis are weak teams. Tachibana stood behind Takeshi Momoshiro and Kamio, pointed at Adobe's position and began to emphasize the reason for their dispute. You tell me. Ignoring Tachibana, Xinjian stared at the two people from Yulin Middle School and asked them to explain the whole story honestly. If Adobe was stupid, he wouldn't be like this, but if some people really deliberately made trouble, Hyote wouldn't take the blame. This is what happened. We were playing tennis and talked about some topics about the comparison of school strengths, and then they came and defeated us. The two people from Yulin Middle School quickly explained the whole story. They lost to Kingsu and felt uncomfortable, so when they were playing here, they discussed the situation of those schools and said some unpleasant words. It happened that Adobe heard it again, and Adobe asked Kabeji to crush them and said that they were all weak. Later, it was Tachibana's provocation. They said they wanted to make a bet. If they won, Adobe would apologize, and if they lost, Adobe could date Anzuki. Chapter 71. The truth is that the truth is not true. Miss Ju Xing, girls should learn to protect themselves. It is irresponsible to bet on yourself and hurt your family. If your family knew, no matter what the result is, they would be sad and worried. After listening to the story, Xing Yan looked at Ji Buletin and nodded, knowing that this was the case. He lowered his head and looked at Ju Xing, who was nervous. He didn't say who was wrong, but told Ju Xing in a gentle tone that this kind of thing should not have happened from the beginning. At this time, it is meaningless to argue about right and wrong. Instead of arguing about those, it is better to teach these people a lesson and wash away the blame that Ji Buletin was suddenly brought by the plot. A person who doesn't have enough time for normal training suddenly wants to go out for a walk and agrees to such a bet from a girl? If it were any other time, Adobe would have suspected that the girl had bad intentions. But he said too much. I'm so angry. Ju Xing was about to cry because she was wronged, but she also knew that her behavior just now was indeed impulsive. But she still felt that she was angry because those people were too much. Sympathize with the weak? Just because they lost, you think they shouldn't be ridiculed? Then don't you think there is a problem when they say that the school teams of certain schools are not good? Xing Yan looked at the two people from Yulin Middle School. Although it was a development of the plot, it was also amazing that they could force Adobe to get angry. They are not wrong. The main players of Hyote are all rich. They look down on us poor people. Tachibana was still sad. She often stayed at the street tennis court. Some of her thoughts and words at this time were similar to those of the two people in Yulin Middle School. I seem to understand. Typical hatred of the rich. If this is the case, there is really no way to talk anymore. Let's meet on the tennis court. Strength is the most basic. Adobe, Karaji, let's go. Xinjian was thinking about saying something else, but now he suddenly realized why he was talking so much nonsense with these people. Sure enough, he encountered a plot trap and almost fell into it. He greeted Adobe and Karaji to leave, walked out of the park and got in the car directly, and asked the driver to take Adobe home first. Xinjian, the situation just now was a bit strange. Adobe sat in the back seat, stroking his chin with his fingers, and his eyes became more and more unhappy. He also found that the situation just now was not right. That girl has no attraction at all, how could she agree to such a stupid bet? It was simply a disgrace to his uncle Adobe. Regardless of winning or losing, he was the only one who would be embarrassed in the end. The younger sister of Fuedamon's head coach, Tachibana Yoshihei, is said to be a dark horse this year. If they meet in the Metropolitan Tournament, all of them will be selected and they will be reduced to 0 points. Xinjian was in a bad mood. He had been in this world for so long, and this was the first time he was pitted by the plot. When he thought of Hyote's appearance in the plot as the head coach teasing a little girl, and then losing miserably to Fuedamon in the Metropolitan Tournament, this kind of thing was absolutely unbearable. Metropolitan Tournament. I hope to meet them. Adobe couldn't figure out why he was so stupid before, but now he didn't dwell on it. Instead of thinking about it, he might as well think about how to improve the strength of Hyote's tennis club. Just like Xinjian said, everything still depends on strength. After they left, the tennis court fell into a strange silence. Senior Momoshiro, I'm going home first. Will you come with me? Ryoma tugged at his hat, returned Momoshiro's tennis bag to him, and then called him to leave together. Ah! Let's go. It's so late, we still have to go shopping. What happened just now? Why did Xinjian come here? It's over, he must think I'm in the same group with these people. What should I do? Will he dislike me next time we meet? Momoshiro Takeshi walked beside Ryoma, and asked Ryoma with a tangled face why they felt like they were standing opposite Xinjian. I know that, aren't you going to chase the thief? How can you stand on the opposite side of that narcissistic guy? Although he is too narcissistic and his tennis skills are just barely good, that guy's character is still good. Ekizen Ryoma had a good impression of Adobe, probably because when Xinjian was eating spicy hot pot, he and Adobe had a friendship of eating clear soup hot pot together. Ryoma, do you know that Adobe? How is he? Is he very strong? When it comes to tennis, Takeshi Momoshiro forgets everything else. He put his hand on Ryoma's head and asked what Adobe's tennis is like. He defeated Minister Tezuka last year, but he was just average. I played against him before. I'm still far behind. Ryoma said all the facts, but his habitual ending sentence made Momoshiro misunderstand in an instant. Is it true? Takeshi Momoshiro chased Ryoma and continued to ask, but at this time Ryoma also realized that he seemed not to say too much. After all, no one actually won at that time. It's better not to answer this question. When you meet Adobe next time, play against that guy and make sure to beat him. Venom, guess who we just met? Xinjian was just here. Did you see him? He was with Ryoma. Momoshiro Takeshi met Kaito Kaoru, who was running on the roadside. He was sweating all over and seemed to be overtrained. He also talked about meeting Xinjian in a boastful way. As a proud and shy fan, Kaito Kaoru first widened his eyes in disappointment, but then thought of his tragic experience that evening, and suddenly felt that it was a good thing that he didn't meet him. I'm leaving first, seniors, chat slowly. Ryoma looked at the two people and started to glare at them again, and hurried to say goodbye and go home. It was indeed too late today, and he had to go home to ask the old man whether he had let Xinjian get 0 points. Chapter 72. The Tokyo Metropolitan Tournament begins in June. For this draw, Xinjian and Adobe went to see the draw on site. Although Hyote is the number 1 seed team, everyone still wants to see who the opponent is. More than 100 schools came to participate in the draw, and people arrived one after another. That's Fuedamon, the head of the team, Tachibana Kihei, one of the former Kyushu duo. Xinjian watched Fuedamon's people come out and told Adobe about Tachibana Kihei. Kyushu duo? It seems that he is quite powerful, but he will never have the slightest chance of winning in front of our Hyote. Adobe looked at Tachibana Kihei, and he had remembered this school. Yeah, they definitely won't have any chance in front of Hyote. Sitting on a chair, Xinjian watched the people from Fuedo Peak take their seats and continued to observe other schools here. He suspected before that the world was twisting back the plot line, but later he found that as long as he had participated in something, it would not be twisted back again. So this time, he and Adobe came to take a look and completely twist the plot of the Metropolitan Games. Tezuka, look, that's Xinjian and Adobe, let's go sit over there too. People from Seigaku also came. Deputy Minister Oishihide Ichiro swept his eyes across the venue and wanted to run over to sit with Hayate after finding Hayate's position. Last year, Hayate was the champion of the Metropolitan Games, and their Seigaku was the runner-up. Now it's the Metropolitan Games again, and the two schools have come together, attracting many people who want to watch the show. Tezuka, long time no see. Adobe looked at the people from Seigaku coming over, raised his head and greeted them. Long time no see. Tezuka Kunimitsu was a man of few words. He looked at Adobe and then at Xinjian, who seemed to be sleepy lying on the table, and sat down next to him. Separated by a corridor, this distance is not too close, but not too far. In the last regional qualifiers, they all wanted to watch Hayate's game, but it was more troublesome to go to their own games. Later, they found out that Xinjian didn't participate at all. Not long after, Tezuka found a thank you letter from Borg in some tennis information he followed. After reading it, he realized that Xinjian actually went to Germany during the regional qualifiers. Not only did he defeat Borg, but he also trained new strength for tennis players like Borg. When he saw Xinjian again, he remembered a sentence in Borg's thank you letter. That is the most gentle person on the tennis court, the opponent and friend he admires the most. Being recognized by Borg's strength, he was looking forward to playing a game with Xinjian on the tennis court. Tezuka, what are you looking at? Oishi Shueikiro curiously followed Tezuka's line of sight, and then found out. He was actually looking at Adobe Kigo? Something was wrong. Oishi Shueikiro, who cared about the members of the Seigaku team and liked to imagine, had already staged a big drama in his mind. In order to avenge last year, Tezuka targeted Adobe Kigo and wanted to have an off-court competition with Hayate Minister at the venue. It's okay. Tezuka Kunimitsu was originally observing Xinjian, but he didn't want to be discovered, so when Oishi Shueikiro asked, his eyes drifted slightly. Misunderstandings, just like that. Although I know that you, Tezuka, will definitely be unwilling, this is the draw venue, we have to wait until we meet in the game before we beat them down. Oishi Shueikiro felt that he had a great responsibility and must prevent the chaos that might happen. So beside Tezuka, he began to say a lot of words to persuade Tezuka to calm down. It's from Seigaku. What are you talking about, beating Hayate on the tennis court? Xinjian was originally bored waiting, and he knew that Seigaku's people were here, but he didn't plan to have too much contact with them for the time being. At this time, he listened to Oishi Shueikiro's words, and only looked up when he got the point. Sorry, I mean, our Seigaku will definitely be the champion. Oishi Shueikiro's first reaction was to apologize, but then he thought, no matter who he was facing at this time, he must not weaken Seigaku's momentum. So, when the host was about to ask everyone to draw lots quietly, Oishi Shueikiro's roar successfully made the noisy venue quiet. Seigaku's ambition is good, but please keep quiet now, we are going to draw lots for the metropolitan meeting. The host said to Oishi Shueikiro. Ichiro raised his hand to signal him to sit down and stop making noise. Sorry. Oishi Shueikiro was completely depressed this time. He sat down and lay on the table, his whole face red as if he wanted to hide. Even Tezuka Kunimitsu was shocked by their vice-chairman when they shouted that Seigaku won the championship under the gaze of so many people. I didn't expect that Seigaku actually had such an ambitious player. Adobe Kigo knew Oishi Shueikiro, after all, Hayate and Seigaku had played against each other several times. But he never knew that this vice-chairman of Seigaku would have such courage. Because Hayate is the current seeded team, they, like Seigaku, have already decided on the competition area in advance and will not meet until the semi-finals. But at this time, everyone still comes here to observe future opponents. In this metropolitan competition, Hayate is the first seeded team, so naturally it is in position 1. The following draws are all moments of fate for non-seeded teams. Xinjian sat in his seat, pinched the tennis ball in his pocket, and a chakra line went through the ground and entered the draw box. Let Feudo Peak play against them earlier, and the ranking of other teams will be messed up. The more messed up the plot is, the better, to the point where it can never be reversed. St. Rudolph Middle School, No. 9. Until a team that should have appeared on the side of Kingxiu entered his own competition area, Xinjian's mood relaxed in an instant. Kingxiu is number 128, and this time, St. Rudolph and Kingxiu will definitely not have the opportunity to stand on the same field. If one is messed up, all will be messed up, and the other teams will also start to show different trends. Feudo Peak, No. 2. The result of Feudo Peak's draw is out. Although they still need to finish the game with number 3 before they can play against Hyote, Xinjian is already satisfied. Chapter 73. The two of them were very close, and the two of them were very close. Hey, do you have any grudges with Tezuka Kunimitsu? After leaving the lottery venue of the Metropolitan Conference, Adobe leaned on the back seat of the car. After a long silence, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xinjian. He felt that there was something wrong with Tezuka Kunimitsu's eyes. I don't think so. I just suspected that they would bully Ryoma. Later, they were recognized and signed their clothes. By the way, they were kicked out by their coach. Xinjian was somewhat unhappy about that trip to Kingxiu. Although he was treated as a big star later, and was asked for an autograph, and even achieved an achievement halo reward. But he was explicitly asked to leave by the coach of Seigaku, which is also a historical stain. Seigaku drove you away? Those guys. At first, Adobe just wanted to gossip, but he didn't expect such an excessive thing to happen. The child who was spoiled by so many people was actually bullied in Seigaku? Seigaku's strength is not bad. Let's beat them in the finals of this metropolitan meeting. Thinking of future games, Xinjian suddenly felt that he could let them work harder. Victory will only belong to Hyote. The next day, the park where the metropolitan meeting was held was very lively. Xinjian, look at Seigaku, is that first-year dwarf Ekizen Ryoma? Yu-Ren grabbed Xinjian's arm and asked him to go to the Seigaku tennis team who were submitting the registration form. Among the second and third-year players of Seigaku, a timid little man mixed in. Although he was wearing the school team's clothes, he looked awkward no matter how he looked at him. Especially when the registration staff asked, this little guy made a lot of exaggerated moves. For a moment, the impression of Hyote people on Ekizen Ryoma changed from curiosity to disgust. What's the situation with Seigaku? How can someone impersonate someone else? It's so unglamorous. Adobe Kigo only saw the back and knew that it was definitely not the arrogant boy Ekizen Ryoma. However, he only complained in a low voice and didn't let too many people know at this time. Maybe. I got up late. Xinjian turned around and didn't look at the people from Seigaku. For Ryoma's lateness due to not being able to get up, he couldn't think of any other comments except that he was the protagonist. It's so lame. Shishido Ryo raised his hand to cover his face, he was afraid that he couldn't help laughing. Being late for such an important game is not just a willful thing. The people from Seigaku are coming over here. That kid is really miserable. Is he so scared that he can't walk steadily? Yu-Ren was still observing the people from Seigaku. When he saw them walking over here after registering, he was amused by the little guy wearing the school team jacket. It's Hyote. The school team from Seigaku came over and naturally saw the Hyote people on the side of the road. Fuji Shusuke, who was walking in front, stopped and opened his water blue eyes, still surprised to meet Hyote. Fuji, take care of your little brother a little. Since he is named Ekizen Ryoma, don't do anything strange. Adobe glanced at Fuji and motioned him to look back. At this time, Horio, who was walking at the end of the Seigaku team, didn't know what he was thinking about, and sat on the ground trembling all over. That. Momoshiro Takeshi laughed awkwardly for a few times, but in the end he didn't say anything. He had just met Xinjian and Adobe a few days ago, and it was not a pleasant meeting. Now he wanted to explain the situation of Horio, but he felt that there was no need to explain it to the people of Hyote. Is Xinjian going to participate in the competition? Fuji Shusuk's eyes were always on Xinjian. Although it was a back view, it was impossible to mistake his hairstyle and aura. Well, I am a regular player of Hyote. Xinjian turned around, pulled down Yueran who was holding his arm, and showed a formal smile to the people of Kingsu. He didn't have much opinion on these people of Kingsu, but they were opponents, so they must be on both ends of the fight. Xinjian is actually a regular player of Hyote and is going to participate in the competition. It's so scary. What should we do if we meet Xinjian? Kikumaru Eiji held Momoshiro Takeshi's arm. After Xinjian confirmed that he would participate in the competition, his eyes revealed the sadness of being hit. Eiji. Second senior, if we want to compete with Hyote, we have to meet in the finals of the Metropolitan Conference, or should we beat the schools ahead of us first? Momoshiro Takeshi awkwardly pulled Kikumaru Eiji's shoulder and told him not to worry too much, because they had no chance to meet before the finals. How did you get together? Just when the atmosphere was delicate, a pulling voice came, easing the embarrassment of some people. But after seeing Ekaizen Ryoma coming over with a drink, Seigaku's eyes became dangerous, and Hyote's all laughed. This kid who was late for the Metropolitan Conference finally showed up. Asshole Ekaizen, do you know what day it is today? You dare to be late, we almost got disqualified. Momoshiro Takeshi and Kikumaru Eiji rushed over, each pressing on Ekaizen Ryoma's shoulders, accusing him of how much trouble his lateness might bring. Ekaizen, too careless. Tezuka Kunimitsu also lectured Ekaizen Ryoma. Xinjian, my mother asked me to bring this. The old man scolded you because of this. You should cheer up in the next game. Ekaizen Ryoma shook his shoulders and walked out from under the suppression of the two seniors of Kingsu, and then took out 2 lunch boxes from the tennis bag. After looking at the cheering labels on them, he handed one to Xinjian. Thank you, Auntie Wheel, I will cheer up next time, and I will also quietly tell Carbon to help me get revenge when the uncle says bad things about me. Xinjian took the lunch box with 2 rice balls and expressed his gratitude in a good mood. As for the fact that Ekaizen Nanjiro quarreled because of this lunch box, he could probably imagine the scene in his mind. That uncle. Really, he likes to make trouble. I'm leaving. See you in the finals. Ryoma reached out and tugged at his hat, using his sleeves to cover his smiling eyes. There was no need to talk about asking Carbon to help with revenge later, as his old man had already been taught a lesson this morning. But why did his cat like Xinjian more? Even when they were playing around, he protected him. Was it really because of his special physique? Come on, see you in the finals. Xinjian also turned around at the same time, waved his hand with his back to Ryoma, and walked towards the competition area with the Hyote's regulars. Although that kid is a bit arrogant, he's still a little cute, right, Yoshi? After taking a few steps, Yueran suddenly looked at Ashitari, who looked thoughtful. The contrast between before and after is too serious. As long as he is a normal teenager, he will be considered pretty good. Ashitari Yuushi pushed his glasses. Regarding Yueran's statement, he could only say that this was the effect of comparison. Any normal type would be considered to have some advantages after that fake Ekaizen Ryoma. Chapter 74. The game was a big success, but the team was still in the spotlight. Senior Inu, Fudo Mine's performance is still good. It would be great if they can continue to win. Outside the competition venue, a woman with a press card was taking pictures, and she was also talking to Inu Mamoru, who was also a reporter next to her, about her expectations for Fudo Mine. It's a bit difficult. I just went to see the match schedule. Their next opponent is Hyote. Although Fudomine has the determination and fighting spirit to not fail, Hyote is the number 1 seed team. Inu Mamoru didn't have a good impression of Hyote, because the young masters of Hyote were very cold to reporters, and he couldn't get the information he wanted every time he interviewed. But he had to admit that Hyote was really strong. Uncle, even if it's the number 1 seed team, we have reasons why we can't lose. The short-haired girl came over with water and questioned Inu Mamoru's statement. Even if it's Hyote, they won't lose. Tachibana. Fudomine's director Tachibana Kihei came out, shouted, and stretched out his hand to take the water that Kihei bought. She's right, Hyote, it's bad luck for them to meet our Fudomine. Tachibana Kihei looked at Inu Mamoru, and he showed absolute confidence in the face of this reporter who had asked him secrets. Even if the opponent is Hyote, they will win. Moreover, according to Hyote's previous habits, they have already made a response strategy. Let's go, no matter how much you talk, it's better to show the results directly. Xinjian raised his hand, held down Yueran who was in a bad mood, and then motioned to Ashitari next to him to leave together. The three of them just came to take a look, but they didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that they just saw the other person's imposing declaration. Yoshi, I think a score of 6:0 is very good, what do you think? Back in the waiting area for the game, Yuren felt more and more unhappy. He looked up at Oshima who was drinking water and expressed his thoughts. I think it's good. Take off his glasses, Oshima Yoshi closed his eyes, and thought about how to plan for the next game. He didn't retain many of his original skills, and those skills were eliminated, but in exchange for more skills to learn and supplement. He even learned some tennis from world-class professional players, although it was a weakened version. Xinjian, you are actually singles 3, I thought you would be singles 1. Jiro was brought here in a daze, and after being put down from Kabadi's shoulders, he didn't open his eyes and sat next to Xinjian and continued to doze off. When the game was about to start, Jiro opened his eyes and looked at the match table, and suddenly found Xinjian's appearance position. Singles 3? Jiro played singles 2, and Adobe played singles 1. So, Xinjian was definitely playing singles 3. Because I would fall asleep if I waited too long, so I wanted to go on the court early. Xinjian yawned, tilted his head and leaned against Jiro. The two yawned with their eyes squinting in almost the same pattern, and they looked like they were about to fall asleep. Jiro, you can just sleep by yourself, but you are making Xinjian sleepy with you, the consultant is glaring at you. Yueran had just finished discussing the game with Ashitari, and turned around to find these two guys who fell asleep as soon as they said they would. He walked over to wake them up, and when he looked at consultant Sakaki who was already standing outside the tennis court, he suddenly remembered the helplessness of being scolded by his father when he was a child. Xinjian climbed a tree, Yueran taught him. Xinjian climbed the roof, Yueran took him up. Xinjian. Yueran. The worst thing is that when Xinjian pinned him and Jilin to the ground and couldn't get up, his father would say that he was teaching Xinjian to fight. Fortunately, his father Xiongri also thought that Xinjian was obedient and cute, otherwise, he would have been trained to be rebellious by his parents. During all that happened, Jilin was a participant, but Jilin was never taught a lesson. Because, everyone knows that Jilin is also a good boy. But in fact, most of the games he played were suggested by Jilin. Of course, he would never betray his friends. No, Xinjian is sleepy because he didn't get enough rest. The consultant may be thinking about whether to reduce some of Xinjian's training. Jilin yawned, went to an empty seat beside him, lay down and continued to sleep. As for the consultant is more worried about whether Xinjian is too tired. Bitter, there will be no other opinions at all. Go to sleep, I don't care about you. Yu Ren glared, but still sat next to Xin Yan, and found the lunch box that Ekizen Ryoma brought before from Xin Yan's tennis bag. So sweet, no wonder Ryoma paid special attention to the label. Xing Yan took the rice ball handed to him, squinted his eyes and started eating. He was not sleepy, but felt that his state was a little wrong, so he took a temporary rest. By the way, he talked to the system again and determined part of the future direction. He didn't want to care about the plot. Just like the system told him just now, the world has been changed since he appeared, so no matter how it develops, he doesn't need to worry about it at all. The game has started, watch me and Yu Shi take action, let them know what Hyote's strength is. Yu Ren watched Xing Yan recover his spirit after solving the 2 rice balls, and suddenly felt that he was just hungry. However, it's time for them to go on the court. The first match was doubles 2, Hyote's Ashitari Hina vs Fuedaman's Sakurai Ishida. Hyote vs Fuedaman, doubles 2 begins, Hyote Ashitari serves. The referee called the start, and Ashitari walked to the serving point. He held the tennis ball tightly in his hand, and his glasses blocked part of his expression. Ashitari's fingers held the tennis ball and threw it up. The minister's sister actually said that they were just a group of rich young masters who didn't understand tennis. Let them see today that tennis has never been defined by a certain group of people. Bang! Outspin serve. The serve that Xinjian had practiced for a long time controlled a variety of changes, and the direction in which it bounced after landing was arranged by himself. What kind of serve is that? Why? Fuedaman's Sakurai and Ishida watched the tennis ball fall between them, and just when Sakurai ran to catch the ball, the tennis ball that fell actually bounced in the opposite direction. Because I never thought of this development, the tennis ball bounced up and hit the net after landing. Serve, score. The second ball, stuck in an area that neither of them was suitable for, continued to bounce at high speed. The third ball, the fourth ball. Hyote Oshima served and scored, the score is 1:0. With a tricky angle, extremely fast speed, and completely unpredictable bounce direction, Hyote directly served and scored a point. Play tennis well, not by selling misery to make it meaningful. When changing courts, Oshima suddenly stopped and looked at the girl standing outside. Tachibana Kihei's sister? Those who dare to reach out to hit Adobe, I don't know how Xinjian will teach them when her brother is on the court. A girl who wants to protect her brother, what a pity. For Xinjian, Jiro, Yueran, and Adobe, they are all good brothers, but that boy never admits it verbally. Chapter 75. The game was a big success. Hyote scored, the score is 6:0. The game is over, the total score is 1:0. After Ashina scored again, the referee announced the result of the doubles match. Ashina and Yueran played very hard today, just like they said, to let the other party see what strength is. During this period, Ishida from Fuedomine used the wave ball, but unfortunately, under the force discharging operation that Ashina had just learned not long ago, the opponent's power tennis ball was eliminated. Force discharging, amplification. Both of these were taught to them by Xinjian, not only in tennis, but also in various sports. However, this ability, which belongs to combat skills, is still too difficult for them. Except for Hyoji Ruo who could barely learn a little bit, the others could only perform some simple operations when playing tennis after being transformed by Xinjian. Very good, go back and rest. Sakaki Taro sat in the coach's seat and raised his hand to signal them to go to the rest area. Next is doubles 1. The players on the court of Hyote are Hocho Taro and Shishido Ryo. Because they were arranged by Xinjian to play doubles, they often practiced 1-on-2. So their tacit understanding is still very good. In addition to cooperation, there is also the development of their respective skills. Hocho Taro's heavy artillery serve always makes mistakes due to lack of accuracy. For this, Xinjian has basically no problem after giving him multifaceted training. Shishido Ryo's training has always been the most and hardest in Hyote. Of course, his record has been broken by Ashitari in recent times. After all, Ashitari is given special care. Because Ashitari's training was brought up, Shishido Ryo's unwillingness to admit defeat also increased, and his overall strength was still steadily increasing. The two of them went on the court and gave Fudaman another 0 point. Now Hyote has scored 2 points. If Fudaman loses the singles match again, it will stop here. Moreover, even if they lose, the next 2 games still have to be played, because this is Hyote's first game, and it must be played to the full. Singles match 3 begins, both players please go on the court. The referee looked at the time, the court preparation has been completed, and it is the players' turn to go on the court to continue the game. Fudaman Tachibana serves. Guessing the front and back, no surprise. Xinjian has become so used to it that he is numb. Regarding this luck of always losing the front and back, the system said that it has nothing to do with it. Although, letting the opponent serve first can well observe the opponent's strength, and then give a counterattack after judgment. But Xinjian doesn't want such a start at all, but the reality is so helpless. Beast's breath. Xinjian looked at Tachibana Kihei, whose aura burst out as soon as he entered the court, and raised his hand to send back the opponent's serve. This kind of aura is indeed good, with a certain deterrent power, and those with weak mental strength will be directly suppressed. However, this guy will really hit him when he launches aura suppression in front of him. In terms of aura, he actually hardly uses it. But when it comes to aura tricks, it is estimated that few can be better than him. That guy named Tachibana, did he offend Xinjian? Ekizen Ryoma walked to the rest area of Hyote, lying on the guardrail and watching Xinjian's aura open, his eyes almost widened. Do you know what that is? Ashitari Yuushi was also a little dumbfounded. At this time, someone who understood finally came, and he must ask carefully. Although he had seen Xinjian's mental power suppression before, it was more direct at that time, that is, suppressing and letting everyone exercise. Now, this Xinjian who suddenly smiled on the tennis court would only make them feel weird. His smile was too gentle, like the legendary god who loves the world. A year ago, I know a guy who once said that when a gentle boy shows a sacred smile, it will be the beginning of judgment. Ekizen Ryoma raised his hand and tugged at his hat. He also heard that from that bastard Longye. At that time, Xinjian should have finished the game with Longye, and Longye found it interesting, so he called the old man. It was after that that the old man not only stopped him from participating in the game, but also took him to a very remote place for special training for more than half a year. Judgment. Tetsub didn't understand it very well, but he could probably guess. But he didn't think that facing the strength of Tachibana Kihei, Xinjian could use this kind of strength. So I said. That guy must have upset Xinjian in some way. He didn't use it when he played tennis with my old man. Longma suddenly felt unhappy. Although his old man made a little trouble and seemed a little unreliable, he must be the strongest. Longma, why are you here? Xinjian came back to drink water after the opponent called a timeout. Looking at Longma with big round eyes staring at him, he was curious about why this guy came here. Isn't he playing? Why didn't you use that when you played with the old man? Longma said whatever he wanted. Now that he felt unhappy, he naturally asked very impolitely. That was just to scare people. If I use this in front of the uncle, does Longma think I wasn't beaten badly enough? Blinking, Xinjian paused for a few seconds before understanding what Longma meant. Is this guy feeling aggrieved for his father? But it's not that he doesn't want to use it, it's that he can't use it when his mental strength is obviously inferior, otherwise he will be killed. Just like Tachibana Kihei just now, he burst out with aura and was immediately suppressed by himself. Oh! It turns out that he is useless. My game should start soon. I'm leaving first. Ekizen Ryoma turned around and walked away without caring under the gaze of Hyote. Some people in Hyote wanted to grab the boy and ask him if he could bear it. He actually dared to say that it was useless so easily. Be safe. Sakaki Taro watched his son's performance, feeling relieved but also a little worried. He had learned about Tachibana Kippi, who was said to have used a violent tennis ball to destroy his good friend's eyes. Although he knew he was no match for Xinjian, as a father, he always felt a little complicated. "Dad, just watch carefully. This kind of tennis is just child's play. When I was 6 years old and participated in the competition, my opponent was much stronger than him." Xinjian shook the racket in his hand and proudly mentioned his past achievements in front of Sakaki Taro. He really didn't mean to anger Tachibana Kippi and Fudaman, because his opponents at that time were indeed very strong. Tans Hima Shuji, Okageko. The strength of these two people at that time was already able to surpass the current Tachibana Kippi.